Chapter 1. I wish to cultivate immortality. In the chill of late winter, the cold of the 8th day of the 12th lunar month is particularly biting, with layers of snow blanketing Qingshan City, nearly reaching the knees before it finally relented. Knock, knock, knock. Su Yun wrapped himself tightly in his garments, extending his numbed fingers to rap on the door of his uncle's house. No one responded. He was certain there were people inside, for even from such a distance, he could detect the aroma of lava porridge wafting through the air. Additionally, the enticing scent of roasted pork tantalized his senses, igniting a hunger within him. Knock, knock, knock. He bore with patience, continuing to knock. The frostbite on his hands caused them to crack and ache. After a brief half-hour, the door creaked open to reveal a plump woman with grease-stained lips, her face breaking into a cheerful smile. Ah, it's little Yun. What brings you here? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Yun managed to smile in return. Auntie, my sister is gravely ill, and our family is struggling to make ends meet. I have come to borrow some money for her medical treatment. Upon hearing the word borrow, the jovial expression of his aunt evaporated as if it had never existed, replaced by a look of disdain. We are but a humble household. How could we possibly afford to lend you money for your sister who has fallen into misfortune? If you lack funds, go sell your land. Sell land? His parents had passed away 4 years prior, leaving him a modest 5 acres, which he considered a fortune. However, it was swiftly seized by the unscrupulous family of his uncle. Where could he find land to sell? Su Yun clenched his fists. I do not require much, just enough to cover the cost of my servitude. The Zhang family has promised to pay you. In a desperate attempt to save his sister, he had signed a contract of servitude with the Zhang family for 5 taels of silver, yet he had received not a single coin. Bah! The woman stood with her hands on her hips, spitting disdainfully. You dare accuse me unjustly. I merely watched over you as a child, fearing you might be deceived, and assisted you in signing that contract to ensure you received a fair payment. Whatever silver you thought to acquire never reached your hands. What does that have to do with me? In the midst of their quarrel, a childish voice rang out from the courtyard. Mother, ignore the beggar outside. The roasted pig is ready. Hurry and come eat. If we miss this opportunity, there will be no fool left to sell us. Su Yun glanced over to see his chubby cousin clutching a glistening pork knuckle, devouring it with delight. You gluttonous wretch, do you even dare consume the money that could save a life? Though Su Yun lacked the strength to enact vengeance, he lunged at her like a wild wolf, ready to tear her apart. Yet, his frail body was easily shoved into the snow by the woman. With her lies exposed, the woman's expression faltered slightly as she retreated into the house, emerging with a few steamed buns. The money for your servitude is long gone. Here are a few buns for you, which I consider a generous act. Now be gone. With that, she tossed the buns into the snow and slammed the door shut. Su Yun stared at the 4 buns on the ground, his fists clenched tightly. After their parents' demise, his sister had worked as a maid for a wealthy family, sacrificing her own comfort to support his education, ensuring he never faced hardship. Now that his sister was ill, he had sold himself to acquire funds for her medical treatment. Yet all he received in return were 4 buns. After a long moment, he finally relaxed his numbed fists and exhaled a heavy sigh. Circumstances often dictate one's fate. Even if it was merely 4 buns, it was better than starving. Regrettably, he had failed to procure money for the medicine. Currently, he possessed only 150 copper coins, which was meant to cover their sustenance for the month. After contemplating, he decided to use this money to buy half a dose of medicine, hoping to plead with the Zhang family for food, as starvation was not an option. With the essential medicine in hand, Su Yun felt a sense of clarity return to the wintry day. He wrapped his clothes tighter around him, braving the fierce northern winds, his trembling figure gradually fading into the distance. In a humble earthen dwelling. Creak! As the door swung open, Su Yun returned home, the cold wind rushing in with a howl. He quickly shut the door, silencing the gusts. Inside, there was no stove for warmth. The windows had been sealed to keep out the cold, leaving the interior dim and dreary. A heavy cough echoed from the rickety wooden bed. Lillian, you're back? It was the voice of his sister, Su Yu. Yes, I brought you medicine and food. Su Yun kindled a few twigs to brew the medicine, encouraging his sister to come down and warm herself by the fire. At 17, Suyu had previously worked as a maid for a wealthy family, giving all her earnings to him so he could attend school and eat well, leaving her even more emaciated than he. Her illness had rendered her a mere shadow, her face devoid of colorous sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Yet, it was Suyu who worried more about Suyun. The medicine for tuberculosis is not inexpensive. Where did you acquire the funds? Suyun chuckled. The teacher at the academy saw my potential and lent me some money, which I shall repay tenfold once I become an official. Suyu frowned. I know you have long since withdrawn from the academy. Suyun fell silent, slowly preparing the medicine. Only the sound of Suyu's cough accompanied the stillness. I am aware of your servitude and that the money earned from it was taken by uncle and aunt. I have endured similar trials, she continued. Suyun choked back his emotions, recalling how his sister often claimed that her life as a maid for the Yang family was comfortable and untroubled, never realizing that she too had signed a contract of servitude. What comfort could a slave possess? In essence, they were mere property, subject to the whims of their masters, with no recourse even from the authorities. Having endured 2 months of servitude, his body bore countless scars, and he could hardly fathom how his sister had survived for long years. So you nibbled on a bun and asked, I gave you all the money I earned so you could pursue your studies. Do you know why? To help me achieve fame and fortune, to escape our plight. So you shook her head. Without power or influence, how can one become an official? I only wish for you to learn to read, to cultivate immortality. It is said that the methods of cultivation are intricate and elusive, requiring profound knowledge and wisdom. Cultivating immortality? This was not the first time Suyun had encountered the term. For the Zhang family, where he worked, was indeed a clan of cultivators. The patriarch of the Zhang family was a master of the 5th level of Qi refinement, revered as a formidable figure throughout the Jiuling prefecture. Thus, the servants often discussed matters of cultivation. The first step to cultivation is forging body and soul. One must cultivate a robust vitality to endure the cleansing of spiritual energy, transforming like a chrysalis into a butterfly. Each month, the Zhang family selected a servant or slave to nurture as a martial guard for their estetia position fiercely contested, leaving no chance for Suyun. Lacking confidence, Suyun replied, Do not speak of cultivation. I would be hard-pressed even to practice martial arts. Suyu patted Suyun on the head. The reason our parents perished was due to their discovery of a scroll from the mountains, which they sought to nourish with blood to attain cleansing of marrow. When discovered, they were killed. I have hidden this scroll for so long, it is time to give it to you. As she spoke, she unearthed a wrinkled piece of paper from the corner, cleverly disguised as refuse. Upon unfolding it, a chaotic gray illustration appeared, along with some text. Suyun recognized the characters and recited them silently, noting their disordered arrangement, as though inverted. Try dripping a drop of blood, Suyu urged. Suyun pricked his finger, allowing a single drop of blood to fall. Yet, his physical form remained unrefined. Instead, the illustration transformed into a beam of light, merging into his consciousness, gradually adding color. It seemed that in just over an hour, it would become resplendent. Chapter 2. The Reversal of Cause and Effect. Suyun remained stunned for quite some time before he finally regained his composure. He knew not the purpose of this illustration, nor whether it might be harmful to his body. All he could do was observe patiently. How do you feel? Is there any change in your body? Suyu asked eagerly, for she had previously used this peculiar scroll with their parents, yet had never been consumed. Suyun's ability to ingest, it was likely due to his literacy. Fearing to worry his sister, he feigned excitement. I feel much better. It seems I'm no longer cold. It must be that my vitality has strengthened. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. You must seize every opportunity and strive to become an extraordinary immortal. As his sister's laughter filled the air, Suyun completed the medicine, setting it aside, and reminded her, remember to drink it soon. He bundled himself tightly and stepped outside to work for the Zhang family. His parents had died for this scroll, and his sister had endured 4 years of hardship for it. Even if the drawing brought him no fortune, he could not betray their hopes. He must train in martial arts and seek the opportunity for ascension. Lacking any means to practice martial arts, his sole reliance lay with the Zhang family. He must perform admirably, so that when the time came to select a martial guard from among the slaves, he might be chosen by the Zhang family. This is my only chance to change my fate. I must grasp it tightly. Su Yun's resolve solidified. The Zhang family estate was vast, nestled against a grand mountain, as they cultivated spiritual herbs and raised mystical beasts, all under the watchful eyes of martial guards. Su Yun typically toiled on the back mountain, a considerable distance from the herb garden. The herb garden was equipped with the simplest of gathering arrays, concentrating the spiritual energy from the entire mountain. To an ordinary person, this place was akin to a paradise residing here. One could live free from illness and calamity, extending their lifespan by several years. Yet, it remained unoccupied, sprawling and sparsely vegetated, with only 101 medicinal plants. 5 or 6 martial guards patrol the area. Occasionally, wild beasts would descend the mountain to pilfer the spiritual herbs, and these guards were tasked with fending them off. Su Yun deliberately circumvented them, for these individuals were merely tasked with overseeing the medicinal garden. Whenever there were menial or laborious tasks, they would mercilessly wield their whips upon these slaves, urging them into action. The wounds upon his back were the result of their cruelty. Su Yun, where have you run off to? I was just about to seek you out. As he arrived at the back mountain, a young girl of around 17 or 18 called out to him. This girl was adorned in resplendent attire, her features exuding an air of refined elegance and nobility. She was Zhang Yu, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, known for her rather peculiar temperament. Characterized by its capriciousness and unpredictable moods, she possessed an ardent passion for studying the cultivation of spiritual herbs. These herbs were exceedingly delicate, with specific requirements for sunlight and ventilation, and among the entire Zhang household, she was the sole individual endowed with such a talent. Miss, how may I assist you? Su Yun bowed his head, avoiding direct eye contact with Zhang Yu. Move these 5 pots of spiritual herbs into the sunlight to absorb its essence for 1 hour, and after that, return them to their original place. Zhang Yu pointed toward the 5 flower pots in the courtyard, cautioning Su Yun, be very careful. I spent 200 taels of silver nurturing these for the purpose of maintaining youth. If you break them, I could demand 100 of your lives in compensation. I shall be exceedingly cautious, exceedingly cautious. Su Yun responded earnestly, displaying remarkable diligence. His hands, exposed to the biting cold, had cracked open in several places, blood seeping out and staining the pots, yet he made no effort to wipe it away. He merely wished for Zhang Yu to witness his industriousness, hoping that her approval might elevate him to the status of a warrior within the Zhang family. With this ambition in mind, he strained to lift a pot nearly half his height. 1 pot, 2 pots, 3 pots for pots. All remained intact. Who could have predicted that upon lifting the final pot, his foot slipped, causing the pot to crash to the ground with a resounding bang. The Hualing grass tumbled out. Zhang Yu was alarmed and scolded sharply. How dare you? You have shattered my Hualing grass. This plant will wither and die in less than half an hour if its roots are exposed. I'm so sorry. It was unintentional. The snow is too slippery. Su Yun gasped, realizing he had committed a grave error. Is a mere apology sufficient? Unless you can resurrect it, I shall have your head. Zhang Yu shrieked with indignation. At that moment, a vivid image filled his mind, colors saturating the scene, and even the characters arranged themselves in a neat alignment, appearing remarkably clear. Zhen Xian 2, Inverse Causality. Current user, Su Yun. Reversible Causality, Beginner Spiritual Farming Technique. Repayment Condition. Cultivate spiritual herbs 1,000 times, only then may causality be reversed. Subsequently, the entire image faded to a dull gray. The text became once again chaotic. Conversely, an abundance of new memories flooded into his mind, as if he had experienced them firsthand. He envisioned himself within a garden, tirelessly cultivating spiritual herbs, nurturing 10, 100, 1,000, and even 10,000 plants. Now, he was intimately familiar with the characteristics of these herbs. Memories regarding the Hualing grass surged forth. The Hualing grass cannot be removed from its pot, or else it will wither away within half a day. Is this not absurd? This was entirely due to improper cultivation methods. With this realization, Su Yun suddenly regained clarity. What was happening to him? How could he possess so many new memories? Could it truly be, as that voice suggested, was he capable of reversing causality, obtaining the fruits of cultivation first, and then merely filling in the process later? If this were indeed the case, it was terrifying, for the most challenging aspect of cultivating immortality lay in the understanding process. Had he effectively bypassed that? No, he must test it to ascertain the truth. He could not be merely dreaming. Su Yin stepped forward, stating, "Miss, I can attempt to restore the Hualing grass, but I require some medicinal materials." Zhang Yu frowned. This lad, typically so honest, was attempting to deceive her today. She was curious to see what Su Yin was truly up to. If it failed, she would have him executed. "What materials do you need? Speak." 8 ounces of Isho Wu, 1 tael of Baiji, and 3 ounces each of Su Yi and Xiao Sang. Crushed will suffice. Zhang Yu quickly had someone deliver the crushed materials. Su Yun accepted the ingredients, mixing them with some snow water and soil, filling a new pot. He then replanted the Hualing grass and positioned it in the sunlight. Time passed slowly. Su Yun watched anxiously from the side. According to the memories within the fruits of his cultivation, this herb was indeed planted in this manner. Yet whether it would succeed remained uncertain. If it failed, he would face execution at Zhang Ye's hands. He could accept death, but what would happen to his sister? And what of his parents' earnest hopes, which he would then squander? Thus it must succeed. It must succeed. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed. To his astonishment, the Hualing grass not only failed to wither, but had actually grown a small increment. Both Zhang Yu and Su Yun stared at the scene before them, their eyes wide with disbelief. Had it truly worked? The expression in Zhang Ye's eyes shifted from anger to intrigue as she regarded Su Yun. "You can cultivate spiritual herbs? Why did you not mention this sooner?" Zhang Yu laughed heartily, utterly astonished that her family had inadvertently acquired a spiritual farmer for merely 5 taels of silver. A spiritual farmer was a treasure no matter where they were found. She could not afford to dampen the spirit of such a valuable asset. Thus, she casually tossed 10 taels of silver to Su Yun. "Here, a reward for you, take it." This was indeed 10 taels of silver. This winter, the funds for purchasing medicine are sufficient. Su Yun was somewhat taken aback and quickly stowed away the silver. Zhang Yu continued, "From now on, refrain from doing odd jobs. Instead, tend to my family's spirit herb garden and care for the herbs. I shall provide you with 8 taels of silver each month. And should they flourish, I will grant you a bonus." Chapter 3. The enslaved, whose fate is not their own. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yun readily agreed to the proposition. 8 taels of silver per month was more than sufficient for him and his sister to indulge in a life of luxury. He devoted himself diligently to his tasks, immersing himself in the spirit herb garden as he commenced his work, while the outside world was gripped by the biting cold. Within the confines of the herb garden's enchantment, it was as warm as spring. This was the first time Su Yun encountered such a scene. The environment for work was extraordinarily splendid. Compared to the past, it was not merely a step up, but rather an entirely different realm. He bent down to mix various medicinal powders, using them as fertilizers for the spiritual herbs. Some spiritual herbs required the absorption of souls for growth, a task that did not concern Su Yun. He merely needed to apply the fertilizer and water them in measured quantities. With each completion, a line of text would appear on the Immortal town diagram. Cultivating herbs once. Cultivation count, 11 out of 1,000. Cultivating herbs once. Cultivation count, 12 out of 1,000. Cultivating herbs once. Cultivation count, 13 out of 1,000. The colors on the Immortal town diagram would also be replenished. By completing 1,000 cultivations of spiritual herbs, he could once again reverse the course of fate. Su Yun summarized his thoughts, perceiving the tree as akin to the loans issued by a moneylender. One first borrows the money, then gradually repays it. Once the debt is settled, one can restore their credibility and borrow again. However, the town Immortal diagram surpasses mere borrowing. During the process of repayment, one acquires additional experience in herbal cultivation, allowing his skills to continuously elevate. By the time he completes the repayment 1,000 times, he might very well perfect the rudimentary art of spiritual farming. After working until nightfall, he finally fertilized and watered all the spiritual herbs. Taking a brief respite, he noticed a martial artist hastily approaching from a distance, carrying a lunchbox and greeting Su Yun with a warm smile. Su Yun retreated a few steps in trepidation. The marks left by the martial men's long whips lingered ominously behind him, casting a shadow over his psyche. One of the martial men, feeling somewhat awkward, managed a sheepish smile and discreetly slipped 8 taels of scattered silver into Su Yun's clothing. "Master Su," he began, "we have had some misunderstandings in the past. I hope you can forgive and not hold a grudge, for we shall be working together in the future." After a considerable pause, Su Yun finally came to the realization he had now ascended to the status of a spirit farmer. How could these mere mortals possibly be compared to him? With a sense of elation, he accepted the 8 taels of silver. The martial man then handed Su Yun a lunchbox, smilingly adding, "This meal was sent by the young lady. Please eat first. I shall keep watch tonight. If you need anything, just call for me as Xiao Su." With that, he placed the lunchbox down and began his patrol, holding a peculiar oil lamp aloft. Su Yun settled down and opened his lunchbox. A delightful aroma filled his nostrils. There was meat. In total, 3 meat dishes awaited him: braised pork with preserved vegetables, red braised carp, and a bowl of beef soup brimming with tender beef, accompanied by 2 bowls of rice. Su Yun swallowed hard, closed his lunchbox, and pulled out a steamed bun to nibble on. He thought to himself that he could bring this to his sister tomorrow morning. After 4 long years, he was finally able to treat her to a meal featuring meat. A sense of joy filled his heart as he envisioned the smile on her face when she savored the delicious food. After taking a bite of the bun, he glanced at the growth of the spiritual herbs. Previously, Zhang Yu's skills were quite lacking, and his improper fertilization and watering led to poor growth of these herbs. Now, however, with the sudden influx of nutrition, they were thriving remarkably. The reward was practically in his grasp. Currently, he possessed 18 taels of silver, which was more than sufficient to purchase medicine. The future rewards could be used to replenish his vitality and hone his martial skills, allowing him to join the Zhang family's warrior ranks and seek opportunities for transcendence. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by a distant cry. "Assemble! Assemble! A beast is attacking!" The voice was laced with panic, although Su Yun felt a surge of trepidation. The words of Zhang Yu echoed in her mind. These warriors are adept at self-preservation. Thus, she ventured forth to take a glance. Approaching her was a magnificent striped tiger, measuring over 10 feet in length. Its tail, resembling an iron rod, struck the ground with such force that it shattered the earth, creating a small crater. This was no ordinary beast. It was on the brink of becoming a formidable creature. A solitary warrior would be utterly incapable of confronting such a ferocious tiger. Hence 6 warriors charged forward into battle. Each possessed immense strength, their bodies honed through rigorous training, capable of shattering stone and rending the earth with a mere punch or slap. With a resounding crack, one warrior planted his foot, obliterating a stone the size of a human head beneath him. Such was the might of the martial artist. Su Yun initially believed that the warriors were formidable enough. However, before the ferocious tiger, their fists and kicks felt merely like a tickle. Only blades and spears could leave a mark upon its formidable hide. Yet, when struck by the tiger's sweeping tail, the consequences were dire, sending them hurtling through the air. Contact meant certain death. A mere brush would inflict grievous wounds. Confronted with such a monstrous beast, the 6 men fought valiantly, wielding their broadswords. Yet one among them suffered a shattered arm, pinned to the ground, reduced to nothing but a head in mere moments. "Beast, how dare you? Everyone, protect Master Su. The young lady has decreed that if Master Su perishes, none of us shall survive." A cacophony of frantic shouts erupted, mingled with the splattering of blood. Thud, thud. This was the first time Su Yun had witnessed such a scene. Immobilized by fear, her heart trembling incessantly, the vivid images before her gradually began to blur, leaving her mind in a state of emptiness. Suddenly, a drop of blood splattered onto her face, jolting her back to reality. She took a few steps back, distancing herself from the battlefield, terrified of being caught in the chaos. Despite being 5 against 1, the 5 warriors remained at a disadvantage. It was evident that the final outcome would result in the annihilation of the warriors, leaving her to face a grim fate. The medicinal garden would also suffer devastation. Without further hesitation, she rushed forward, intent on plucking a medicinal herb to throw at the ferocious tiger. "Master Su, are you out of your mind? This is a precious herb cultivated by the young lady. We cannot afford to lose even one." Su Yun smacked his forehead. If he did not pull one out, the losses would not be confined to just one plant. Even he, as a spiritual farmer, would face dire consequences. "Whatever repercussions ensue, I shall bear them alone." With a sharp reprimand, Su Yun acted decisively. He plucked a medicinal herb and hurled it towards the ferocious tiger. The creature, almost imbued with a semblance of intelligence, had come seeking the precious elixir. Upon spotting the herb, it disregarded all caution and lunged forward. However, the herb was a ground dragon fruit, measuring a foot in diameter. Both round and resilient. The tiger could not crush it, nor could it contain it. Instead, several warriors seized the opportunity, charging in with their blades, unleashing a flurry of strikes, blood splattering in every direction. The tiger, driven by greed yet fearful of pain, thrashed its tail violently, battering the warriors into a pulp. The scene grew increasingly horrific. Su Yun had long since forgotten how the tiger met its demise, only aware that in the end, 2 men perished and 1 was injured. His acquaintance, the young Su, had also fallen. The remaining warriors, with tears of gratitude, nearly knelt before Su Yun. "Master Su, we owe you our lives this time. From now on, we shall be your servants. Command us as you wish. Please, Master Su, rest here in the herb garden and refrain from wandering. We must continue to guard this sacred space." Su Yun nodded, clutching the lunchbox, trembling in the medicinal garden. The martial men of the Zhang family were exceedingly perilous. She must devise alternative strategies. Chapter 4. Lifting a stone to strike one's own foot cradling the lunchbox, Su Yun spent a restless night. It was only with the dawn that she struggled to awaken. Zhang Yu was present, routinely inspecting the growth of the herbs. Astonishingly, the herbs had grown between 1 to 3 inches overnight. Such remarkable growth. However, there was one less herb. She suspected a miscount and recounted meticulously. Indeed, there was one missing. Only 100 herbs remained. A single earth dragon fruit from the periphery was gone. What transpired? Why was one earth dragon fruit missing? Where were the guards of the medicinal garden last night? Zhang Yu erupted in fury. The cultivation of the earth dragon fruit was particularly arduous. She had already expended over 300 taels of silver. The martial men hurried to explain. Last night, a formidable creature attacked, resulting in the death of 2 of our brethren, which compelled us to defend ourselves. The blood and flesh on the ground had vanished, assimilated by the gathering spirit formation, nourishing the spiritual herbs. Nevertheless, from the injuries of several martial men, the ferocity of the battle that had erupted could still be discerned. Regrettably, Zhang Yu remained unconvinced. Coldly interrogating them, "Are you capable of dealing with a creature of that caliber?" Utter nonsense. The squad leader of the martial men stepped forward, his demeanor earnest and honest, stating, "Miss, we were unable to confront the creature. Ultimately, it was Master Su who extracted a herb from the ground, diverting the creature's attention, allowing us to slay it." This statement carried a strong insinuation, attempting to shift the blame onto Su Yun, making Zhang Yu aware that the loss of the herb was entirely her fault. Su Yun choked back a sob, his eyes widening in disbelief. Just last night, these warriors were nearly on their knees, expressing their profound gratitude for his miraculous intervention. Yet now, they were audaciously shifting all responsibility onto him. How could they be so shameless? What has become of us? It was you who proclaimed that. In the absence of the elixir, you would bear the burden alone. The warriors offered no opportunity for Su Yun to defend himself, pressing him with accusations. "Do you deny it?" "Indeed, you stated it quite clearly yesterday. We intended to stop you, but it was you who insisted on extracting the elixir. You proclaimed that any ensuing issues would be your sole responsibility. Are you now wavering?" Su Yun felt an overwhelming sense of frustration pressing upon his chest, a burden he could not express, leaving him in great discomfort. He was indeed correct in his assertions, and he had no intention of shirking his responsibilities. However, hearing such words from these martial artists left him utterly disenchanted. Ultimately, he exhaled a deep sigh, lowering his head in acknowledgement of his fault. "My lady, it was indeed I who plucked the earth dragon fruit. Yesterday, he had shattered a precious age-transforming herb, and Zhang Yu had threatened to take his life for it. Today, the loss of a single earth dragon fruit, which was even more valuable than the herb, left him pondering how he might escape this impending calamity." Su Yun's heart was a tumultuous blend of emotions as she awaited Zhang Yu's judgment. To her surprise, Zhang Yu tossed her an additional 5 taels of silver. Smiling as she remarked, "Su Yun, you have performed admirably. This is your reward. Continue to work diligently, and when this batch of spiritual herbs matures, I shall bestow upon you a substantial reward." "Ah?" Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. What performance was this? The martial artists around him appeared equally incensed. "On what grounds?" "Once, my brother had inadvertently damaged one of your medicinal herbs, and you had flayed him, skinned him alive, and minced him to feed to the dogs. Why was it that Su Yun not only escaped punishment but was instead rewarded?" A towering martial artist seethed with rage, the veins on his forehead bulging. Zhang Yu let out a derisive laugh, raising his hand. With a resounding crack, despite being a distance of 2 or 3 zhang away, a bolt of lightning descended. striking the martial artist and eliciting a pained wail from him. Lying on the ground, his body charred black. Such was the power of a cultivator. It was said that Zhang Yu was merely a practitioner at the first level of qi refining, yet punishing mortal martial artists was as effortless as crushing an ant. Zhang Yu snorted coldly. Do you dare to speak? You yourselves damaged my spiritual herbs, but had it not been for Su Yun's intervention last night, you would all be dead. My entire plot of spiritual herbs would have been ruined. She was well aware of their thoughts. Each was shrewdly calculating, unable to endure the sight of another's prosperity. Thus, she reiterated her warning. It would be wise not to target Su Yun in the future, otherwise, the consequences will not merely be a single strike of lightning. Go. Summon others to take over. The few of them shrank back, no longer daring to retort, and left in silence to change shifts. Su Yun felt a twinge of trepidation and said, Miss, please take back the money. I sense a hint of hostility from them. Zhang Yu let out a cold laugh. I am a person who believes in clear rewards and punishments. Rest assured, keep this 5 taels of silver. If those guard dogs dare to covet your money, I shall have their hands severed. Su Yun was somewhat taken aback. But they are all martial artists you have painstakingly trained, he exclaimed. Yet, they are merely akin to a few guard dogs. If they dare to disobey, what harm is there in eliminating them? This statement made Su Yun acutely aware of the sorrow that accompanies servitude. He fell silent, quietly accepting the money from Zhang Yu's hand, contemplating that he must devise a means to escape his status as a servant of the Zhang family and seek freedom far away. I am grateful for the generous reward. Mississippi, I shall take my leave to rest at home. Su Yun lowered her posture, rendering herself as insignificant as an ant, demonstrating her profound understanding of how to interact with celestial beings. Zhang Yu, with a satisfied expression, inquired, Do you not reside with the Zhang family? I shall arrange for a splendid room for you. No, I have my elder sister to care for at home, Su Yun replied. Let your sister move in. Zhang Yu suggested with a cheerful demeanor, finding Su Yun increasingly agreeable. My sister suffers from tuberculosis. It is contagious and poses an inconvenience, Su Yun explained. Upon hearing about the infectious disease, Zhang Yu exhibited a hint of distaste. He then offered her a small segment of a spiritual herb leaf, stating, While this cannot cure the illness, it can serve as a preventive measure. You are a valuable asset to the Zhang family. Do not fall ill. Thank you, miss. Su Yun expressed her gratitude. Su Yun chewed on a leaf, departed from the Zhang family, and headed straight to the apothecary to purchase medicine. Tuberculosis is notoriously difficult to cure, and a month's supply of medicine costs 2 taels of silver. However, Su Yun did not hesitate. Negotiating with the shopkeeper, Bring me the finest medicine. I must cure my sister's pulmonary tuberculosis. Rest assured, I will pay you without fail. The physician shook his head, saying, Child, your filial piety is evident to all, yet tuberculosis is an incurable affliction. It can only be endured, and even after several years, it will lead to death. How can it be otherwise? Su Yun felt unwilling to accept the reality. Now that he possessed the ability, could he truly stand idly by and witness his sister's demise? The truth lay bare. If he wished to heal her, there existed but a singular solution. What solution? With the aid of an immortal, a medicinal elixir could be procured, enabling a complete transformation and the eradication of her ailment. Assistance from an immortal? It is inconceivable that an immortal would extend their help to a mere mortal. After all, such elixirs are exceedingly precious, regarded as priceless treasures by those of the mortal realm. They are worth their weight in gold. Even if he were of service to the Zhang family, they would never part with an elixir to treat his sister's affliction. The only path forward was for him to attain immortality. Reflecting upon his circumstances over the past few years, his desire to become an immortal had never been as fervent as it was now. He altered his resolve. If healing her was beyond reach, then he would procure the finest medicine available, ensuring that her cough would cease. Agreed. Su Yun observed the physician preparing the medicine, contemplating in her heart. Upon returning home, she would need to discuss with her sister the matter of establishing a solid foundation in martial arts training. Chapter 5. The Martial Arts Instructor after procuring some quality medicine. Su Yun went on to purchase a supply of charcoal to take back home. The house remained dim and cold. Her sister's cough persisted, alarmingly severe, as if she might cough up her very lungs. Xiaoyun, you have returned? Yes, I have returned. I brought you some delicious food and fine medicine. We have charcoal now, so there is no need to burn firewood. Su Yun, brimming with joy, ignited a fire and urged her sister to rise from bed to bask in its warmth. Afterward, she retrieved the lunchbox, and to her astonishment, the food within remained pleasantly warm despite having spent the entire night. Su Yu gazed at the dishes before her, a look of astonishment crossing her face. What have you done? Where did all this money come from? That picture proved invaluable. It earned me recognition from the Zhang family, who generously rewarded me. Su gazed at Su Yun, remaining silent for a considerable time, when suddenly her eyes brimmed with tears. Her emaciated hand gently caressed Su Yun's cheek, her face radiating an uncontainable joy. Good, good, good. My parents perished because of that image. I have endured so many years of grievances, and it has all been worthwhile. Su Yun gently caressed the hand, feeling its warmth, and broke into a smile, saying, "From now on, there will be delicious meals every day. I have already eaten, sister. You should hurry and enjoy your food." Su picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her mouth. The exquisite flavor moved her deeply, and a radiant smile of bliss illuminated her face. Su Yun was naturally delighted and prepared medicine for Su Yu. By noon, the room had finally warmed up, taking on the semblance of a home. As Su Yu ate, she gently advised, "Take your time with these medicines and refrain from purchasing any more. Instead, save your resources for martial arts training to prepare for your journey in cultivation." "Do you have a path to practice martial arts?" Su Yun paused momentarily. He had initially considered bestowing the title of warrior upon the Zhang family, but now he decided against it. Internally, he felt a sense of resistance and recounted to Su Yu the experiences of the previous night. Su Yu also furrowed her brow. Guarding the home is not a commendable profession. If one can avoid it, one should. Otherwise, one would inevitably meet the same fate as other guards. "I have a suggestion. Go to a martial arts school. The martial artists there lack genuine skills, and their fees are exorbitant. It is not a viable option." Su Yu revealed that during her 4 years at the Yang family, she observed that those affluent families consistently sent individuals to the martial arts instructor residing on the western outskirts of the city for guidance. Su Yun had heard of that individual. His surname was Liu, and he was commonly referred to as Liu Laosan, a failed seeker on the path to immortality. However, this man possessed a rather peculiar disposition. He only imparted his martial teachings to 2 affluent families in the city, and he did so with little earnestness. To acquire his genuine insights, one had to rely on the concept of fate as he described it. If fate permitted, he would teach. If not, even a fortune could not procure a mere hint of guidance. It was said that even the venerable patriarch of the Zhang family held a keen interest in his body refinement techniques, frequently sending his descendants to seek his tutelage. Yet, Liu paid them no heed whatsoever. This man was neither avaricious nor lecherous. He harbored a singular affection for his wife, and his only passion was drinking. Indeed, he was quite the connoisseur. His sister had a point. Perhaps he could leverage this martial instructor to his advantage. He pulled out his 18 taels of silver, contemplating his strategy. "Rest assured, sister, I shall procure the medicine, and I will also practice martial arts." With that, he left 8 taels of silver for her, taking 10 taels for himself as he stepped out, returning to his work of cultivating spiritual herbs. In the herb garden, there were 100 varieties of spiritual herbs. Some required his attention 2 or 3 times daily, while others needed tending only once every few days. On average, he could manage them around 120 times a day. As he busied himself, the colors of the town of Immortals map gradually filled in. By afternoon, he finally completed his tasks and ventured to a tavern for some liquor. In Qingshan City, there was a renowned brew known as Qingshan Peach Blossom Wine. Smooth on the palate with a hint of peach blossom sweetness, although it could not rival the exorbitantly priced Jinzun Clear wine. A pound still commanded 500 copper coins. There was also a potent spirit, lacking any other distinguishing features. Just one word: fiery. Consuming it felt akin to having one's throat scraped by a blade. For those truly devoted to the bottle, such liquor was the epitome of fine drink. Forget that insipid peach blossom wine. That was merely a woman's drink. He ordered 5 pounds of the fiery spirit, spending 500 copper coins, and then spent another 500 to purchase 3 pounds of marinated pork, packing it up before making his way to Lu's residence. Before he even crossed the threshold, a pungent aroma of alcohol assaulted his senses. He knocked thunderously at the door, which was answered by a woman of modest stature, neither beautiful nor ugly, possessing an entirely average appearance, slightly plump yet exuding warmth. "Who do you seek?" she inquired. "I am looking for Lu Jiaodo," he replied. The woman, somewhat irritable, gestured for him to enter, pointing to a burly man sprawled on the ground in slumber. Goodness! True to his reputation as a drunkard, he had chosen to sleep outside. Lying in the courtyard, his ample belly prominently displayed, resembling a robust figure with wild hair, clad in coarse linen garments, snoring thunderously. He appeared quite the ruffian. Was this really reliable? However, he was soon taken aback, for in the courtyard, he spotted a familiar face, a young master from the Zhang family. The lad was diligently practicing his horse stance, not daring to move an inch. Fortunately, the young master did not recognize him as a slave of the Zhang family, sparing him any trouble. It seemed the rumors circulating outside were indeed accurate. Even the patriarch of the Zhang family was intrigued by Lu's skills. In dealing with this inebriated master, he resolved to employ a method favored by such drinkers. He unscrewed the lid of the large wine gourd at his waist. Lu Jiaodo had already caught the scent of the exquisite liquor, and like a feather floating in the air, he sprang to his feet, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Is there fine wine? His copper bell-like eyes widened, fixated on Su Yun. You cannot deceive me. Su Yun chuckled heartily as he placed the large wine gourd upon the stone table. He then unfurled a piece of paper and laid out the braised pork atop it. This dish is truly substantial, exclaimed Lu, bursting into laughter as he reached for it, only to be met with a light slap on the back of his hand from Su Yun. Amidst his irritation, Su Yun portioned out half a chain. Gesturing towards the woman at the door, this is for that elder sister. Despite Lu's advancing years, being addressed as sister by a young lad instantly brightened her face. She covered her mouth and took the pork inside with a delighted smile. Subsequently, Lu, as if reincarnated from a drunken spirit, indulged in hearty gulps of wine and generous bites of meat, all the while laughing uproariously. Damn it, those wealthy folks in Qingshan City are all deranged. They boast incessantly about bringing fine wines, yet they taste like horse urine. This, however, is truly fragrant. Before Su Yun could even utter a word, he had already consumed his drink and devoured the meat with the swiftness of a whirlwind, leaving no trace behind. Without so much as wiping his mouth, he reclined on the ground and fell into a deep slumber. Su Yun found herself at a loss for words. It seemed that this esteemed gentleman was rather difficult to serve. Sister, Master Lu has become intoxicated. I shall take my leave for now. Su Yun was exceedingly courteous. After greeting Lu, he took his leave. In the subsequent days, each afternoon, he would procure wine and meat, seeking Lu Jiaodo for heartfelt conversations and subtle inquiries. Occasionally, he would also present Lu with cosmetics and small mirrors, complimenting her beauty, which would bring a radiant smile to her face. Lu Jiaodo, often scolded by his wife, found solace in Su Yun's flattery, allowing him to indulge in his drinking without a care. Lu Jiaodo was quite the drinker, receiving 15 taels of silver from 2 wealthy households each month, all of which he devoted to purchasing alcohol, remaining perpetually inebriated. In his fervor for drink, he neglected to buy even vegetables. Once his own funds were depleted, he would borrow money to continue drinking. However, who had spare funds to lend him for such indulgences? The past few days, Su Yun's purchase of wine was precisely what he desired. After 3 days of drinking together, their bond had significantly deepened, allowing them to converse more easily, with Lu Jiaodo finally knowing his name Su Yun. On the 4th day at noon, after laboring for a while, Su Yun was pleased to observe that the progress on the town Immortal map had reached the halfway mark. Cultivating herbs once. Achieving intermediate spiritual planting technique after 500 to 1,000 iterations. The intermediate spiritual planting technique possessed the ability nutrient absorption due to long-term companionship with spiritual herbs. After extensive observation, one comprehends the method by which these herbs absorb nutrients from fertilizers, enabling the extraction of nourishment from all things to acquire vitality. Such fortunate news indeed. Su Yun had not anticipated that a mere spiritual cultivation technique could possess such remarkable capabilities. It appears that the myriad arts of immortality are far from simple. Just as he was reveling in this realization, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance, as numerous servants and slaves hurried towards the front courtyard. Everyone, come quickly and take a look. Instructor Lu has arrived at the Zhang family. Chapter 6. The intimidation of Instructor Lu. Su Yun curled her lips in disdain. Is Coach Lu truly that remarkable? Upon arriving at the Zhang family, he has incited such a throng of eager onlookers? He is clearly nothing more than a drunkard. How has he managed to elicit more excitement than the venerable patriarch of the Zhang family? Coach Lu has deigned to visit my home? Su Yun, cease your work at once and accompany me to witness this. Even Zhang Yu displayed a hint of exhilaration, urging Su Yun along. Su Yun furrowed her brow and remarked, Miss, is it really necessary? He is merely a martial artist. Zhang Yu nodded emphatically. It is indeed essential. You simply do not comprehend. With that, she suddenly let out a deep sigh. Are you familiar with the practice of immortality cultivation? Su Yun acknowledged that she had heard of it. Zhang Yu explained. To cultivate immortality, one must first cultivate oneself. To cultivate oneself, one must first cultivate their fate. What is most crucial for cultivating oneself and one's fate? It is martial practice to enhance the vitality and blood of the physical body. Some refer to it as body refinement. Yet our lack of effective body refinement methods has resulted in a weak foundation. Su-yun was captivated upon first hearing such a core secret. Enthralled, she immediately inquired, "Is the old master a cultivator? I have heard that he retired from a sect. Is it true that the sect's techniques are inferior to those of Master Lu?" "Indeed, they are," Zhang Yu replied, shaking his head. "It is said that Master Lu received the true teachings of a formidable cultivator at the core formation stage. However, he was ultimately defeated in a battle of wills and lost his cultivation, which led to his fall from grace and return to his hometown. Nevertheless, his body refinement technique is unparalleled, reaching astounding heights. Even though I have commenced my journey into Qi cultivation, I can still utilize that technique to mend the deficiencies in my foundational skills." Su-yun stood in stunned silence, comprehending the significance of the martial arts technique. Such a precious skill, and he had merely treated him to a few days of drinks. Could he truly expect a favorable response? "Su-yun, hasten to set aside your tasks and accompany me to pay our respects to Master Lu," Zhang Yu urged once more. Reluctantly, Su-yun relinquished his hoe and followed him to the front courtyard. Over 100 servants, more than 20 middle-aged members of the Zhang family, and over 50 younger descendants encircled the area, creating an impenetrable barrier. Su-yun, being of short stature, found it impossible to see from the back. After fetching a small stool, he finally gained a clear view. To his astonishment, he beheld an elderly man with white hair and a youthful countenance, busily preparing tea for Coach Lu. "Who is that venerable old man?" Su-yun inquired. Zhang Yu responded, "That is my great-grandfather, the esteemed head of the Zhang family, Zhang Chenfeng. All these achievements were forged by his efforts." "So, that is the revered elder?" Su-yun's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a figure exuding an ethereal aura, clad in a flowing white robe. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the immortal beings of Su-yun's imagination. Yet, this celestial being was preparing tea for a mere martial artist, leaving Su-yun perplexed and questioning whether Master Lu was somewhat arrogant in his talents. Fortunately, as a man fond of wine, Master Lu seemed disinterested in the tea. "Brother Zhang, there's no need for such trouble. Just bring over the wine," he remarked. Zhang Chifeng, somewhat resigned, summoned a jar of wine and said, "Brother Lu, this is a celestial brew, costing 1 spirit stone per pound, equivalent to 500 taels of silver. Do give it a taste." Upon opening the lid, a rich fragrance of alcohol wafted through the air, intoxicating those nearby. Truly, it was a divine elixir. However, Master Lu exclaimed, "What nonsense! This is a drink for women. Forget it. I shan't drink your wine." Despite such dismissal, Zhang Chenfeng remained unperturbed. He inquired, "Have you come today to enlighten yourself? Perhaps to accept one of my descendants as your pupil?" Though his words lacked clarity, he intended to ask whether his young grandson had successfully passed Master Lu's trials. This grandson possessed remarkable talent, and if he mastered Master Lu's techniques, he could impart them to others. Hence, Zhang Chifeng thought nothing of wasting a jar of wine worth 500 taels. Master Lu chuckled derisively. "Only your great-grandson, with his horse stance, shows a glimmer of understanding. Am I not teaching him? Yet after 3 years, he has merely maintained that stance. Is it my fault for his lack of comprehension?" With a cold snort, he continued, "I came here today to find someone named Su-yun, a slave of your household." Zhang Chenfeng raised an eyebrow, taken aback that Master Lu had come seeking a mere slave. All eyes turned towards Su-yun, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. What was happening? To everyone's astonishment, Su-yun had caught the eye of Zhang Chifeng. This was utterly absurd, despite the Zhang family showering him with wealth. He had shown little inclination to offer even the slightest guidance, yet now he was drawn to a mere servant. Since no one dared to confront Coach Lu, Su-yun was soon shoved forward by Zhang Yu. Upon seeing Su-yun, Coach Lu erupted into hearty laughter. "Brother Su-yun, let us indulge in 3 days of merriment. Today, you shall dine at my home, and my wife will prepare a feast to express our gratitude to you." The onlookers were consumed with envy. 500 taels of silver spent on wine, and he looked upon it with disdain. Yet, he found camaraderie in the humble drink of the poor. Other destitute souls had invited him to partake in their meager spirits, but he had never reciprocated their hospitality. However, Su-yun had meticulously calculated his approach, seeking to endear himself to Coach Lu's wife right before his eyes. Given Coach Lu's fondness for his spouse, he had once resorted to violence over a mere insult directed at her. Seeing her delighted would naturally bring him joy. The others, however, were not so fortunate. There were always wealthy individuals who disparaged his wife's appearance, suggesting that they could procure for him a more attractive concubine. Such comparisons inevitably elevated Su-yun's standing in Lu's eyes. Very well, you shall accompany me shortly, Coach Lu remarked, casting a casual glance at Su-yun, whose disheveled appearance was indeed somewhat intimidating. Su-yun cast a glance at Zhang Chenfeng, feeling somewhat hesitant to respond. Zhang Chenfeng, visibly frustrated, remarked, Lu, isn't this a tad unfair to us? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Jiaodo replied, very well, I shall offer guidance to your little grand disciple once. However, if you do not allow him to join me for a meal, that instruction will be rescinded. Immediately, Zhang Chenfeng donned a smile, of course, take him along. He then escorted Lu Jiaodo out. The others trailed behind Zhang Chenfeng, casting envious glances at Su-yun as he exited. Alas, what fortune does Su-yun possess? How is it that, even as a servant, he encounters such benefactors? Zhang Yu's expression darkened considerably. This was a slave she had signed for herself. How could she, unable to even converse with Lu Jiaodo, allow Su-yun such liberties? This irritated her greatly. Why do you appear so displeased? Zhang Chenfeng inquired. Zhang Yu gritted her teeth. That is my slave. And now he stands above his master. He is the spiritual farmer I mentioned to you earlier. Zhang Chenfeng laughed. I see. No wonder you wish to curry favor with Lu Jiaodo for martial training. Acquiring some martial prowess would indeed be beneficial. After all, he cultivates on the back mountain, often besieged by demonic beasts, and those martial men may not always be able to protect him. He must possess some self-defense capability to cultivate our spiritual herbs more effectively. Zhang Yu suddenly realized, what if Lu Jiaodo imparts genuine teachings to him? Impossible, Zhang Chenfeng countered, his expression turning grave. If he were to learn true teachings and divulge them, he is, after all, your slave, bound by contract. Should he refuse to speak? A mere thought from us could lead to his demise. Chapter 7. Your talent is remarkably high. Today, Su-yun was particularly reserved, trailing behind Lu Jiaodo like a child of 3 or 5 years. He had previously underestimated Lu Jiaodo, thinking him merely a practitioner of simple martial techniques. To his astonishment, even the venerable elder of the Zhang family, standing at the pinnacle of Jiuling County, would serve tea to Lu Jiaodo. Do not be overly anxious. I would not make things difficult for you. We are merely going to dine, Lu Jiaodo said with a cheerful demeanor, devoid of any arrogance. As he spoke, he gently patted Su-yun's shoulder, infusing him with a unique energy that coursed through Su-yun's body, bringing a sense of ease and stability to his heart. Before long, the two arrived at Lu Jiaodo's residence. Young Master Zhang Ran was still practicing his horse stance. Lu's wife joyfully greeted them, exclaiming, Su-yun has arrived. I have prepared lunch. Come and eat. She set down a bowl of food for Su-yun and gestured for him to sit, completely ignoring the young master, who struggled to swallow his saliva. Lu Jiaodo, however, indifferently said, you should join us as well. Zhang Ran was taken aback, pointing to himself. Are you speaking to me? Teacher? Is there another who has not been seated? The young master was filled with astonishment. Having studied here for 3 years, he had never once been invited to dine at the table. The prospect of being allowed to eat with them today left him both elated and apprehensive. Sitting beside them with great restraint. You ought to express your gratitude to him, Lu Jiaodo indicated towards Su-yun. Zhang Ran, curious, asked, who is this person? He has been here for several days without an introduction. He is a slave from your household. The moment those words left Lu Jiaodo's lips, Zhang Ran felt a surge of indignation. He had come to learn martial arts for 3 years, during which Lu Jiaodo had hardly acknowledged him, merely allowing him to practice his stance without imparting any true skills. As for dining at the table, that was utterly out of the question. Now, Lu Jiaodo was allowing him to sit at the table because of a slave? He lowered his head in resentment, shoveling food into his mouth. Finally, Lu Jiaodo broke the silence. Su-yun, I am aware of the reason you have been seeking me these past few days. Su-yun nodded, affirming that, like everyone else, he sought to learn martial arts. How enlightening. Coach Lu laughed heartily, stating, I have summoned you here today not to instruct you. Su-yun was momentarily taken aback. What purpose could there be in summoning me here if it were not to impart knowledge? It left one perplexed. Master Lu sat to the side, refraining from eating, his gaze fixed on the 2 young lads. He spoke calmly, you should understand that when I take on disciples, it is determined by fate. Su-yun nodded. What is fate? Inquired Instructor Lu. Su-yun shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. As the moment of performance approached, Zhang Ran was particularly excited, speaking incessantly. The concept of fate is ineffable. Even with exceptional talent, one must consider whether it aligns with the mentor's wishes. As the saying goes, a drink with a confidant is worth 1,000 cups, while words that do not resonate are but a mere half sentence. After speaking, he proudly gazed at Su-yun, as if to declare, Understand this, Su Yun, in comparison to you, I share a deeper connection with Master Lu. The one who shall acquire the martial arts techniques is undoubtedly me. Master Lu chuckled derisively. Do you genuinely believe I am concerned about your fate? It is merely a fade. What truly matters is talent. My decision to refrain from teaching you for 3 years stemmed from recognizing your lack of aptitude. Your persistence here showcases your utter lack of insight. Zhang Ran's expression darkened suddenly, as if a storm of frustration brewed within him, yearning for release. Subsequently, Master Lu instructed, "You may begin your meal. Aren't you eating?" Su Yun inquired curiously. Master Lu shook his head. "This meal was specially prepared by my wife for the two of you, utilizing the most inferior sour wheat, devoid of any nutritional value." Nevertheless, Su Yun held the dish in high regard and was eager to partake. Master Lu continued, "In martial arts, dietary supplements are of paramount importance, as one extracts vitality from food to replenish oneself. This is a fundamental aspect of physical cultivation. You too shall attempt to derive vitality from today's meal. Whoever succeeds will be taught. I can already sense the vitality within your bodies. Even the slightest change will not escape my notice, so hurry and eat." What? Upon hearing this challenge, Zhang Ran was left dumbfounded. Their usual method of dietary supplementation involved directly consuming the essence of demonic beasts. That was the refined essence extracted from the bodies of these creatures. Highly beneficial for physical cultivation. Yet, despite this, they found it challenging to enhance their bodily vitality. Little did they expect Master Lu's challenge to be so arduous, requiring them to extract vitality from the most inferior of substances. Clutching a pill in his hand, he thought to himself that if all else failed, he might resort to cheating. However, Master Lu interjected with a cold snort, "No underhanded tactics. I am watching." Zhang Ran trembled in fear, forced to incessantly shovel food into his mouth. The sour wheat was both tart and astringent, lacking in nutrition, akin to mere roots. For someone of his stature, having never tasted such repugnant food, it was a shocking experience. As he swallowed, he felt his stomach churning violently. Yet, he dared not expel it. Not only did he refrain from vomiting, but he also resolved to consume even more. In doing so, he hoped to convert whatever meager nourishment lay within into bodily vitality. Su Yun sat quietly to one side, hesitating to pick up his chopsticks. Coach Lu glanced at Su Yun and couldn't help but shake his head. He was not one to take on disciples lightly, but due to the impoverished youth's repeated invitations for drinks, he was willing to put him to the test. In truth, it was also a means of imposing challenges, hoping to dissuade the young man from harboring illusions of instant success. Su Yun chuckled, "With such an abundance of food, there is no need for me to rush. Young Master Zhang cannot possibly consume it all by himself." Instructor Lu shook his head. "The nutritional value of sour wheat is exceedingly low. Even if your constitution is robust and your absorption is efficient, one must consume a sufficient quantity of sour wheat to cultivate one's vital energy and blood. Unless what? Unless you possess my techniques, which allow you to directly draw the vital energy from it." Su Yun broke into a smile. Although he lacked the magical prowess of Lu Jiaodou, today he had labored diligently and had just acquired a remarkable ability, the capacity to extract abundant nutrients from all things and transform them into his own vital essence. Qi and blood, the quintessence of vitality, represent the essence of flesh and blood. It was time to test this newfound ability. He lifted his bowl and took a mouthful. Indeed, he could sense a rare and unique energy within, which flowed through his stomach and permeated every corner of his body. Though it was but a trickle, he understood that even the smallest accumulation could lead to significant gains. He remained silent, continuing to eat with fervor. Meanwhile, beside him, Zhang Ran was on the verge of bursting his stomach. He exerted tremendous effort, consuming copious amounts, his belly round and swollen. Yet, he failed to perceive any trace of vital energy within. Frustrated, he persisted, seemingly intent on overindulging to the point of self-destruction. In contrast, Su Yun experienced a different reality. After finishing his first bowl, he felt a slight enhancement in his vitality. Lu Jiaodou stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Remarkable, truly remarkable. He had not anticipated such extraordinary talent, the ability to draw strength from even the most inferior of foods. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, slapping the table with glee, laughing heartily. This meal was originally intended to test Su Yun, with an element of challenge to dissuade him from continuing. Yet, surprisingly, Su Yun could indeed extract power from the most unpalatable fare. Chapter 8. Henceforth, you shall be my disciple. Zhang Ran cast a glance at Su Yun, his eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. He was acutely aware that Su Yun was a slave in his household and yearned to invoke the contract of servitude to eliminate him at once. If he were not yet a practitioner himself, he would have done so without hesitation. After a considerable amount of time, Suyun finally reacted with a hint of surprise, exclaiming, "Master, is this truly sufficient? Splendid. After so many years of imparting martial arts, this is the first time I have encountered someone with such remarkable talent. Are you willing to accept me as your disciple?" Suyun's heart swelled with joy at the thought. As long as he could train with Master Lu and acquire even a modicum of genuine skills, his chances of embarking on the path of immortality would increase manifold. He immediately knelt down, intending to bow in reverence and seek Master Lu's mentorship. However, Master Lu shook his head, saying, "There is a martial arts school in town. Even for lessons, one must pay. Do you intend to come here empty-handed?" At that moment, Lu's family member chimed in, "If you wish to train with my husband, he will need to provide for your sustenance and various expenses. Even if my husband takes a liking to you, you should at least show some appreciation." Suyun bit his lip and rummaged through his small pouch, discovering that he had only 5 taels and 3 coins left. He presented it respectfully, saying, "This is all the money I possess. In the future, whenever I acquire more, I shall first come to honor you, esteemed sir." Lu, the instructor, nodded in satisfaction. "Good. You understand the rules. From now on, you shall be my disciple." Beside them, Zhang Ran seethed with jealousy. He was the most gifted scion of the Zhang family. Despite his diligent efforts over the years, he had received nothing but indifference from Lu. Even when he sought counsel from Lin, he was met with mockery, being told that he was merely an ant with delusions of grandeur. Why should Suyun be favored? He refused to accept it. Lu, noticing the shift in Zhang's demeanor, revealed a chilling expression on his rugged face. "I have warned you repeatedly, suppress your petty thoughts. From now on, he is my disciple. If you dare to harm him, do not blame me for being unkind." Zhang lowered his head, too intimidated to glance at Suyun any longer. Then Lu snorted coldly, "I know you harbor discontent. Therefore, today I shall impart the techniques to both of you. Train diligently and observe the results." "Really?" Zhang exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and excitement flooding him. However, upon receiving the techniques, his expression soured. Why was he given the most rudimentary body refinement technique? Was this not the very method they commonly employed? Even the warriors practiced this. The body refinement technique was merely the beginning of cultivation. If one could not even master it, how could they aspire to higher paths? It was utterly laughable. Lu scoffed and retreated into the house, continuing his drinking. The courtyard was left with only Suyun and Zhang Ran. In a fit of frustration, Zhang hurled the technique to the ground, stomping on it vehemently. After 3 years of toil and expenditure of over 1,000 taels, all he received was this worthless scrap. He spat in disdain. As if cherishing a rare treasure, Suyun turned the pages of the cultivation technique, absorbing its intricate details. This method elaborated on the art of harnessing vital energy to refine the body, proving somewhat challenging. According to the text, in conjunction with ample nourishment, it would take at least half a year to achieve minor success, and 3 to 5 years for significant mastery. Should Suyun adhere strictly to this regimen, he would merely squander precious time. However, he possessed the Towning Immortal diagram. The vibrant hues of the diagram were already half completed, and it was only through this artifact that he could successfully cultivate the technique. After expressing his gratitude to Master Lu, he returned to the Zhang family, intent on nurturing spiritual herbs. Upon reaching the back mountain, he was intercepted by Zhang Yu. "Miss, do you seek my assistance?" Zhang Yu inquired, her brow furrowed. "What did Master Lu convey to you?" Suyun understood that with Zhang Ren around, her secrets could not remain concealed. Thus, she candidly confessed, "Instructor Lu has accepted me as his disciple and has bestowed upon me a martial art technique." "A martial art technique?" Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let me see it." Suyun cast a fleeting glance at her. Zhang Yu's expression instantly fell, a hint of disappointment washing over her. How could it be merely an ordinary body tempering technique? She glared at Suyun. "How dare you deceive me?" Cold sweat instantly drenched Suyun's forehead, filled with trepidation. "I wouldn't dare," he exclaimed. "Young Master Zhang Ran practiced martial arts with me under the tutelage of Coach Lu. He knows the truth best." Zhang Yu snorted disdainfully and returned the technique manual to Suyun. Suyusong exhaled deeply and resumed his tasks. During this period of cultivating spiritual herbs, there was no need for him to contemplate anything else. He simply needed to devote himself entirely to the cultivation of these herbs. Having completed 500 instances of herb cultivation, he anticipated that in 3 or 4 days, he would reach the milestone of 1,000, thereby reversing the causality once more. Thus, there was no need for others to urge him. He was particularly diligent on his own. He understood that soon he would be traversing between the herb garden and his home. As evening fell, Zhang Yu bid farewell to Su Yun and visited Zhang Shifeng's courtyard, where Zhang Ran was also present. Zhang Shifeng, brimming with excitement, inquired, "What did Instructor Lu teach you today?" Zhang Ran, visibly irritated, replied, "What else could he teach? He merely gave me a body refinement technique." "What about Su Yun?" "He received the same body refinement technique and mentioned that it is the very foundation of cultivation. If one cannot master this, all else is futile." Zhang Yu finally felt reassured that Su Yun was indeed telling the truth. Zhang Shifeng pondered for a long while before finally speaking, "Since Instructor Lu has stated so, there must be reasoning behind it. You should diligently practice the body refinement technique over the next few days and inform great-grandfather of the herbs you require." Zhang Ran, though somewhat resentful, recognized the significance of the techniques in Su Yun's possession and suppressed his frustration, nodding in agreement. "I will strive for it. I must extract his techniques." He squinted, adding ominously, "Once he has exhausted his methods, he will be of no use. I shall eliminate him. I have endured enough of him over the years." Zhang Qinfeng nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, Zhang Ran diligently practiced. Each evening, he indulged in an abundance of precious ingredients and medicinal herbs at the Zhang residence, while during the day, he visited Instructor Lu's home to train, aiming to enhance his vitality and channel it back into his physical form. In contrast, Su Yun remained focused on managing the spiritual herbs, devoid of any thoughts of cultivation. Observing this, Zhang Yu felt immense satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome she desired. Su Yun, as a slave of the Zhang family, should merely fulfill his role as a servant and not entertain any aspirations of acquiring the true teachings from Instructor Lu. Furthermore, as Su Yun cared exceptionally well for this batch of spiritual herbs, she rewarded him with 20 taels of silver. This sum was significant enough to purchase several pigs. A slave is merely a slave. To be content with 20 taels is to be as giddy as a monkey. Such a person will forever lack the qualifications to pursue the path of immortality. Zhang Ran watched Su Yun's jubilant expression as he clutched the silver and could not help but shake his head. It seemed he had overthought the situation. Initially, he believed this fellow might emerge as a formidable rival on his path to cultivation, but it now appeared that he had overestimated Su Yun's potential. He made his way to Instructor Lu's residence, where Lu expressed curiosity. "It has been 3 days since Su Yun last visited. Where could he be?" Zhang Ran chuckled. "Su Yun lacks ambition. He merely wishes to learn a few of your techniques to ensure his survival in our herb garden. These past few days, he has been preoccupied with his spiritual herbs." Upon hearing this, Instructor Lu sighed. "What a pity. I believed his talent could lead him to achieve a minor success in his techniques within 2 months. It seems I have overestimated him." Lu's wife added, "Dear, could it be that he is short on money? After all, he is merely a servant." Instructor Lu nodded. "Indeed. Zhang Ran, when you return, please inform Su Yun to come see me tomorrow." Thus, Zhang Ran continued his diligent practice, returning home each night to supplement his nutrition. By the break of dawn the next day, he presumed Su Yun would have returned and made a special trip to the herb garden to find him. Su Yun was diligently cultivating the spiritual herbs. "Su Yun, come here," Zhang Ran called out. Su Yun smiled and said, "Young master, please wait a moment. These spirit herbs have reached a critical stage of growth. I must keep a watchful eye for a while before joining you." Meanwhile, the number of times on the town Immortal map steadily increased. 1 cultivation of herbs. Cultivation count, 991 out of 1,000. 1 cultivation of herbs. Cultivation count, 992 out of 1,000. 1 cultivation of herbs. Cultivation count, 993 out of 1,000. After a brief moment, the cultivation of herbs reached 1,000 times, achieving the perfect spirit planting technique. The perfect spirit planting technique comes with an inherent ability, nutrient extraction, due to prolonged companionship with spirit herbs and extensive observation. One comprehends the method by which these herbs absorb nutrients, allowing for the extraction of essence from all things. Chapter 9. Has the technique reached initial success? 1,000 spirit herbs have finally been cultivated successfully. The process of nutrient absorption has transformed into nutrient extraction, enabling him to fully assimilate everything ingested. This is merely a singular advantage. There are more benefits to be had. His town Immortal map has once again become resplendent. He can now reverse new causalities. This time, he designated the reversal of causality to the body tempering technique. Reversing causality. Body tempering technique. Initial success. Repayment condition. Operate the body tempering technique 3,000 times. In the next instant, the town Immortal map once again became shrouded in mist, losing its previous vibrancy. A plethora of cultivation memories flooded into his mind. experiences of practicing the body tempering technique. He continuously mobilized the vital energy within him, akin to a series of hammers forging his physical form. He tempered his body once, twice, thrice, 1,000 times, 2,000 times, 3,000 times, 10,000 times. According to the writings of the body tempering technique, an ordinary person would grasp the principles after over 3,000 tempering sessions, achieving initial success. However, Su Yun's innate talent was not particularly remarkable. He could not even reach the ordinary threshold, thus requiring 10,000 sessions to succeed. At last, he attained initial success. His physique had become significantly sturdier, his entire being brimming with energy, and the coordination of his muscles had become exceptionally harmonious, making his body feel several times lighter. Yet, the sensation of hunger was unmistakable. He felt as if he had not eaten for 3 days, on the verge of fainting from hunger. Su Yun understood that he could no longer focus his efforts on cultivating spiritual herbs. Rather, he needed to attend to other endeavors. Thus, he gave his waist a few vigorous twists and approached Zhang Ran. "Young master, what is it that you require of me?" he inquired. Zhang Ran, calm and unhurried, replied, "How are the spiritual herbs faring?" "They are thriving beautifully. We can expect a bountiful harvest next year," Su Yun responded. "Excellent. Our Zhang family has not invested in you for naught," Zhang Ren exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter. "However, it seems your martial arts have become somewhat lax. Coach Liu has summoned you. He wishes to speak with you." Su Yun did not anticipate that his absence for merely a few days would result in a reprimand. Reluctantly, he followed along to meet Coach Liu. As they walked, Su Yun moved with a grace akin to that of a cat. Zhang Ran furrowed his brow, sensing an inexplicable change in Su Yun, though he could not pinpoint its nature. "Su Yun, please slow down. I lack the stamina and am struggling to keep up," he finally confessed. In that moment, a realization dawned upon him. Why was Su Yun's stride so light and buoyant? After 3 years of practicing horse stance, his foundation was remarkably solid, yet he found it somewhat arduous to match Su Yun's pace. This was indeed rather peculiar. Su Yun also realized that his speed had increased somewhat. After all, having just achieved a minor success in his cultivation technique, his physique had significantly enhanced. However, he had yet to acclimatize to such an improvement, and without realizing it, he had begun to walk faster than usual. The thought of Coach Liu reprimanding him left him feeling somewhat perplexed, and he expressed his apologies. Su Yun bowed her head towards Zhang Ran, who then relented and walked ahead of her, repeatedly reminding, "Remember, you are forever a servant, and I am your master. I shall always be before you in all matters." As he spoke, it seemed he sought to bolster his own confidence, adding, "Especially in cultivation, whether in martial arts or in the pursuit of immortality. You are destined to never surpass me in this lifetime. Do you understand?" Su Yun nodded in understanding. Following closely behind Zhang Ran, they swiftly arrived at the Liu household. After a few days apart, he and Master Liu seemed to have grown somewhat estranged. Su Yun could only remain outside while Zhang Ran entered to report the situation. Zhang Ran exaggeratedly remarked, "Master Liu, when I went to find him, he was still occupied with cultivating spiritual herbs. He exhibited no inclination towards cultivation whatsoever. Even if he possesses talent, it pales in comparison to my industriousness. I estimate it will take him 2 to 3 years to achieve even a minor success in the body refinement technique. He is merely tarnishing your reputation. It would be best to expel him from the sect entirely." Master Liu shot him a cold glance and retorted, "The individual is already here. Is it necessary for you to inform me? Do I lack the discernment to see for myself?" This left Zhang Ren feeling utterly deflated and deeply frustrated. Soon, Master Liu emerged from the room, casting a glance at Su Yun. Then, his rarely opened, bleary eyes suddenly widened, and he lunged towards Su Yun. Su Yun was in a state of panic, utterly bewildered by the erratic behavior of the instructor today. She attempted to flee, but was ensnared by Liu's firm grasp. Unable to break free, Su Yun bowed his head, speaking in a pitiful tone, "Master, I have been preoccupied these past few days and have not had the chance to pay my respects to you. I have just acquired 20 taels of silver and have come specifically to treat you to some wine." However, Liu Jiaodo remained silent. Instead, he began to explore Su Yun's body with his hands. As he continued his examination, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Wonderful! Wonderful!" After repeating the word thrice, he inquired, "Your physical resilience has significantly improved. Have you achieved a minor success in the body tempering technique?" Su Yun nodded. "Just achieved minor success in the body refinement technique." Zhang Ran found these words peculiar. He recognized each character individually, yet when combined, they seemed oddly unfamiliar. Reluctant to accept this reality, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Absolutely impossible. You've been toiling away in the herb garden these past few days. Did you think I was unaware? Besides, it has barely been over 4 days, not even 5. How could you possibly attain minor success in your cultivation? Even a genius would require at least half a year to achieve such progress. What qualifies Su Yun to accomplish this in merely 4 to 5 days?" Su Yun, feeling somewhat bashful, remarked, "Perhaps it is merely good fortune on my part. I have unwittingly achieved a minor success in the body refinement technique." Coach Lu shot a glance at Zhang Ran and chuckled, "Are you convinced now?" At last, Zhang Ran lowered his once haughty head. He had finally grasped the reason behind Su Yun's light and buoyant stride. He could scarcely keep pace with her. It dawned on him that Su Yun had already attained a preliminary mastery of her technique. The efficacy of the technique was intrinsically linked to the speed of body refinement. With her newfound proficiency, Su Yun's refinement speed had significantly surged. However, Su Yun finds himself in a dire financial situation. To refine his body, he requires an abundance of sustenance, even necessitating the use of spiritual elixirs. Su Yun is merely a slave if they do not reward him with any silver. He will be left with a meager sum of 150 copper coins for an entire month. Su Yun has a frail sister, and the money is insufficient even for purchasing medicine, let alone for meals. Contemplating this, Zhang Ran's mood visibly lightened. Coach Lu, having considered the same, remarked with a smile, "From now on, come here for meals every day. I shall prepare some delicious dishes for you." Su Yun felt a bit embarrassed, "As I seek to learn from you, I am unable to offer you any substantial remuneration, and instead, I may consume your resources. This seems rather inappropriate." Coach Lu frowned, acknowledging the dilemma. He earned 30 taels of silver each month, yet nearly all of it was squandered on alcohol. However, to truly nurture a prodigious talent, even abstaining from a single drink would scarcely suffice. To genuinely refine your body, 100 taels of silver per month would be barely adequate, Coach Lu remarked. This astronomical figure left Su Yun trembling. No matter how hard he toiled, accumulating such wealth seemed an impossible feat. "Rest assured and focus on your body refinement. I will devise a means to procure funds," Coach Lu assured. "And how do you intend to achieve that?" Coach Lu's gaze shifted to Zhang Ran, his expression oddly gleeful, akin to that of a butcher eyeing a plump sheep. "You are 16 this year, am I correct?" he inquired. Zhang Ran nodded. Coach Lu continued, "Having practiced for this long, you have yet to achieve any notable accomplishments. I suspect you may ultimately fail to cultivate a spiritual bone. Body refinement is the foundation of cultivation, and this foundation is hierarchically categorized into various tiers: mortal bone, spiritual bone, silver bone, golden bone, and celestial bone." Although Zhang Ran bristled at the assertion, he could not deny the reality of his lack of prospects for achieving a spiritual bone. Coach Lu proposed, "If your grandfather sends me 1,000 taels of silver, I will assist you in cultivating a spiritual bone, thus paving a smooth path for your future." Zhang Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement. 1,000 taels of silver can yield a spiritual bone? This revelation is utterly enticing. I shall return immediately to request funds from my grandfather. Zhang Ran departed in a flurry of enthusiasm. "See, the matter of money has been resolved," Coach Lu chuckled, inviting Su Yun into the room for a hearty feast. For reasons unknown, after achieving a minor success in his cultivation, Coach Lu perpetually felt an insatiable hunger. Capable of devouring an entire cow, your strength has now reached 300 gene. You must eat more. Body refinement demands ample sustenance to replenish energy and vitality. Coach Lu observed, taking satisfaction in Su Yun's voracious appetite. "Remember to come here for your meals every day henceforth." Su Yun nodded, reserving the 2 finest dishes. Reluctant to partake in them, "May I take some back for my sister?" he asked, slightly embarrassed as he fiddled with the hem of his garment. "I have heard you mention that your sister is afflicted with tuberculosis." "Indeed, that is why I aspire to cultivate my skills, hoping to use elixirs to heal her." "Your gratitude and sense of duty reflect a commendable conscience." Su Yun was somewhat taken aback and remarked, "I had thought that immortals were to sever worldly ties and wholeheartedly pursue the Tao." "Who said such a thing?" "The Zhang family," came the reply. "Nonsense." Lu the instructor shook his head. "The character for immortal contains the essence of a person. At its core, an immortal is still human. Although the path to immortality is long and one may witness the gradual departure of those around them, these experiences are invaluable. They grant us different insights at various stages of life. Therefore, we must cherish those who are present in our lives." This sentiment was not only directed at Su Yun, but also served as a reminder to himself, causing his expression to wane slightly. Siyun speculated that it was likely for this reason that Lu Jiaodo had faltered on the path of seeking immortality. Thus, he refrained from further inquiries and silently gathered the vegetables. Subsequently, he engaged in vigorous movements in the courtyard, allowing his vital energy to circulate throughout his body, gradually enhancing his physical strength. He calculated that within a quarter of an hour, he could practice the body refinement technique approximately 3 times. Dedicating a maximum of 5 hours each day to cultivation would enable him to practice 100 times. In just a month, he could perfect his body refinement technique. By then, the efficacy of his refinement would likely ascend several levels. Perhaps before the arrival of spring next year, he could find a way to embark on the path of immortality and heal his sister. He harbored no grand ambitions nor desires to control the fate of the multitude. He only wished to improve his family's circumstances. After training until the afternoon, he finally awaited the arrival of Zhang Chengfeng. To his surprise, Zhang brought 2,000 taels of silver to visit Lu Jiaodo. Lu Jiaodo beamed with joy, expressing his heartfelt gratitude and imparting a new cultivation method to Zhang Ran. This technique was also a variation of the body refinement technique, yet it had been simplified and proved more effective. Zhang Ran, upon receiving the method, was overwhelmed with joy. Lu Jiaodo had also devised a new dietary regimen, instructing Zhang Ran to adhere strictly to his guidelines to maximize the benefits of the vital energy within. With this combination, Zhang Ran would surely attain spiritual bones in due time. After so many years, Zhang Chifeng had finally reaped the rewards from Lu Jiaodo, his face alight with delight. However, as he prepared to leave, Zhang Chengfeng patted Su Yun's shoulder and said, "Su Yun, you've practiced enough. It's time to return to work." Su Yun understood that Zhang Chifeng could no longer bear to watch, unwilling to allow her to continue tempering her body as a foundation for cultivating immortality. Ultimately, he too was merely a slave. Should he become too powerful, he would transcend control. This was a scenario that every master of slaves wished to avoid. Su Yun smiled awkwardly. "The beasts in the back mountain are formidable. My current abilities are insufficient, and I could easily perish at their jaws." Zhang Chifeng snorted dismissively. "Rest assured, I shall dispatch more individuals to protect you." Grateful for the old gentleman's concern, Su Yun resolved to strengthen himself, seeking additional security. "Do you dare defy me?" Zhang Qingfeng's eyes widened in fury, emanating a terrifying aura that made one's very soul tremble. Coach Lu chuckled. "He is your family's spiritual cultivator. If you learn some martial arts, it will save you money." What is wrong with that? Considering Lu's presence, Zhang Chengfeng ultimately refrained from losing his temper, merely huffing. "I have my ways to prevent your training." He then left Lu's residence in a frosty silence. Lu scoffed. It is precisely this envious nature that prevents him from achieving greatness. Zhang Ran, with his head bowed, felt as if the statement applied to him. Uncertain, he stole a glance at Coach Lu. Lu smiled. "Indeed, I am speaking of you as well. You remain aloof all day, even if granted spiritual bones. You would stir no waves, and even entering the sect would place you at the bottom." Zhang Ran's face flushed crimson, too timid to retort, and quietly continued his practice with Su Yun. They practiced until nightfall, after which Su Yun returned home, preparing medicine for his sister and urging her to eat. Unexpectedly, a guest arrived, his second aunt, whose plump form creaked the chair as she settled into it. "Second aunt is here. Feel free to eat. Do not be polite," she said casually. Su Yun spoke with warmth, yet her hands remained motionless, failing to bring forth the meal she had prepared. Not even a single sunflower seed graced the table. "You have brought such fine dishes, yet you refuse to serve me? Such a lack of upbringing," Aunt Air remarked coldly. Su Yun displayed a lunchbox, saying, "This is the one my sister uses. Feel free to eat." Aunt Air's expression darkened. Eating with this consumptive wretch could very well infect her too. "Bah, I see you, you little rascal, harboring ill intentions." Aunt Air snorted coldly and finally got to the point. "I heard you were studying martial arts at Lu Zhao's home?" Su Yun nodded. "I do not wish for you to continue your studies. Pursuing martial arts serves little purpose and only squanders money, which your family cannot afford to waste," remarked the second aunt. Su Yun finally comprehended that her second aunt had been bribed by the Zhang family to persuade her under the guise of an elder. The woman's plump face quivered incessantly as she spoke volubly. "Only my Chioer is destined to practice martial arts. Who knows, he may even attain immortality in the future. You, being without parents, should consider it a blessing to live a decent life as it is. There is no need to cling to the pursuit of martial arts and immortality, as it would only squander your resources." Su Yun, after listening to his words, slowly spoke. "Who sent you here?" The second aunt snorted coldly. "I am merely concerned for you, fearing that you may squander your money and lead a difficult life. As an elder, it is my duty to offer you some counsel." Su Yun inquired again, How much did the Zhang family give you? Aunt Air continued to feign ignorance. I am unaware of what you are referring to. Siyun ceased to engage in trivialities and said, My sister is here. It is not appropriate to discuss this now. Let us step outside. The second aunt nodded with a smile and followed her out. Once on the street, Siyun finally lost her patience and demanded, Speak plainly. How much has the Zhang family offered you? What terms have they proposed? The second aunt, exasperated, erupted in anger, You heartless wretch. Everything I do is for your own good. How can you presume to judge my intentions so maliciously? As the two argued, neighbors emerged to witness the commotion. However, upon recognizing it was Su Yun and her second aunt, they felt a twinge of fear. This family was notorious for their unscrupulousness, particularly the infamous Su Lao-er, who had a history of bullying both men and women alike. Even when Su Yun's father was alive, Su Lao-er had constantly tormented him. Now, with her father gone and only 2 orphans remaining, they were in a truly pitiable situation. It was a lamentable sight, Su Yun and Su Yu, mere children of 10, subjected to such cruelty. Yet this ungrateful wretch fancied herself noble. Amidst their exchange, Su Yun suddenly raised her hand and struck the vile woman across the face. With a forceful slap, the hefty woman was knocked to the ground. Su Yun seized her plump head and smashed it against the ground with a resounding thud, colliding it with the stones beneath, resulting in a grotesque visage, a broken nose, numerous lacerations, and blood streaming profusely, an utterly harrowing sight. The second aunt, gritting her teeth, retaliated. I am only looking out for you, helping you shed some weight. It is unhealthy to indulge in my life-saving funds. Chapter 11. The completion of the body refinement technique. And the birth of the spirit bone. Siyu sat quietly at home, enjoying her meal when a piercing scream shattered the tranquility. Accompanied by the shrill voice of her second aunt, she heard the reprimand. Su Yun, you ungrateful little wretch. Your parents have died. And how much have I cared for you? How dare you strike me? Moments later, the tone shifted to one of pleading. Su Yun, I beg you. Please stop hitting me. You may cause a death. Ultimately, it devolved into a desperate supplication. I will give you all the silver the Zhang family provided. They promised to allow my son to cultivate immortality, and I shall forfeit that opportunity. I implore you, spare me. Amidst the clamor of neighbors discussing the commotion, incredulity permeated the air. Is this truly Su Yun, the once timid child now audaciously confronting her elders? It was about time. The Su family lad has finally displayed some prowess. It would be best to rid the world of this vile woman. Indeed, how many have suffered at the hands of the Su Lao-er family over the years? At last, someone has struck back. Yet, would Su Lao-er, a man of martial prowess, retaliate? It remains uncertain. This beast has never shown mercy to anyone, even tormenting his own father at the slightest provocation. Amid the cacophony of discussions, Su Yun placed 15 taels of loose silver onto the table. Along with the 20 taels given by Zhang Yu today, she now possessed a total of 35 taels. Su Yu was eating her meal, but a sense of worry lingered in her heart. Shaoan, you have caused a predicament. Su Yun let out a cold laugh, saying, Fear not. I shall take you to the Lu family to attend to Master Lu's daily needs. Do they require someone? Indeed. Su Yun felt a sense of uncertainty within. He was unsure whether to bring someone along. If necessary, he would forego any monetary compensation and even offer financial support to ensure his sister could reside at Lu Jiaodo's home. Early the next morning, Su Yun took his sister to Lu Jiaodo's residence. Lu Jiaodo, upon seeing them, expressed a hint of surprise. What brings you and your sister here? Does she wish to train in martial arts as well? Su Yun shook her head and said, The Zhang family intends to use my sister as leverage against me, forbidding me from practicing martial arts. I have asked my sister to stay here, serving tea and water without expecting any payment. Is there truly such a thing? Upon hearing this, Coach Lu expressed his discontent. That old wretch of the Zhang family has sunk to such depths, with one foot already in the grave. He resorts to such despicable tactics against a mere child. Su Yun could no longer restrain himself and whispered, Master, the outside world claims you are a failure on the path of seeking immortality, even inferior to the old master of the Zhang family. Just because I am not as accomplished as he is, does not mean I cannot mock him. Su Yun stifled a laugh, not expecting that his master was also a person of stubborn disposition. He continued, What about my sister? It would be best to leave her here to sweep the floors and do some work, allowing my wife a few days of respite. Su Yun never anticipated that things would proceed so smoothly. He expressed his gratitude to Coach Lu. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, nearly causing him to faint. Xiao Yun, what is the matter with you? Su Yu hurriedly supported Su Yun, who shook her head in confusion. unable to comprehend the sudden sharp pain in her heart. Coach Lu remarked, "Your contract of servitude lies with the Zhang family. It seems they are cursing you, fearing you might flee. After all, such a curse is a technique employed by practitioners in the Qi refinement stage, and it would lose its potency if you were to venture too far away." Suyin exhaled a deep breath, narrowing his eyes as he declared, "I must pursue the path of immortality." Coach Lu nodded in agreement. "I can sense that the power of the curse within your body is not overwhelming. Once you reach the third level of Qi refinement, you will be able to free yourself from it." Suyun was taken aback. He never expected Lu Jiaodo, a failed seeker on the path to immortality, to possess such profound knowledge. He inquired, "If I reach the third level of Qi refinement, will I be able to heal my sister?" Lu Jiaodo laughed heartily. "Why aspire to the third level of Qi refinement? Spiritual energy can heal all beings. It suffices to reach the first level of Qi refinement. This will nourish your sister's body, rendering her impervious to ailments. Isn't it said that spiritual energy cannot enter the body before tempering the physique?" Suyin was somewhat taken aback. The external spiritual energy was turbulent and could not enter the body. However, the spiritual energy within the cultivator was markedly different, much gentler and a veritable elixir for nurturing the flesh. This is precisely why cultivators can remain impervious to toxins and live for 2 centuries. Suyin suddenly realized that his goals had become markedly clearer. First, he would refine his body. Once he succeeded in that endeavor, he would ardently pursue the path of immortality. The first layer involved treating his sister's ailment. The third layer would liberate him from bondage, granting him freedom. "Sister, you stay here. I shall return to my tasks," he declared, and with that, he dashed off towards the Zhang family. The gaze of the Zhang family members shifted noticeably, now tinged with a hint of wariness, particularly Zhang Yu, who coldly remarked, "Su Yun, you have trained sufficiently, as long as you can preserve your life. There is no need to continue your martial practices." Consequently, a tiered python descended from the Tianshan Mountains that day, devouring 3 of their martial practitioners. Along with the previous 2, they had lost 5 martial practitioners in just 1 month. They were left with no choice but to select more from among the slaves as replacements. However, training martial practitioners requires time, and the Zhang family was reluctant to oversee the medicinal garden. Zhang Yu approached Zhang Changfeng to voice his grievances. "Great-grandfather, with our martial practitioners diminished and our withdrawal from the back mountains, shall we allow Su Yun to continue his training?" Zhang Changfeng squinted. "It seems we have no alternative, especially since the Tiangong sect will be here next year to collect our spiritual herbs." The Tiangong sect is a sect of immortality, the true puppet masters behind the Tiangong dynasty. The Tiangong dynasty boasts a mortal court and government, with 1 million cavalry and 10 million infantry. Yet, to the exalted immortals, they are but illusions. Zhang Qingfeng is merely a lowly soldier of the Tiangong sect, stationed here to oversee the 100-mile Qingshan County. This is considered a lucrative post, but it comes with additional responsibilities. He must adeptly cultivate spiritual herbs on this expansive land. Every 3 years, the Tiangong sect visits to collect a batch of spiritual herbs, leaving behind a portion of spiritual stones. However, after 70 years in this region, he has never successfully fulfilled his tasks due to his lack of knowledge in herb cultivation, relying solely on the delivery of spiritual stones to appease them. Despite this, he has profited immensely over the years. Yet, recently, circumstances have changed. The steward managing this area has been replaced and is particularly stringent, having failed to deliver herbs twice. Should he falter again, he risks losing his position. Thus, it is imperative to retain Su Yun. Rest assured, what of his ability to refine his body? Even if he could forge immortal bones, what would it matter? Does he possess the capability to embark on the path of immortality? This thought also struck Zhang Yu, who chuckled and nodded in agreement. Let Su Yun practice martial arts. In the end, he would merely remain a martial practitioner. As long as they wished, a single curse could claim Su Yun's life. Su Yun understood this principle as well. Whenever he found a moment of leisure, he would pause to practice a set of martial arts, invigorating his vital energy and diligently refining his physical form. His immortal town map gradually began to fill with vibrant colors. Day after day, the martial practitioners mocked him, saying that martial training was merely a means to sustain one's existence. Sufficient skill was all that was necessary, and his relentless practice was entirely superfluous. Could he truly aspire to rival an immortal? He chose to ignore their taunts. On the 11th day, 12th day, 13th day, Zhang Yu urged him, Su Yun, focus on cultivating spiritual herbs. Rest assured, we shall not treat you unfairly. To demonstrate their goodwill, she had already bestowed upon him a considerable sum of silver. Yet, this was merely a sugar-coated shell, for they occasionally invoked the spells from the contract to remind Su Yun of his position and compel him to labor. Thus, with the money he received, Su Yun found himself consuming more and training even harder. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. The colors of Su Yun's celestial map have finally filled half of its expanse. The disorderly inscriptions reveal certain information. The number of times he has practiced the body refinement technique, 1,500 times, 3,000 times. Achieving mastery in the body refinement technique. The accompanying ability of mastery, spirit bone. Due to your relentless training day and night, you have finally undergone a transformation. Congratulations. You have acquired the spirit bone. Chapter 12. Mere commoners, dreaming of ascending to immortality? A jest. Spirit bone. The mere utterance of these two words fills Su Yun's heart with uncontainable joy. He has heard it said that the foundational bones are divided into 5 ranks: mortal bone, spirit bone, silver bone, gold bone, and immortal bone. Among the many members of the Zhang family, all possess mortal bone. Zhang Ran had to pay 1,000 taels of silver to forge a spirit bone. Moreover, it is uncertain how much time would be required to achieve such a transformation. Yet, after only half a month of practice, he has already attained a spirit bone. His slight frame shows no outward changes. Yet he feels as if he weighs an additional 100 pounds. His bones have become considerably sturdier. However, today's advancement has left him ravenously hungry. He feels capable of consuming 2 whole pigs. Until he is fully satiated, it seems unlikely he can muster the energy to practice martial arts. Reluctantly, he can only tend to the spiritual herbs. Zhang Qingfeng stands atop a distant hill, observing Su Yun, sensing a profound shift in his aura. Merely by sight, he cannot discern Su Yun's spirit bone, but such rapid transformation in just half a month is enough to incite caution. Zhang Ran, standing beside him, shares his sentiments more deeply, exclaiming, "Great-grandfather, this lad is progressing far too swiftly." Coach Lu praises him daily, claiming he can consume 50 pounds of steamed buns in one sitting, urging me to learn from him. 50 pounds. Zhang Qingfeng is increasingly astonished. Such voracity without gaining weight proves that all is being absorbed by Su Yun, converting into vital energy, which is subsequently consumed to refine his physical form. Zhang Ran continues, "I no longer wish to visit Coach Lu's home. He constantly belittles me, insisting that I am unlearned and that even my studies yield no results. Hence, I shall not go. Instead, I will prepare the meals he prescribed for you and follow his modified techniques for your training. By next autumn, I shall forge for you a spirit bone and assist you in your ascension to immortality." Zhang Qifeng dotes on his little great-grandson, believing he holds boundless potential. Perhaps one day to become a formidable foundation-building warrior. However, noticing the disdain and fear in his great-grandson's gaze directed at Su Yun, his expression shifts, filled with a desire to eliminate Su Yun. Yet, recalling the herbs from the Heavenly Sword sect, he ultimately restrains himself, returning to his residence and summoning Su Yun's uncle. Su Laoi. This man, akin to a monkey, is lean and tall. Once, he was the most favored martial artist of the family, though not a slave. After leaving the Zhang family, he descended into unscrupulousness, leveraging the Zhang family's influence to seize considerable land from others, behaving like a landlord. His small eyes perpetually glimmer with treachery. Zhang Qifeng holds a fondness for Su Laoi, as he has previously performed many unsavory tasks for him. For instance, when a certain family unexpectedly acquired a piece of spirit stone, he would instruct Su Laoi to take action, eliminating the entire household to seize the stone, requiring only 10 taels of silver as compensation. However, today, Zhang Qingfeng's countenance is far from pleasant, which renders Su Laoi somewhat apprehensive. Tap, tap, tap. Zhang Qingfeng supports his forehead with one hand while lightly drumming his fingers on the table with the other. Su Laoi was adept at reading people's expressions and discerning their moods. Noticing that Zhang Qingfeng was displeased, he lowered his head, resembling a chastised dog, and softly inquired, "Master Zhang, what have you summoned me for?" Zhang Qifeng replied indifferently, "I instructed you to persuade Su Yun to cease his cultivation. Why then does he continue?" Su Laoi sighed, lamenting the audacity of the young man who displayed utter disrespect towards his elders. Just the other day, he had assaulted his aunt, leaving her battered and bloodied, her body marred with bruises. When I sought to confront him, he had the audacity to relocate, and his neighbors were tight-lipped about his whereabouts. After days of relentless searching, I finally uncovered that he had sent his sister to reside at Lu Jiaodo's home. As he spoke, He raised his gaze to meet Zhang Qingfeng's, attempting to justify himself. This is not my fault. The blame lies solely with you for preventing me from dealing with Lu Jiaodo. Lu Jiaodo was not only renowned in Qishan County, but also held considerable esteem among the immortal families across the entire Jiuling prefecture. Nevertheless, he was ultimately a failed seeker of immortality, now rendered powerless. Thus, if one truly desired to take action, a martial man like Su Lao'er would be more than capable of subduing Lu Jiaodo with ease. Zheng Chifeng scoffed, reflecting on the insolence of this scoundrel who had lingered in Qinshan City for years without ever paying his respects. For years, I have wished for the next generation to learn martial arts, yet he has imparted not a shred of genuine knowledge. If he does not receive a stern lesson, he will remain oblivious to who truly holds dominion over Qinshan County. Su Lao'er nodded and inquired, on what day shall we proceed? In a few days, came the reply. Why in a few days? He pressed. You have just left my side to visit him. Does that not explicitly reveal that it was I who instructed you to do so? Su Lao'er suddenly understood and nodded, saying, I comprehend. Meanwhile, Zhang Ran appeared perplexed. Great-grandfather, I fail to grasp the meaning of your words. Why must we let him know that we have punished him, yet simultaneously conceal the fact that Su Lao'er was sent by us? Su Lao'er chuckled. Young master, you see, what we seek is to make him aware, yet not allow him to grasp any incriminating evidence. We must not bring matters into the open. He should find it impossible to lodge complaints with the authorities or the sect. Only in this way can we establish an invisible pressure. Zhang Ran suddenly understood. Zhang Chifeng casually tossed Su Lao'er a contract, a celestial agreement intended for Su Yun to sign, relinquishing his cultivation. Beside the contract lay 100 taels of silver. Zhang Chifeng remarked, You truly comprehend my intentions. Take the sum and handle the matter well. Future rewards shall undoubtedly be yours. Su Lao appeared troubled and said, Rest assured regarding my son's cultivation journey. After this, I shall impart the techniques to him, allowing him to embark on the path of immortality alongside me. Su Lao'er left in high spirits, clutching his silver. Only Zhang Chifeng let out a cold chuckle, gazing at his departing figure and muttering to himself, a mere commoner. Foolishly aspiring to ascend to immortality? What a jest! After finishing his work and enjoying a meal at Zhang's, Su Yun finally returned to the home of Master Lu. However, he still felt ravenous, his head spinning, and he staggered as if walking on air, his limbs devoid of strength. To his surprise, guests had arrived. An old man clad in a gray robe was accompanied by two youths, roughly the same age as Su Yun. Master Lu and the gray-robed elder were engaged in drinking. And in high spirits, Lu was boasting about his exceptional disciple, Su Yun. He claimed that Su Yun could consume 50 pounds of food in one sitting, that he had recently made significant progress in his body refinement technique, and that he could diligently cultivate while serving as a slave. His words were almost fantastical. Yet, the old man remained skeptical, believing Lu was merely exaggerating. It was only when Su Yun returned that Lu set down his cup. Master, who is this? He inquired. This is Luotong, the magistrate of Fengshou County, a practitioner of the 5th level of Qi refinement. He has come today with his 2 grandsons to seek my guidance. Su Yun was taken aback. Could it be that he is the guardian envoy? The guardian envoy is an individual dispatched by the sect to oversee and protect the territory. Much like the Zhang family, whose guardianship primarily focuses on mountains inhabited by demonic beasts to prevent them from causing harm. Luotong also cast a glance at Su Yun, raising an eyebrow. Is this the Su Yun that Instructor Lu spoke of? Indeed. Luotong shook his head. Instructor Lu, your words seem somewhat exaggerated. His grandson chimed in. Exactly. He appears unsteady on his feet, and his gaze is vacant. He hardly resembles a practitioner. My brother and I have also made significant progress in our martial arts, possessing strength akin to that of an ox, and we are far superior to him. Instructor Lu felt a twinge of displeasure, sensing that Su Yun had caused him to lose face, and said, Su Yun, there is still some time before the meal is ready. You may continue your practice in the courtyard until then. Su Yun scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I simply lack energy today, he confessed. Coach Lu, increasingly frustrated and somewhat inebriated, retorted, What do you mean by lacking energy? Such remarks may lead our guests to believe that I am starving you and neglecting your meals. Have I not provided you with a pot of meat and a large bucket of steamed buns at every meal? Meanwhile, Luotong erupted into hearty laughter, convinced that Coach Lu was indeed boasting. Su Yun, in a tone of resignation, remarked, The refinement technique has just reached its pinnacle, allowing me to forge my spiritual bones. And it has completely drained my vitality. All I desire now is a hearty meal. I wish to satiate my hunger first. Lu Jiaodo, having spoken only halfway, suddenly paused, realizing the implication. What? You have achieved mastery in your technique? He rose, astonished, as he touched Su Yun's body, feeling the structure of his bones. Luo Tong shared the same sentiment, astonished after examining him for a while. Indeed, he possessed spiritual bones. Was it not said that he had only been cultivating for less than a month? To have achieved spiritual bones is utterly remarkable. Even his two proud grandsons lowered their heads in shame. Just moments ago, Lu Jiaodo had praised Su Yun extensively, and they had doubted him, dismissing his skills. Who could have anticipated that he was a genuine prodigy, already on the verge of spiritual bone formation? In just over half a month, he had reached the culmination of their efforts. Chapter 13. The local county office lacks decorum. Su Yun, you have brought me immense pride. Lu Jiaodo exclaimed heartily. Calling out into the room, Su Yu, your brother has attained spiritual bones and is ravenous. Hurry and prepare a meal. Xiaoyun has achieved spiritual bones? Su Yu was invigorated, diligently preparing the dishes, and soon the enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air. In her desire to ensure Su Yun was well fed, she prepared the noodles in abundance, serving them in a wooden basin 2 feet wide. When the first basin was brought to the table, Su Yun, disregarding the presence of guests, devoured the contents with ferocious appetite, finishing it in mere moments, and exclaimed, Sister, quickly bring more noodles. Luo Tong, seated nearby, widened his eyes in astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. After a second basin of noodles was served and similarly consumed by Su Yun, he finally found his voice, exclaiming, How can you eat so much? You've had 2 basins already, yet your stomach appears as flat as ever. Su Yun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched her head. While eating, I hardly retained anything, she remarked. Is it truly possible to extract vital energy so swiftly? You must be a natural talent for cultivation. Luo Tong, taken aback, replied. My dear girl, there's no need for further fuss. Allow me to provide him with a blood cheat pill. With that, he produced a crimson pill. Lu Jiaodo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hurry and consume it. This pill is concocted from the essence of beast blood combined with supplementary ingredients. The vitality contained within is equivalent to that of thousands of steamed buns, which you can absorb at your leisure. Su Yun consumed the elixir, finally experiencing a sense of satiety. You have been generous, Coach Lu remarked with a smile. It is nothing. I would appreciate your guidance for my 2 grandsons in return. Su Yun replied. Coach Lu examined the physiques of the 2 youths and noted, their foundations are somewhat lacking. Stay with us this month, with your instruction. They might forge their spiritual bones. Luo Tong nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Coach Lu. Coach Lu's home comprised merely 3 bedrooms, one for himself and his wife, and one each for Su Yun and Su Yu. With the arrival of guests, Su Yun had to relocate to Su Yu's room, even late into the night. Su Yun rose to practice his martial arts, diligently continuing his training of the body refinement technique within the confines of the modest chamber. Su Yu did not disturb her, merely expressing with a sigh, They say you possess extraordinary talent, yet in truth, it is your diligence that sets you apart. Su Yun chuckled. When talent falls short, one must compensate with diligence. Both were acutely aware that the true reason lay within the scroll. However, with ears lurking behind the wall, they tacitly agreed to avoid mentioning it. In the days that followed, Su Yun continued his rigorous training at the Zhang family estate. He would seize the moments between cultivating spiritual herbs to practice the body refinement technique. Upon returning to the Lu family, he would even offer guidance to Luo Tong's 2 young grandsons. These peers held him in high regard, unashamed to seek his wisdom, allowing Su Yun to relish the joy of teaching. As the 5th day arrived, Su Yun's persistent training bore remarkable fruit. He had grown significantly taller, surpassing his previous height by a notable margin. His physique, once slender, now exuded strength, with well-defined muscles glistening under the sun. His physical prowess exceeded 500 pounds, placing him among the elite even among the seasoned warriors of the Zhang family. Most importantly, his bones were evolving towards the state of silver bones. With the attainment of silver bones, he believed that the path to immortality was within reach. His anticipation grew, fueling his dedication. Sister, please take care of the cleaning and cooking. I shall attend to my own duties, he said to see you before heading to the Zhang family. Today, the demeanor of the Zhang family members towards him had evidently shifted. They regarded him with knowing glances, filled with intrigue. Su Yun could not comprehend the meaning behind the gaze. Only the Zhang family was aware that today they would compel Su Laoer to take action. Su Laoer is notorious in the city for being a ruffian and a scoundrel. He has already had numerous altercations with the townsfolk. So striking Lu Jiaodo today is of little consequence. Furthermore, he could also abduct Su Yun's sister, Su Yu. if he can persuade Su Yun. Convincing Su Yun will be a mere formality. Su Yun will ultimately be controlled by them, destined to cultivate spiritual herbs for their benefit in a state of quiet compliance. Su Lao Er, wielding a dull knife, traversed the bustling streets accompanied by two brothers. The sight of them sent shivers down the spines of passers-by, causing many to scurry home, bolting their doors in a desperate attempt to ward off ill fortune. Yet, rather than feeling anger, Su Lao Er exuded an air of triumph. Such was his influence in the city. With his formidable martial prowess, he instilled fear not only in the common folk but even among the authorities, who seldom dared to provoke him. His two companions were equally skilled, and anyone contemplating confrontation with them would think twice. Before long, the trio arrived near the residence of Lu Jiao. Su Lao Er addressed his two companions, stating, "Today presents our sole opportunity to take action against Lu Jiao. Do you comprehend my intention?" They nodded, chuckling ominously. All three had once been disciples of Lu Jiao. Although his prowess was limited, he had subjected them to relentless torment, forcing them to run with 300 pounds of stone laid into the night. However, due to their positions, they had never dared to defy him. At last, the moment for retribution had arrived. "Remember, do not kill him," Su Lao Er cautioned. The others nodded in agreement, assuring him that a lesson would suffice, crippling him would be adequate. The trio then pushed open the door to Lu Jiao's residence. Nearby, two children diligently practiced their martial arts, while Lu Jiao indulged in wine and meat with an elderly man, thoroughly enjoying himself. The disdain in the eyes of the three men deepened. They recalled their own suffering, observing Lu Jiao reveling in comfort. Astonishingly, after all these years, he remained unchanged. A profound sense of indignation welled up within them, prompting one to call out, "You two are free now. Go and play." The two grandsons of Luo Tong frowned. Did these individuals suffer from some grave affliction? They had traveled hundreds of miles to Taohua County solely to learn even a fraction of Lu Jiao's skills, to hone their spiritual bones, and to pave the way for their future cultivation. And yet, these three dared to suggest they should play? Get lost. Do not disturb our training. One youth rebuked. The other, more insolent, exclaimed, "Who are these lowly peasants, interrupting my practice? Do you seek death?" The thug's expressions darkened, their anger igniting. "We act in your best interest, and instead of gratitude, you insult us?" The grandsons of Luo Tong seethed internally. To obstruct our cultivation is for our own good? How arrogant they were. Luo Tong, growing impatient, set down his cup and glared fiercely at the two. "Who are you ruffians? Can you not hear me telling you to leave?" Su Lao burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What are you, to command us to leave? Today, we seek trouble with Lu Wudao." With that, he gestured towards Master Lu, declaring, "Brothers, let's take him down." The two, eager for the fray, gripped their dull blades tightly. Before they could strike, however, Luo Tong suddenly raised his hand, and from his palm shot forth a sharp ice shard, as lethal as a sword, piercing one man's skull instantly. A chill pervaded the air, causing the blood to congeal, leaving not a single drop to stain the ground. In that moment, Su Lao felt an icy dread envelop him, rendering him speechless. Luo Tong snorted disdainfully and rose to his feet, stating, "The local county office exhibits a shocking lack of decorum, allowing a band of ruffians like you to wreak havoc." Chapter 14. The Decapitation of Ershun's Family. Su Lao has only just realized that he has landed himself in trouble. He has provoked a mysterious cultivator from an unknown origin. With a loud thud, he knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, exclaiming, "It's a misunderstanding." "Oh, esteemed Immortal, it is all a misunderstanding." Luo Tong remained silent, seizing two individuals and instructing his grandson to carry away the body. He immediately clarified, "I have come for Su Yun. I am his second uncle." Luo Tong furrowed his brow. "Is that true? Where is Su Yu? Step forward and speak." Su Yu emerged, retreating behind Coach Lu, unable to meet the gaze of Su Lao. "Do you know him?" Luo Tong inquired. Su Yu nodded. "He is my second uncle." "Since he is your second uncle, let us converse face to face." Su Yu shook her head, expressing her fears. "For years ago, my parents passed away, leaving behind 5 acres of land, which was seized by him. In order to support Xiao Yun, I sold myself to the Yang family. But the money I earned was taken by him as well. When I demanded it back, he even struck me, accusing me of slandering an innocent person. After I fell ill, Xiao Yun was compelled to sell himself to the Zhang family as a slave, yet the money was again taken by him, leaving us with nothing but a few buns." Reflecting on the past, Su couldn't help but wipe away her tears, continuing her lament. "Not long ago, my second aunt visited my home and threatened Xiao Yun, forbidding him from continuing his cultivation. Fearing for my safety alone at home, Xiao Yun sent me here." Coach Lu nodded in agreement, They have indeed been relentlessly seeking ways to obstruct Su Yun's cultivation. If not for their desire to have Su Yun assist in cultivating spiritual herbs, they would likely have resorted to violence against him long ago. Luo Tong suddenly realized, I understand now. You have come to abduct Su Yu and threaten Su Yun, intending to force him to cease his cultivation, correct? Su Lauer, in a state of panic, waved his hands in protest, insisting, it's a misunderstanding. My nephew has acquired some skills, and I merely came to see him. What is inappropriate about that? Luo Tong remained silent, searching Su Lauer's belongings for a moment before uncovering a piece of yellowed paper. It was a blood contract of the celestial path, imbued with the power of sorcery. Should it be violated, the signatory would meet a cursed demise. Upon inspecting the contents, Luo Tong discerned that it compelled Su Yun to renounce his cultivation. Should Su Yun sign this, he would sever all ties with the celestial realm henceforth. What do you have to say? Luo Tong inquired with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, his expression somewhat menacing. He held great hopes for Su Yun, believing that the young man was destined for remarkable achievements. Thus, he had encouraged his grandchildren to associate more with Su Yun in hopes of fostering a beneficial connection. How could the scoundrel wish to see all of it come to naught? Su Lauer immediately spoke up. Cultivation requires substantial financial investment, and the same applies to immortality. Our family cannot afford to support him, so we wish for him to cease his endeavors. Are you attempting to reason with me? Indeed, esteemed immortal master. You must adhere to some principles. Luo Tong responded with a serene smile. You are aware that I am an immortal. I act according to my whims. If I desire to slay you, I shall do so without needing to justify my actions. Not only do I intend to eliminate you, but I also plan to extinguish your entire family. Su Lauer's visage had turned ashen, his eyes reddened with rage as he bellowed. See you, you wretched creature. You have ensnared me. I am your uncle. Await my return, and I shall surely flay your skin from your bones. To which Luo Tong scoffed. I have yet to encounter such an arrogant uncle as he seized him and made his way towards the magistrate's office. So you finally witnessed Su Lauer facing punishment and decided to follow along. Moments later, they arrived at the yamen, where Luo Tong bellowed, Where is your county magistrate? Come forth. Upon hearing the commotion, the magistrate promptly emerged to greet him. Even as the head of a county, he displayed utmost respect in the presence of Luo Tong, a cultivator of the 5th level of Qi Refinement. Master Immortal, do you wish to sound the drum of grievance? He inquired. No need, Luo Tong replied. Just identify these few individuals and summon their family members. Execute them in the street. Do you think that is feasible? The magistrate hesitated. Without the decree from Lord Zhang, it is indeed challenging. Luo Tong sneered. They have provoked me. Do I require Lord Zhang Qingfeng's decree to eliminate them? My wife is a cultivator of the 7th level of Qi Refinement. What is Zhang Qingfeng in comparison? Proceed as I have commanded. And later I shall have my grandson deliver their heads to Zhang Qingfeng to explain the circumstances. With Luo Tong's assurance, the county magistrate felt completely at ease. After all, these ruffians frequently bullied the weak and could not be controlled. Today, with the backing of an immortal, they would all be executed regardless of any charges. If an immortal desires their demise, that in itself is a justification. Quickly, bring their families here. The magistrate urged, elated. The constables murmured among themselves, Shall we capture everyone? Young and old? Luo Tong coldly retorted, Capture them all. They have bullied the weak and plundered wealth. Did their families not partake in this? Not a single one is innocent. Arrest them all. The constables hastily departed on horseback to apprehend the individuals. The onlookers in the street had not witnessed such a grand spectacle for a long time and inquired of the officers, What is happening? The officers proclaimed, By the edict of the Immortal, we are capturing the families of Su Lauer, Zhang Fei, and Li Hu to be executed in the street. Such an event was indeed rare. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in joyous laughter, celebrating the downfall of Su Lauer's household. Zhang Fei and Li Hu, those notorious ruffians, were finally to be put to death. Everyone hastened to witness the unfolding drama. After the passage of about half an hour, the families of the three were brought before the yamen, totaling around 20 individuals, while several hundred onlookers gathered around, eager to observe the spectacle. Su Lauer cried out, See you, we are family. If we perish, you will be left with no kin. Siyu stood silently to the side. Over the past few years, she had endured countless hardships at the hands of her second uncle's family, her heart filled with a desire to devour his flesh and drink his blood. The son of Su Lauer remained as arrogant as ever, glaring at Suyu. Wretched harlot, make them release me at once. Otherwise, I shall sell you off and feast on swine. Moments later, he met his demise, his head severed by a blade. Lu Jiaodo, accustomed to such brutality, instinctively shielded Suyu's eyes at the moment of execution. What has transpired? Su Yun inquired. Lu Jiao replied, "It is far too gruesome, my dear girl. It is best that you do not witness it." Yet, from the anguished cries of Su Lao, she could already surmise the horrific events that had unfolded. Su Lao pleaded for mercy, but she merely blocked her ears. Nonetheless, the strident voice of Shun could still be heard. "It was Zhang Chifeng who commanded us to do this." The cries abruptly ceased, replaced by the ominous thud of heads rolling to the ground, blood splattering in abundance. Surrounding them, some rejoiced while others screamed, creating an unbearable cacophony. By the time Lu Jiao released his grip, the bodies had been dealt with, and instead, it was the two grandsons of the Luo family who had gathered the severed heads. "It has been long since you last saw your grandfather, Zhang. Now you do not leave empty-handed. Off you go," Luo announced, and the two jubilantly carried the heads to Zhang's residence. They exhibited an audacious demeanor, clearly declaring their identity. And no one dared to obstruct their path, leading them directly to Zhang Chifeng. "Oh, my dear grandsons have come all the way from Fenshou County to see me?" Zhang Chifeng laughed heartily, approaching them. The two remained silent, but as they shook their parcel, around 20 severed heads tumbled forth. Spitting disdainfully, one of them remarked, "How lowly. This is the extent of your cunning to deal with a mere slave. No wonder my grandparents looked down upon you." With that, they strode away, leaving Zhang Qingfeng's face contorted in anguish. At that moment, Su Yun's voice resonated from outside as he hurried into Zhang Qingfeng's courtyard, exclaiming, "Old master, look. These spiritual herbs have ripened and are ready for harvest. I suggest we pick them and dry them for preservation." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the pile of heads on the ground. Chapter 15. Strike me a blow, and you shall know the extent of my strength. For the first time, Su Yun encountered such a thrilling scene. A cluster of severed heads strewn upon the ground, each pair of eyes wide open, brimming with resentment. Among them, the heads of his uncle's family stood out conspicuously. A wave of nausea mixed with exhilaration washed over him. This family had finally met their end. Regrettably, it was not by his own hand, and he could not personally exact vengeance upon those who had tormented him. "What are you staring at? Take these heads and dispose of them in the spirit herb garden, allowing the formation to absorb them. As for the cultivation of the spirit herbs, do not inquire of me. You shall manage it as you see fit." Zhang Qingfeng appeared particularly displeased. Yet Su Yun was filled with joy as he gathered the heads and sprinted towards the herb garden. The ruffians and their families were carelessly discarded into the garden, while his uncle's family received a special treatment, buried beneath the soul-capturing grass. The soul-capturing grass is utilized in the concoction of pills that fortify one's spirit. Such pills are commonly employed by foundational stage cultivators. Thus, the 3 clumps of soul-capturing grass are the most precious herbs in the entire garden. When planted, this herb requires not only ordinary herbs as fertilizer but also the essence of surrounding souls, be it from wild beasts, demonic creatures, or humans. In the evening, Su Yun could observe faint spectral shadows drifting from afar, consumed by the spirit herbs. Accompanying this eerie sight were the muted cries of wolves and the wails of spirits, their sounds lingering incessantly in his ears, causing a sense of unease. The same fate befell his aunt's family. Once buried, he could immediately perceive 3 spectral forms swaying erratically, desperately shrieking in anguish. "Su Yun, you and your sister shall meet a wretched end. You heartless beast. You will surely die an untimely death. Brother Yun, save me. I do not wish to perish." Su Yun smiled broadly, finding the anguished cries surprisingly melodious. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But he sensed that ever since acquiring the spiritual bone, his senses had heightened significantly. He could discern the distorted expressions on the faces of his second aunt and cousin. He reveled in the moment. However, after a brief while, his interest waned. The demise of his uncle's family was merely a minor boon on his path to immortality. One day, he too could attain the formidable strength of Zhang Chifeng, becoming a dominant figure in the county, even renowned throughout the entire prefecture as a celebrated immortal. With this conviction in his heart, his gaze turned resolute and clear, and he resumed his labor of body refinement. Yet, Su Yun noticed an intriguing development. Although the Zhang family regarded him with altered expressions today, they did not trouble him. This was indeed peculiar. Had the Zhang family undergone a change of heart? Nevertheless, he refrained from probing further, and after completing his tasks, returned to Master Lu's residence. Luo Tong greeted him with a cheerful inquiry. "Did the Zhang family give you any trouble today?" Su Yun shook his head. Luo Tong let out a hearty laugh, saying, "During this period, I will most likely not trouble you. However, after I leave, the situation may change, for Zhang Chifeng is a duplicitous scoundrel." Su Yun instantly comprehended the situation. "Senior, was it you?" Luo Tong nodded. "He brought a contract." intending to abduct your sister and use her to coerce you into ceasing your cultivation. How could I possibly tolerate that? Thus, I eliminated them. Upon hearing this, Suyun realized that his second uncle's family had perished because of him, which lightened his mood significantly. His appetite surged, and he consumed over 100 pounds of steamed buns. After satiating himself, he resumed his martial training. He discovered that as he delved deeper into his practice, his familiarity with the body refinement technique grew, and the speed at which he executed the technique increased. Initially, he could refine his body 100 times in a day. Later, this number rose to 150, and ultimately, he achieved an astounding 200 repetitions daily. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye. For days had passed. As Suyun concluded his final punch, the colors of the image in his mind filled in completely. The previously chaotic words transformed into coherent text, revealing crucial information. Practice the body refinement technique 3,000 times. You have achieved perfection in the body refinement technique. Perfection in the body refinement technique grants the ability, Silver Bones. Through your relentless training, you have undergone a profound transformation. Congratulations, you have forged Silver Bones. With the emergence of Silver Bones, his strength intensified, and his flesh became more resilient. Simultaneously, an overwhelming hunger surged within him, nearly causing him to collapse. He felt an insatiable craving. He could devour an entire cow. However, being in the Zhang family, he restrained himself from revealing too much. Instead, he nestled in the medicinal herb garden, plucking the overly vigorous leaves of spiritual herbs to consume. These herbs were rich in various nutrients and contained a wealth of vital energy, greatly benefiting him. While he was indulging, he noticed someone approaching from a distance, carrying food for him. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhang Ran. He appeared transformed compared to a few days prior, radiant and vigorous, exuding an aura as if he had consumed a potent tonic. Notably, Suyun observed that his steps were much lighter, and his overall vitality was remarkably robust. Vital energy could be utilized for body refinement, and the enhancement of one's physical form could, in turn, elevate the limits of this vital energy, especially after acquiring the spiritual bones, amplifying its potential manifold. Suyun concluded that he had acquired the spiritual bone. Indeed, Lu Jiao was remarkable. After 3 years of stagnation, a few days of guidance led to the emergence of the spiritual bone. With the spiritual bone, he now possessed a ticket to enter the foundation establishment stage. No wonder he was so elated. Had he grown so hungry that he began consuming the leaves of spiritual herbs? Zhang Ran laughed heartily. Placing the lunchbox in front of Suyun, Suyun suddenly shoveled a few mouthfuls of rice. Practicing martial arts is expensive. Zhang Ran chuckled softly. Even if practicing martial arts cost nothing, you still wouldn't be able to do it. What do you mean? I, your grandfather, am endowed with exceptional talent and have already forged my spiritual bones. You lack the innate ability and will never achieve it in this lifetime. Zhang Ran laughed heartily, finally revealing the true purpose of his visit. It was simply to show off. Oh. Suyun casually nodded, remaining silent as he continued to eat. His expression left Zhang Ran feeling as though he had struck a punch into thin air, contorting his entire face in confusion. What does this mean? I have forged the spirit bone, and you only have an O? Do you even comprehend what a spirit bone is? He roared, desperate to validate himself, to convey to Suyun that he had become immensely powerful, incomparable to his former self. What is it? Suyun was also somewhat curious. He had merely heard of spiritual bones, yet no one had ever elucidated their specifics for him. Coach Lu had merely chuckled a few times, offering him a few compliments. Zhang Ran, gazing upon him as if he were a country bumpkin, disdainfully remarked, the crafting of spiritual bones is as arduous as ascending to the heavens. In our great Qi, with its thousands of counties and tens of thousands of districts, cultivators abound like fish crossing a river. Yet those capable of forging spiritual bones number but a few tens of thousands, merely one among dozens. Cultivators are inherently rare and formidable. To find one among dozens is a feat more challenging than ascending the ranks in the officialdom. Suyun also comprehended the strength of the spirit bone. What about the silver bone? He inquired once more. Zhang Ran shook his head. That is even rarer. Among thousands, there may be but one. Suyun suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to herself, she had become remarkably exceptional. Among thousands of counties, she would undoubtedly stand as a paragon atop the clouds. Zhang Ran let out a cold chuckle, saying, setting aside the ethereal concept of silver bones, when it comes to spiritual bones, the moment they are forged, my physical form becomes invulnerable. Come, strike me with your fist. Suyun shook his head, saying, you are the master, and I am but a servant. How could I dare? His reluctance to speak stemmed primarily from his overwhelming hunger. The meager morsel he had just consumed felt as insignificant as a few sunflower seeds to an ordinary person, leaving him utterly unsatisfied. He was on the brink of starvation. His body weakened and fatigued. Zhang ran, eager to assert his authority, snorted coldly, "This is a command from your master. Strike me, if I utter a single word. I am as lowly as a dog." Su Yun touched the tip of his nose, seeing that the opponent had already spoken so boldly. If he refrained from striking, it would be tantamount to disrespecting his master. He raised his hand and delivered a punch. Crack! Zhang Ran was sent flying several meters, landing heavily on the ground. His recently forged spiritual bone shattered. Chapter 16. Master Lu imparts true skills. "Ah, my spiritual bone!" Zhang Ran cried out in agony, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Yet, upon recalling his earlier words, he felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. He struggled to breathe, tears welling in his eyes as he sensed the crushing pain in his chest. "Master, are you all right?" Su Yun stepped forward with concern, offering support. Zhang Ran glared at Su Yun, his mind swirling with countless suspicions. He simply could not comprehend how this young man had managed such a feat. It was as if he were one of those seasoned warriors who had spent their entire lives honing their bodies. After all, he had painstakingly forged that spiritual bone. To think it could be shattered by a mere punch. He gritted his teeth, vowing, "Su Yun, tomorrow I shall embark on the path of immortality. Once I cultivate my powers, you shall be but an ant. With a mere thought, I could curse you to your demise." Su Yun nodded slightly, acknowledging his offense against his master, lamenting that he deserved 1,000 deaths. But who will cultivate the spirit herbs? Zhang Ran's face grew increasingly grim as he stamped his foot, grabbing his lunchbox and heading towards Zhang Qingfeng's courtyard. Upon seeing his great-grandson in such a wretched state, Zhang Qifeng inquired with concern, "What has happened, dear descendant?" With tears brimming in his eyes, Zhang Ran clenched his teeth and confessed, "I encountered a demon beast." "Encountering a demon beast, and yet you returned?" Zhang Qingfeng's expression shifted dramatically as Zhang Ran replied, "I was saved by Su Yun." A smile broke across Zhang Qingfeng's face. "Indeed, he is a remarkable servant." Zhang Ran grimaced, "He is still practicing martial arts. A servant capable of wielding power cannot be just any servant." "Great-grandfather, grant me the cultivation technique. I wish to embark on the path of immortality tomorrow." Zhang Qinfeng firmly declined. "No. No? Why not? Do not rush. I have already discovered that particular item. When the time comes, our entire family will soar to greatness. I intend to elevate your potential even further. Today, the process of handling several medicinal herbs proved to be quite laborious, causing Su Yun to return to Lu Jiaoto's residence rather late. Upon arriving, he forewent his martial practice and immediately dashed to the kitchen in search of food. "What are you looking for again?" Lu Jiaoto, surprisingly, was found drunkenly asleep in the kitchen, and upon seeing Su Yun, he looked somewhat perplexed. "I am seeking something to eat." Lu Jiaoto's expression darkened. "This morning, I provided you with 50 pounds of pork and 50 pounds of steamed buns. Was that not sufficient?" Su Yun awkwardly scratched his head. Forging the silver bone consumed a significant amount of vitality. "Is the silver bone complete?" Coach Lu gasped in astonishment. Su Yun practiced the body refinement technique for merely 20 days. In such a brief span, he had perfected the technique and forged spiritual bones. What an astonishing pace of genius! It was beyond anything he had ever heard of. However, he quickly covered his mouth, choosing not to voice his thoughts. Not wanting to alert Luo Tong. Was he being so careful that even Luo Tong could not be aware? Su Yun smirked, feeling that Coach Lu was excessively cautious. Coach Lu snorted disdainfully, asserting that Zhang Qinfeng was a duplicitous person, and did Su Yun truly believe he was a good man? After a prolonged silence, Su Yun was momentarily at a loss for words. Lu, the instructor, continued, "In the realm of cultivation, treachery is as abundant as the sands of the Ganges. The lower the rank of the cultivator, the more insidious and cunning they tend to be. In their relentless pursuit of ascension, they are willing to sacrifice everything, ultimately transforming their cultivation into mere mountains, becoming mere supports for future generations while completely forsaking their humanity. Therefore, if you wish to navigate the intricacies of the cultivation world, you must remain wary of everyone around you." After ensuring that there were no eavesdroppers, Lu brought over a large barrel of dried beef, weighing over 200 pounds, and urged Su Yun to partake. As Su Yun ate, he remarked, "The body tempering technique has been perfected, and my silver bones are taking shape. Next, I shall embark on my cultivation journey." "There's no rush," Coach Lu chuckled. "At this stage, you require spirit stones and medicinal herbs for your cultivation, resources you are unlikely to possess. However, once you have attained your celestial bones, the situation changes. You will be able to extract spiritual energy from the void. Can one not continue to temper the body after cultivation?" Su Yun inquired. Who fed you such absurdity? Lu Coach scoffed. That is utter nonsense. Bone forging must be done now. In the future. Should you engage in a battle of magic and find yourself devoid of spiritual energy and means, while your opponent exhausts their abilities, you could still rely on your physical form to press on. With celestial bones, even as a mere mortal, you could contend against a cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Su Yun was astonished. The effects of body tempering are truly remarkable. No wonder everyone is striving for superior bones. Upon seeing that he grasped the intricacies of the matter, Coach Lu continued. Do you understand why I permitted them to practice the simpler, more accessible body tempering technique, yet did not allow you to do so? Su Yun shook his head. Coach Lu chuckled. The body tempering technique is essentially divided into 2 parts. Due to its complexity, some individuals have altered the initial segment, simplifying it. However, once one practices the modified version, it becomes incompatible with the latter part. Su Yun suddenly realized. Zhang Ran and others, lacking in innate talent, believed that by acquiring the revised body refinement technique, they could forge spiritual bones and secure a boundless future. In truth, they were merely severing their own paths. Even if they were given the subsequent sections, they would still be unable to master them. Instructor Lu remarked, Now I shall impart to you the following sections. The latter parts lack written text. I can only convey them verbally. Listen carefully and learn at your own pace. The latter portion is called the body refinement method. Instructor Lu recited it, though it was obscure and difficult to comprehend. Fortunately, Su Yun's knowledge was considerable, allowing him to grasp it quickly. Once you have eaten your fill, continue your practice. This technique is not ordinary. Although it is foundational to cultivation, it presents significant challenges. Instructor Lu reminisced about the past, saying, I have encountered many prodigies, some of whom were indeed deemed monstrous talents. There are those who achieved minor success in 3 months, significant accomplishments in 6 months, and perfection within a year, only to spend another 2 years refining their bodies to forge golden bones. My expectations for you are not lofty. 2 years to reach perfection will suffice. Whether you can forge golden bones depends on your own fortune. Su Yun nodded, expressing his gratitude to Instructor Lu. He then promptly utilized the Town Immortal diagram to initiate the reverse body tempering technique. The diagram radiated brilliance, and soon several lines of text emerged. Reversal of causality, minor accomplishment in body tempering. Repayment condition, operate the body tempering technique 3,000 times. In the next moment, a vast array of training processes flooded into his mind. Instructor Lu is indeed correct. The subsequent challenges were evidently more formidable than the earlier ones. After performing the technique 20,000 times, he finally achieved minor success. He then decided to test it himself, discovering that he could only perform it once every 15 minutes. However, the effects of the tempering on his physique improved significantly, comparable to having undergone the previous technique 4 or 5 times. And it even allowed him to surpass the previous limitation of silver bones, enabling further refinement of his limbs and bones. I retract my earlier assessment. Could it be that you are indeed a prodigy, possessing both talent and perseverance? Instructor Lu, now sober and alert, immediately discerned Su Yun's transformation. He had indeed achieved a minor success in the technique. Su Yun touched his head, feeling a touch of shyness. You discovered my progress. I have achieved minor success in my cultivation, but it is truly not due to my innate talent. Lu, the instructor, chuckled and replied. Every cultivator possesses secret techniques and treasures. If not talent, then it must be the artifacts, quite normal indeed. Just let others believe you are gifted. But be wary of those who may covet your treasures. Subsequently, he grasped a gourd of wine, taking sips as he staggered back to his dwelling. Having also taken a considerable amount of dried beef with him, Su Yun let out a bitter smile. This fellow would inevitably meet his demise through excessive drinking. In the days that followed, Su Yun diligently practiced martial arts. He felt a sense of peace only after training for at least 5 hours each day. However, the subsequent progress proved to be arduous. Even with 5 hours devoted to practice, he could only circulate his internal energy 40 times a day. Even when he eventually became proficient, it would likely take nearly 2 months to achieve mastery. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. One evening, Su Yun returned to Coach Lu's home, where Coach Lu continued to secretly provide him with herbal nourishment. We have been overly cautious of Luotong, after all. He had previously assisted me. Su Yun felt a bit embarrassed. Was it not enough to deny him access to the martial arts techniques? Could he not even be allowed to see the recipes? Instructor Lu shook his head, saying, Luotong is not here. Are we really on guard against my sister? No. We are actually wary of his 2 grandsons. In a hushed tone, Instructor Lu continued, Do you think Luotong came here solely for his grandsons? You are mistaken. He is quite shrewd. In truth, he has come in search of a treasure hidden deep within the Qing Mountain, specifically the mountain range behind the Zhang family estate. It is likely that something significant will occur there soon, so exercise caution while tending to your spiritual herbs. Siyun nodded, her gaze fixated on the flower. Her mind wandering. Coach Lu admonished, kneel down and earnestly pledge your commitment to me. Be cautious. At that moment, his rugged visage bore an unexpected blend of the sternness and tenderness characteristic of a paternal figure. Upon first encountering him in such a manner, Siyun could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation. It was akin to a son's fear of his father. Even a mere glance instilled in him an overwhelming sense of dread. Ultimately, he found himself kneeling on the ground, raising his hand to swear, "Master, I shall exercise utmost caution. A good disciple like you cannot go astray by heeding my words," Lu, the instructor, declared with satisfaction, patting him on the shoulder. He then proceeded to prepare the medicine, grinding it into a fine powder and mixing it with flour to steam buns. Chapter 17, The Arrogant Fool. Siyun diligently cultivated herbs and practiced his skills as usual. He heeded the advice of Master Lu, who urged him to exercise caution, leading him to tread carefully as if walking on the edge of a precipice. Each day, when preparing the medicinal pills, he would summon all the warriors to stand guard. Should any anomaly arise, he would instruct them to confront it while he sought to save himself. This may sound rather selfish, and indeed it is. Whether it was Master Lu, his sister, or even Master Lu's wife, they all imparted the lesson that to enter the realm of cultivation, one must embrace selfishness, weave elaborate deceptions, and possess qualities deemed unworthy in a person, remaining ever vigilant and ready to exploit every opportunity. He adeptly applied these teachings, ensuring his survival by designating the warriors as scapegoats. After all, enduring past beatings could be seen as their just deserts. Yet, as half a month passed, the Qingshan mountain range remained eerily tranquil. Perhaps it was the calm before the storm? Siyun felt a twinge of anxiety, diligently dedicating each day to his cultivation. Drawing from his prior experiences, he thoughtfully prepared 50 pounds of cooked beef before setting out that day. At long last, he successfully executed the body tempering technique a remarkable 1,500 times. The count of his practice sessions stood at 1,500 out of 3,000. Through his unwavering dedication and relentless toil, the heavens rewarded him, culminating in the mastery of the body tempering technique. Upon achieving this pinnacle, his bones transformed into a golden state. Indeed, after mastering the body tempering technique, he acquired golden bones. His strength surged tremendously, perhaps reaching a formidable force of 1,000 pounds. However, this remarkable achievement was accompanied by an unexpected wave of exhaustion. Suddenly, Siyun felt utterly drained of his strength. He retrieved 50 pounds of cooked beef and began to voraciously consume it. The beef, though seemingly modest in size, merely the dimensions of a fist, was dense and heavy, particularly when cooked. A mere mortal would struggle to ingest much of it, fearing the consequence of overindulgence, yet Siyun was different. In a matter of moments, he had devoured the entire 50 pounds, his belly now considerably filled, allowing him to resume his martial training and labor. Then Zhang Ran arrived, carrying a lunchbox. Although it appeared his primary intention was to provoke, Siyun was not mistaken. Zhang Ran set down the lunchbox and declared, "Siyun, I shall ascend to immortality one day, and you will come to understand that a master is always a master." Indeed, indeed, Siyun verbally acquiesced, while secretly contemplating how to exploit the mountain's demonic beasts to eliminate this bothersome creature. Enduring annoyance once or twice might be tolerable, but having it incessantly intrude upon his life, attempting to indoctrinate him and demanding servitude, was intolerable. After all, we are all born of the same parents. Who is truly more noble than the other? As he savored his meal, he remarked, "Today, I successfully harvested a soul-capturing herb. Where is the old master? Why has he not come to collect the spiritual medicine?" Zhang Ren chuckled, "Well done. Just hand it over to me, and I shall place it in the treasury upon my return." Siyun furrowed her brow, contemplating, "I should return it to the old master. I cannot afford to bear the loss." Zhang Ran, brimming with irritation, retorted, "Where am I to find the great-grandfather? He has ventured into the mountains and has been gone for several days." It turns out that Zhang Chifeng had also entered the mountains. No wonder the Zhang family had grown so quiet. Aside from the obstinate Zhang Ran, not a soul dared to cause a commotion. With Zhang Chifeng absent, it marked the Zhang family's most vulnerable days, as no one dared to act with undue arrogance or tyranny. Siyun was not foolish, he cautiously remarked. "Since the old master has ventured into the mountain, I shall provide you with the herb. However, should any misfortune arise, I cannot bear the consequences. Is there a blood contract from the immortal realm?" If so, let us sign one. In the event of an incident, the responsibility shall fall solely upon you. And I shall not be blamed. He held the soul-capturing herb tightly in his hand, aware that with its delicate nature, a firm squeeze would render it useless, stripping it of its potency. Zhang Ran, somewhat apprehensive about the potential loss of the herb, let out a soft huff and retrieved a blood contract from the Immortal realm. This contract was essentially a talisman crafted by cultivators, imbued with incantations. Inscribing words upon it would infuse it with the power of the spell. Zhang Ran took up his brush and inscribed the following words. Should any mishap befall the soul-capturing herb, it shall have no connection to Su Yun. I, Zhang Ran, shall bear the entire burden. Su Yun inquired, how can one bear such a burden? Merely uttering a light remark, what purpose does it serve? Zhang Ran, filled with fury, retorted, do you doubt me? I am your master, how dare you, a mere servant, question me? Su Yun trembled in fear, how could I dare? I am truly afraid that if the old master becomes enraged and kills me, who will cultivate the spiritual herbs? Su Yun had long learned from Coach Lu about the Heavenly Sword sect's arrangement for Zhang Chenfeng to cultivate medicine, and was certain that they would not dare to take any action against him. Indeed, Zhang Ran indignantly exclaimed, if it is lost, my Dao heart will be unsettled, and I shall be devoured by the demons of my own mind. Su Yun chuckled softly. The backlash of one's inner demons? With your innate talent and spiritual bones, it's already a struggle for you to establish a foundation in the future. What are you trying to tell me about the inner demons that mighty beings fear? Do you take me for a fool? Su Yun remained silent, yet a mere expression of hers was enough to infuriate the passionate youth, Zhang Ran. To the brink of despair, he exclaimed in anger, if I were to lose, may the divine thunder of Zixia obliterate me. This notion seemed viable to Su Yun. As her eyes sparkled with delight, she nodded and meticulously inscribed these words, subsequently affixing her signature above. Zhang Ran followed suit, signing his name as well. Su Yun administered the medication to Zhang Ran, who then returned with exuberant vitality. Su Yun broke into a grin, plopping down onto the ground as he began to ponder. How could he steal that soul-capturing herb? He understood Zhang Ran's character. The lad was indeed proud. Yet he was sheltered too well by the Zhang family, rendering him oblivious to the treachery of human nature and not particularly astute. Thus, it was certain that he would bring the herb back to his family's treasury. All that was needed was to pilfer the soul-capturing herb from the treasury. And this young master, who cursed himself daily, would be struck down by the purple cloud divine thunder. Moreover, no trace would be left behind, and no one would suspect him. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a martial artist in the distance suddenly shouted, something's amiss. Hearing this, over 20 martial artists hurriedly gathered together. Su Yun, with oil smeared on the soles of his feet, was already prepared to flee. As for these spiritual herbs, with his life at stake, who would care about such trivialities? However, he did not anticipate that after the commotion on the mountain, something would be thrown down from afar, bringing the disturbance to a complete halt. Su Yun stepped forward and beheld a head. Long hair obscured the face. As Su Yun approached and pushed aside the tresses, a wave of shock rendered him motionless. Master Su, what is the matter? The warriors gathered around him. Su Yun hurriedly wrapped up the severed head and shook his head, saying, it's nothing. Nothing at all. You may continue your shifts. I am rather fatigued today and shall return home for a while. He then jogged back to Master Lu's residence, burst through the door, and exclaimed, Master, something terrible has happened. Master Lu emerged, holding a jar of wine. His eyes clouded and murky, and, facing a wall, replied, my good disciple, why have you returned so early today? Su Yun shook him gently, exclaiming, this is serious. You must wake up. Lu Jiaodo, unaware of how much he had consumed, showed no signs of awakening. In desperation, Su Yun poured a bucket of water over him. It was now early spring, and the lingering chill of the season had not yet dissipated. The cold water soaked Lu Jiaodo to the bone, instantly reviving him. He glared at Su Yun, fuming. How dare you? Do you wish to freeze me to death? Su Yun remained silent, lifting the severed head and placing it before him. Coach Lu shuddered, exclaiming in astonishment, is Luo Tong truly dead? The two grandsons of Luo Tong, still engaged in their body tempering, rushed over upon hearing the news. Embracing the head and weeping uncontrollably, the plumper youth cried out, Grandfather, how could you leave us like this? The even rounder boy shouted, who is responsible for your death? I shall avenge you. Su Yun pulled Coach Lu aside and whispered, their grandfather has passed. It is time to send them back, isn't it? There is no one left to offer us any benefits. Coach Lu shook his head. No, they still have their grandmother, who is at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Su Yun suddenly realized. So it seems there are still benefits to be extracted? Indeed, there are. Thus, We must take good care of these two grandsons. Only when their grandmother arrives and sees them plump and healthy will she feel at ease. Coach Lu remarked, narrowing his eyes. These individuals deserve their fate. The treasures of the mountains are not meant for them to tamper with. Am I capable of such an endeavor? Obviously. In today's verdant hills, entering would undoubtedly lead to demise. When will I ever be able to venture in? For the past few years, it has been impossible. Su Yun was also filled with trepidation and chose to resume her ordinary life. However, the following day, chaos erupted within the Zhang family. Another severed head had been cast down from the mountain. It was the head of Zhang Chifeng. Chapter 18. The supremacy of the sect. The medicinal garden was engulfed in mournful cries. Father, how could you leave us? Grandfather, I warned you against that perilous venture. Yet you would not heed my words. Great-grandfather, without you, how shall I navigate the path ahead? They dared not raise their voices too high, fearing that news of Zhang Qingfeng's demise would reach others, tarnishing the Zhang family's esteemed position. Thus, everything was conducted discreetly, with the sole intention of burying Zhang Chifeng. Su Yun was overwhelmed by sorrow. How could the Zhang family persist? Although Zhang Chifeng had perished, his blood contract remained, allowing others to invoke curses upon him. He harbored a profound dread of such curses, for since Luo Tong had entered the mountain, the family had resumed their unrestrained behavior. In their quest to dominate him, they frequently employed curses to compel him into labor. The curses would ravage his internal organs and brain, each invocation inflicting excruciating pain that pierced to the marrow. However, in the days that followed, they treated Su Yun with considerably more kindness, constantly inquiring about his well-being. Even Zhang Ran had noticeably softened, bestowing upon Su Yun more than 50 taels of reward within just a few short days. Su Yun returned to Coach Lu's home, placing all the silver coins upon the table. This was the most money he had ever encountered. A common family could live comfortably for a good portion of their lives with such wealth. Coach Lu remained silent, handing the silver to Su Yun, instructing her to save it for her future dowry. Su Yun wore a grim expression, saying, I sense they harbor a conspiracy. However, Instructor Lu shook his head, replying, the truth is far from that. With Zhang Chifeng gone, their only recourse lies in offering spiritual herbs to the sect. The sect is solely driven by profit. Without it, their family would swiftly be supplanted. Thus, it is only by cultivating sufficient spiritual herbs for them that their family can endure. Su Yun could not comprehend. Is the Heavenly Sword sect truly that formidable? What do you think? The Heavenly Sword sect is the sole sanctuary for cultivation into Qi. They are the true authority of the Qi. When they speak, no one dares to contradict. If they so desire, they could appoint a mere dog to serve as the guardian of this place. Su Yun realized that she had become the lifeline for the Zhang family. Suddenly, she straightened her back, feeling as though she had truly risen. Instructor Lu advised Su Yun, now that you have gained a degree of influence, do not be so obedient. In the future, practice duplicity. Do not offer the Zhang family any elixirs. Wait until all the medicinal herbs are ripe, then harvest and make your escape. Su Yun was astonished, unable to comprehend the situation. Coach Lu elucidated, you must understand that in order to pursue immortality, one must first obtain the consent of a major sect and sign a blood contract before embarking on the path of cultivation. Your unauthorized attempt at cultivation constitutes a violation of the laws of the Great Qi, branding you as an outlaw. Should the Heavenly Sword sect discover your actions, with your golden bones, they would undoubtedly bind you with a blood contract. Su Yun was incensed. With the binding blood contract in place, one truly becomes a slave, with no hope of ever breaking free. Yet, Su Yun understood the origins of such a system. In the past, everyone had the opportunity to cultivate immortality, and scattered practitioners roamed the world, committing murder and seizing treasures, wreaking havoc across the land. Eventually, the celestial beings united to eradicate these rogue practitioners, establishing this very system that brought stability to the nations. However, after several millennia, this system had morphed into a mere instrument of their dominion. Su Yun had already devised a plan in his heart to cultivate the spiritual herbs first and then make a swift exit with them when the time was right. The following day, he returned to work at the Zhang family estate. Although 3 spiritual herbs had already reached maturity, he chose to remain silent and continued their cultivation. There were indeed members of the Zhang family knowledgeable about spiritual herbs, such as Zhang Yu. Upon noticing the 3 mature herbs, Zhang Yu assumed that Su Yun had overlooked them and gently reminded him, Master Su, these spiritual herbs are ready. Su Yun spoke earnestly, your knowledge is somewhat superficial. Although these 3 sheep fruits appear ripe, they still lack a bit of maturity. They must continue to absorb the essence of heaven and earth in order to achieve complete ripeness and meet the required medicinal efficacy. Now I understand, Zhang Yu exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, having been thoroughly captivated by Su Yun's words. Su Yun felt increasingly fortunate. Thankfully, that old wretch Zhang Chifeng had met his demise, leaving behind only a bunch of fools, born into a family that monopolized everything, indulged in every way, utterly inept, arrogant, and easily deceived. Had Zhang Chifeng still been alive, his lies would have been instantly unraveled. He continued to manipulate the Zhang family, and 3 days later, turmoil erupted in the mountains once more. This time, it was unlike any previous disturbances. It was not merely trivial skirmishes. In the distance, flames surged forth, radiating a blinding light akin to the sun, melting the mountains into molten rock. Thousands of great swords flew through the air, cleaving numerous mountain peaks. A colossal tree was uprooted, soaring 2 to 3 miles high, obscuring the sun. 5 formidable warriors clashed in a battle that felt apocalyptic. Spectators were left dazzled, their hearts trembling from afar. "Flee for your lives," the martial artist cried, turning to escape. "Halt!" Zhang Longhu, the current pillar of the Zhang family, stepped forth. This individual was Zhang Qingfeng's daughter, originally named Yin Nan, who had renamed herself Longhu, a testament to her fierce nature. She was the mother of Zhang Yu, possessing an exceptionally gentle appearance, yet wielding a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of Qi refinement. Standing before the medicinal garden, glaring at all the martial artists, "Return. Guard the medicinal garden." The martial artist pleaded, "Madam, let us leave. People will die." Zhang Longhu snorted coldly, "They are far from you. They cannot harm you. If the battlefield truly shifts this way, do you think you can escape? Guard the garden. We cannot allow the beasts to invade and destroy our precious herbs." Yet, the martial artists were paralyzed with fear. When gods clash, mortals suffer. To remain was to await death. "Disgraceful wretches! For a pittance, do you truly consider us mere cattle?" roared a middle-aged warrior, recklessly charging towards the exit. But in the next instant, his head was severed by Zhang Longhu's flying sword. All stood frozen, exchanging glances, fear evident in their eyes. This was the power of an immortal, an inevitable fate. Once conflict arose, they could only await their doom. Someone suggested, "Let us confront her together." His call was met with unanimous agreement. Yes. Together. When mortals rage, even immortals bleed. They surged forth, shouting in unison, yet remained stationary, waiting for others to advance so they could slip away. They were all cunning foxes, playing a game of deceit. They exchanged awkward glances, chuckled nervously, and bowed deeply to Zhang Longhu. "My lady, it was merely a jest. As long as the people live, the herbs thrive." Zhang Longhu smirked. "Now that's more like it. Stay put. I've kept you alive just for you to perish here. Were it not for our Zhang family purchasing you, you would have starved long ago." Even Su Yun found her escape thwarted. Should any herbs suffer damage, she would still need to enlist the gentleman's assistance. Her tone was gentle, her demeanor soothing, yet her words dripped with menace. Within Su Yun's heart, a pang of resentment surged, yet outwardly he displayed no defiance, smiling as he spoke. "It is my duty. Naturally, I must tend to the spiritual herbs." Zhang Longhu ordered the others to retreat, remaining alongside Su Yun and the others to guard the herb garden. Should a more formidable beast appear in fright and approach, he would command her to take action. However, the anticipated powerful beast did not materialize. Instead, a figure, as if struck by a meteor, careened towards them, instantly reducing Zhang Longhu to a mere puddle of flesh. Chapter 19. That devious scoundrel. Zhang Longhu is dead. The martial artists did not rejoice, nor did they flee. Instead, they trembled, casting fearful glances at the newcomer. It was a young woman, clad in a fiery red dress, her eyes a deep crimson, missing one hand, and she regarded them with vigilant scrutiny. This woman had flown in from the battlefield, evoking memories of the Immortal who had melted mountains. Yet, she refrained from striking. Instead, she glared at the crowd and commanded, "Lend me your spiritual artifacts." The onlookers remained silent, bewildered by the term spiritual artifacts. Then, the woman turned her gaze to the spiritual herbs on the ground, her eyes sparkling with desire as she limped toward them, intent on plucking them. These herbs were destined for Su Yun's future. How could he possibly allow this enigmatic woman to take them? He calmly asserted, "I cultivated these." The woman frowned. "Are you not afraid of me?" Su Yun spat disdainfully. "I could easily deduce that you've sustained grave injuries and lost your treasures and spiritual energy. Otherwise, why would you be limping and scrambling for the most inferior spiritual herbs?" The woman scoffed. "You are quite perceptive." "Indeed. I was engaged in a battle of spells and suffered severe wounds. And to make matters worse, the hand bearing my storage ring was severed." resulting in the loss of all my treasures and spiritual herbs. Yet even stripped of my spiritual energy and burdened by injuries, I regard a mere spiritual farmer like you as no more than an insect." With that, she swung her hand, only for Su Yun to deftly kick it away. The woman was momentarily taken aback. "Have you tempered your bones?" Su Yun nodded. The woman squinted her eyes and declared, "I possess the golden bone. Endowed with a strength of 1,000 pounds. Even if wounded, I am not someone you can easily contend with. What a coincidence, I too am of the golden bone." Su Yun replied. The woman stood there, momentarily stunned. How could such a rarity as the golden bone emerge from such a small place? And to have encountered it in her unfortunate circumstances was beyond her comprehension. Her expression shifted from one of disbelief to another. "Is there not a more convenient way to resolve this?" Su Yun picked up Zhang Longhu's large blade and shook his head, saying, "Not only is that impossible, but I also intend to kill you. Otherwise, if the secret of the golden bone is revealed, I would inevitably be captured by the Heavenly Sword sect and forced into slavery." Su Yun's expression was resolute as she locked eyes with the woman. The woman realized her impending doom. After cultivating, aside from those who practiced physical enhancement, ordinary cultivators could no longer advance in their physical forms. A wounded golden bone could not compare to one in its prime. Gritting her teeth, she conceded, "I am a rogue cultivator, just like you. If you assist me this once, I will owe you a favor." "You are also a rogue cultivator?" This was the first time Su Yun encountered a rogue cultivator. According to the laws of the Great Qi, such individuals were deemed heretical and considered enemies of the righteous path. He too, as an illegal practitioner, was branded a rogue and an adversary of the esteemed sections. Yet, the enemy of one's enemy is a friend. Thus, he promptly altered his stance. "Very well. I shall assist you, but first you must sign a blood contract. You are forbidden from causing me any harm, and you will owe me 3 favors. Assisting me with 3 matters." The woman's expression darkened. She had never encountered someone so young yet so cautious, resembling a seasoned veteran. Moreover, she found it audacious that he demanded 3 favors in return for just 1. 2, at most 2. She retorted, 2 will suffice. Just ensure we have a blood contract to prevent any future denials. I have lost my ring. How can we establish a blood contract? She scoffed. Su Yun remarked, I have heard that formidable individuals like you can directly invoke a blood oath, allowing the heavens to take notice, should one contravene it. They would be subjected to the wrath of celestial thunder. With a sense of resignation, she pricked her finger, releasing a single drop of blood that soared into the sky, transforming into an unusual symbol, as if it were communicating with the cosmos. What is your name? She inquired of Su Yun. Su Yun, came the reply. She then recited an incantation. I, Yun Wei, shall never harm Su Yun and shall owe her 2 favors, assisting her with 2 matters, should I transgress. Let me be besieged by the demons of my own heart. Soon, that droplet of blood dispersed, and the heavens acknowledged it. Thus, the blood oath was established. Su Yun plucked a mature spiritual herb and presented it to her with a smile, saying, My first request is quite simple. Assist me in stealing something. What is it? She inquired. Soul-capturing grass. Once stolen, a certain individual will be subjected to the backlash of a blood pact, struck by divine thunder. The woman, unhurried and composed, extended her hand and replied, Provide me with 3 more, and I shall eliminate him directly. Su Yun rolled her eyes. 3 more for you. That would make this transaction a loss. Just 1, or else don't compel me to slap you when I'm in a good mood. Su Yun raised his hand, showing no mercy. The woman sighed and glanced at the more than 20 warriors nearby. Are you certain you want them to listen? Su Yun pondered for a moment and concluded that these individuals were better off dead. Upon reflecting on his own circumstances, he realized that if he were to expose himself, his demise would be inevitable. My esteemed comrades, he stated solemnly, I must request that you embrace death. He cast a serious glance at the assembled warriors. After listening intently to the discourse for a considerable time, the warriors began to grasp the situation. This celestial being had been rendered utterly powerless. A once mighty immortal, now devoid of spiritual essence and reduced to a mere cultivator of herbs, had the audacity to demand their demise? Although they were unaware of the significance of the golden bones, they understood that this was indeed the moment to dismantle Su Yun's precious relics. One of them rubbed his shoulder, his gaze icy. Su Yun, you have recklessly extracted the spiritual herb and conspired to murder the Zhang family. According to the laws of the Qi, you deserve a fate far worse than death. Su Yun remained silent as he stepped forward, wielding his blade with a swift motion, cleaving the warrior and his weapon in twain. Before the others could comprehend the situation, Su Yun had already struck down several more. As they finally realized the need to flee, how could they possibly outrun Su Yun? The golden skeleton was remarkably agile, both resilient and weightless, seeming to soar through the air as if carried by the very wind itself. Suyun caught up, effortlessly dispatching the martial artists as if he were slicing through vegetables. Only then did he feel at ease. Turning back, he saw the woman had taken her medicine and gave him a thumbs up in appreciation. Suyun gestured in a certain direction and said, "Enough of the idle chatter. After obtaining my medicine, you are to assist me in this endeavor. Go and steal. That way lies the treasure vault. Do you require me to disclose the location of the key?" "You see, I do not know," came the reply. "I am merely a slave. How could I possibly be privy to the whereabouts of such a significant object?" Suyun assumed. The woman inwardly cursed but maintained a cheerful facade, saying, "That will not be necessary. My spirit is formidable. I can unlock the novice's lock." With that, she stealthily made her way toward the treasure vault, taking care to avoid detection, fearful of encountering those from the Zhang family in her weakened state. Suyun was also assisting, emitting cries of terror. "Immortal Master, save me! Immortal Master, save me! I am Suyun. I am about to perish." Upon hearing this, the Zhang family members in the main courtyard were stirred into a frenzy. What? Our last hope is about to vanish? Such a calamity must be averted. They anxiously mobilized. Rushing to the scene, upon arrival, they found that Zhang Longhu had long since departed, leaving behind only a pool of blood and a severed head. Each member was engulfed in sorrow, weeping uncontrollably. How could my elder sister have met such a fate? "Rise, dear sister, rise." They lamented. "What sins have we, the Zhang family, committed to deserve such tragedy?" Losing two formidable warriors, the blow dealt to the Zhang family was immense. Some were nearly overwhelmed by grief. Suyun wept inconsolably, trembling as she recounted her extraordinary ordeal. A celestial being had descended, unceremoniously slaying all present, yet spared my life for the sake of my ability to gather medicinal herbs. The crowd, overwhelmed with sorrow and indignation, could scarcely fathom that their family would endure such a preposterous fate, and could only stifle their grief to comfort Suyun. Suyun found himself cradled in the embrace of a beautiful woman, gazing towards the treasure vault, and squinted his eyes. This display was utterly captivating. In the distance, Yunwei listened to Suyun's words, her lips curling in irritation. This little scoundrel was certainly no good. Whom had he learned such audacity from, spouting nonsense? How could he claim to have slain everyone? It was he who had committed the act. To accuse me unjustly, how outrageous. However, she did not dwell on it for long. Seizing the opportunity while no one was around the vault, she conjured a key from flames and unlocked the treasure chamber. Upon witnessing the contents within, her eyes sparkled with excitement. This family was impressive. A mere minor clan had over 30 spirit herbs. In her moment of weakness, she inhaled deeply, consuming all the herbs, finally replenishing some of her spiritual energy. With a burst of flames beneath her feet, she soared into the sky. Suspended in midair, she exchanged glances with Suyun, both their eyes gleaming with mirth. "Suyun," she savored the name, bursting into laughter and proclaiming, "I have encountered a divine being." She then ascended into the verdant mountains, vanishing from sight. The Zhang family stood in stunned silence, watching the direction from which she had flown. That was the family vault? Realization dawned upon them, and they shouted in alarm, "Oh no!" To the vault, quickly. But it was too late. Upon their arrival, they discovered the vault had been completely emptied. Witnessing this, Zhang Ran's expression darkened. It was over. What happened? Boom. No one knew what had transpired, but suddenly, a purple thunderbolt of divine retribution descended from the heavens, striking Zhang Ran on the crown of his head. Zhang Ran, merely a fledgling in the realm of cultivation, stood no chance against such divine wrath. With a resounding crack, he was obliterated into a mist of blood. Following the loss of 2 pillars of support, the Zhang family had now also lost a tremendous talent. Chapter 20. The 100 Schools of Immortal Path. Suyun observed the commotion from a distance, finding amusement in the sight of the Zhang family lamenting. His mood was quite serene. Presently, the most formidable individual within the Zhang family had merely reached the second layer of qi refinement. They had grown increasingly cautious, treating Suyun with greater courtesy and generosity. Suyun devoted all the money he had acquired to Master Lu, who, in turn, refused to accept it and bestowed it upon Suyu as her dowry. Life began to appear increasingly hopeful. However, there remained a multitude of lessons for Suyun to absorb, all imparted by Master Lu. To outsiders, Master Lu appeared to be nothing more than a drunken, unreliable old man. Yet for Suyun, he was a venerable figure, once a teacher, forever a father, always considering Suyun's best interests. Master Lu informed him that his sole task at present was to flee with the spiritual herbs before the emissary from the Heavenly Sword sect arrived to collect them. Suyun expressed her concern. I have fled. What will become of you? With your family and my sister here, are we not destined to be slaughtered by the Immortals? Master Lu chuckled. There is no need for such worry. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect are, after all, proper cultivators. Prior to their ascension, they entered into a blood contract. They are prohibited from harming any mortals, aside from their own servants. Should they breach this covenant, they would face severe repercussions, including the wrath of the heavens. Suyun finally comprehended why, in this bizarre and mystical world, mortals could still exist with dignity. It appeared that the regulations established by the Immortals were indeed beneficial. Now, he simply needed to ascend to the status of an immortal master and free himself from the deadly constraints of the blood contract, allowing him to depart with those precious herbs. When will the people from the Heavenly Sword sect arrive? Suyun inquired. Instructor Lu calculated the days and replied, it should be on the 15th of May. Today was the 18th of February, and it had already been 2.5 months since he obtained the celestial sealing diagram. In another 2.5 months, they would come. He needed to hasten his efforts. He continued to tend to the spiritual herbs and persist in his body refinement. Finally, half a month later, while at Instructor Lu's residence, the 3,000 cycles of body refinement were completed. The colors of the celestial sealing diagram were now entirely filled. This time, it seemed more organized than before. He astonishingly managed to attain 2 types of Dao fruits simultaneously. A message appeared, 3,000 cycles of body refinement completed, and the technique perfected. Congratulations. You have forged your immortal bones. The immortal bones had been formed. This was also the most famished he had ever felt. His body instantly withered, and he consequently fainted from hunger. Upon awakening, he found himself lying on Instructor Lu's bed, with Lu sitting beside him, a broad smile adorning his face. What happened to me? He wondered, as he had never experienced such a situation before. Instructor Lu chuckled ominously. Your immortal bones have formed. You always rush through things without preparation, and without being consumed. You're remarkably lucky. Fortunately, I had the foresight. When Luo Tong's wife came last time, I managed to extract quite a bit of essence and acquired 10 blood sheep pills, all of which I fed you to barely preserve your life. Suyun was astounded. Is the celestial bone truly that formidable? Consuming 10 blood energy pills? Why not give it a try yourself to ascertain? Suyun rose from his bed and stretched his limbs, producing a cacophony of pops and crackles throughout his body, akin to the sound of frying beans. With a single hand, he effortlessly lifted a 1,000-pound stone beside him. His strength was surely in the thousands of pounds. Furthermore, his celestial bones were even lighter than golden bones, giving him the sensation of being almost weightless. He dashed out and circled the city in mere moments, feeling no trace of fatigue. This exemplifies the principle of accumulating strength before unleashing it. His celestial bones had undergone a qualitative transformation. Now, defeating a cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement would pose little challenge, Coach Lu remarked with a smile. Most importantly, Suyun could now perceive the spiritual energy surrounding him. The spiritual energy was extraordinarily marvelous, imbued with immense power. He felt invigorated with each breath he took. This energy could be transformed into spiritual power or vital essence, offering numerous benefits. The sensation was exquisite, and he was grateful for the opportunity to focus on refining his body. Suyun and Master Lu exchanged a glance, both filled with gratitude. It is often said that a teacher for a day is akin to a father for a lifetime. Master Lu's care for him was truly no less than that of his deceased father. With a heartfelt thud, he knelt upon the ground, bowing deeply to Master Lu. Master, your kindness is beyond my ability to repay. Once I carve out a name for myself in the world and the Heavenly Sword sect finds me powerless to act against, I shall return to provide for you in your old age. Master Lu chuckled warmly, producing a knife to sever a lock of Su Yun's hair, binding it with a string. When you depart, let this lock serve as a cherished memento. That very night, he led Su Yun out into the world. What business do we have outside? Upon my recent return, I was met with a curfew, and the officials reprimanded me to hasten home and refrain from wandering. Master Lu replied with a smile, while mortals observe curfews, immortals roam freely. I am here to guide you on the path of cultivation. Su Yun felt somewhat perplexed. Is it not sufficient to possess a single cultivation method for immortality? Must one venture forth as well? I possess countless techniques, a myriad of transformations, all of which I can impart to you. However, in the realm of cultivation, one must also open the celestial gates. The gates you unlock determine the techniques and spells you may practice. Yet, I cannot assist you in opening these celestial gates. That requires the intervention of others. What kind of individuals are these? You shall discover upon your arrival. He is likely still present in the vicinity for the next couple of days. Su-yun, perplexed, followed him outside and took out 2 talismans, affixing them to his forehead. As they passed by the town crier, he surprisingly seemed oblivious to their presence. Soon, the 2 emerged from the city and encountered 5 individuals gathered around a strikingly handsome young man. Before the youth was a cart laden with numerous gourds, each adorned with various labels. Among the inscriptions were Fire Gate, Thunder Gate, Blade Gate, and Sword Gate. Who is this person? Su-yun pondered. For as soon as he removed the talismans from his head, the young man vanished from his sight. Lu, the instructor, chuckled. He is merely a merchant, peddling various trinkets, including the scattered essence for opening celestial gates. As he spoke, he greeted the vendor. The merchant replied, I thought you would not come with a new disciple. How could I not? Lu pointed at the gourds and explained to Su-yun, these contain the essence for opening celestial gates. When applied to your forehead, it grants access to the celestial realms. Should you choose the Blade Gate, you will become a swordsman, condensing your life as blade, mastering blade techniques, and learning the art of the sword. If you opt for the Thunder Gate, you will become a thunder cultivator, harnessing the essence of thunder, practicing thunder arts and learning its methods. But if you choose not to apply anything at all, then you shall not cultivate immortality, and the techniques will bear no efficacy for you. Su-yun finally comprehended why the Zhang family exuded such confidence, believing that he could not escape their control. It turned out that the path of cultivation was fraught with so many rules and regulations. Without guidance, how could anyone embark on the journey to immortality? Those immortal sects possess their own celestial gates, leaving the others with no choice but to seek out peddlers for their needs. Su-yun inquired again. What if I choose several? Coach Lu chuckled and replied, your aspirations are too grand. Thus, your achievements are destined to be limited. If you cultivate simultaneously, the realms of various sects must not differ by more than half a level. For instance, if you practice the Blade Sect and the Sword Sect, with the Blade Sect at the 1st level of Chi Refinement and the Sword Sect at the 5th level, you must elevate your Sword Sect cultivation to continue. Otherwise, the sects will retaliate, and you shall face the peril of 1,000 swords piercing your soul. Su-yun was skeptical, finding the explanation somewhat preposterous. However, he soon witnessed a vivid example. A man, who had been waiting to purchase goods, stepped forward to the vendor. The man was entirely engulfed in a crimson hue, as if he were ablaze. The vendor inquired, what do you seek? The man, in a state of desperation, exclaimed, Vendor, save me. I have established the Sword Gate, which has already reached the foundational level, while the Fire Gate remains at the 3rd tier of Chi Refinement. I feel as though the flames are consuming my heart. The vendor sighed. Every celestial gate venerates the Tao to exchange for power. If the Sword Gate had not yet reached its foundation, I might have been able to assist you. But now, with a significant disparity between the 2 gates, I am utterly helpless. The man's eyes turned red with fury as he berated, You stand by and watch me perish. You heartless wretch. In the next moment, with a whoosh, countless flames erupted from within him. In an instant, he was reduced to a mere pile of ashes. Su-yun's heart raced with trepidation, engulfed by a paralyzing fear. He inquired, Master, if I were to join the Blade Sect and wish to practice swordsmanship, would that not elevate the difficulty tenfold, rendering my efforts fruitless? Su-yun's eyes darted about, brimming with curiosity. Possessing the town immortal diagram, he had never relied on his own abilities to learn spells. Instead, he depended solely on the diagram to reverse causality. Thus, it mattered little which immortal sect he entered, for he could cultivate every type of magic. He meticulously examined the various sections. The immortal path offered a myriad of doors, each more peculiar than the last. There were the physical sect, which focused on refining the body and enhancing one's vital essence to unparalleled levels, and the spiritual sect, which refined the spirit, granting control over all things. However, vital essence and spiritual energy could not coexist in abundance. Their relationship was akin to that of water and fire. The dream sect allowed one to enter the realm of dreams, striking without a trace, while the alarm sect could awaken the mind, consuming one's spirit. There were also the calculation sect, the shooting sect, the poison sect, and the artifact sect. Each door possessed lethal techniques, and the myriad of practitioners could not coexist harmoniously. Overwhelmed, Su-yun found himself in a daze. Finally, the 5 individuals purchased their talismans, removed the papers from their foreheads, and hurriedly departed, leaving Su-yun next in line. The merchant recommended, I see you possess exceptional potential. Why not choose the physical sect? Continue refining your body, and you shall be impervious to all methods. capable of shattering mountains with a single punch in the future. Su Yun shook his head, saying, "If someone intrudes upon my dreams, how can I possibly defend against it?" The merchant replied, "Cultivating a celestial physique has its merits, yet why not pursue the arduous path of weapon mastery? By mastering the manipulation of arms, you can seize the weapons of others. Without their armaments, you can slay them as easily as one would butcher a dog." Su Yun curled her lips in disdain, remarking that if this was her only skill, she would be relegated to covert ambushes. Should she be discovered, the consequences would be dire. The merchant chuckled and replied, "The essence of pride lies in one's innate abilities. To desire perfection in every aspect is simply unattainable. Take your time in making your selection." Su Yun pondered, stroking his chin for an extended period. However, in the next moment, a sword suddenly soared forth from the distant verdant mountains, swaying precariously as it hurtled toward the small truck, causing gourds to scatter everywhere. Two of the gourds ascended, toppling over towards Su Yun, showering him with two distinct powders. In an instant, an intense sting assailed him, as if he were being mercilessly sliced into pieces, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 21. Two Immortal Sects. Su Yun awakened once more. He lay beside a tree, feeling utterly fatigued, yet capable of absorbing spiritual energy, a stark contrast to his previous state. The individuals before him were still the peddler and Master Lu, gazing at him with curiosity. "Have I opened the celestial gate?" Su Yun inquired. The peddler nodded earnestly. "Congratulations. You have successfully opened the celestial gate." "What celestial gate have I opened?" Su Yun was filled with excitement as he opened the celestial gate, ready to embark on his journey of immortality. He was finally on the verge of a remarkable transformation. The merchant, with a serious demeanor, proclaimed, "From this moment forth, you shall possess the strength to conquer 18 nations with your bare fists and traverse the heavens and the earth." Su Yun felt even more elated. "So which celestial gate have I opened?" The merchant's expression flickered with evasion. "Your celestial physique is exceedingly precious. I have resolved to allow you to select an exceptional cultivation method." Su Yun nodded, saying, "Let us set aside the discussion of cultivation methods for now. So, which celestial gate have I opened?" The merchant, perspiring profusely, replied, "What I meant to suggest is that there may be a possibility of having opened two celestial gates." "Two celestial gates?" Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, but soon accepted the situation. With the town Immortal diagram in his possession, he could cultivate by opening two celestial gates. "Which two celestial gates have I opened?" Su Yun was filled with enthusiasm. The peddler remarked, "The body gate and the spirit gate." Su Yun's expression changed. "The body sect and the spirit sect? Are they not two opposing sects?" "The body sect focuses on physical cultivation, utilizing blood essence to refine the flesh. Engaging in combat where every strike lands with a visceral impact, every blade is lethal. Conversely, the spirit sect emphasizes the cultivation of qi, harnessing spiritual energy to control all things and launch attacks. It is impossible to cultivate both simultaneously. A single body cannot harbor both vast amounts of spiritual energy and blood essence at once. Otherwise, one will inevitably devour the other. This is the theory, and indeed the reality." Su Yun could sense that within him, both spiritual energy and blood essence coexisted, each striving to refine and claim the other. "Am I destined to perish? Neither sect can prevail without consequence. I would face retribution from the Tao." Su Yun exclaimed loudly. The merchant felt somewhat embarrassed, although the turmoil was a consequence of the fierce battles deep within the Qingshan Mountains. The fact that an incident occurred while Su Yun was purchasing the Immortal Gate powder from him could tarnish his reputation. His expression hardened as he said, "Very well. I shall gift you a treasure that will resolve your issue of blood-spirit cohabitation." "What is it?" The merchant produced a pair of cicada wings and placed them before Su Yun. The wings were delicate, almost insubstantial. These cicada wings, belonging to the spring and autumn cicada, possessed the extraordinary ability to isolate time and space. When you insert them into your lower abdomen, they will envelop your dantian, creating a separation between your dantian and physical body, allowing both to exist in different temporal dimensions, clearly distinct and unable to merge. Su Yun took it and pressed it against his lower abdomen, causing the cicada wings to vanish without a trace. Indeed, in the next moment, his dantian separated from his body. He felt as though the dantian had ceased to exist, yet he could still harness spiritual energy. The cicada wings were truly wondrous, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The peddler clapped his hands and exclaimed, "The issue of blood-spirit incompatibility has been resolved. Henceforth, do not hold me accountable for any future problems." Su Yun's eyes darted as she declared, "No, you have wronged me by disrupting my dual cultivation. You owe me far too much. You must provide me with 2 superior cultivation techniques from the celestial sects, or else I shall speak ill of you upon my departure." The merchant spat disdainfully. "I am merely a vendor. What superior techniques could I possibly possess? You should seek out a grand sect, such as the Heavenly Swords sect, to demand from them. If you find my compensation lacking, then I shall forego any payment for these 2 celestial sects techniques." Su Yun, still seeking a bargain, was met with a chuckle from Teacher Lu, who said, "Enough, enough. I shall impart my techniques to him. Dear merchant, you must continue your trade. Countless unfortunate souls across the 18 kingdoms are relying on your assistance as wandering cultivators. Indeed, even my master inquired about which techniques I should acquire." The merchant, shaking a rattle and whistling, swiftly vanished from Su Yun's sight, pushing his cart. Subsequently, Su Yun was about to remove the talisman atop his head when Teacher Lu cautioned, "Do not unseal it. This is a mountain and water talisman, guiding you across mountains and rivers. Should you remove it, you may easily lose your way. Let us return home first, then you may unveil the talisman." Agreed. Su Yun nodded, trailing behind Coach Lu as they made their way back to Chishan City. Upon arriving at Lu's quaint courtyard, he peeled away the talisman paper. The dawn had broken, and everything around them appeared perfectly normal. Su Yun inhaled the fresh air surrounding him, his spirits soaring with delight. Soon, he too would embark on the path of immortality. Master Lu chuckled, "Come. I shall impart to you the techniques. You will cultivate both the physical gate and the spiritual gate, which are quite remarkable. For they are the origins of the myriad gates. The Sha men and Quan men require physical strength, and while practitioners of these arts do develop some power, it is certainly not as substantial as that gained through the physical gate. Conversely, the fire gate and water gate necessitate spiritual energy. Practitioners enhance their spiritual strength, but again, it pales in comparison to the growth afforded by the spiritual gate." As Master Lu spoke, he retrieved 2 manuals and presented them to Su Yun. One was titled the Sutra of Strength, and the other the Sutra of Spirit. His celestial map was undergoing a transformation, allowing him to simultaneously study both disciplines. Master Lu remarked, "These 2 techniques are genuine celestial arts, coveted by many prodigies who have sought to master them but have failed." Su Yun, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Where do you hail from?" Lu Jiao chuckled, "I too am a prodigy, bestowed by my master." "Have you mastered it?" "Less questions." Lu Jiao's expression darkened as he pinched his own cheek, causing tears to well up from the pain. Only then did he commence utilizing the Towning Immortal diagram to cultivate his techniques. Reversal of causality, Strength Sutra acquisition, to grasp the basics of the Strength Sutra. One must circulate it 3,000 times before one can reverse causality once more. Reversal of causality, Spirit Sutra acquisition, to grasp the basics of the Spirit Sutra. One must circulate it 3,000 times before one can reverse causality once more. As these words materialized, the Towning Immortal diagram fell into disarray again, assisting him in extracting the fruits of 2 distinct scriptures. Perhaps it was true that his innate talent was rather lacking. Thus, he perceived himself meditating within a cave. Having cultivated the Strength Sutra for 500 years, followed by another 500 years devoted to the Spirit Sutra. Altogether, that amounted to a millennium. A millennium merely to reach the initial threshold. How arduous. Yet, owing to the nature of reversing causality, he had instantaneously acquired the 2 techniques in reality. Such is the marvel of the Towning Immortal diagram. It is indeed extraordinary. Were any other individual to attempt this, they would never achieve such efficiency. Have you truly grasped the techniques? Lu Jiao discerned at a glance, exclaiming in admiration, "You are the most gifted individual I have ever encountered. Even the most exceptional genius would require half a year to reach this stage." Su Yun also marveled at their prowess, exclaiming how impressive it was that they could master the fundamentals in just 6 months. Coach Lu felt an urge to give him a slap on the ear, thinking, "While others take half a year to grasp the basics, you have achieved it instantaneously. It is evident that you are the one who is truly superior." Su Yun could only offer a wry smile, though it appeared that he had only taken a moment. In reality, each had spent 500 years. The average human lifespan barely reaches several decades. A serious illness could lead to untimely death at a young age. And to attain the venerable age of 60 or 70 is considered remarkable. Yet, he was required to devote 500 years. It would take the equivalent of 7 or 8 lifetimes to master a single technique. It was utterly disheartening. Enough of this self-deprecation. Now, practice the technique and refine your chi, urged Instructor Lu. Su Yun attempted it once. It took her half an hour to circulate both techniques. Subsequently, She absorbed a breath of spiritual energy into her abdomen, significantly enhancing her spiritual power and strength. Each technique could only be practiced about 10 times a day, and to achieve 3,000 repetitions would likely require several months. Suyun pondered quietly to himself. However, it was fortunate that this was a form of cultivation. The more one practiced, the more beneficial it would be. By noon, he had successfully reached the first layer of chi refinement. His spiritual energy flowed like an invisible hand, capable of wielding swords and blades with remarkable strength. Such ferocity. Suyun finally comprehended the terrifying nature of this technique. Coach Lu chuckled. It is not the technique that is ruthless, but rather your own ferocity. Were it a mere mortal with a frail body, the abundance of spiritual energy would suffice to rend flesh and blood asunder. Moreover, without spiritual stones and medicinal herbs, a common mortal could not even embark on the path of cultivation. Chapter 22. Man's plans cannot match heaven's designs. Escape. The celestial bones of Suyun have bestowed upon him an abundance of advantages. Even before his cultivation, he was capable of vanquishing practitioners at the third level of chi refinement. Now, with a robust physique complemented by spiritual energy, he can strike down those at the fourth level of chi refinement with formidable force. However, this remains a theoretical assertion. Instructor Lu continued his guidance. Although the realm of cultivation is currently under stringent management by various significant sects, it remains a domain where the strong prey upon the weak. Should you encounter an individual at the fourth level of chi refinement, it is prudent to bow your head in deference, avoid confrontation, and seek a means to evade the situation. Suyun inquired, when shall I be able to take action? To which Instructor Lu replied with utmost certainty. Only when your visible cultivation surpasses that of others should you proceed. Suyun inquired, if the circumstances compel us to take action? Lu Jiao replied with a smile. In that case, we must feign weakness and conceal our true capabilities, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike decisively. Suyun etched these teachings deeply into his heart. Now possessing a certain level of cultivation, his foremost priority became healing his sister's ailment. He summoned her, and, utilizing his spiritual energy, gradually nurtured her lungs. This process required time, and he remained calm and unhurried, dedicating his days to both cultivating medicinal herbs and treating her illness. Although the spiritual herbs had fully matured, Suyun still refrained from allowing the Zhang family to harvest them. The members of the Zhang family were not fools, either. Suyun intercepted them once or twice, and they were inclined to believe him. Suyun persistently obstructed their efforts, leading them to begin questioning whether her actions were intentional. Yet, what difference did it make if they were? Without the protection of the elder, their only recourse was to rely on Suyun's abilities to safeguard the family's legacy. Days slipped by, and before long, more than half a month had passed. The weather had completely shifted to warmth. Suyun's ailment has finally been completely cured. Suyun's cultivation has also ascended to the second level of chi refinement. While this is indeed a positive development, the atmosphere in Lu's courtyard is far from joyful. Early in the morning, as Lu sipped his wine, he inquired, "How long has it been since you became my disciple?" Suyun calculated. It has been 3.5 months. Time truly flies. I fear that in just a month, you will be leaving. Coach Lu sighed. Although the time he spent teaching Suyun was not extensive, the bond they formed was profound. After all, he invested so much, treating Suyun almost like his own son. Suyun chuckled, "Master, a true man harbors ambitions that reach far and wide. Who among us does not dream of wielding a sword and traversing the world? It is only fitting that I slay others, rather than be slain in my pursuit of immortality." Coach Lu also smiled. "Indeed, when you venture forth and acquire your skills, return to visit us." Suyun nodded, declaring, "Indeed, this is my home. Even in death, I wish to be laid to rest here." Suyun lightly tapped Suyun's lips and scoffed. "You have the tongue of a crow. Do not utter such ominous words." Suyun smiled faintly and replied, "Very well, I shall certainly strive to grow stronger. When the Heavenly Sword sect can no longer contain me, I will return to be with you all. Immortality and wandering through the vast void hold little allure for me. I simply wish to lead a good life." Coach Lu snorted disdainfully, such lack of ambition. Suyun remarked, "If you are to depart, then leave quietly. We shall not see you off." "Very well," replied Suyun, who took a bun, nibbling on it as he made his way towards the Zhang residence. Upon arriving, however, he discovered that the Zhang family was bustling with activity, festooning their home and engaged in a thorough cleaning in preparation for a grand occasion. Suyun stopped a young girl. What was the purpose of this? The girl, initially busy, was about to express her annoyance when she realized it was Suyun. Flustered, she exclaimed, I heard that the distant Immortal Master is coming to collect the spiritual herbs. What? Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. This was a full month and a half earlier than anticipated. If those individuals arrived today, he would have to depart immediately. Otherwise, he would lose all the precious spiritual herbs. These herbs were essential for his cultivation, despite not having utilized many thus far. The imbalance in his two realms would soon necessitate their use. Moreover, injuries would also require the application of these herbs. There was no time to delay. He had to leave at once. Just as he contemplated this, Zhang Yu approached him, speaking gently, "Master Su, the emissaries from the Tianjin sect will be arriving today. I kindly ask you to gather all the spiritual herbs, as we need to present them to the emissaries." Su Yun nodded with a smile. "All right. I have been waiting for this moment." Subsequently, Zhang Yu personally accompanied Su Yun to gather medicinal herbs. She handed a reasonably spacious storage bag to Su Yun, attentively observing as he harvested the plants. At present, there remained a total of 98 spiritual herbs. One by one, Su Yun plucked them, placing each into the storage bag which Zhang Yu held. The two stood merely a foot apart. Just as Zhang Yu was about to take the storage bag, Su Yun was already poised to act. His cultivation level far surpassed that of Zhang Yu, sufficient to shatter her skull with a single blow, rendering her incapable of reciting even a curse. However, before he could strike, Zhang Yu suddenly spoke. "Mr. Su, what is the matter? You are a cultivator, are you not?" Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" The storage bag was a treasure of the Immortals, usable only by cultivators who infused it with their vital essence and spiritual energy. This was a detail that Su Yun had truly overlooked. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu was already forming seals with his hands, reciting an obscure incantation. The curse technique. Su Yun felt a sharp pang in his heart, a cold sweat enveloping him. This woman was utterly ruthless. Upon sensing something amiss, she sought to destroy the very bridge she had crossed. Yet, she underestimated Su Yun. The current Su Yun could unleash a blow comparable to that of a sixth-layer Qi refinement practitioner. He raised his hand and struck, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. Bang! Half of Zhang Yu's head was now in ruins. You killed the master?" The newly arrived warriors were struck with terror, each one rushing towards Su Yun in a frenzy. Su Yun's face contorted with surprise as he grasped the storage bag and beheld the martial artists approaching to kill him. Were these individuals out of their minds? He possessed the strength to shatter skulls with a single blow, yet they dared to confront him? Seizing a blade without hesitation, he dispatched the 6 martial artists with ruthless efficiency and turned to flee. If they survived to report back to the Zhang family, who would then inform the Heavenly Sword sect, he would have no time left to escape. He needed to eliminate them to secure himself 3 hours of respite. As he attempted to exit through the front door, he encountered members of the Zhang family, who greeted him warmly. "Master Su, what has happened? You are covered in blood." Su Yun remarked, "A demon beast has taken the life of a martial artist." The Zhang family members, taken aback, urged, "Please return swiftly and assist Zhang Yu in gathering the spiritual herbs." Su Yun furrowed his brow. "There are some matters at home that require my immediate attention. No, our family's affairs are more pressing. Otherwise, we risk inciting the wrath of the envoy from the Heavenly Sword sect." The Zhang family narrowed their eyes, obstructing Su Yun's path. "Master Su, do not compel me to invoke a curse as punishment." Su Yun gritted his teeth and returned to the medicinal herb garden, unable to use the main entrance. He was compelled to take an alternate route, the winding mountain path. As the instructor Liu had warned, the conflict would persist for several years. Venturing into the mountains at this juncture was akin to courting death. Yet, with no other options available, he had to proceed. He swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and, clinging to a massive rock, propelled himself forward with the agility of a monkey, swiftly reaching the summit of a mountain. A roar echoed from afar. A cacophony of countless demonic beasts filled with panic and rage. Countless flying swords danced through the air like raindrops. They were the weapons of that fearsome sword cultivator engaged in battle. It appeared perilous, yet he was determined to seize a glimmer of hope. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the battlefield, leaving everything behind. Chapter 23. The arrival of the envoy. Su Yun's cultivation level may be modest, yet his combat prowess is formidable. Despite being merely at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, he possesses the ability to vanquish masters at the 5th layer. Even the likes of Zhang Chengfeng and Luo Tong from before would meet their demise in his presence. Thus, he navigated the mountains with ease. Upon entering, he encountered a vibrant giant python lurking in the shadows, which suddenly lunged to devour him. However, he swiftly severed its head with a single strike. A short while later, he faced a black bear, which, startled by the chaos of battle in the mountains, was rampaging wildly. He dispatched it with his blade, sustaining only minor injuries. Undeterred, he pressed deeper into the wilderness, traversing several dozen miles before encountering another beast. This time, it was a ferocious wolf that managed to bite his left arm. Yet, he did not relent, continuing his advance. To escape, he had but one path: to scale the Qing mountain range and reach the neighboring Luoshui County. There, a river named Luoshui, a tributary of a grand river, awaited him. By boarding a vessel there, he could navigate downstream and venture southward to other major counties. In those distant lands, he could adopt a new identity and embark on a fresh journey of cultivation, free from the threat of the Zhang family unveiling his presence. For this slim chance of survival, he must endure. Meanwhile, the Zhang family was in a jubilant mood. Festooned with decorations, as many members gathered in the front courtyard to welcome an emissary from the Tianjin sect. This emissary was immensely powerful, standing at the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. In the realm of cultivation, each level comprises 10 layers, signifying that this envoy was a formidable being at the apex of Qi refinement. Thus, the Zhang family members greeted him with beaming smiles. The current strongest among them was a woman named Zhang Yu, who was at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. She approached the envoy, smiling, "Esteemed emissary, we have prepared a feast to welcome you." The emissary shook his head, stating, "There is no need. I am here today solely for one matter, to collect your spiritual herbs. Afterward, I must proceed to Fengshu County to acquire their herbs as well. This year, I am solely responsible for all matters within the Jiuling County, and the workload is quite overwhelming, necessitating my early arrival." Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow, thinking that perhaps a hasty schedule would prevent him from requesting her elderly father's presence, unaware that he had already passed away. As long as they surrendered the required spiritual herbs to the Tianjin sect, the Zhang family could maintain its status and continue to thrive in Qingshan County. She nodded with a smile, "Esteemed emissary, we have already prepared the spiritual herbs for you." Turning to a nearby servant, she instructed, "Hurry and fetch Zhang Yu to bring me the herbs." The servant hastily acknowledged her command and dashed towards the back mountain. However, upon arrival, he was met with a gruesome sight, an expanse of lifeless bodies. As for Zhang Yu, his head had long been reduced to a pulp. He was beyond salvation. The martial warriors had been dismembered, and the blood on the ground had turned dark and cold. After searching for some time, he found not a single spiritual herb remaining in the garden, nor was there a storage bag containing them. He continued to search, desperately hoping to catch a glimpse of Su Yun. Yet, Su Yun had long since vanished without a trace. The servant's complexion grew exceedingly grim as he hurried back. Zhang Yu glared at him, her brows furrowing. "I instructed you to summon Zhang Yu. Where is he?" The servant dared not utter a word. Zhang Yu continued, "If he refuses to come, then summon Su Yun." The servant remained silent. Zhang Yu, grasping the situation, turned pale with alarm. "Has something happened to the spiritual herbs?" The servant was nearly in tears, exclaiming, "The young lady is dead. All those warriors have perished. Su Yun is gone. He may have fled with the storage pouch." "What? This is preposterous," Zhang Yu bellowed, her fury boiling over as she cleaved the servant in two, venting her emotions. The envoy beside her frowned. "What does this mean? Are you attempting to deceive me? Hoarding those spiritual herbs for yourselves?" Zhang Yu's expression darkened to an extreme. This was a grave misunderstanding. They were merely insignificant figures, if the Heavenly Sword sect desired. They could easily substitute them with a mere dog. How could they dare to embezzle those spiritual herbs? It was all a misunderstanding. Zhang Yu sought to explain. Yet, the envoy clearly had no intention of hearing their justifications. "Enough. Do not speak to me of misunderstandings. I demand the spiritual herbs. You are to present them to me, and we can discuss everything else, particularly the 3 soul-capturing grasses. They are essential elixirs for high-level cultivators. I personally delivered the seedlings, should even one be missing. Your entire family shall pay the price." As he spoke, the envoy's expression turned menacing, filled with murderous intent. He was a 10th-layer Qi refinement swordsman, and with a mere flick of his blade, slaying the Zhang family would be as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. Sweat beaded on Zhang Yu's forehead as she said, "Envoy, please, partake in the banquet within. We will certainly retrieve those spiritual herbs for you." The envoy remained silent, calmly entering the grand estate of the Zhang family. Indeed, a sumptuous feast awaited him. As he sat down, he picked up a piece of meat and calmly extended 2 fingers. 2 hours. I grant you merely 2 hours. If you fail to retrieve those spiritual herbs within this time, I shall be compelled to exterminate your entire family." Zhang Yu forced a smile. "Absolutely. We will certainly recover the herbs. She then retreated, her expression darkening to a point where one could almost wring water from it. That little wretch dared to abscond with our spiritual herbs. He must be hiding somewhere in the city. If we find him, he shall suffer 1,000 cuts. However, the guards and others shook their heads. We have been watching him closely. He did not exit through the front door. If he did not leave through the front, could he possibly have scaled the walls? Zhang Yu scoffed. The walls are protected by an array. He cannot escape. The others shook their heads. The array has not been triggered. Otherwise, we would surely know. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Zhang Yu, and her face went pale. She glanced toward the Green Mountain, her voice trembling. Could it be that he has entered the Green Mountain? The expressions of the others darkened considerably. The Green Mountain? This cannot be. Luo Tong entered the Green Mountain and perished. The old master entered and met the same fate. How could he dare to venture there? Zhang Yu was on the verge of tears. Hurry. Bring me his contract. The curse. When invoking the curse, we can sense his direction. A member of the Zhang family rushed to the old master's chamber and returned with a bundle of blood contracts, quickly locating Su Yan's. Reciting the incantation inscribed upon it, they soon sensed Su Yan's location. Indeed, he was within the Green Mountain. Moreover, the distance had exceeded 100 miles. He has escaped? Let us chant the incantation together. Let us curse him. The group hesitated no longer, fully aware of the herb's significance, and began to chant the spell in unison. Chapter 24. Dispelling the Curse. In the heart of the verdant mountains, Siyun confronted the panicked beasts, his body already bearing numerous wounds. As the incantations began to flow from the lips of those around him, a sudden agony gripped his innards, causing beads of sweat to form upon his brow. Gasping for breath, he dispatched a massive lizard before hastily retrieving a herb known as the Five Organs Grass, renowned for its efficacy in healing internal injuries. With its 5 leaves resembling the human organs, it offered some respite, albeit insufficient against the collective power of the 13 Zhang family members chanting their spells. With each step forward, his footing grew increasingly unsteady, his vision blurring as he pressed on. Ultimately, he could bear no more, collapsing against a rock to rest. Gazing into the distance, he felt an inexplicable warmth, as though he were beholding the sun itself. Yet, this sun appeared alarmingly close, drawing nearer as if intent on consuming him. At last, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Lying prone upon the ground, his life force dwindling. In truth, what he perceived as the sun was no mere illusion. He had witnessed a figure stepping upon a blinding flame, melting the distant mountain peaks. It was Yun Wei engaged in battle. The skirmish was brief, and before long, a box, seemingly animated, vanished from their sight. The combat ceased abruptly, for that box was the very object of their pursuit, possessing a sentience that had fled, rendering further conflict futile. Yun Wei and her adversary, a swordsman, halted their fierce clash, each spitting in disdain. After a prolonged struggle, to have let it escape was infuriating. The two soon convened. The swordsman, a robust young man with unyielding arms, bore his fated sword within him, waiting for the opportune moment to strike again. Let us recuperate. When next it appears, we shall resume our battle, Yun Wei proposed, producing 2 large barrels of water, one as tall as a person. She drank from one and offered the other to the swordsman. With a sigh, he countered, "Do I have any reason to refuse? Do you have food? Share some with me." "Begone. I have already extended my generosity by offering you water. Do you seek my provisions as well?" Yun Wei spat, her saliva transforming into a fireball that the swordsman narrowly evaded, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. Cursing under his breath, the swordsman took flight. And once certain he had departed, Yun Wei cautiously entered a cave, where the aroma of meat wafted tantalizingly. The energy consumption of cultivators is immense, and having exhausted their elixirs, they were in desperate need of sustenance, which is why she had hidden her supplies within this cave. However, upon entering, she was taken aback to find a figure lying inside. "Ah!" she exclaimed in disbelief, momentarily questioning her own sight. Could it truly be Su Yun, that golden-boned fellow? What audacity possessed this mere mortal to venture here? Yet, she swiftly discerned a troubling dilemma. Su Yun has surprisingly attained a level of cultivation. Moreover, he has already reached the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. How terrifying is this young man? His progress is alarmingly swift, instilling a sense of dread. But why has he fainted? She reached out and pinched Su Yun's arm, feeling the chaotic force of sorcery surging within him. He is being cursed, likely by the Zhang family. However, this is merely the power of sorcery, which can be dispelled with ease. She raised her hand and swept across Su Yun's chest, causing the sorceress energy to vanish without a trace. The Zhang family members are still fervently chanting their incantations. Yet, whereas their spells had previously worked, allowing them to sense Su Yun's location, they have now become ineffective. It is not the failure that comes after death. Rather, the power of the curse has simply dissipated. In that moment, the Zhang family members appeared despondent, frantic, and anxious. What should we do? The sorcery has vanished. What now? Should we venture in to find Su Yun? Are we mad? To seek Su Yun now in the Qingshan Mountains is tantamount to death. There is no other outcome. Zhang Yu listened to the younger generation's discussions. Her feelings were tumultuous. The Zhang family had reached a dead end, and as the strongest member of the family, what should she do? Perhaps we should beseech the master of the order. Zhang Yu sighed. As long as he spares our family, I am willing to enter the Tianjin sect and serve as a mere servant. The other Zhang family members looked at Zhang Yu, their eyes brimming with tears. To enter the Tianjin sect is akin to descending into hell for them. How could it be more comfortable than outside? Yet, it is the only option left. Otherwise, our entire family would be slaughtered. This course of action carries significant risk. We must ensure that a seed remains. Zhang Yu gritted her teeth and pointed to a young lad, merely 12 or 13 years old. This boy, named Zhang Xian, ranks third among the younger generation in terms of talent. Zhang Ran is first, Zhang Yu is second, and Zhang Xian is third. Zhang Xian, go change into the attire of a servant. She had already devised a plan for him. Take some silver and seek out Instructor Liu, imploring him to take you in. Zhang Xian's eyes glistened with tears, knowing the Zhang family was facing dire straits. He nodded, donned a new set of clothes, and set forth with over 100 pounds of silver ingots on his back. He lowered his head, fearful that the master of the order would recognize him as a member of the Zhang family and prevent his departure. Fortunately, the master was still dining in the main courtyard, disinterested in him. He showed no inclination to obstruct the servant's departure. After all, he was a legitimate cultivator from the sect, bound by a blood contract that forbade the direct killing of mortals, which led to infrequent conflicts with them. After a while, the Zhang family members returned to the main courtyard. He set down his wine cup and inquired calmly, "Where are the sect's spiritual herbs?" Zhang Yu remained silent, suddenly kneeling on the ground and weeping uncontrollably. She slapped her own face repeatedly, exclaiming, "Master, it is all my fault. A servant has stolen the elixir." A person named Su Yun, who has already entered the Qingshan Mountains, intending to traverse it. I am willing to accept punishment from the sect. Please spare the lives of the Zhang family. To accept punishment from the sect? The master chuckled derisively, rising to his feet and casting a casual glance over the gathered crowd. You wish to endure the hardships of the sect? You ought to consider whether you possess the qualifications for such a request. You are nothing but a waste without even a spiritual bone, yet you dare to overestimate yourself? Zhang Yu was choked with emotion, not anticipating such a response. The master then extended his hand, demanding, "Show me his portrait." Zhang Yu dared not defy him and produced the contract, which bore Su Yun's likeness. The master let out a cold snort, and a small dagger, only 3 inches long, flew from his palm, expanding in the wind to a length of a foot, slicing through the gathered individuals cleanly. He then shattered a drop of blood that had flown in, disdainfully wiping his hands with the blood contract. Having ambitions to traverse the Qingshan Mountains is indicative of a person of significance. Therefore, I shall await you at the dock. He laughed heartily, striding out of the Zhang family estate. Before heading to the dock, he intended to find that escaping rat. Chapter 25, to the dock. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Xian knocked on the door of Instructor Liu's residence. Liu opened the door and recognized the attire of a Zhang family servant. However, as a servant, he was inherently regarded as inferior. All servants bore expressions of sorrow, a submission to their unfortunate fate, a compromise with the mundane, and a resignation to the fragility of life. This servant was different. With delicate skin and bright eyes, he was clearly a product of pampered upbringing. Thus, Liu saw through his facade immediately, stating, "You are a Zhang family member." Zhang Xian nodded, tearfully pleading, "Instructor Liu, I implore you for assistance." Before he could explain further, he suddenly knelt on the ground. "Please rise and speak." Liu's voice was cold, almost commanding. Zhang Xian sobbed, "I will not rise. If I do, I fear you will refuse my request, so I shall remain here to speak." Liu laughed heartily. "Are you attempting to coerce me? Do you assume I am someone who can be coerced?" Without a second thought, he closed his door, leaving Zhang Xian to face rejection. Turning around, Zhang Xian was horrified to see the master of the Tianjin sect. A chill ran down his spine. He thought he had escaped. Yet, who could have anticipated that the master had been observing everything and was now there to kill him? He frantically knocked on Lu's door, crying out, "Instructor Lu, please open the door. Save me." Lu opened the door once more, looking at Zhang Xian. "Speak if you have something to say. Otherwise, get lost. He wants to kill me." Zhang Xian pointed at the master of the Tianjin sect. Lu chuckled ominously. "He is at the peak of qi refinement. You lack even the foundational bones, having not yet entered the first layer of qi refinement. For him, killing you would be a trivial matter. It is entirely normal. So there is no need for alarm." Zhang Xian was left speechless. "Ah, is it normal for the strong to slay the weak?" However, Lu was unfazed, stating, "Survival of the fittest is quite natural, and it is the principle upheld by your Zhang family. Many have perished indirectly at your family's hands in Qishan County. Did you not also proclaim that the strong survive and the weak perish? Why the silence now?" Zhang Xian began to weep. "Instructor Lu, I carry a significant amount of silver. Over 2,000 taels." Lu waved his hand dismissively. "I no longer have need for silver. If you possess spiritual stones, I might consider assisting you." Zhang Xian was utterly despondent, exclaiming, "Our family has been slaughtered. Su Yun has taken our Zhang family's spiritual herbs and fled. The Zhang family is finished." "What? Su Yun has taken your family's spiritual herbs? Where has he gone?" Lu's expression finally shifted. The fate of the Zhang family mattered little to him, but matters concerning Su Yun could not be taken lightly. Zhang Xian sobbed. "He has already entered the Qingshan Mountains." "Entered the Qingshan Mountains?" Lu's face paled in shock. The Qingshan Mountains are rife with conflict, and the number of people entering has only increased. In a few years, it will become a place of absolute peril, where all who enter shall meet their demise. He could no longer remain seated and led Zhang Xian into his courtyard, preparing to gather his belongings for departure. At last, the envoy from the Heavenly Sword sect arrived and respectfully addressed Coach Lu, saying, "Brother, this child is a criminal of our sect. I have come to apprehend him. Please hand him over to me." Coach Lu shook his head resolutely. "No. He has imparted a valuable piece of information to me, and I must protect him. Can you truly safeguard him? I am but a mere mortal. How could I possibly protect him?" Coach Lu's face bore a smile as he positioned himself defiantly in front of the envoy, exuding a sense of pride. His demeanor seemed to challenge. "Come on, strike me if you dare. If you possess the courage, go ahead and kill me." Upon hearing these words, the envoy of the Heavenly Sword sect abruptly withdrew his hand. This old man was indeed formidable. He was ruthless towards others and equally so towards himself. Wagering his very life, he gambled that the envoy would not take a life. In truth, it was indeed the case. He could not slay a mere mortal. "You have performed admirably, yet I have retained a worthless one. He serves no purpose and is akin to his great-grandfather, Zhang Qingfeng. Henceforth, the Zhang family shall no longer exist in this world," the envoy remarked. Coach Lu countered, "The Zhang family was always a farce. A mere fifth-tier qi refinement practitioner cannot sustain a family." The envoy laughed heartily and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I share your sentiments on this matter." With that, he turned and departed. Once the envoy had distanced himself, Zhang Xian finally spoke. "Su Yunfu has a strong fate. Even our curse techniques have been rendered ineffective by him. He may yet survive and leave by carriage to Luoshui County." Coach Lu casually nodded, saying, "The people of the Heavenly Sword sect have left. You may take your leave." Zhang Xian paused, not comprehending Coach Lu's intent. Lu's tone grew cold. "I owe nothing to your Zhang family, and have no obligation to nurture your talents. Depart now. I must seek Su Yun." With that, he slung a pack over his shoulder, procured a horse in the city, and exited the town. He needed to arrive before the Heavenly Sword sect reached Luoshui County to meet Su Yun. For only then could he devise a way to offer Su Yun a glimmer of hope. Su Yun finally awoke. He had previously believed that he was dead. However, to his surprise, he encountered Yunwei. "Why am I not dead?" he questioned, filled with uncertainty. Yunwei smiled and replied, "Of course, it is I who saved you. I was ensnared by a curse. Indeed, it was not a particularly formidable spell. With just a casual glance, I was able to erase it for you." Su Yun remained skeptical. Logically, only those who have reached the third level of qi refinement can withstand such incantations. For others, there exists but one type of individual capable of unraveling them: a talisman practitioner. "Are you a talisman practitioner?" Su Yun was somewhat taken aback. This woman had been wielding fire all along. He assumed she was a fire cultivator. Yunwei chuckled. "If it is not your place to inquire, then refrain from asking. Questioning about the Immortal sect is a grave taboo. What reason do I have to disclose my sect to you?" Su Yun solemnly remarked, "You owe me a favor." He added, "Let me tell you, this favor can be repaid." Yunwei raised an eyebrow. "In that case, I must say, considering your departure from here. Danger lurks everywhere outside, and you are bound to perish in the mountains. Suyun promptly changed his tone. Very well, you owe me a favor. Please escort me out of the Qingshan mountain range. Yunwei nodded and prepared to take Suyun back to Qingshan County. Suyun was flustered. No. I must go to Luoshui County. Yunwei's brow furrowed into a shape, already understanding that Suyun had not wandered into Qingshan by mistake, but had deliberately entered, intending to traverse Qingshan to reach Luoshui County. Why? Are you not afraid of death? Suyun remained silent, discreetly concealing the storage bag before finally speaking. I wish to venture outside. However, her subtle actions had not escaped Yunwei's notice. With a smile, she remarked, there is no need to hide it. Hand it over for me to examine. With a mere gesture, she effortlessly snatched the storage bag from Suyun's grasp. Chapter 26, Journey to the Emperor's Feet. Suyun was momentarily taken aback, for he had yet to fully comprehend the situation when the storage bag was already in Yunwei's hands, open for her inspection. To his astonishment, were those not the spiritual herbs from the medicinal garden? Suyun's expression darkened. At this point, what other options were left but to admit it? Yunwei's eyes sparkled like two crescent moons as she teased. What is the matter? Are you afraid I might seize your spiritual medicine? That is not my intention at all. Esteemed senior, you are overthinking it. Suyun spoke with righteous severity, yet his gaze remained fixated on the storage pouch, fearing that these precious herbs would be devoured by Yunwei. As Yunwei lifted the pouch, he appeared poised to pour the spiritual medicine into his mouth. In that moment, Suyun was consumed by an overwhelming tension, watching Yunwei with bated breath. However, to his surprise, Yunwei merely intended to tease him, making a false gesture before setting the items down again. With a dismissive pout, he remarked, you truly lack a sense of humor. How dreadfully dull. I possess my own storage ring, brimming with treasures. Why would I need your herbs? Suyun let out a long sigh and chuckled. I knew it. You were merely jesting with me, senior. I was just playing along. Otherwise, it would be rather dull. He then clutched his storage bag tightly to his chest, fearful of it being taken away once more. Observing his avaricious demeanor, Yunwei couldn't help but smile. Now, do not be so hasty. First, let us partake in some food. She shared a morsel of roasted meat with Suyun and then inquired, are you the servant from the residence of the town's defender? You possess quite the audacity to steal from them. Do you not fear being cursed? Suyun sighed helplessly. I originally thought that the people from the Tianjin sect would not arrive for over a month. By that time, I would have already reached the third layer of Qi refinement. Who could have anticipated their early arrival? Yunwei suddenly understood. She had encountered numerous wandering cultivators, yet had never before met one so courageous, so astute, and so extraordinarily gifted. The latter trait was paramount. Their talent was so exceptional that their rapid progress in cultivation was almost unfathomable. She inquired, have you made up your mind about where you wish to go? Suyun pondered for a moment and remarked, I could travel to other prefectures, or perhaps even leave the Qi entirely. Any destination would suffice. Yunwei chuckled softly. You possess many admirable qualities, yet it is a pity that you lack experience. Suyun did not understand. A distant place is not one that you can simply reach at will. A single ticket is sufficient to sustain you for 10 lifetimes. Suyun remained silent as he searched his person. He uncovered a total of 80 taels of silver, a hint of pride gracing his countenance. 80 taels. Surely that's enough to go anywhere, right? Yunwei burst into hearty laughter. What a fanciful dream you are having. To depart from this Jiuling County, you will need to purchase a ticket with spirit stones. What spirit stones? Suyun was utterly astonished. He had only heard of spirit stones, never having encountered one. He was aware that a single spirit stone was worth 300 taels of silver. That was indeed 300 taels, sufficient for a family to indulge extravagantly for decades. Moreover, he had only heard of exchanging spirit stones for silver. He had never heard of anyone trading silver for spirit stones. Even if he possessed a great fortune, it seemed unlikely that he could acquire spirit stones. How many spirit stones were needed? To leave the Great Qi, a considerable amount was required. Departing from the Jiuling County, depending on the destination, generally, 30 spirit stones would suffice. Suyun lowered her head, lost in thought. Yunwei curled her lips slightly and said, very well, I shall give you 30 spirit stones to send you away from Qingshan. Thus, we shall settle this favor. What do you think? Suyun was filled with conflicting emotions, nodding in agreement. Very well. Subsequently, Yunwei added, I suggest you go to Jiuxiao County. Jiuxiao County is adjacent to Jing County. And what is Jing County? It is the very place where the Heavenly Sword sect resides, beneath the feet of the Emperor. There, one might encounter formidable beings in the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Can I choose another location? Jing County is too close, and I fear it. Su Xiu thought of cultivating under the shadow of Jing County, where he could potentially encounter members of the Heavenly Sword sect at any moment, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Yunwei chuckled. You know, there is a saying, darkness lies beneath the lamp. My reluctance for you to go to Jing County stems from the fact that the Heavenly Sword sect monopolizes everything there, leaving you no opportunities. Thus, I advise you to venture to Jiuxiao County, a place teeming with diverse characters. Individuals like you, who have transgressed the law, are numerous, if not 1,000, then at least 800. It matters not. No one will take notice, and you may develop freely. Siyun suddenly realized and solemnly declared. Very well, I shall proceed to Jiuxiao County. He then produced a piece of paper, upon which he began to scribble. To his surprise, it turned out to be an IOU. It read, Siyun owes Yunwei 30 spiritual stones, and I shall certainly repay them in due time. Yunwei raised an eyebrow, stating, as I mentioned, this suffices as the favor repaid. Your act of escorting me there has already settled the debt. These are two separate matters, each to be considered on its own. He inscribed his name beneath Su Yun's, although this document was not a talisman. Nevertheless, Su Yun's gaze remained resolute. Rest assured, I shall repay you. Yunwei nonchalantly nodded, his mind elsewhere. After all, it was merely 30 spiritual stones. He cared little for such a trifling amount. Su Yun reiterated with determination, I must repay. Understood. Yunwei smiled sweetly, having feasted to her heart's content. No longer willing to linger, she stood up, ready to take Su Yun away. Her prowess was truly formidable, with a flicker of flames beneath her feet. She could elevate the two of them into the heavens. Su Yun was very close, tightly embracing her waist, fearful of falling. Then he glanced down at the flames beneath them. It turned out that these were not flames, but a talisman. This woman was indeed a talisman practitioner. Although she was currently wielding a fire-based talisman to obscure their presence, in the event of a life-and-death battle, if she suddenly produced an ice-based talisman, wouldn't her opponent be left bewildered and meet their demise? What are you looking at? Yunwei asked with a smile. Su Yun averted his gaze, choosing not to linger any longer. Yunwei smacked his lips again, remarking, Indeed, you possess no sense of amusement whatsoever. You could say that I have a fine figure, that you are admiring my rear, or perhaps envisioning the expression on my face at this very moment. Su Yun repeated, Your physique is exquisite. I find myself gazing at your rear, envisioning the expression on your face at this moment. His voice was stiff, devoid of any emotion. Yunwei spat in disdain and continued her flight. After a brief moment, she came to a halt. What is the matter? Su Yun found herself unable to discern the path ahead, with a cloud of uncertainty looming behind her. The cloud's tail furrowed in concern. This poses some complications. What sort of complications? She inquired. The box has manifested once more, just ahead. The box? Referred to as Shanbao, it is the object that has emerged within these verdant mountains. Coveted by many, and the influx of visitors to Qingshan has only intensified. Su Yun felt a chill within. The appearance of this box before them implied that. As Su Yun contemplated the possibility, countless swords had already soared forth, nearly raising the mountaintop to the ground. A great tree erupted in laughter. Resembling a towering mountain, the mountain treasure has appeared. They then cast wary glances towards Yunwei. You wretched creature, are you here to seize our mountain treasure again? The tree proclaimed. Yunwei swallowed hard, grappling with her desire to claim it. Yet, there was another person behind her. Chapter 27. The box is empty. Yunwei stood upon her talisman, engulfed in flames, yet her body felt frigid at that moment. She was at a loss for what to do. If a confrontation ensued, the young man behind her would perish. She had promised to escort him safely out. Thus, she must fulfill that vow. Failing to do so would mean betraying her word and facing the wrath of her inner demons. However, if she abandoned the opportunity to seize the mountain treasure, she might never have the chance to attain immortality in this lifetime. At last, Su Yun behind her spoke. Go for it. What will you do? I will evade. You cannot escape. You have no idea of their prowess. It seems we must concede. She sighed and declared, Mujun, I concede. This mountain treasure belongs to you. To evade the backlash of her inner demons, this was the only course of action. The tree roared with laughter. It is best that you concede. The sword cultivator furrowed his brow. Are you certain you do not want it? I do not. Why? The sword cultivator's expression tightened in confusion. This was quite unexpected. Logically, Yunwei was the one who needed the mountain treasure the most. It was said that the mountain treasure could grant one immortality. How could she possibly relinquish it? He suspected that Yunwei was scheming, intending for them to battle while she reaped the benefits in the end. Yunwei remained silent, soaring away from the mountain. Su-yun was filled with uncertainty. Did they not see me? Yunwei nodded. They cannot see you. Why? Su-yun could never comprehend why she was invisible. She was right behind Yunwei, embracing her. Yunwei replied, naturally. I have employed a method of invisibility. I cannot allow them to discover that a burden follows closely behind me, or else you would be doomed. Su-yun closed his mouth and immediately fell silent. After flying a distance, Su-yun observed that another 7 or 8 cultivators had arrived in the distance, also vying for that box. Was that box truly so remarkable? Su-yun was utterly perplexed. He beheld the sky ablaze with blood, instantly discerning that someone had perished. He could not ascertain the level of cultivation of those involved. Yet he could sense a terrifying wave of blood surging from afar, nearly overwhelming him. Snowy rain even cascaded from the heavens. It was unclear how long the tumult had persisted. Perhaps true wrath had been unleashed, for those individuals had obliterated over 100 mountains. At last, the battle subsided. And he heard a thunderous roar. Where is the mountain treasure? Why is it empty? No. Cold sweat dripped down Su-yun's forehead. What was happening with those people? Why had they failed to obtain the treasure from the mountain? Could it be that you had taken it? Yunwei spat dismissively. What good fortune are you imagining? I sacrificed the mountain treasure for you. Yet, her forehead was still slick with cold sweat. She thought to herself that it was fortunate she had relinquished it. Otherwise, she would have faced severe injury today, only to be ridiculed in the end. Forget about them. I shall hasten to escort you away. Let us flee. With Yunwei's swiftness, they reached the edge of the mountain range in just over an hour. Ahead lay a county town, Luoshui County, built alongside the river, bustling with trade. All right. You can disembark now, Yunwei instructed. Everyone has returned empty-handed. The treasure must have fallen into someone else's possession. I need to search elsewhere for it. Su-yun was indeed perplexed. What could this be that captivates so many formidable individuals? This is not a question you should pose. Knowing too much could lead to peril. With Yunwei having already divulged so much, what else could Su-yun do? Reluctantly, he swallowed his curiosity, refraining from further inquiries. Soon, he leaped down from a height of 3 feet, clutching 30 spirit stones tightly in his grasp. Where shall we meet next? Su-yun inquired. Yunwei chuckled. Already asking about the next meeting before we part? With so many nations and places, who can predict the future? If I cannot foresee where the future will unfold, how can I return these 30 spirit stones to you? With a glint in his eye, Yunwei added, if the opportunity arises, let us rendezvous at the Heavenly Sword Sect. The Heavenly Sword Sect? Su-yun now harbors considerable trepidation towards this sect. What purpose would I serve by venturing into the Heavenly Sword Sect? Am I seeking death? Yunwei shook his head. The Heavenly Sword Sect is relentlessly pursuing fugitives. And we are all fugitives. It is inevitable that we will be captured one day. When that time comes, we shall meet at the Heavenly Sword Sect. Su-yun felt a chill in his heart. Is this yet another jest? Day in and day out, he cursed himself for being captured by the Heavenly Sword Sect. After all, the Great Chi is entirely under the dominion of the Heavenly Sword Sect. It is inevitable that such a day would come. Indeed, Su-yun chuckled and said, if that time truly comes, I suspect we shall both be condemned prisoners. When the moment arrives, I shall repay you. After saying this, the two parted ways. Su-yun swiftly descended the mountain and arrived at Luoshui County. To her surprise, entering the city required the payment of 10 copper coins. Su-yun paid the fee and inquired about the dock where the tickets for the ships were sold. The dock was home to 2 colossal wooden vessels, towering several dozen zhang high and stretching over 100 zhang in length. One of these ships could likely accommodate thousands, even tens of thousands of passengers. Su-yun glanced at the ticket counter and, after stating his destination, the vendor produced a ticket that radiated an ethereal energy. The ticket indicated a journey from Qinshan County to Jiuxiu Prefecture. Notably, it did not specify the name of the county, implying direct passage to the prefecture. However, upon examining the time, he noticed that the departure was scheduled for the 22nd of March at the hour of the dock. Why was the vessel not setting sail until tomorrow afternoon? Was it because the seats had yet to be filled to capacity, preventing the departure? Su-yun was quite intrigued by this, but the vendor chuckled and replied, esteemed guest, we do not concern ourselves with whether the seats are filled. The regulation dictates that the vessel must depart at that designated time, hence it shall set sail accordingly. Su-yun felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect might come to investigate and apprehend him, an eventuality that would spell disaster. Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude before departing the dock, intending to spend a night in Luoshui County. As a quaint water town, Luoshui was particularly vibrant, bustling with merchants and travelers. After sampling some local delicacies, Su-yun sought refuge in an inn to settle down for the night. However, just as he did so, someone tapped him gently on the shoulder. In an instant, Su-yun's nerves tensed, and he swung a fist behind him. To his surprise, the punch was evaded. And upon closer inspection, he found it was none other than his own master, Coach Liu. "Master, what brings you here?" Su-yun was somewhat taken aback. Coach Liu sighed, saying, "I told you not to inform us when you leave, yet you truly walked out the moment you stepped outside." The voice echoed from upstairs. Su-yun spent 150 copper coins to rent a guest room and ascended the stairs. Upon entering, he closed the door behind him. Lu Jiaodo's expression remained sour, clearly displeased with his abrupt departure. Su-yun sighed, feeling utterly helpless. The people from the Tianjin sect had arrived unexpectedly, and the Zhang family had blocked all exits. Even scaling the walls seemed an impossible task. The only path left was through the verdant mountains. He thought of his sister, who would need his care in the future. "Wait for me," he promised. "In a few years, I shall return to honor you and ensure your comfort in old age." At that moment, a wave of melancholy washed over him. His sister was right. He should depart without a word. Otherwise, with Lu Jiaodo's sudden arrival, he would find it hard to leave. It was then that Lu Jiaodo spoke. "I have come to bid you farewell, but I also need your assistance." Chapter 28. Culinary cultivation. Lu Jiaodo had aided him immensely, almost like a father figure. Thus, Su-yun could not refuse. "What is it that you require?" "I will certainly oblige. I need you to journey to Jiuxiao County." Su-yun raised an eyebrow. "Jiuxiao County? That is precisely where I am headed." "And then?" "Then proceed to the 32nd household on East Street in the county town and find someone to assist me in delivering an item." Having said this, he handed Su-yun a large bundle wrapped in cloth. The package was rather substantial, measuring approximately 3 feet in size. Cradled in her arms, it felt akin to a hefty roll of fabric. "What is this?" "It is not your place to inquire. Refrain from asking further." Su-yun pressed his forehead in confusion. Why does Lu Jiaodo seem so enigmatic, akin to a cloud's tail? "Very well, I shall assist you in delivering it." He gathered the package, and after a moment's contemplation, Lu Jiaodo bestowed upon him a knife. "Keep this knife well. It shall suffice until you establish your foundation." Su-yun took the knife, drew it out, and glanced at it. This knife was remarkably sharp. However, it turned out to be a wooden blade. A wooden blade? Is it truly usable in the foundation establishment stage? Su-yun felt perplexed. "You will understand when the time comes." Su-yun had no choice but to accept his situation. As night fell, he prepared for slumber, anticipating a boat ride the following afternoon. Yet, inexplicably, he felt an insatiable hunger. What was the matter? How could he be hungry when he had consumed a considerable amount that day? His intake had diminished significantly compared to the past, for he could now absorb spiritual energy to replenish his vitality. Eating had become merely a ritual for sustenance. Nevertheless, it was already late at night. Despite the absence of a curfew, there were no lights, and only establishments of ill repute remained open. He certainly could not venture into such places. Thus, he resolved to return to sleep, planning to break his fast in the morning. However, as he closed his eyes, his hunger intensified. It escalated to a point where he felt utterly drained, his stomach tightening painfully, as if cramping. The gnawing hunger was unbearable. He even contemplated devouring the nearby Lu instructor. Yet, reason prevailed, suppressing such wild impulses. He turned over, intending to seek out something to eat. Just as he rose, a hand grasped him firmly. It was none other than Lu instructor. With his eyes closed, he appeared to be in deep slumber, yet he shook his head slightly in warning. "Do not go outside." "Why?" "It is a trap." Su-yun was perplexed, unable to fathom what this trap could be. Instructor Lu advised, "Listen to the commotion outside." Upon doing so, Su-yun indeed discerned a considerable uproar. People were bustling about, each exclaiming their hunger and expressing a desire to descend for a meal. If it were only Su-yun who felt famished, he could comprehend. However, why was it that all the lodgers simultaneously cried out in hunger? This was exceedingly peculiar. "Look through the window," Instructor Lu reiterated. The window was made of glass, allowing a clear view of the scene outside without the need to open it. He beheld a large, portly man, muttering something that compelled the patrons of the inn to rush downstairs in search of sustenance. Beside him stood another figure, shrouded in darkness. Su-yun inquired of the person next to him, "Is there someone you seek?" The figure in the shadows seemingly shook their head in denial, prompting both to depart in search of another location. Whenever they settled in a house or inn, the rotund man would incessantly chant, while deftly performing intricate hand gestures. Su-yun was taken aback. "What is that thing? Is he human?" Lu Jiaodo chuckled. Not human. What else could he be? Why did those people leave after he muttered a few words? Because he is a food cultivator. Lu Jiaodo was quite cautious, urging Su Yun to continue resting, speaking to him as he drifted off to sleep. Yet I still feel hungry, Su Yun replied. Are you certain you're still hungry? Lu Jiaodo's probing question momentarily stunned Su Yun. It seemed he was no longer hungry. The overwhelming sensation of hunger that had surged moments ago was terrifying, making him feel as if he could devour those around him. Now, where was that hunger? He laid it aside, listening to Lu Jiaodo's explanation. Food cultivators possess the ability to store spiritual energy within their bodies, transforming it into fat. Did you not just see a large and plump individual? Su Yun nodded. Indeed. That is the garrison commander of Luoshui County. The spell he just employed is known as Divine Hunger from the art of food cultivation. Once cast, it induces an overwhelming sense of hunger in the opponent, rendering them utterly fatigued, to the point where they cannot muster the strength to lift even a finger. Su Yun furrowed his brows, questioning, how am I to combat this? If I encounter them, will I not be compelled to surrender? Coach Lu erupted into hearty laughter, responding. Thus, this spell is termed Divine Hunger. It merely induces a sensation of hunger within your spirit, leading you to believe that your strength has waned. In truth, your vigor remains intact. If you can surmount the psychological effects of Divine Hunger, you shall be able to disregard this enchantment. In a moment of clarity, Su Yun realized that he had been utterly famished, whereas Master Lu remained soundly asleep in his bed. If they were to confront one another, Master Lu could easily dispatch the food cultivator with a single strike. Why did it seem to him that if he were to uncover Lu's true identity and abilities, the man would possess little power? Su Yun pondered this perplexity. Master Lu nodded in response. Thus, it is imperative that no one learns of your celestial sect. Once your sect is revealed, it is equally crucial that no one discovers the spells you have mastered. What if I were to learn countless spells? Su Yun mused. To which Master Lu replied, such a notion is rather fanciful. Each realm permits the acquisition of merely 2 spells. This is the limit. As a dual cultivator, you may learn 2 body cultivation spells and 2 spirit cultivation spells. If I were to pursue the spells of other cultivators? Su Yun inquired. Did I not inform you? Attempting to learn spells from other cultivators is not merely challenging. It escalates the difficulty by a factor of 10 or more. Su Yun smiled and nodded, expressing her willingness to try, for she had always held a profound love for knowledge. Coach Lu was well aware that Su Yun possessed certain skills, yet he deemed it unnecessary to expose them. Every cultivator harbors their own hidden talents, which must remain concealed, even between master and disciple. There are unspoken matters that ought to remain unspoken. Coach Lu merely smiled in encouragement, saying, as long as you possess this confidence, it suffices. The myriad paths of immortality and the countless laws of the world await your exploration. The more you learn, the greater the surprises you will unveil in battle. Su Yun nodded and extended his hand. What do you want? I desire spells. Give me as many as you possess. There are none in written form. These spells are not transcribed into books. If you wish to acquire them, I can only recite them to you. I can impart countless. But are you certain you can retain them all? Su Yun sighed in regret, for the town of Immortals map had yet to be completed, preventing him from learning any spells for the time being. Without the record of those incantations within the map, it was impossible for him to commit them to memory. He could only take his time to seek them out once he ventured out into the world. Time to sleep now. He needed to rest quickly. After awakening, he would still have to devise a way to get you aboard that ship. Chapter 29, Dream Cultivation. Su Yun finally drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he found himself captured and taken back to the Heavenly Sword sect, where he was branded and bound by a blood contract, becoming a slave to the sect. Compelled to serve its interests, a sense of dread washed over him, prompting him to turn and flee. However, he was swiftly awakened by a sharp slap. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Coach Lu. Upon regaining consciousness, he realized with astonishment that he was at the door, on the verge of stepping outside. What could possibly be happening? Su Yun was once again struck with astonishment, a chill running down his spine. Could it be that he had been sleepwalking? This was quite improbable, as he had never exhibited such a habit. Instructor Lu squinted his eyes and remarked, "This is troublesome. Those from the Tianjin sect are at it again. Was it truly their doing?" Su Yun was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the intricacies of their schemes. Instructor Lu continued, "This time, it involves dream cultivation. You are aware of what dream cultivation entails, are you not?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Yun nodded slightly. During the last incident with the Celestial Gate, Coach Lu and the merchant had informed him that one could indeed kill within the dreams of others. However, The merchant had not previously disclosed to him that dream cultivators possess the ability to exert control over themselves. Coach Liu explained. The wife of the garrison commander of Luoshui County is a dream cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement, and naturally, she cannot kill in the dream realm. Dream cultivators are not as formidable as you might think. Now, since they were unable to lure you out using the method of food cultivation, they will undoubtedly continue to employ the dream invasion technique, which can only be activated once you have fallen asleep and requires a certain degree of guidance. I will implant the same dream in everyone, but this city is filled with ordinary people. When an average person experiences such a dream, they feel nothing at all. Instead, they believe it to be a divine blessing, as if they have been elevated to immortality. Only you, as a fugitive, would entertain the notion of escape. Should you attempt to flee, your body will instinctively follow suit. Therefore, this spell is specifically designed to target you. Xian furrowed her brows, questioning the significance of such a trivial spiritual herb to them. Why were they exerting so much effort to capture her? She found it perplexing that a grand sect like the Tianjin sect would be so desperate for such a meager amount of spiritual medicine. Coach Liu inquired with a smile. A major sect governs all and possesses everything. Tell me, what do you think they value the most? Is it profit? After Su Yun provided his answer, he shook his head in contemplation. No, it was not merely about profit. Although the powerful esteemed profit, the entire De Qi belonged to the Tianjin sect. They would hardly concern themselves with such trivial gains. After pondering for a considerable time, he revised his response. I understand now. It is about face. Yes, it is indeed about face. As a mere servant, you have stolen 100 spiritual herbs from the Tianjin sect. If this were to become public knowledge, it would tarnish their reputation. However, if they could capture you and execute you, it would serve to establish their authority. Thus they would undoubtedly not let you escape. Su Yin suddenly came to a realization. At this point, he found it impossible to continue his slumber. Who knows if he might inadvertently dream of wandering outside, only to be caught red-handed? Yet, remaining here any longer filled him with unease. One was a cultivator of food refinement, and the other a dream cultivator. Both were insignificant figures. He resolved to eliminate them. Otherwise, he would be left to wait for another 7 or 8 hours, during which these two would undoubtedly conjure further complications. I would not advise this course of action unless you are aware of their methods. Both of these individuals were practitioners at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, with one having mastered 2 spells. However, Su Yin was different. To this day, he had yet to cultivate any spells, and facing the two of them would yield unpredictable consequences. His only advantage lay in his relatively high body refinement level. Everything else was in disarray. Both opponents were at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, and engaging them would be tantamount to courting death. Su Yun initially felt a tinge of disappointment, yet in the next moment, Master Lu unexpectedly spoke again. There are 3 spells each for both food cultivation and dream cultivation that can be practiced during the Qi refinement stage. I shall explain them to you, so pay close attention. Su Yun was somewhat taken aback, for according to reason, apart from his own celestial sect, all other celestial sects were deemed taboo. Their spells were forbidden to be cultivated. Thus, it was uncommon for anyone to intentionally gather spells from other sections. Yet, his own master astonishingly intended to impart all the spells of these 2 types of cultivators to him. Is it truly so? Can you really do that? Of course. How could I possibly not? If I couldn't, what would I be teaching you? Su Yun was profoundly shaken. Master, tell me, who exactly are you? A failure on the path of seeking immortality. Su Yun found it hard to believe that a failure on the path of seeking immortality could be so ruthless. What of those who succeeded on this arduous journey? Were they not all exceptionally gifted? Even possessing the immortal suppression diagram, could one truly compare to such extraordinary beings? No more questions. The defeat was already too humiliating. Su Yun ceased his inquiries and devoted his attention to listening intently. He quickly memorized the 6 spells. The food cultivation had 3 spells: divine hunger, flesh conservation, and transmutation. He had already witnessed divine hunger in action. Flesh conservation involved transforming the absorbed spiritual energy into fat reserves. As one grows plump, their strength naturally increases, and their defenses can be significantly enhanced. Transmutation allows one to convert fat back into spiritual energy for release. Since one could only learn 2 spells during the Qi refinement stage, it was evident that the spells of this corpulent practitioner were settled: divine hunger and flesh conservation. The dream cultivation offered 3 spells for study: dream implantation, dream modification, and somnolence. Thus, the dream cultivation posed the greatest obstacle for Su Yun, primarily because there was an unknown spell that could hinder him. If the second spell were dream modification, it would necessitate Su Yun being asleep and dreaming for it to be effective. However, if the second spell were somnolence, he might suffer dire consequences, falling into a deep slumber from which he could only awaken with external stimuli. Su Yun hesitated briefly. Yet, upon contemplating the potential emergence of further complications, he resolved that action was imperative. What if that woman's second spell were to induce slumber? Coach Lu inquired. Without uttering a word, Su Yun seized a knife and plunged it into his own thigh, subsequently wrapping it with a strip of cloth. Lu Jiaodo was somewhat taken aback and inquired, "What are you doing?" Su Yun, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead due to the pain, managed to restrain himself and inquired, "Have you brought any wine?" Coach Lu produced a gourd of wine and handed it to Su Yun. Su Yun chuckled. "As expected of you. Having a drunkard around is quite advantageous, always carrying liquor, and it's strong too." He poured a bit onto the wound, and in an instant, the pain jolted him back to alertness. Lu, the instructor, was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that Su Yun could conceive such a dreadful remedy. "Master, you rest. I shall return shortly," Su Yun declared. He leapt from the window and observed the bustling street below, where several individuals were still scouring for food, creating a lively scene. Despite their apparent lack of hunger, some had overeaten before sleeping, their bellies round and distended. They continued their relentless search for sustenance. There were even those driven mad by hunger, plunging into the water to catch fish for raw consumption. Chapter 30, Starved and Weary. The strength of these cultivators was indeed terrifying and bizarre. Those people seemed as though they had encountered a ghost. Even if they were on the verge of bursting, they pressed on in their quest for more to eat. Su Yun urged them to pause, exclaiming, "Are you not hungry?" Yet, those individuals remained frenzied, as if they were desperate to devour him. This turmoil was instigated by Su Yun himself, weighing heavily on his mind. Should these people overindulge to the point of bursting, he would bear the burden of their misfortune. A fate far too unjust. Su Yun cautiously made his way outside, where the guardian was still casting spells from house to house. Since those affected were merely mortals, the expenditure of spiritual energy was minimal. Furthermore, even if this guardian had not mastered the art of spell transformation, he could gradually deplete his own fat reserves to fuel his magical endeavors. If this continued, the entire city would fall victim to this beast's tyranny. What astonished Sun even more was that the envoy from the Heavenly Sword sect had inexplicably departed, most likely to be by the side of the guardian's wife. Su Yun stealthily approached, drawing near to the commander on guard. The commander was diligently casting his spells. With a swift strike, Su Yun attempted to sever the commander's head, only to find that he had managed to slice through merely half of it, thwarted by the impenetrable bone, leaving the strike ineffective. Moreover, there was no bloodshed, indicating that the blow had only penetrated the layers of fat, failing to reach any vital essence. Such was the nature of the food cultivator, robust and well-fed, exhibiting an extraordinary defense. The commander, feeling the sting of pain, let out a wretched cry and turned his gaze towards Su Yun. "Su Yun, you seek your own demise." Enraged, he immediately unleashed his formidable spell, Divine Hunger. Suddenly, Su Yun felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping him, akin to having starved for 3 days. His primal instinct urging him to tear a piece of flesh from the corpulent figure before him. Merely moving his fingers seemed to demand every ounce of his remaining strength. Yet, recalling the words of Master Lu, he understood that all of this was but an illusion, a mere figment of his imagination. In truth, he was quite satiated and still possessed sufficient vigor to engage in battle. Although he felt his muscles devoid of any power, he was still capable of wielding several thousand pounds of force, enough to overpower a master at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Thus, he gripped the knife with determination. And despite the overwhelming weakness coursing through him, his fingers clenched so tightly that his nails pierced his flesh, blood seeping onto the hilt of the blade. "Su Yun, you dare to pilfer the spiritual herbs of our Heavenly Sword sect? You shall perish here," declared the guardian with a swift stroke of his weapon. In a state of full satiation, a cultivator's strength could rival that of a body cultivator. However, his movements were ultimately a fraction too slow. After all, Su Yun possessed celestial bones. His frame was both resilient and light, as if unencumbered by weight. Su Yun exerted every ounce of strength, swiftly dodging to the side and propelling himself several dozen feet away. The guarding officer narrowed his eyes, realizing that Su Yun was engaging in a fierce battle, striving to overcome the illusions induced by the Divine Hunger spell. However, most individuals would have succumbed to his magic without any means of resistance, yielding effortlessly. Why could this young man withstand it? There must be a master guiding him. He steeled himself, ready to charge once more, but to his astonishment, Su-Yun surged towards him, unleashing a tremendous force that severed his right hand with a single stroke. The guarding officer let out a piercing scream, bellowing, "My lady, save me. This boy is not ordinary." Upon hearing these words, Su-Yun realized that the dream cultivator was lurking nearby. Indeed, the very next moment, he felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him. The dual sensations of exhaustion and hunger converged, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. He retrieved a gourd of liquor, lifted his long robe, and poured a generous amount of the fiery spirit onto his wound. The searing pain jolted him back to lucidity. The garrison commander gasped in disbelief. This young man had deliberately inflicted a wound on his own thigh to resist the dream cultivator? How ruthless! I shall strike you down first. Su-Yun's eyes gleamed with a ravenous green hunger. He exerted every ounce of strength, racing forward like a gust of wind. Wielding his blade with wild abandon, his mental focus fueled his physical speed, allowing him to unleash a flurry of strikes in the blink of an eye, over a dozen slashes in mere moments. Each strike landed upon the arm of the guarding officer, severing it cleanly and causing a cascade of flesh to tumble to the ground, dispersing into ethereal energy that vanished without a trace. Su-Yun was consumed by a frenzied rage, relentlessly striking with his blade, delivering blow after blow, carving over 100 cuts within mere breaths. The layers of flesh were methodically sliced away, until at last, the town's governor lay in dismembered pieces. With the governor's demise, an overwhelming sense of hunger that had plagued Su-Yun abruptly vanished. The onlookers in the street paused, exchanging bewildered glances, each grappling with confusion. What had just transpired? Why had they felt such an insatiable hunger? What had they just done, tearing grass from the ground and shoving it into their mouths? I feel so full. I feel as though I am perishing. Urgently, they sought to induce vomiting. A cacophony of chaotic sounds erupted, accompanied by the retching of several individuals. Su-Yun finally felt a sense of relief. In this manner, he had not committed any unjustifiable acts of slaughter. However, he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings in search of the remaining dream cultivator. In the earlier stages, the dream cultivator's combat prowess was not particularly formidable, relying solely on exploiting others while they slumbered. If he could locate him, he would surely be able to strike. Yet, the challenge lay in pinpointing his exact position. To Su-Yun's surprise, moments later, a lifeless body was tossed before him. It was an unremarkable woman, her aura of spiritual energy still palpable. Su-Yun lifted his gaze and beheld the figure of Coach Lu amidst the darkness. A sense of calm washed over him, and he swiftly followed Coach Lu away, returning through the window to the inn, where he washed his garments. As the outside world descended into chaos and eventually settled once more, Su-Yun felt a measure of relief. Although it was the middle of the night, a time meant for slumber, sleep eluded him, and he sat beside Coach Lu. The latter's hands trembled, a reaction stemming from abstaining from alcohol. "My wine," he murmured. Su-Yun poured him a drink, yet astonishingly, only a sip remained. Lu Jiao cursed under his breath, but fortunately, after consuming it, he felt considerably more at ease. He settled down beside Su-Yun and said, "I just killed that woman and inquired about the whereabouts of the individual from the Heavenly Sword sect. Where has he gone?" "He has summoned the other guardians overnight." Su-Yun frowned, filled with a sense of reluctance, as if something was determined to ensnare her. Had she foreseen this situation, she would have insisted on having Yunwei accompany her to the vessel. Yunwei was a formidable cultivator, possessing terrifying strength capable of melting an entire mountain. With such a protector by her side, boarding the ship would have been a breeze. Without Yunwei, she was certain to encounter numerous troubles. "We shall depart by noon for the dock. You must conceal your visage and find a way to board the ship." Su-Yun nodded in agreement. Thus, the two of them sat together until dawn. Lu Jiao descended to purchase some rouge and face powder. The cosmetics from Luoshui County are renowned for their quality, regarded as the finest throughout the entirety of Jiling Prefecture. Su-Yun glanced at the watercolor paints and smiled. "Are they for the teacher's wife?" Coach Lu shook his head. "No, they are for you." "For me?" Su-Yun was taken aback. "Perhaps you should apply some makeup before venturing out. 5 guards have already arrived, all ranging from the 7th to the 9th level of Qi Refinement. We must avoid detection." Su-Yun gasped, finding himself in a perilous situation. Chapter 31, Boarding the Ship. Su-Yun settled into place, allowing instructor Lu to apply makeup with quiet patience. However, Lu's skills were lacking. He treated Su-Yun's face as a canvas for hasty strokes. resulting in a visage reminiscent of frost on a dung beetle. It was somewhat unsightly. Yet, what did it matter? He was not dressing for a market. There was no need for such adornment, nor was he attempting to attract the attention of any young maidens. In the end, Lu clad Su Yun in women's garments, draping a headscarf over his head, stating, "This should prevent detection. And if we are discovered?" Su Yun countered. Instructor Lu replied, "It is better to strike first. Those adversaries may possess formidable strength, but regardless of their might, they harbor vulnerabilities. Primarily, their physical prowess is limited." "Why do you say that?" Su Yun inquired with curiosity. Lu chuckled. "A first-level body cultivator gains 500 pounds of strength. Now, consider a body cultivator at the 8th level. That would amount to 4,000 pounds. However, they might also possess celestial bones. Those with such bones are treasures belonging to sects. They would never be dispatched as guards." His words resonated with stark realism. In truth, not to mention celestial bones, those released were scarcely even of golden bones. Having a single spiritual bone would indeed be remarkable. The strength conferred by spiritual bones is not significantly greater. So even when facing an 8th-level body cultivator, Su Yun's physical prowess at the 2nd level would still surpass them. However, body cultivators wield their own unique spells, and once they employ their techniques, the dynamics shift dramatically, making Su Yun's victory exceedingly difficult. The essence of Lu's lengthy discourse was to impart to Su Yun, should they be discovered, it was imperative to act before their opponent could unleash their spells. Su Yun's body was remarkably light, and her speed was astonishing. Despite not having practiced any techniques, she could effortlessly sever her opponent's head before they even made a move. "Well, you may go now." With everything in order, Coach Lu finally felt reassured. "And you? As for me, I cannot accompany you. That person from the Tianjin sect has already seen me, and if I were to join you, he would undoubtedly take notice." Su Yun refrained from saying more and turned to leave. Tears welled in his eyes, yet he managed to hold them back. A true man aspires to distant horizons. He resolved to return in triumph once he had honed his skills. Upon exiting, he swiftly made his way to the dock, only to be taken aback by the sight of the entrance being surrounded. For individuals were meticulously inspecting the passers-by. The inspectors were none other than the sentinels of the town, each possessing formidable prowess, ranging from the 7th to the 8th level of Chi Refinement, with one even being a 10th-level envoy from the Heavenly Sword sect. They blocked all 6 entrances, leaving no room for evasion. Discontent murmured among the crowd as they voiced their grievances. "Why are we being scrutinized? Indeed, we have committed no transgressions. I'm going to miss my boat. Let me through quickly." However, their protests were met with a sharp reprimand from the Heavenly Sword envoy. "Silence. We have matters to attend to. This is a routine inspection. Anyone who objects can find themselves languishing in a cell for a few days." The crowd sighed in resignation. They were but minor cultivators, and 30 spirit stones were a significant sum for them. Should they miss this opportunity, the next chance to depart was uncertain. Thus, they could only wait. Su Yun was filled with anxiety, fearing that they would scrutinize his storage pouch. The pouch was no larger than the palm of his hand. After a moment's contemplation, he forcefully stuffed it into his mouth, gradually pushing it down until it was swallowed whole, leaving only a short knife tucked at his waist. The sight of a woman carrying a knife appeared somewhat comical. However, in such chaotic times, it was entirely ordinary, and no one would raise an eyebrow. He stood in line, progressing slowly. The queue moved at a sluggish pace, causing Su Yun to grow increasingly impatient as he cast his gaze around. In the distance, he spotted Lu Jiaodo, casually wandering while occasionally glancing in his direction. The mere sight of Lu Jiaodo brought him a sense of reassurance, allowing him to continue awaiting his turn. Soon, it was Su Yun's turn for inspection. The woman inspecting him was at the 7th level of Chi Refinement. Noting that Su Yun was also a woman, she became rather brazen, unreservedly searching his person. It wasn't long before her hands encountered a solid object, prompting her to suddenly lift her head and gaze intently at Su Yun. Su Yun's heart jolted with shock. He never anticipated being discovered in such a manner. A man disguised as a woman, one could easily deduce that something was amiss. The female town guardian opened her mouth, intending to summon others. But before she could utter a word, Su Yun swiftly drew his blade, and with a swift motion, her head fell with a resounding thud. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The envoy from the Heavenly Sword sect, witnessing this, waved his hand with authority. "Pursue him. Eliminate him." Yet, Su Yun's speed was astonishingly swift. They could scarcely keep pace with him. As their efforts proved futile, the envoy's face contorted with rage, and he summoned his flying dagger, a streak of light moving even faster than Su Yun. It darted towards his neck, intent on severing his head. The velocity of the blade was overwhelming, catching Su Yun off guard. As he felt the dagger nearing his throat, a cold sweat broke out across him. This was it. Just then, a long spear descended with a crack, deflecting the dagger away, while the blade struck elsewhere, severing a man's arm cleanly. The envoy of the Heavenly Sword sect glared at the individual blocking their path, his expression darkening. This was the very mortal who had dared to challenge him. A mere martial artist. Master, Su Yun called out. Lu Jiao replied calmly, you must flee. Get to the ship. Once aboard, no one can harm you. But then he bellowed, leave. He understood the peril he faced, for he was merely a mortal confronting 5 cultivators. Su Yundan paused momentarily, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes, gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve. He did not look back as he swiftly approached the boat, presenting his ticket to the ticket inspector. The ticket bore a magical seal, impossible to forge. After a thorough inspection, Su Yun was permitted to board the vessel. The emissary of the Heavenly Sword sect's eyes were reddened, filled with murderous intent, as he demanded, do you wish to die? Come here. Lu Jiao chuckled, showing no sign of fear, but calmly regarded the 5 men before him. Do not presume that because you are cultivators, I would hesitate to strike you down. It is merely a matter of allowing the Heavenly Sword sect to eliminate a karmic debt. With a sharp command, the emissary hurled a flying dagger aimed at Lu Jiao's head. However, Lu Jiao merely flicked his spear with a light touch, as if employing the principle of 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds, effortlessly sending the dagger off course once more. The others charged forward, each unleashing their spells. One dream cultivator attempted to induce sleep upon Lu Jiao, while a fire cultivator manipulated the flames from a torch to attack, and a wind cultivator, with a blade in hand, lunged toward Lu Jiao's head. Unperturbed, Lu Jiao loosened his robe to reveal a grievous wound on his thigh, then spat a mouthful of liquor upward. This method, devised by Su Yun, was remarkably clever. The dream cultivator's spell faltered instantly. Subsequently, Lu Jiao thrust his spear with the force of thunder toward the wind cultivator, piercing the latter's skull effortlessly. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Unable to fathom that an ordinary man could slay a cultivator, Lu Jiao wielded his spear with such finesse, as if it were an extension of his own being, striking true with each thrust. Even a cultivator of the 8th layer of Qi refinement succumbed beneath its lethal arc. They had never witnessed such extraordinary martial prowess in a mere mortal. Everyone recoiled in fear, apprehensive that a conflict between mortals could bring calamity upon the divine. The space around them opened considerably, emboldening the guards to unleash a myriad of spells. Although Lu Jiao was not the swiftest, his extensive experience allowed him to evade each attack gracefully, claiming the head of the dream cultivator first. He then charged into the flames conjured by the fire cultivator, suffering a grievous burn to his abdomen, the scent of scorched flesh wafting through the air. The fire cultivator, realizing escape was futile, was soon pierced through the forehead. Only 2 adversaries remained, a food cultivator and the emissary of the Heavenly Sword sect. Yet, Lu Jiao never caught sight of the emissary's sword. This individual practiced a second spell named Blade Light, capable of manifesting a blade of light that mimicked his own divine sword, creating a deceptive mirage. As Lu Jiao attempted to deflect the blade, he merely struck at an illusion. By the time he comprehended the ruse, the real blade had already descended, severing his head from his body. Master, upon witnessing the situation, Su Yun's emotions unraveled. He had already boarded the vessel yet yearned to disembark. However, he was obstructed by the ticket inspector, who stated, young man, the ship is about to set sail. You cannot leave. That is my master. Su Yun's eyes were red as she roared, tears streaming down her face. The ticket inspector shook his head, stating firmly, no means no. This is the rule. Su Yun attempted to force his way onto the ship, only to be met with a sharp slap from the ticket inspector, sending him flying into the cabin. The envoy from the Tianjin sect arrived shortly thereafter, his eyes filled with animosity as he gazed upon Su Yun. He sought to board the vessel and eliminate Su Yun, yet was thwarted by the inspector's outstretched hand. With a grave expression, the inspector stated, please present your ticket to board. This is the rule. Fuming, the envoy retorted, are you blind? I am a member of the Tianjin sect. The inspector replied with a smile, pray tell, among those boarding the ship, who is not a member of the Tianjin sect? If one who is not affiliated possesses 30 spirit stones, does that not render them a rogue? The envoy found himself at a loss for words, producing a token of the Tianjin sect as he declared, the Tianjin sect conducts its affairs, Do not obstruct me. The inspector maintained his calm demeanor, reiterating, "This is the rule. Even the Tianjin sect cannot violate it. Then I shall board first and pay later. Such a provision does not exist. Then I will purchase a ticket. Sales for this voyage ceased yesterday. You may acquire a ticket for tomorrow's journey, which we would welcome." The envoy, unable to endure any longer, contemplated taking lethal action against the inspector. However, in the next moment, a sword flew forth from the dock at the inspector's command, severing the envoy's blade. This was his life-bound divine sword, and upon its shattering, the envoy coughed up a mouthful of blood. The sword then returned, cleaving off one of the envoy's arms. With a cheerful demeanor, the inspector reminded him, "Bear in mind, this is the rule of our dock. If you wish to use the name of the Tianjin sect to disrupt our regulations, you might inquire with your sect leader if he dares to contravene our rules here." Cold sweat dripped from the envoy's brow as he glanced at Su Yun in the distance, finally grasping the feeling of helplessness. Onlookers hastily produced their tickets for inspection, boarding the ship to distance themselves from the envoy of the Tianjin sect. The envoy stood rooted to the spot, gazing at Su Yun for an extended time, before finally uttering, "Su Yun, wait for me. No matter how long it takes, I shall capture you." Tears brimmed in Su Yun's eyes, her gaze fierce and determined as she declared, "I shall ensure that your heavenly sword sect pays dearly for this." Moments later, the great vessel finally set sail. The envoy from the heavenly sword sect turned back, gazing at the lifeless body of Master Lu, remaining silent for an extended period. The food cultivator beside him sighed heavily. "Envoy, what shall we do?" The envoy scoffed coldly, "What else can we do? We return. Where to? Back to Qingshan County, to deliver the body. In the realm of immortals and mortals, a clear distinction exists. Every cultivator must sign a blood contract before embarking on their training, forbidding the slaying of mortals. This is an unbreakable law, immutable. Otherwise, one would inevitably face divine punishment." Now, raising his head, he could already see ominous clouds gathering overhead. This was the divine retribution, heralded by 5 thunderclaps. Such a fate was no trivial matter. It would reduce him to cinders. Fortunately, he possessed the token of the heavenly sword sect, a treasure that permitted him to act first and report later. Thus, he had to return the body, handle it with care, and upon returning to the sect, absolve himself of his karmic burdens to ensure his own safety. They took the body and mounted their beastly steeds, swiftly making their way back to Qingshan County, where they found Master Lu's home. Inside, Lu's wife and Siyu were engaged in some needlework. The envoy, feeling somewhat restrained, knocked on the door and upon entering, wore a face of sorrow. "Sister, are you the wife of Lu San?" Lu's wife nodded. "I am. What is it?" "I am an envoy from the Heavenly Sword sect. I regret to inform you that during the course of my mission, I inadvertently killed your husband. I have come to discuss compensation. I can offer you 1,000 taels of silver." "How does that sound?" He placed the body gently on the floor. Lu's wife stood frozen, her heart heavy with grief. Yet Siyu rushed forward, clinging to the corpse and weeping uncontrollably. "Master, how could you die? Little Yin has not yet had the chance to honor you." After a long silence, Lu's wife finally spoke, her tone calm. "Very well, 1,000 taels of silver." The envoy was momentarily taken aback. Was she really so agreeable? He promptly produced the silver, placing it on the ground. Looking up, he noticed that the dark clouds overhead had dissipated significantly. With a sigh of relief, the envoy retreated from the courtyard. Siyu stared in astonishment at Lu Shi, her eyes filled with trepidation towards this woman. Despite the apparent affection displayed between her and Coach Lu, why did she exhibit no emotions whatsoever? Not even a single tear. After a brief moment, Lu Shi unexpectedly revealed a faint smile and said, "Siyun has already departed, boarded the ship, and is quite safe." Siyu felt increasingly perplexed. Lu sat in the chair, gazing towards the direction of Luoshui County, murmuring, "A household cannot be without a man. The third one still has an elder brother. He shall take charge at home in the future. We cannot afford to be without income. Otherwise, what shall we eat and drink?" Siyu felt a chill run through her body, profoundly shaken by the words of the woman before her. She then spoke again, "Teacher's wife. All of Master's siblings have perished. They have not died. How could they die?" Lu Shi said as she propped up the corpse on the ground and affixed its head back on, astonishingly producing a chisel. With a rhythmic tap, she began to carve, akin to sculpting stone. Strangely, no blood oozed from the head. Moments later, the head transformed into that of another person, though it bore a slight resemblance to Coach Lu. She positioned the head and sewed it in place. Suddenly, the head opened its eyes. Siyu was startled. The head spoke, "Sister-in-law, my brother has died. I shall take care of you from now on." Another failed seeker of immortality arrived in Qingshan County, known as Lu Laoda. Chapter 33. Where lies the treasure of the box? Recently, there has been a stir in Jioling Prefecture. The mountain treasure has emerged. Yet the box within was found to be empty, casting doubt and inciting the ire of many powerful figures. It is said that within it lies the secret to achieving immortality. Those formidable beings who had gathered in the mountains began a widespread investigation, ultimately pointing their accusations at one individual, Coach Lu from Qingshan City. This revelation astonished everyone. Coach Lu from Qingshan City? It was rumored that he was a mere mortal. Whispers told of his past aspirations towards the path of immortality, yet he ultimately became a failure in his pursuit. His Dantian, where he stored spiritual energy, had shattered, forcing him to return to his hometown, where he taught martial arts to earn a living. It was said that Coach Lu had once acquired a body-tempering technique from a practitioner in the Golden Core stage. However, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect had slain him, killed. This outcome incensed all who heard it. When the envoy from the Heavenly Sword sect returned to his sect, intending to seek their assistance in alleviating his sins, the sect leader, upon learning that he had killed such a pivotal figure, flew into a rage and executed him on the spot. Subsequently, the formidable sword cultivator, known for his unyielding arm, arrived in Qingshan City to visit the home of Lu Laosan. Within Lu Laosan's household were three individuals: his wife, Lu Shi, a young girl named Suyu, who was Lu Shi's goddaughter, and another man known as Lu Laoda, the elder brother of Coach Lu. In such times, it was common for families to have numerous offspring, making it quite reasonable for Lu Laosan to have an elder brother. Upon seeing this tall man, the sword cultivator felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Why did he feel this way? Was it because Lu Laoda was so towering? Yet, he was a cultivator, a terrifying figure standing at the pinnacle. One would expect that not even a colossal beast, as grand as a mountain, would dare to confront him. Lu Laoda opened the door for him and called into the courtyard. "Yilan, we have guests. They are likely here to learn martial arts. Prepare some food." Soon, a gentle voice from within responded. "All right, brother, it has been rare for guests to come to learn martial arts, so do try to keep them. Yeah, do not linger. Come help me prepare a fine reception for our guests. They are coming." Suyu emerged, bustling about, perspiration glistening on her skin, exuding a palpable sense of vitality. The swordsman, albeit slightly awkward, stated, "I apologize. I am not here to learn martial arts. I seek information regarding a particular matter." "What matter?" came the inquiry. "It pertains to your brother, Lu Laosan." Upon hearing this, Lu Laoda's expression turned somber. "My brother possesses an overly tenacious spirit, despite being rendered incapacitated. He insisted on confronting a cultivator, ultimately meeting his demise at their hands." The swordsman, with a grave demeanor, replied, "We have already exacted retribution upon the one responsible for the killing. Not only did we eliminate him, but we also vanquished his entire family. I hope you can find solace in this." Lu Laoda sighed deeply and nodded. "Death is irreversible. Thus, I returned post-haste to care for my siblings. A household cannot be without a man." The swordsman endeavored to discern any inconsistencies in Lu Laoda's words, yet he found none. He sought to analyze Lu Laoda's gaze or gestures for hints of his psychological state, but to no avail. He decided to be forthright. "Mr. Lu, we suspect your brother, Lu Laosan, has taken something we require." Lu Laoda erupted into hearty laughter. "Are you implying that my brother, a mere mortal, has pilfered something from you celestial beings? Such words are quite hurtful." Yet the swordsman solemnly nodded. "Indeed." Lu Laoda chuckled, unperturbed by the presence of this formidable figure. The swordsman's countenance darkened, and he ultimately departed. Soon, he reunited with the tree, which transformed into a small old man who inquired, "What did they say?" "They claim ignorance," the swordsman replied. "How can they be unaware? We have investigated for so long. Years ago, only he dared to enter the mountains, venturing into the Qingshan range. Lu Laosan is undoubtedly exceptional." The swordsman rolled his eyes. "But is he not dead? What more can I do? You are so eloquent. Why not seek him out yourself instead of questioning me?" The old man approached for inquiries and returned shortly. "What did you discover?" the swordsman asked. The old man shook his head. "I gleaned nothing. Once I mentioned Lu Laosan, they attempted to divert the conversation. However, I did notice something intriguing." "What issue? Why does Lu Laoda not fear us?" The swordsman paused, then nodded in agreement. "Indeed. We have reached the ascension stage. Why is he unafraid?" This posed a disconcerting dilemma. Logically, even a minor cultivator would inspire dread Immortals, eliciting a cry of grandfather. Why does Lu Laoda remain unperturbed? The matter was indeed significant. Lu Laosan also exhibited a lack of fear, boldly confronting multiple wardens, slaying several with a long spear. They concluded that Lu Laosan must be involved in something questionable. The items must have been taken by Lu Laosan. According to the surviving warden's account, Lu Laosan's last contact was with someone named Su Yun, a former servant of the Qishan city warden. The old man remarked. The swordsman narrowed his eyes, a glint of determination surfacing. In that case, let us intercept that vessel. The old man frowned. Are you certain? If we proceed this way, we may incur the wrath of the celestial beings. Celestial beings? The Immortals. Those vessels are not managed by the celestial beings but operated by individuals from the West. Should we create a disturbance, the celestial beings will bear the responsibility. The swordsman scoffed. Have we not acted as their hounds, managing the mortal realm's 18 nations? Is it not reasonable for them to take responsibility when we intercept a vessel? Very well, the old man conceded. Let us instruct that woman, Yin Wei, to issue the command to intercept the ship. We shall devise a means to board and locate Su Yun. Su Yun sat alone in a cabin aboard the vessel, which remained remarkably tranquil. Without any unforeseen incidents, he drifted past 3 counties. Along the way, he observed individuals lurking beneath the water, attempting to stealthily board the ship, only to be kicked off one by the crew. Some even met with lethal force. He found it incomprehensible that these individuals, who were ostensibly legitimate cultivators, displayed such audacity. They killed at will, unburdened even by the notion of slaying mortals. As the grand ship continued its journey, the river expanded, transforming from a narrow stretch to a vast expanse, resembling a journey across a boundless ocean. However, after a day's voyage, the vessel suddenly emitted a resounding crash, as if colliding with an unseen object, and came to a complete halt. Chapter 34. The ship comes to a standstill. The ship came to an abrupt stop. The previously serene atmosphere was instantly thrown into chaos. What was happening? Why had they halted? Where were the crew? Hurry, set sail again. I have important matters abroad. You cannot afford to delay me. A chorus of complaints erupted. No one knew the reason behind the ship's stoppage. Only the voices of the crew could be heard attempting to restore order. Please remain calm, everyone. We are investigating the issue. It appears we have struck an iceberg, damaging the spiritual power engine. Once we repair it, we shall continue our journey, so there is no need for concern. An individual, filled with rage, retorted. No need for concern? Who does not understand the perils of the Sky River? If we perish here, can you bear the responsibility? Another voice chimed in. Hurry and set sail. Otherwise, we shall take matters into our own hands and commandeer the ship ourselves. The atmosphere, once relatively amiable, ignited into fury with these words. In an instant, various anguished cries filled the air, and Su Yun witnessed some individuals' bodies being cast into the water, swiftly attracting monstrous beasts that tore them apart into pieces. Subsequently, the crew began to knock on doors, ensuring that every passenger was accounted for. When it was Su Yun's turn, he responded, I am here. May I inquire what the issue is? His voice carried a note of sorrow, clearly indicating the profound impact of Lu Jiaodo's death on him. The crew member inquired, Are you the one whose master has passed away? Su Yun, indeed. Although the master has passed away, life must go on. Please accept my condolences. From now on, regardless of what transpires, do not open the door for anyone, and certainly do not leave your room. Do you understand? Su Yun remarked, Thank you for the reminder. I shall certainly refrain from opening the door. Indeed, do exercise utmost caution and avoid opening it, urged the crew member once more. Another crew member approached, spitting in frustration. Damn it, how unfortunate. Everything was fine before, and now it has to break down in this very spot. Hush, there are still passengers inside. Do not speak recklessly. Another crew member admonished, realizing his folly. Su Yun furrowed his brow and inquired of them, Where have we anchored our vessel? He had already sensed that this location might harbor some perilous elements. However, the crew outside chuckled reassuringly, saying, No worries, no worries. Do not concern yourself. We shall handle it all. You need only sit back and enjoy the ride. Su Yun recalled how these individuals could indiscriminately slay mortals and ruthlessly eliminate any troublesome cultivators, which finally assuaged his worries, leading him to refrain from further inquiries. Professional matters are best left to those who are adept in their respective fields. The subsequent days proved to be rather arduous. One day passed, then another, and yet another. It seemed that the so-called spiritual power mechanism was indeed quite challenging to repair, as there was no sign of the ship setting sail even after 3 days. The occupants of the vessel were all cultivators, each possessing substantial appetites, necessitating copious amounts of sustenance to sustain their energy expenditure. However, many had not brought sufficient provisions. They had anticipated reaching their destination by now and disembarking, Yet none could have foreseen such an unforeseen interruption along the way. Consequently, some individuals began to stir up trouble once more. The food cultivators fared somewhat better, as they typically converted all spiritual energy and sustenance into their own fat, storing it within their bodies. The situation was markedly different for others, as hunger nearly drove them to cannibalism. Listening to the chaos outside, Su Yun remained exceedingly vigilant. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door of his chamber. Su Yun remained silent. Upon stepping outside, he exercised great caution, fearful of potential threats from certain individuals. However, those outside were aware of the presence of someone within, and one of them spoke up. I know someone is inside. I am merely a woman seeking a standing ticket. It is perilous out here. Might you allow me to take refuge inside for a moment? Su Yun remained silent. The sailors had made it abundantly clear that he was forbidden to open the door. Should he do so, it would cost him his life. And the sailors could not bring him back. Those outside had not yet given up. Continuing to knock. I know you are a kind-hearted child who has just lost your master. I too have recently lost my husband in the preceding turmoil. Now, it is just me and my child. Could you please open the door and allow me to enter? Upon hearing this, Su Yun was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of compassion. The adage once a teacher, forever a father resonated deeply within him. The death of Coach Lu felt akin to losing his father a second time. Moreover, this unfortunate woman had just lost her husband. A child's wailing could be heard, Mom. I miss Daddy. I'm so scared. The woman's voice trembled with sorrow as she reassured, it will be all right. The kind-hearted brother inside will take us in. We shall be safe. Su Yun felt a deeper ache within, yearning to open the door. However, in the next moment, he suddenly recalled the words of Coach Lu, who had warned him never to trust anyone. It was a challenge to suppress such compassion. Instead, he resolutely lifted his garment to inspect the scar on his leg. As a cultivator, he had made significant progress over the past few days, and the wound was healing. Yet, in a moment of reckless determination, he forcefully tore at the injury, reopening the wound. The pain of this second laceration was even more excruciating than the first, akin to a fiery shot of liquor coursing through him. The intense agony jolted him back to reality, erasing any trace of the earlier sympathy. Outside, the woman continued to plead, Young master, I implore you, allow us entry. Rest assured, we shall not disturb you. Just let me in and protect my child. I will submit to whatever you desire. However, no matter her entreaties, all Su Yun could feel in that moment was the lingering pain, and the compassion had vanished completely. Su Yun's heart plummeted to the depths in an instant. He understood that this was the magic of certain individuals. Whenever he felt himself swayed by pity, he would viciously tear open his own wounds, for only the intense agony could restore his clarity. He endured for 2 hours without opening the door. Finally, the woman outside, seething with rage and humiliation, began to pound on the door. Little beast, let me in. I know you are inside. If you refuse me entry, I shall surely kill you. At last, the woman revealed her true nature. The relentless banging echoed as she struck the door. This door, seemingly an ordinary wooden barrier, was, in fact, extraordinarily resilient, showing no signs of yielding to her assault. Su Yun smiled disdainfully. You once used your sorcery to beguile me, and I still refuse to grant you entry. What makes you think I would do so now? Do you still intend to threaten me? With crew members present, why should I fear your threats? The woman continued to create a commotion until the crew was stirred into action and rushed to the scene. Upon seeing her, one of the crew members shouted, Where did this enchantress come from? How dare you come aboard our vessel to seduce our passengers? An enchantress? Su Yun was perplexed. In the next moment, he heard the cry of a fox, followed by the call of a young fox. Additionally, a pool of blood seeped through the crack of his door. Chapter 35, The Alchemy Furnace. Were there truly 2 foxes? Su Yun thought it was a jest. After the 2 crew members dispatched the fox, they proceeded to patrol the other rooms. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Su Yun inquired, Excuse me, could you enlighten me on the ship's current location? It is better for you not to know. Otherwise, you might cause a disturbance. Su Yun assured. I still wish to know. I promise not to cause any turmoil. Should I create chaos, you may strike me down. The crew pondered for a moment and replied, Very well, I shall divulge this information. The place where we dock is not human territory, but rather the domain of monsters, known as Fox Sun Mountain. Those spirits possess intelligence and have already begun devising methods to board our vessel from the water. If you can refrain from opening the door, do so. Su Yun suddenly realized. What spells do those spirits possess? They excel in deceiving the heart. Su Yun thought to herself, indeed. Just moments ago, She had nearly succumbed to the allure of the spirit creatures, almost opening the door. The crew continued. In the past, this place was not plagued by such a multitude of spirit creatures, but this time, inexplicably, they have all converged here, as if by design. We still need to deal with those creatures on the deck, so do take care. Suyun expressed his gratitude to the crew. Moments later, strange beings came to knock on the door, attempting to bewilder him. His cultivation was feeble, and lacking any formidable spells, he was unable to withstand the onslaught. Helpless, he resorted to tearing at the wounds on his thigh. Once, twice, thrice, he endured this torment 8 times before finally perceiving other disturbances. Guests from the adjacent rooms had been lured away. Soon after, a series of anguished cries echoed, accompanied by the irate voices of those fox spirits. Nothing at all. The Heavenly Sword sect tasked us with locating Su Yun, but which one is he? They do not disclose this. What is it about Su Yun that necessitates our search? Why do they not seek him themselves? I understand. They wish to avoid a confrontation with the West, and have deliberately sent us to find him. Damn it. Perhaps Su Yun is merely a fabricated name. They might be intent on inciting the West's wrath. The enchanting spirits chattered among themselves before swiftly departing to search other rooms. Leaving Su Yun alone, chilled to the bone. They're searching for him? For what purpose? Could it be those spiritual herbs? That seems implausible. As those herbs hold little value for the Heavenly Sword sect, they would not go to such lengths, daring to provoke the forces behind these grand vessels. If not the herbs, then what could it possibly be? Su Yun contemplated for a moment, laying everything he possessed before him. Lu Jiaodo's knife, the elixir, silver coins, and a parcel. The knife posed no issue. It was merely an ordinary blade, devoid of any compartments or hollows within. The elixir was also unproblematic, as it had been personally harvested by him, and the silver coins were nothing more than mundane currency. What could possibly be amiss? Yet, the parcel raised questions. It was a gift from Lu Jiaodo, who was, after all, merely an ordinary man. What could he possibly bestow upon him? Although Lu Jiaodo had attempted to keep the contents a secret, Su Yun felt compelled to unveil it. Countless spirits had converged for his sake, seeking to extract this very item from him. They had even dared to confront the so-called Western powers, intercepting the grand vessel. He might even face death because of this object. Not even if it were his own father would that matter. After all, he was simply his mentor. He could not remain ignorant, allowing himself to be robbed without understanding the circumstances. Finally, he resolved to open the parcel. Inside lay a small furnace, one of those with 2 ears and 3 legs. It resembled a Taoist alchemical furnace, no larger than the palm of his hand. This object was not heavy, weighing only 7 or 8 pounds, and its material was unknown to him. Su Yun examined it repeatedly. Yet it appeared to her merely an ordinary incense burner, devoid of any practical utility. Could it possibly serve the purpose of alchemy? Su Yun felt a twinge of doubt as he retrieved a medicinal herb known as meatball grass, which bore a striking resemblance to lingji. It was said to be the primary ingredient for concocting qi and blood pills. He placed the herb inside, and in the next moment, 10 qi and blood pills emerged from within. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond for quite some time. Could it be that this furnace truly possessed the ability to concoct elixirs? Although he was unfamiliar with the intricate methods of alchemy, he understood that the process must be exceedingly complex, otherwise, such potions would not be held in such high esteem. This furnace, however, seemed capable of autonomously producing elixirs. Indeed, it was a remarkable treasure. But how had Lu, an ordinary mortal, come into possession of such a magnificent artifact? Had he acquired it long ago? Or was it a recent acquisition? All of this remained shrouded in ambiguity. Su Yun was well aware that this treasure was a hot potato, one he could not possess. It was imperative that he send this treasure away, specifically to the county city to freeze 32 households. Su Yun was uncertain about the identity of the inhabitants on the other side, yet since Master Lu had instructed him to pass the proverbial hot potato to that individual, he complied, wishing to avoid attracting trouble upon himself. Before delivering the alchemical furnace, Su Yun deemed it prudent to fully utilize it, transforming the spiritual herbs in his possession into elixirs. After all, he had subsisted on these herbs for the past few days. But the potions produced by the furnace appeared to be infinitely superior to merely consuming the herbs directly. Thus, expediting the alchemical process was of utmost importance. He continued to place the remaining herbs into the furnace, and batches of elixirs poured forth. The Qi blood pill could satiate hunger and also directly absorb vitality. The spirit power pill served to harness spiritual energy, while the flesh and bone pill was specifically designed for healing. Additionally, He had a portion of soul power pills, derived from the previous soul-capturing herbs. However, he had no need for the soul power pills at this juncture, as they were required only after reaching the Foundation establishment stage. Perhaps he could sell them once he ventured out. Contemplating this, he consumed a chi blood pill and stowed away the other elixirs. In the days that followed, the large ship remained stationary, and Su-Yun observed that no other vessels traversed this route. It seemed that only one ship operated on these waters, making a back-and-forth journey, without it reaching its destination. No new ships would embark. Naturally, no vessels would arrive to supply the crew aboard. 7 days elapsed in this manner, during which Su-Yun engaged in quiet cultivation, while the others fared differently, driven to the brink of madness by hunger. Even risking their lives, they clamored to open the door and seek sustenance. The seductive vixen had thus claimed the lives of over 100 individuals. However, some had resorted to slaying the vixen and roasting her for food. Chaos reigned outside, as the crew struggled to maintain order. On Su-Yun's side, it is no different. Each day various peculiar creatures come knocking at the door. Bang, bang, bang. This time, the visitor is a man. Su-Yun chose to ignore him. The man outside spoke up. Friend inside, I won't come in. Could you spare a bite to eat? Chapter 36. The Fat Pig. Is he here to beg for food again? Su-Yun had encountered this tactic numerous times. However, she noticed that after the man spoke, his emotional state showed no signs of alteration. The man continued, I myself am not hungry. I am a food cultivator and have plenty of vitality stored up, which I can slowly expend, but the child is in dire need. A child? Su-Yun let out a cold laugh, remarking, this ploy has become antiquated. The first time a seductress arrives, she claims to have a child. Among these enchantresses, half of them resort to such tactics. I have long grown indifferent to it. The man outside replied, I can offer you an exchange. What do you propose to exchange? She inquired. I can trade you my hand, the man outside responded. Su-Yun furrowed her brows. Exchange with one hand? What kind of new trick is this? The man outside explained. Every part of the high-grade food refinement is a treasure of nature. Consuming it can significantly enhance your cultivation. Su-Yun was filled with skepticism. The man outside remained silent, nearly exuding an aura that sent shivers down Su-Yun's spine. It was just a wisp of energy, yet it made him feel utterly insignificant, as if he were but a speck of dust before the other. Could there truly be such a formidable figure aboard this vessel? His restraint in not forcefully breaking down the door seemed to indicate a considerable degree of respect. What is your cultivation level? Su-Yun inquired, astonished. The man replied, I have reached the realm of refining void. My physical form has transformed into heavenly material. You need not worry, should you wish to exchange. I can offer you my hand right now. With that, he astonishingly severed one of his hands and slid it through the crack beneath the door. Su-Yun gazed upon the hand, which was translucent and resplendent, resembling not a mere hand but rather a mystical elixir. This hand could not be consumed. It was meant solely for medicinal purposes. Su-Yun finally felt a pang of compassion and inquired, how old is the child? The infant was born just 2 days ago aboard the ship. The child's mother, lacking milk, merely yearned for a morsel to eat to stimulate the flow of nourishment. Su-Yun finally opened the door and beheld the man outside. The man was quite corpulent, resembling a large ball of flesh, with squinting eyes that obscured any discernible expression. Overall, he appeared remarkably simple-minded and honest. Accompanying him was a petite woman, who looked frail, cradling a child in her arms. Surrounding them were the lifeless bodies of several vixens, piled up like a small mountain. Why do you not consume the foxes? Su-Yun inquired. They are poisonous. We can withstand it, but if the milk becomes tainted, the child will perish. The man's voice trembled. Su-Yun inquired again, did no one else offer you food? Everyone is in the same predicament. After enduring so many days, the provisions have long been depleted. I can only come here and try my luck. Su-Yun remained silent, extending her palm back and saying, your hand, you may hold it yourself. The man paused for a moment and inquired, you do not have one either? Su-Yun remained silent, returning her palm to the man before closing the door once more. The man opened his severed hand, revealing 2 elixirs within. They were chi blood pills, a potent source of nourishment, sufficient even for him to satiate his hunger. Not to mention his wife, they would last her for a fortnight. Overcome with gratitude, tears welled in the man's eyes as he asked, what is your name? I, the Great Fat Pig, owe you my life. Great Fat Pig? Su-Yun was momentarily taken aback. What kind of name was that? It was clearly a pseudonym. Since the other party was using a false name, he would naturally adopt one as well. Moreover, he was currently a fugitive, and the formidable figures of the Tianjin sect were well aware that he possessed this mysterious treasure. Should he reveal his true identity, it would undoubtedly bring about his own demise. He chuckled and replied, "My name is Yudong. Brother Yudong." "I shall remember this name," came the response. After that, silence reigned outside. Not only was there no commotion at that moment, but thereafter, no other strange beings came to knock on the door. Suyun suspected that the ship had been repaired. Indeed, that very afternoon, the vessel began to move once more. Suyun finally felt at ease and continued to circulate his cultivation technique. He needed to perform the technique 3,000 times. Yet the operation of the spirit and body scriptures proved to be extraordinarily challenging. He was uncertain when he would be able to repay the debt incurred from the town of Immortals map. Behind the great ship floated countless corpses, nearly 10,000 belonging to the enchanting foxes. There were also several hundred individuals who had perished after leaving their rooms without permission. Nevertheless, despite this tragedy, the Westerners would demand substantial compensation. In the distance, the foxes on the shore glared at the lifeless bodies in the river, some visibly irate. A golden fox exclaimed in fury, "How could so many perish? All for the sake of finding a mere child. How shall we explain this to the Westerners?" A white fox, its three tails swaying, interjected, "We are not accountable. This is a matter for the Sword of Heaven sect." "Sword of Heaven sect? Are you certain they will compensate us?" "They will merely seek that individual named Suyun," retorted the white fox. "Regardless, we must relay this back immediately." With that, it produced a talisman capable of transmitting sound across vast distances. The white fox initially planned to communicate with the Sword of Heaven sect in a calm manner, but was met with an insistent voice on the other end. "It has been over 10 days. Is the matter unresolved? Are you incompetent?" The white fox, irked, replied, "Suyun is overly cautious and has eluded capture, resulting in over 100 deaths. We will inform the West of the truth. Do not expect us to take the blame." The golden fox, equally enraged, shouted, "Do not presume we are unaware of your intentions. There is no one named Suyun. You wish to incite conflict between us and the Westerners." The Sword of Heaven sect members offered no defense, instead deliberating among themselves. "What shall we do?" A detached voice from the other side remarked, "This Suyun seems to have disembarked at the Jioshu port. Seal off the port immediately." Time passed swiftly. 3 days later, the great ship finally docked. The crew's amiable announcement resonated. "Greetings, esteemed travelers. We have arrived at Jioshu port. Those wishing to disembark, please prepare. We will be here for only half an hour." After hearing so many foxes' voices, the sound of the crew brought Suyun a sense of relief. He finally opened the door and stepped outside. He encountered the plump pig, who accompanied him on his descent. Beside them stood a petite woman cradling a sleeping child, her fair complexion endearing. "What a coincidence!" Suyun chuckled. The chubby pig, whose round face seemed perpetually cheerful, replied, "I have come here on some business. I didn't expect to disembark together. What about you?" "I am here to explore," Suyun responded. The pig chuckled. "Jioshu port is a place teeming with all sorts. For someone so young to venture here is indeed perilous. Should you encounter any adversaries you cannot handle, just invoke my name." "Big Fat Pig?" "Yes, just mention that name." Suyun felt a surge of disdain within. What an absurd name, he thought. Who would deign to show respect to such a person? Nevertheless, a smile graced his face as he replied, "Understood. If I encounter any difficulties, I shall invoke your name." The two merely exchanged glances, refraining from further conversation. For their relationship had not yet reached the level of familiarity that would allow for casual reminiscing. Yet, as soon as they left the dock, Suyun was suddenly overwhelmed by a piercing sensation throughout his body. It was the countless gazes fixated upon him. The dock had been cordoned off, all for the sake of the alchemical furnace that he possessed. Chapter 37. Acquiring a rattle drum, Suyun found himself utterly ensnared, as he beheld 3 figures approaching him with a menacing aura. Their formidable cultivation suggested they were at least in the core formation stage, far beyond his capacity to contend with. "At last, we have found you, Suyun," one of them called out, invoking a chilling realization within him. They were indeed targeting him specifically. A surge of panic gripped his heart, compelling him to turn and flee. In that moment, one of the assailants hurled a rope that, astonishingly, seemed almost animated, darting towards him with the intent to ensnare. This was a binding technique, wielded by masters of restraint. Just as the rope was about to ensnare Suyun, a stout hand suddenly reached out and tore the rope asunder. Suyun stood in a daze, gazing at the figure before her, filled with astonishment. It was the formidable Big Fat Pig. The 3 individuals, upon encountering Big Fat Pig, also displayed a change in countenance. "Big Fat Pig, this matter does not concern you. It would be wise for you to refrain from intervening, lest the Heavenly Sword sect bring trouble upon you." Fushio spoke, his eyes brimming with ire. Suyun was momentarily taken aback. Ah, is this really your name, Big Fat Pig? I can't tell if it's you or your parents who are unwell for bestowing such a name upon you. Big Fat Pig replied calmly. Originally, it didn't matter. But now it does. I owe him a life. The expressions of the three individuals fluctuated, and in the next instant, they fled together, causing even the gazes that had been fixated on Su Yun to shatter. However, Su Yun found himself unable to move, as if he were anchored in place. The sensation was peculiar. Although the binding ropes of the spell did not physically restrain him, he felt ensnared, akin to being pressed down by a ghost. Utterly unable to move a single finger, Big Fat Pig beckoned to him, but he remained still. His petite wife spoke up. My dear, our benefactor is ensnared by the spell-binding spirit rope. You have merely torn the physical artifact, yet you cannot sever the shackles of the soul. Big Fat Pig retorted. What should I do then? Seek the peddler, she advised. The peddler possesses an array of goods. There must be something useful among them, and we must act swiftly. Our benefactor's strength has diminished. If bound too long, his spirit will shatter, and he will perish. Big Fat Pig, reassured by his wife's words, nodded and said, You wait for me over there. I will take our benefactor to find the peddler. Understood. With that, Big Fat Pig's wife transformed into a wisp of smoke, dissipating from the spot. This was a technique of smoke manipulation. Her physical form had become vaporous, lacking substance. Only Big Fat Pig remained, hoisting Su Yun as they ventured into the streets in search of a sedan chair. Hang in there, my benefactor. I will find you a quicker sedan. Su Yun felt a sense of urgency. Given the pressing circumstances, one would think to seek a carriage instead of a palanquin. However, his spirit was bound, rendering him unable to utter a single word. Shortly thereafter, the rotund figure found a yellow palanquin, surprisingly manned by only a single bearer. The portly figure inquired, 10 spirit stones, shall we go? The bearer took a drag from his pipe, responding, If you wish to ride, I shall certainly proceed. Do you know where I am headed? This young man has been ensnared by the binding spirit rope. He must be off to find a vendor to purchase a rattle drum. The rotund figure chuckled and nodded, unceremoniously tossing Su Yun atop the palanquin before climbing in himself. The interior of the palanquin was quite cramped, and as Su Yun beheld the ample figure entering, he braced himself, fearing he might be crushed. Yet, to his astonishment, the corpulent form seemed to retract, transforming into a middle-aged man with a square face, neither overweight nor lacking in a certain elegance. The stark contrast to the nearly 10-foot-tall behemoth he had just witnessed was striking. Once settled within the palanquin, the bearer hoisted the poles, and with a swift motion, they were off, the world around them blurring into mere shadows as they sped away. In no time, they departed the dock and arrived at a secluded village, where a vendor was peddling wares to a group of children. Su Yun squinted, realizing it was indeed the same vendor he had encountered previously. Ah, a rare visitor. What might you be seeking? The vendor chuckled, playfully twirling a jade sword in his hands to amuse the children nearby. It is not for me, but rather this brother named Yudong. The portly figure lowered Su Yun, who was left pondering the implications. Yudong. He was certain that when others sought him out, the rotund man must have heard his true name. How curious that someone of such caliber would not covet his treasures. The vendor glanced at Su Yun, his expression shifting. Why have you brought him here? I did not offer refunds on goods sold. Besides, I didn't even collect payment last time. In fact, I incurred a loss. The vendor presumed Su Yun had encountered issues with his previous purchase and had returned seeking recompense. Yet the rules of commerce dictated that he could not be held accountable after the sale. Do you know each other? The rotund man was momentarily taken aback by the coincidence. The vendor scoffed. This is the realm of my celestial gate. To enter such a gate indicates an affiliation with the demonic path. Yet, the rotund man feigned ignorance to the implications. He refrained from inquiring further about the celestial gate, as questioning others about their affiliations was considered a grave breach of etiquette. He calmly stated, I recently encountered a binding cultivator who ensnared my soul. My wife instructed me to procure some items from you to summon my spirit. The vendor nodded, producing a rattle drum. Very well, that will be 100 spirit stones. The rotund man extended his hand, retrieving 100 spirit stones and placing them into the vendor's palm. Su Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. 100 spirit stones? Each spirit stone is worth 300 taels of silver, amounting to 30,000 taels in total, merely for the purchase of a rattle drum? After handing over the spirit stones, the rotund pig clasped his fist towards Su Yun and said, Benefactor, with this, I have repaid my debt. The next time we meet, it may very well be a matter of life and death. I urge you to avoid any conflict with me. The perspiration on Su Yun's face intensified. for he comprehended that the rotund swine was aware of his identity and the treasures he possessed. Surely, upon receiving the next command, it would take action against him. However, this individual truly adhered to principles. He felt indebted for a life saved and was determined to repay that debt. Even under the pressure exerted by the people of the Heavenly Sword sect, he resolved to rescue him. Before long, the plump swine took his leave in a sedan chair. The peddler then produced a rattle drum and approached Su Yun, giving it a shake. In the next moment, Su Yun broke free from his constraints and experienced a complete recovery. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, "What a remarkable item! Will this now be mine?" It was merely an inconsequential rattle drum. The true value lay in my own actions. If you wish to take it, feel free. The peddler chuckled and tossed the item to him. Su Yun examined it closely and, indeed, it was nothing more than a worthless rattle drum, devoid of any practical use. Nevertheless, as it was an item that had saved his life, he would not discard it lightly. He carefully tucked it away. He then observed the peddler selling celestial talismans to a group of young children. Curiously, he inquired, was that individual truly named Fat Pig? The peddler nodded. He is a good child, one I frequently encounter, traversing between the 18 nations for trade. Su Yun was puzzled. Why would anyone be named that? The peddler chuckled. His surname is Da. The year he was born, the land suffered a great drought, causing many to perish from starvation. His parents only wished for him to grow up healthy, as plump as a pig, thus they named him Fat Pig. What of it? Is it not pleasant to hear? Chapter 38. Do you know who your master is? Su Yun suddenly realized that it was akin to the names of Ergo and Zhu Zi, choosing a humble name for sustenance. Yet, it is undeniably unappealing. The peddler chuckled and remarked, indeed, it pales in comparison to yours. Winter has just passed. And with another cold front approaching these days, why not adopt the name Yudong? When the time comes for the willows to bud, you could then call yourself Yu Chun. Su Yun touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The merchant teased, when venturing outside, it's wise to exercise caution. Where is your master? How could he allow you to come out alone? Su Yun lowered his head, a sudden pang of acidity gripping his nose. He is dead. Are you certain he is dead? The merchant's expression was peculiar. Absolutely, I witnessed a swordsman sever his head with my own eyes. The merchant inquired again, do you truly know who your master is? Su Yun nodded earnestly, acknowledging, I understand, the third son of the Liu family. Once a teacher, forever a father, I shall remember this for a lifetime, never to forget. The merchant chuckled. Sensing that the lad was oblivious to whether his master was a man or a woman, he decided to abandon the topic, merely gesturing to the side. Very well. Young brother Yudong, please do not disturb me in my business. You may sit over there. If you are no longer in serious trouble, you may return home. Su Yun inquired, where am I now? How do I reach the county city? What is the purpose of going to the county city? The county city is over 1,000 miles from here. Su Yun inhaled sharply, filled with reluctance. It hardly seemed like a long while since he had settled into the palanquin, yet he had already traversed 1,000 miles. However, upon reflection, it was evident that the merchant's location was hardly a favorable one. After all, he was tasked with providing ordinary individuals with elixirs to open celestial gates, an endeavor strictly forbidden by the major sections. Were he to venture too close to the county city, it was likely that the powerful sects would sense his presence and apprehend the merchant. He felt a twinge of despair. My master has instructed me to deliver an item to the county city, but 1,000 miles is simply too far. The merchant, visibly irked, remarked, your master truly has no regard for the gravity of the situation. It is as if he is pushing a child into the flames. Yet, as soon as the merchant uttered these words, he was met with a fierce glare from Su Yun, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Though Su Yun remained silent, the merchant discerned the unspoken message within his gaze. You may say whatever you wish, but how dare you speak ill of the deceased? Do you not understand the principle of honoring the dead? Moreover, this is my master. The merchant, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, very well, since you are new to this. It may not be safe for you to venture to the county city alone. Once I finish my sales, I shall ensure that a companion accompanies you back. Su Yun pondered for a moment and said, do you possess a mountain and water talisman? I wish to purchase one and venture forth on my own. The vendor raised an eyebrow. I certainly have the mountain and water talisman, but do you believe you can afford it? My master is a heavy drinker. By the end of each month, he can scarcely afford a flask of wine, yet he manages to possess 2 of these talismans. How could I be unable to purchase one? The vendor then produced a piece of talisman paper and placed it in Su Yun's hand, stating 3,000. Su Yun produced a few pieces of silver, handing them to the peddler. 3 pieces of silver, equivalent to 3,000 copper coins. The peddler scoffed. Are you jesting with me? I require 3,000 spiritual stones. What? Su-Yun was on the verge of emotional collapse. Are you jesting with me? A single talisman costs 3,000 spirit stones? In terms of silver, that amounts to 900,000 taels. Are you truly joking? My master casually produces 2 talismans during our cultivation, and you expect me to part with 3,000 spirit stones? Su-Yun spat in disdain, exclaiming, Bah! Scoundrel! If it truly costs so much, how is it that the others who purchased items last time all affixed talismans? The peddler explained. The mountain and water talisman is indeed essential for traversing mountains and rivers, yet the talismans that others applied are not of the same kind. They serve to conceal one's visage. It is impossible for everyone to utilize the mountain and water talisman. Su-Yun stood frozen once more, perplexed. He could not comprehend how Coach Liu had acquired such an expensive talisman. Who was he before my master's failed quest for immortality? Su-Yun was filled with curiosity. Not only could he acquire 2 precious talismans, but he could also obtain a peculiar incense burner. Who could a failure possibly be? A failure is simply a failure. The vendor chuckled and shook his head, instructing Su-Yun to sit aside and wait while he sought a local individual to accompany Su-Yun. Su-Yun could only sit on the sidelines and wait. The peddler was a diligent young man. Surrounded by a throng of children eager to purchase sweets or gain entry to the realm of immortality. The offerings of the realm were indeed a monopolistic commodity. Yet only the peddler possessed the means to procure them. Logically, the peddler could be considered a monopolist. However, to everyone's surprise, he set his prices remarkably low, asking for merely 3 to 5 taels of silver, and in some instances, just a few copper coins. Was this not tantamount to asking for nothing at all? Su-Yun gazed quietly at the peddler, an unsettling suspicion gnawing at him that this young man was either making a fortune or incurring great losses. After all, these were the lifeblood of those prominent sects. How could such treasures be given away so cheaply? Moreover, various healing balms and ointments were available. A wounded hunter might purchase 2 or 3 items for a mere 8 taels of silver. The efficacy of these remedies was remarkable, particularly a concoction known as bone-mending powder, which required only a small amount to mend a broken leg, allowing one to return to their lively self after a mere 3 to 5 days of rest. Yet, he charged the hunter merely 8 pieces of silver. Su-Yun mused to herself, this individual is undoubtedly here for charitable purposes. As she contemplated, a woman approached from a distance and called out, Hawker, I require a portion of the bone-setting powder. I have exhausted the last batch I purchased. Here are 80,000 spirit stones for you. The woman tossed a storage bag, which clinked and clattered with the sound of the spirit stones within. Su-Yun shuddered. Just moments ago, he had claimed that this person was here for charitable purposes, only to have his words swiftly rebuffed. Did the vendor harbor a bias against gender? A man was asked for merely 8 taels of silver, while a woman was extorted for 80,000 spirit stones. That equated to a staggering 24 million taels of silver. It was nothing short of seizing the opportunity to rob, akin to extortion. Strangely enough, this woman seemed willing to endure such coercion. The vendor shook his storage pouch and immediately extended his hand. No. I require 3 more spirit stones. He truly had none left on him. The woman sighed, then I shall owe you. This amount cannot be lessened, or else I shall incur a loss. With that, the vendor presented her with 10 paper packages, each containing medicinal powder. Su-Yun could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, is this not different from the bone-setting powder we just encountered? The merchant shook his head, of course. It is the same. Then why do you demand 8 taels of silver from him while asking this woman for 80,000 spirit stones? The merchant replied with a chuckle. It is merely business. Losses and gains are commonplace. Naturally, the wealthy must pay a price befitting their status. In the midst of this conversation, the woman turned her head and cast a glance at Su-Yun. Her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, Su-Yun? It truly is you. Su-Yun was somewhat surprised. Sister Yu Wei, is it you? The vendor, preparing to pack up, said, the person who will take you back has already arrived. I must close up and take my leave. Su-Yun was taken aback, not expecting that the peddler was referring to Yun Wei. After packing up his belongings and shaking his rattle, he swiftly vanished from Su-Yun's sight. Yun Wei, on the other hand, took out a bone-setting powder and reattached her previously hastily stitched hand, flexing her wrist to find it quite nimble, which brought her a sense of relief. She inquired, I have heard that the Heavenly Sword sect is on the hunt for you? Chapter 39. The East Street has long since perished. Su-Yun recalled the experiences of recent days and was inexplicably overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. After all, he had inadvertently found himself ensnared in a manhunt, teetering on the brink of peril, truly an unjust calamity. I shall eventually make my way there and obliterate the Celestial Sword sect. Su Yun clenched his fists and declared. Hold on, Yunwei interjected with a smile. The Celestial Sword sect is formidable. Do you truly believe you can extinguish them? It will not be an easy feat. As they made their way back to the county town, Yunwei persistently endeavored to persuade Su Yun to reconsider his stance against the Celestial Sword sect, suggesting that, if necessary, he might even seek their assistance. The Celestial Sword sect held a significant interest in aiding a young man of his celestial lineage. This notion irked Su Yun, who retorted, Yunwei, if you continue to speak of this, I fear I shall have to sever our camaraderie. It was the Celestial Sword sect that murdered my master. A master is akin to a father. The blood feud of a slain father is one that cannot be forgiven. Yunwei fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, he sighed and inquired, where shall I escort you? To the 32nd residence on East Street. East Street? Yunwei's nose crinkled in confusion. What business do you have there? An old acquaintance of my master resides in that vicinity. I must seek him out. But East Street has long been deserted. Su Yun remained skeptical and insisted that Yunwei accompany her to the destination. If there truly is no one left, why do you doubt my words? Yunwei escorted Su Yun to East Street. Even while standing at the periphery of East Street, one could sense the vibrancy that enveloped it. The architecture here was notably grand and opulent, constructed from exquisite golden-hued timber. Along the sides of the street, numerous stalls were set up, where some vendors were dozing, and many pedestrians leaned against the wooden buildings, seeking repose. The entire street stretched for several miles, gracefully following the river, and exuded an aura of tranquility. Although Su Yun could not discern the time, he estimated it to be around midnight. While midnight is typically a time for slumber, it is certainly not a suitable moment to doze off carelessly in the streets. By the flickering light of the embers, Su Yun could observe that the wares of the peddlers had long since withered. The vendor of meat porridge had nothing but desiccated grain stuck to the bottom of his pot, as if they had been sun-dried for many years. The seller of meat had only jerky remaining, as though it had languished unsold for ages. Even the charcoal merchant's supply had crumbled to dust, reduced to mere coal dregs by the passage of time. The entire street lay in a state of stagnation. What had transpired here? Su Yun felt a twinge of fear. Yunwei sighed. An epidemic has erupted. These individuals have perished yet remain uncorrupted for many years. A number of thieves attempted to explore this place in search of treasures. Yet they too met their demise within. Even the ferocious beasts that invaded East Street perished on the thoroughfare. Since that time, no one has dared to venture into East Street again. Do you still wish to proceed? Su Yun expressed her surprise, inquiring, what kind of plague is it? It seems to be a contagion capable of disintegrating souls. If you insist on entering, I can lend you some soul power pills. With that, she produced several soul power pills. Su Yun glanced at them and noted that they were significantly inferior to those crafted in an alchemical furnace. Much like the blood essence pills, those produced in the furnace were exponentially superior to the ones he had previously consumed from Luotong, to the extent that even a robust pig at the void refinement stage could benefit from them. Nevertheless, Su Yun accepted the soul power pills, nodding in gratitude. Thank you. At 16, he still bore a somewhat innocent appearance. In contrast, Yunwei appeared to be around 17 or 18, resembling an amiable older sister from the neighborhood. With a playful smile, she pinched his cheek and suggested, since you are so grateful, why not reconsider going? You could spare your life to express your thanks to me. No, I must go, he resolutely replied. Su Yun's countenance was grave, filled with trepidation that if he did not relinquish the alchemical furnace, he would ultimately meet his demise by its hand. Since death was inevitable, he resolved to grasp at the slenderest thread of hope. Seeing that he could not dissuade him, Yunwei proposed, why not agree to refrain from opposing the Heavenly Sword sect? Should you find yourself in need, you may seek assistance from us. Su Yun shook her head resolutely. This is not an option. I have already stated that the Heavenly Sword sect murdered my master. With that, she took her medicinal pills and ventured into East Street. Yunwei sighed, producing a talisman that soared into the air, transforming into a streak of escaping light. In mere moments, she arrived at the boundary between Jiuxiao County and the Imperial County. Within this boundary lay a formidable barrier, impassable by anyone, regardless of their cultivation level. To traverse it, one could only take the official route established by the Western nations, which possess the technology to control this barrier. In essence, to cross states or nations, there were but two means, by ship or via the official road. Traveling by ship required a ticket, while using the official road necessitated obtaining a pass from the transportation office in the West. However, Yunwei was different. She directly approached the border, demanding the transportation office's inspectors to lower the barrier and allow her passage. The officials chuckled. refusing her request. Miss Yoon, while we would like to accommodate you, we require a pass, as you well know. Our rules have always been thus. Yunwei furrowed her brow. What do you mean? Have I not been generous enough in the past? The officials ceased their laughter, their demeanor turning frosty. What do you imply, Miss Yoon? Are you suggesting I have ever taken advantage of your goodwill? Yunwei's expression darkened considerably as she stamped her foot. My Heavenly Sword sect contributes millions of spirit stones to your office annually. Is that not sufficient? Do you intend to default on our agreement? The receipts are still held at the Heavenly Sword sect. Her footfall, though lacking in physical force, summoned intricate patterns to emerge from the ground, allowing spiritual energy to seep through her soles and inscribe a talisman upon the earth. The transportation officials, mere lackeys rather than the true overseers of the transit fortress, exchanged glances, their expression shifting as one of them nervously explained, Miss Yoon, you cannot hold us accountable. The Heavenly Sword sect is no longer under your command. After your 15-year absence, the sect's leadership has become your sister's personal possession. As she stated, to use the official road henceforth, a pass is required. If you truly lack one, you may as well take a ship. It is merely a matter of crossing one county, which should not require much expense, should it? Why must you make things difficult for us, the lowly staff? Yunwei would indeed prefer to take a ship. However, she found herself utterly devoid of spirit stones. She still owed the merchant from whom she had purchased goods. How could she possibly afford a pass or a ship fare? After a moment's contemplation, she recalled, what about my private vessel? Where is it? She had consistently provided substantial funds to the Western Transportation Office, which had granted her an exemption, allowing her to possess a private transport ship exempt from the office's scrutiny. The inspector replied with a smirk, that too belongs to your sister now. Chapter 40, Another Lu instructor? Yunwei felt completely trapped. The power of the West loomed large, overshadowing the 18 nations of the celestial domain, much like the immortal beings who transcended the mundane world. Thus, even if she wished to eliminate these inspectors, she could not. Any such action would surely incur the wrath of the West. Yet, without funds, she found herself unable to leave Jiuxiao County in the near term. Of course, given her prowess, earning a few dozen spirit stones was entirely within her capabilities. However, she could not afford to lose face. Jiuxiao County was already considered the Emperor's territory, and many might recognize her. Should she be identified, how could she ever maintain her reputation? Initially, she had contemplated returning to her sect to seek justice from Su Yun, questioning who dared to issue a bounty on her without her command. Now, faced with this predicament, her frustration mounted. She suddenly grasped why Su Yun was so resolutely opposed to the Heavenly Sword sect. My dear sister, wait for me. I shall come to you in due time, and you will know who truly holds sway over this sect. She spat disdainfully and turned away from the barrier, returning to East Street. Su Yun had already departed from his sight, vanishing completely. She sat outside, patiently waiting. Feeling somewhat bored, she settled onto the ground and began to count her talismans. One by one, the number of talismans in her possession was dwindling, leaving her with merely 15. With no money at hand, she found herself unable to purchase talisman paper or craft new ones. Fortunately, she possessed alternative methods to draw talismans within the void. However, such a technique significantly diminished their potency. It was imperative to exercise caution, not only against those of the same realm but even against cultivators of a lower realm, be it 1 or 2 levels beneath her. Su Yun, you must return, otherwise, I truly cannot find my way back. As Su Yun entered East Street, he felt an overwhelming heaviness in his steps. Indeed, this street possessed an eerie quality. Upon entering, his already bound soul became acutely distressed once more, as if it were on the verge of disintegration. With every step he took, a fragment of his soul seemed to dissipate. Feeling somewhat helpless, he consumed a medicinal pill given to him by Yunwei, which alleviated his discomfort significantly, allowing him to proceed. Yet, as he continued onward, the toll on his soul persisted, akin to it being torn asunder. Relying on the abundance of pills he carried, he diligently consumed them one by one, harnessing their potency to navigate his way. The first household, the second household, the third household. At last, he found himself standing before the 32nd door. This residence appeared to belong to a local magnate, as it was far from ordinary in size, resembling a grand manor. It was springtime, and within, the grass was lush and the air filled with drifting fluff, creating a hazy atmosphere. In a moment of trance, Su Yun fancied he glimpsed a living figure seated quietly inside. However, in the next instant, that figure vanished, leaving him to question his own perception. Nevertheless, he felt a strong intuition that the figure was likely real. Otherwise, Why would Coach Lu have directed him to deliver his items to this place? Upon entering the household, the sensation of his soul being torn apart dissipated entirely, allowing him to navigate through the swirling willow fluff with a sense of tranquility. The abundance of willow fluff seemed as though it had accumulated over decades, suddenly cascading down today like a mesmerizing snowfall. These wisps appeared to possess a life of their own, coiling together to form a cocoon, ultimately transforming into a figure standing deep within the manor. Su-Yun gazed at the figure before him, and suddenly, tears streamed down his face. Could it truly be Coach Lu? This was inconceivable. Coach Lu had perished. How could a deceased person return to life and stand before him? No matter how he scrutinized the individual, he was convinced it was indeed Coach Lu, his portly belly, his rugged beard, and the unmistakable scent of alcohol that enveloped him. Su-Yun remained cautious, wiping away his tears and maintaining his vigilance. As Coach Lu approached him, a broad smile adorned his face. Have you come to deliver something? Yet, there was not a trace of familiarity in his gaze. Su-Yun nodded. Indeed, I came to deliver something, but the item has vanished. Coach Lu, taken aback, inquired. How could something simply disappear? All the major powers are searching for it. Even the Heavenly Sword sect has gone so far as to destroy ships from the west in pursuit of it. Frowning, Coach Lu remarked, I never anticipated such a series of calamities arising. Come, let's discuss this inside. He gestured for Su-Yun to traverse the garden and enter the room. The building stood tall, 3 or 4 stories high, constructed from golden silk wood, exuding an air of splendor. However, Su-Yun felt an oddness in Coach Lu's demeanor, prompting him to remain cautious and not follow too closely. Coach Lu glanced back and urged, Hurry inside. You are our guest, so why linger outside? Su-Yun chuckled and said, I shall not enter. Merely coming to see you suffices. With that, he turned to leave. He had no intention of parting with the alchemical furnace, nor did he wish to take it. He would simply abandon it in some corner of East Street. However, upon turning around, he was taken aback. Where was the exit behind him? Upon entering, the residence had appeared intact, yet now, as he sought to depart, it resembled a tomb, devoid of any exit. He contemplated scaling the walls, yet they were inscribed with runes. Not only would he be thwarted, but even cultivators of significantly higher realms would likely find themselves ensnared here. Su-Yun, filled with ire, exclaimed, I have come to deliver something to you. Yet you can find me? To which Lu Jiaodo replied with a smile, It is not I who imprison you, but rather this house that holds you captive. Come inside, and we shall discuss it further. Su-Yun could only enter. This house is remarkably exquisite, almost resembling a palace. However, within it lies an abundance of corpses. Some belong to humans, while others are from demonic beasts. The bones of these cadavers have been stripped of flesh through cruel cuts, leaving them stark and bare. Su-Yun gazed up in astonishment at Coach Lu, fear evident in his eyes. Did you consume all these people? Coach Lu chuckled. I have been confined here for many years. Consuming a few individuals is of little consequence. If I hadn't tea, I would have perished long ago. However, Su-Yun noticed that one corpse remained remarkably intact. A beautiful woman whose chest bore a stab wound, her entrails removed, and her skull shattered, with her primordial spirit extracted. She had likely been dead for decades, yet the blood seeping from her body suggested she had only just passed. Coach Lu presented Su-Yun with a platter of neatly sliced flesh, raw and unmistakably human. I apologize, but there is little worth eating here, so upon your arrival, I can only offer you this. Su-Yun nodded slightly. I just had a hearty meal outside, and am not particularly hungry. Please, go ahead and eat. However, Coach Lu did not partake in the meal. Instead, a young man descended from upstairs, appearing utterly famished, his frame resembling little more than skin and bones. He sat beside Coach Lu, picked up a piece of meat, placed it in his mouth, and closed his eyes, reveling in the exquisite taste. As the young man savored his food, Coach Lu remained motionless, akin to a marionette with its strings cut. Su-Yun earnestly hoped that this Coach Lu was indeed real, wishing fervently that he was still alive. Upon witnessing this sight, an overwhelming sadness enveloped him. At last, the man spoke. Who sent you here? Su-Yun pointed to the Coach Lu beside him and said, It is he. The man, taken aback, responded, Isn't it a woman? Chapter 41. Let him stay here. Su-Yun stood in a daze, unable to comprehend for a long while. Was it a woman who was summoned to deliver the items? How could it possibly be a woman? It was the one beside you. His brows knitted into a furrow as he pondered the events of recent days, finding them increasingly perplexing. The man inquired, Are you certain? Su-Yun nodded, affirming her certainty. The man let out a cold laugh, stating, Lu Laosan has been dead for many years. This individual by my side has never left this place. How could he possibly allow you to deliver anything to me? Su Yun harbored doubts. He believed that the corpse of Lu Laosan was a mere fabrication. Do you not believe it? The man scoffed. Have you ever seen Lu Laosan sustain any injuries? Su Yun nodded. In the end, his head was severed. I witnessed it with my own eyes. If you were to touch the blood he shed, you would realize it is not blood at all. It is merely the essence that animates the puppets. He then made an incision on Lu Laosan's corpse, urging Su Yun to feel. Su Yun gently touched the body. Indeed, it was genuine blood. This was undeniably the corpse of Lu Laosan. With his head bowed, he began to ponder. Lu Laosan was dead. Then, who had been the one teaching him? He claimed that a woman had instructed him to deliver something. Could it be the master's wife? Just as he was deep in thought, the man beside him suddenly became enraged, his features contorting as he gnawed on human flesh and bellowed. Lu Laosan, you deserve to die? You deserve to perish. I am your brother, yet not only did you refuse to grant me the alchemy furnace, but you also conspired with others to ensnare me. You shall meet your end. After a moment, he regained a semblance of composure and remarked with a smile, My young brother, it matters not that the item you were to deliver has been lost. For now, you should stay here, and we shall discuss it further later. Once I am free, I will seek out the item you intended to deliver. Su Yun lowered her head and after a long pause, said, I do not wish to stay. I long to depart. The man burst into laughter, exclaiming, You cannot leave. This mansion belongs to that woman. Unless she arrives, no one can escape. That woman is? Su Yun inquired. Lu Laosan's wife, an adulteress, a wretched creature. As he spoke, the man's emotions frayed once more, spiraling into a semblance of madness. His words became fragmented, and as he gazed at Su Yun, his eyes were filled with an insatiable hunger. As though he yearned to consume her whole, Su Yun immediately forced a smile, apologizing, I won't ask any further, I shall retire for the night. At the man's insistence, he ascended the stairs and found solace in a solitary chamber. Strangely enough, upon entering this abode, his essence no longer dissipated, granting Su Yun a semblance of tranquility. Yet, sleep eluded him, for he could hear the man whispering conspiratorially downstairs. Now that a new living soul had arrived, you must release me. What? You clearly promised me that if I brought a living person, you would set me free. Does your word mean nothing? Cursed be you. Su Yun felt a twinge of horror. Could there still be a living person in this house? That seemed improbable, as there was not a trace of life to be sensed. If no one was alive, to whom was the man conversing? Su Yun was indeed curious. So she drew out a knife and carved a small hole in the ground, allowing her to glimpse the events unfolding within the hall. To her astonishment, there was only that man, speaking to the wall. Upon the wall, a mist seemed to coalesce into a human visage, its voice barely audible. Ultimately, the man's words evidently provoked the dwelling. With a thunderous boom, several heavy thuds resonated as various objects within the house levitated, striking the man with such force that he was left bruised and battered, lying on the ground, unable to move. This man was likely quite formidable, perhaps even a peerless warrior. However, having been trapped here for decades, he had exhausted all his medicinal elixirs, and his internal spiritual energy had long since dissipated. Most critically, without celestial bones, he could not draw upon the ethereal energies of the void, forced to survive on human flesh. How could he withstand the onslaught of this abode? Stop. Please, I was wrong. I want to leave. He cried in agony, yet the house continued its assault. In desperation, he could only exert the scant spiritual energy remaining within him to manipulate Lu Jiaodo's body as though he were a marionette. Upon seeing Lu Jiaodo, the house finally ceased its attack, falling into silence. Was this a puppet master? Su Yun was aware of the nature of such cultivators. Their spells were fundamentally limited to two: creation and control. The higher their cultivation, the stronger the puppets they could create. Naturally, with greater cultivation came enhanced methods for controlling these puppets, allowing them to manage a greater number. Moreover, their control extended beyond their own creations. It encompassed all beings and corpses within the realm of cultivation. Those formidable puppet masters were akin to an entire army, rendering them nearly invincible against peers of the same level. He was uncertain of the puppet's strength, but after being trapped here for so many years, even the mightiest would be rendered powerless. Su Yun found himself in contemplation, pondering whether he should approach and eliminate that man. Observing how the man manipulated Lu Jiaodo's lifeless body stirred a sense of indignation within him. After some reflection, he concluded that he could not depart just yet. Thus, he resolved to remain in this place, determined to gradually unravel the truth of the matter. Unlike that man, who lacked celestial bones and was unable to absorb the spiritual essence from the void due to his corporeal limitations, Su Yun possessed celestial bones that allowed him to transform spiritual energy into vital blood and spiritual power. He could easily practice fasting and decide how long he wished to live. This also afforded him the opportunity to continue his cultivation of the two techniques. Moreover, the residents harbored significant animosity towards that man, forbidding him entry into Su Yun's chamber, allowing him to enjoy a restful sleep. After merely 2 hours of slumber, he awoke revitalized, turned over, and commenced his training. The man approached, carrying a platter of human flesh, and knocked on his door. "Little brother, are you hungry?" he inquired. Su Yun smiled and said, "There is no need to call me little brother. My name is Yudong." "Yudong, are you feeling hungry?" Su Yun remarked. "I am not hungry. You may eat by yourself." The man remained silent, carrying the plate away, continuing to whisper in hushed tones from a distance. Su Yun listened intently. He was articulating his own scheme. Perhaps due to the prolonged solitude, the man's mental state had become somewhat erratic, resembling a conversation with his other self. This fellow must possess provisions, undoubtedly. Indeed, he might even possess elixirs or pills. "What do you intend to do?" "I have the golden bones. I shall seize him first, then extract the primordial energy within, animating the body of my elder sister, employing her spells to keep him here, thus allowing me to escape." Su Yun squinted his eyes. "So, the golden bones, are they? I am quite eager to discover the purpose they serve." He settled into a cross-legged position, tirelessly channeling his energy, gradually infusing color into the celestial suppression diagram. 2 days later, he descended from the upper floor, intending to visit the restroom. The facility here was rather exquisite, featuring a sandalwood toilet adorned with the pelts of mystical beasts, making it exceedingly comfortable. There was no door to the restroom, only a curtain. Su Yun observed the man standing outside, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Chapter 42. There must be someone to guard the house. Su Yun spoke calmly. "Do you need to use the restroom? Please wait a moment." The man let out a strange, eerie laugh, clutching a knife in his hand, remaining silent. Su Yun remained remarkably composed, displaying an almost dispassionate indifference to his situation, even choosing to remain seated upon the toilet. His opponent, lacking the prowess of a body cultivator, could only engage in close combat akin to that of a martial artist, with scarcely any enhancement in strength. The disparity in their power was staggering, fivefold. It was akin to an adult contending with a mere child of 3 or 5 years. With a swift motion, the man brandished his knife, piercing through the curtain and lunging towards Su Yun. However, Su Yun's speed was unparalleled. With a flick of his wrist, he seized the man's arm, twisting it gently yet decisively. The sound of a bone snapping echoed in the air as the man's hand was rendered useless, causing him to collapse to his knees before Su Yun. Agony etched across his face, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. As the man attempted to utter a word, Su Yun applied pressure once more, eliciting another anguished cry from his lips. Su Yun chuckled. "What realm are you in to dare come here and threaten me? I have already reached the crossing tribulation stage." The man bellowed. "You, a mere chi refining stage brat. What right do you have?" Su Yun shook her head, clicking her tongue in disbelief. "The tribulation stage, yet a puppet cultivator without any spiritual power, what purpose does it serve? Without ascending to immortality, one ultimately returns to dust. In the face of someone with my celestial bone, how are you any different from a mere clown?" The man gazed at Su Yun incredulously. "Do you truly possess celestial bone?" Su Yun chuckled. "What is there to be surprised about?" The man's expression darkened. "This should not be the case. Since 300 years ago, immortal bones have been extinct. No one can forge them. If immortal bones are truly extinct, then who can achieve immortality? Indeed, one can only ascend to immortality by refining elixirs using a treasure known as the alchemical furnace. That woman must be intending for you to deliver the items, thus facilitating Lu Laosan's escape." Su Yun suddenly realized why everyone coveted this alchemical furnace. However, he was perplexed as to why the celestial bones had ceased to exist 300 years ago. The man, overwhelmed by anxiety, candidly explained that after the Immortals cleansed the mortal realm, they conveniently altered the cultivation methods, thereby severing the path to ascension for humanity. Su Yun nodded, finally posing the most crucial question. "Who are you? Why did Lu Laosan's wife leave you here?" "My name is Wang Hai," he replied. The other men remained silent, merely bowing their heads. Su Yun continued to twist his wrist. He remained silent. Su Yun decisively wielded his blade, severing his own arm with a single stroke. He remained silent, merely cradling his dismembered limb and letting out a harrowing cry. Suyun wiped himself, pulled up his trousers, flushed the toilet, and departed. As for whether Wang Hai was alive or dead, he could not be bothered. After all, this individual was a cultivator in the Tribulation Transcending stage, at such a level. One's soul remains undying, and even if the physical body were to be utterly destroyed, the soul could escape and seize a new body to be reborn. Wang Hai. Oh Wang Hai, if you choose not to speak, I shall continue to wait for your words. I wonder who will outlive whom. In Su Yun's eyes lingered a playful smile, while Wang Hai felt an overwhelming chill enveloping his entire being. Su Yun possesses celestial bones, granting him the ability to draw upon the spiritual energy of the entire world. With such energy, he can transcend the need for sustenance, allowing him to endure in this manner indefinitely. However, he is now gaunt and emaciated, reduced to manipulating Lu Laosan's corpse to leave the residence daily, returning with fresh cadavers to consume raw flesh in slices. Su Yun remained seated in his chamber, refraining from venturing outside, as he diligently devoted himself to the cultivation of his physical and spiritual energies. The mastery of these two arts proved exceedingly arduous. Even after 10 hours of practice each day, he could barely complete 10 cycles. To achieve a full 3,000 cycles of both, he would require 300 days. Currently, he was still short by 2,632 cycles, necessitating the passage of time for progress. Thus, he resolved to persevere patiently, allowing the residents to wear down Wang Hai in the process. And so, they endured another fortnight, with silence persisting from the floor below. Su Yun gazed through the small opening at Wang Hai below, who appeared to have surrendered to his fate, clinging to a mere day-to-day existence, consuming human flesh to survive. Endure as long as you can. I shall see how many days you can withstand. Su Yun covered the small opening and continued his operations. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard a deep voice emanating from behind him. You underestimate him greatly. Su Yun abruptly turned around, only to find a vague visage materializing upon the wall behind him. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was merely a figment of his imagination. There was no face at all. Are you the house? Su Yun inquired. Indeed. Su Yun was astonished, unable to fathom that she could actually converse with the mansion. The mansion replied, he has been deceiving you from the very beginning. What do you mean? I don't understand. He is not in the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Is he in the Great Ascension stage? No, he is an immortal, a servant of the heavens. At that moment, a chill coursed through Su Yun's body. Wang Hai was actually an immortal. This was inconceivable. You were lying to me. Su Yun was exceedingly cautious. If he were indeed an immortal, then his physical form would undoubtedly be impervious to decay, invulnerable to weapons, and endowed with boundless strength. The most self-reliant of immortals could still have a corporeal form that rivals celestial bones. However, he had previously suffered the humiliation of having his arm effortlessly severed by me, and had been struck down with a single blow, left powerless to resist, kneeling before me in cold sweat. Thus, it is evident that you have greatly underestimated him. Has no one informed you of the treachery that lurks beyond? He is feigning weakness. He seeks to mislead you into believing his strength is formidable, while he secretly gathers spiritual energy, using the corpse of that woman as a puppet, channeling her spells to ensure your eternal entrapment here. Suddenly, Su Yun awoke with a start, nearly losing his way. Please, elucidate the situation for me, he inquired. The resident, somewhat troubled, replied, there are certain matters I have forgotten. I can only recall fragments pertaining to the alchemical furnace. Is this what you seek? Su Yun retrieved the alchemical furnace. Indeed, this is it. The resident was somewhat astonished. Su Yun expressed curiosity, inquiring, is it truly called a Dan furnace? Indeed, it is referred to as a Dan furnace. For elixirs are traditionally crafted by individuals who employ Taoist fire in conjunction with a furnace. However, this small furnace possesses the remarkable ability to autonomously refine elixirs, hence its designation as a Dan furnace. Zhaizi elaborated, Lu Laosan has acquired the Dan furnace, intending to present it to the woman lying in the grand hall. Yet, Wang Hai also covets it. His motives remain unclear to me, though I am aware that he possesses some peculiar treasures with which he ambushed Lu Laosan and his wife. Lu Laosan managed to restrain Wang Hai, urging his wife to summon me in order to ensnare Wang Hai. In the ensuing conflict, Wang Hai killed Lu Laosan and his spouse, but was subsequently depleted of his spiritual power by the duo's formation, leaving him stranded here. Su Yun furrowed her brows, pondering if that is the case. Why doesn't he simply break free? Zhaizi retorted. Did she not inform you of the reason when she sent you here? No, Su Yun replied. She merely instructed me to come and deliver these items. Zhaizi chuckled. Is she wishing for your demise then? There are countless treasures in this world. each possessing its own unique attributes. My attribute is rather straightforward. It requires someone to guard the premises, meaning there must be a living person within the house. If you were to kill Wang Hai, or if Wang Hai were to kill you, there would still need to be one person eternally trapped here, destined to remain until reduced to ashes. Chapter 43. The need for an outsider's cooperation. Su Yun finally comprehended the predicament in which he found himself ensnared. Was his master's wife intent on his demise? Was it a deliberate act or merely an unfortunate accident? In any case, Su Yun's mind was in turmoil. He felt increasingly disoriented, unsure of whom to trust and against whom to take a stand. Such uncertainty was perilous, for even in death, he could meet an ambiguous fate. He found himself utterly bewildered, to the point where he began to doubt the very house before him, questioning, "Are your words genuine or false? Do you harbor intentions to bring about my end as well?" The house remained silent, urging him to regain his composure. Alone, under the pale moonlight, Su Yun practiced his cultivation, his heart heavy with complexity. Thus, time elapsed, one day then two. Su Yun noticed that Wang Hai had become increasingly diligent, tirelessly carrying corpses into the residence from dawn until dusk. The sheer number of bodies he transported was staggering, often exceeding a dozen in a single day. The first floor was already inundated with corpses, making it quite difficult for Su Yun to navigate even when descending to the restroom. Su Yun gazed at Wang Hai, her eyes icy. "Wang Hai, what are you planning to do?" Wang Hai chuckled ominously. "I have been locked up here for decades. I feel so lonely. Let them come and keep me company." Su Yun frowned. What has happened to Wang Hai? Has he lost his mind? How can he utter such words? The bodies you have carried are lifeless. How could they accompany you? Yet, he could not discern whether Wang Hai was feigning madness or genuinely unhinged. He simply continued his practice. Wang Hai persisted in hauling corpses, the streets now littered with them, blanketed in willow fluff. At last, Wang Hai began to gorge himself. There was water in the house, yet no food. Now that there were others present, he chopped everything into pieces and shoved it into his mouth. The sight was horrifying. While he had witnessed cannibalism before, he had never encountered such a grotesque form of consumption. He even gnawed on the bones, crushing them to swallow. Su Yun returned to his room and inquired of the residents, "What on earth is happening?" "He has begun to consume bones." The residents replied, "I have long informed you that he desires human flesh to accumulate his spiritual energy. Once his power is sufficient, he will replace you, leaving you here as the guardian. You did not believe me before, but do you now?" Su Yun let out a cold scoff, declaring, "I still refuse to believe it. My master's wife sent me here to meet my demise, and you, being a treasure summoned by her, are undoubtedly no good either. I trust no one but myself. It is only through my own abilities that I can survive and leave this place." The abode appeared devoid of emotion, showing no signs of anger, and calmly replied, "Let us set that aside. Allow me to explain why it seeks to consume bones. You possess celestial bones and should be aware of where the nourishment goes during body tempering." Su Yun exclaimed, "Naturally, it is the bones. With every new bone, all the flesh and blood within me are nearly drained, almost suffocating me." The recluse responded, "Indeed, that is why he must consume the bones. They contain an abundance of spiritual energy, which he can transform into his own power. Among these corpses lie both cultivators and mortals. Once he has devoured them all, he will be able to invoke his spells and raise that woman from the ground." "Who is that woman?" Su Yun inquired, intrigued. Upon his arrival, he had seen her lying on the ground, her organs hollowed out, her nascent soul shattered, yet she had not been consumed. The recluse replied, "She is the disciple of the third brother and his wife, and also the elder sister of Wang Hai." "His biological sister?" "Yes, his biological sister." Su Yun could hardly believe it. He actually killed his own elder sister for the sake of the alchemical furnace? Indeed, he is such a person. A person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals? Yes. Su Yun squinted, his perception of Wang Hai shifting. A man willing to slay his own sister for the sake of seizing an alchemical furnace was indeed somewhat terrifying. After all, that was his own flesh and blood. What manner of heartlessness must one possess to commit such an act? No, perhaps this man was devoid of a heart altogether. He began to gradually believe the words of the mansion. He inquired further, "I have another question. Why did my master's wife insist that I deliver the alchemical furnace?" "Because she wished to save someone, specifically Lu Lao San." Yet, who could have foreseen that Lu Lao San had already perished 5 years after her departure? Then, just how formidable is Wang Hai? Is he stronger than my master? No, I have already informed you that he wields some sinister artifacts that subdued Lu Lao San. Otherwise, with Lu Lao San's capabilities, his fist could shatter all illusions. With his vitality, he could endure for a century without sustenance or the absorption of spiritual energy. However, All his prowess was suppressed by those artifacts, leading to Lu Lao San's demise. This, perhaps, is the truth. Can the dead truly return to life? Su Yun, unable to contain his emotions, began to shed tears. They cannot return, unless one can find the soul that has long departed. Su Yun nodded earnestly. All right, I will search. The dwelling then remarked, Su Yun, there is truly no need for you to do this. The one who taught you is not Lu Lao San, but rather your so-called master Lu Qing, who is very much alive and thriving. Whether it is a master or a mistress, it matters not. Once a teacher, forever a father. Since my mistress has instructed me, I must endeavor to find her partner. The emotionless dwelling unexpectedly chuckled. It appears she has taken on a commendable disciple. Do you wish to venture out? Su Yun nodded. Of course I wish to venture outside. Although remaining here is not without its merits. Being constantly scrutinized by an immortal is quite terrifying. The dwelling responded, if you are eager to depart, there exists but one solution. However, this solution transcends mere departure. What do you mean? You must take me with you, becoming my new master. Su Yun was astonished. The mansion was undoubtedly a treasure capable of withstanding the assaults of celestial beings, yet it was willing to become his possession? This sensation felt akin to a dream. If you agree, I shall reveal to you the means of departure, the mansion proclaimed. Su Yun furrowed her brow and asked, why? Are you in desperate need of a master? If that is the case, why not let Wang Hai become your lord? The resident retorted vehemently. He is merely a lapdog of the Immortals. How dare he presume to be my master? Bah. Su Yun inquired again, why must you seek a master? I have lingered here for far too long. If I continue to remain, I fear I may lose my essence and ultimately transform into an ordinary dwelling. Pray tell, why must I seek a master? Su Yun suddenly realized and said, I understand now. You have managed to attain a modicum of spirit, and you do not wish to lose it. If that is the case, I shall assist you. Tell me, how can I help? The residents replied, you must find a living person from the outside, someone who can provide you with support and aid in calling back your soul. While this individual casts their spell upon you, their power will anchor your soul. At that moment, their spell will be incapable of binding your soul, but instead will tether their own, binding them to this residence, rendering them the true guardian of this abode. This notion intrigued Su Yun. However, he frowned and remarked, you mean to say I should seek someone from outside to aid me? Indeed, came the reply. Then release me so I may find someone. That cannot be. The residents countered, my door cannot be opened. If it were, Wang Hai would escape, and we would all be in peril. Should he establish contact with the celestial beings above, we would be exposed, and both you and I would meet our demise. Su Yun cursed in frustration. Nothing you do is acceptable. How am I supposed to collaborate with you? Are you jesting with me? The resident, equally incensed, retorted, you dare to come here alone? It is you who is mocking me. In a fit of rage, the resident lifted the bed and hurled it at Su Yun. Su Yun delivered several forceful kicks to the misty visage on the wall. The two individuals engaged in a fierce altercation, nearly dismantling the furniture in the process. Ultimately parting ways in discontent. Su Yun once again fixated on Wang Hai, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. How was he to contend with this man? Killing him was not an option, and cohabitation was equally unfeasible. One thing, however, was unequivocal. He could not allow Wang Hai to indulge in his feasting undisturbed. If this continued, and if his opponent were to regain his celestial abilities, Su Yun, a mere fledgling at the Qi refinement stage, would be as insignificant as an ant, easily crushed at a whim. Thus, Su Yun descended the stairs, stealthy as a cat, devoid of any sound, and stealthily approached Wang Hai from behind, lifting his blade with the intent to sever Wang Hai's other hand. Yet, to his astonishment, the blade struck the lifeless body of Lu Lao San. Upon a closer glance, he realized that Wang Hai was seated comfortably on the sofa, a grin adorning his face as he quietly observed him. A shiver ran down Su Yun's spine as he exclaimed, aren't you a puppet master? How can you wield illusions? That is the domain of those who practice dream manipulation. Wang Hai erupted into laughter. Indeed, I am a puppet master, and there exists a technique within my repertoire known as the cat swaps the prince. Do you grasp its meaning? I possess the ability to exchange positions with my puppets. Su Yun let out a cold snort and raised the blade once more, intent on severing Wang Hai's other hand. Yet, to her astonishment, Wang Hai managed to manipulate the lifeless form of Lu Lao San. Su Yun was unaware of the exact realm Lu Lao San had once attained. But one fact was clear, he had undoubtedly been an immortal, and a rather formidable one at that. For even if Wang Hai had once possessed immortality himself, he needed to employ certain extraordinary methods to first subdue Lu Lao San before he could slay him. Moreover, this act was not carried out immediately, but rather 5 years later, indicating that Lu Laosan must have been an immortal even more potent than Wang Hai. Wang Hai's internal spiritual energy was limited. Thus he could not exert full control over Lu Laosan's corpse. While he could manage to carry it, commanding it in battle was an entirely different matter. Wang Hai merely exerted a fleeting influence, prompting Lu Laosan to move slightly. The prowess of an immortal was undeniable, without warning. Lu Laosan's hand grasped Su Yun's throat, leaving her gasping for breath. Ultimately, however, Wang Hai commanded Lu Laosan's corpse to release its grip. His expression devoid of emotion as he said, "Yudong, I have spared your life. Why do you seek your own demise?" Su Yun, with a dark expression, declared, "If my life is to be exchanged for yours, I would rather perish." With that, he raised his hand, intent on severing his own head. Wang Hai, quick-witted and agile, snatched the knife away, unwilling to allow Su Yun to die, nor daring to let the lifeless body continue its grip. Su Yun squinted, remaining silent as she retreated to her room. The house whispered, "You can no longer contend with him. The only solution now is for you to devise a way to contact someone from the outside. As long as that person calls you at the appropriate moment, it will suffice." Su Yun sighed. This residence was exceedingly peculiar. Even an immortal like Wang Hai had been unable to contact the outside world for decades, completely substituting himself within these confines. How could he possibly establish communication? He could only devote himself to arduous cultivation, hoping for a miraculous occurrence. He had exhausted all the elixirs. At last, his cultivation had ascended to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Yet, even at this 5th level, it proved futile. The residents declared, "Do not squander your efforts. Unless you can reach someone outside, I shall not permit your departure." Su Yun felt a throbbing headache. Days passed by, one after another. The number of corpses around dwindled, nearly devoured entirely by Wang Hai. Yunwei remained outside, calculating the time. She had been waiting for 3 months. 3 months is no trivial span, yet Su Yun still had not emerged. Doubt began to creep into her mind. Had Su Yun perished? After all, no one had ever entered East Street for such an extended period without returning. Moreover, she believed she could see a figure moving about within, carrying the bodies from the streets. She was uncertain if her eyes deceived her. Initially, she dismissed it as an illusion. After all, how could there be living souls in East Street? However, she later observed that the number of people on the streets had diminished significantly. Although she could not witness the corpses being transported away, she was certain they were indeed being removed. Now, the streets lay desolate, devoid of a single corpse. She began to wonder if that figure was, in fact, Su Yun. What has Su Yun experienced at number 32 East Street? She yearned to visit, yet lacked the elixir. Fully aware that her spirit could not withstand the street's consuming force. To enter, she required the potion to endure a while longer. Lost in contemplation, she suddenly spotted a rotund figure sauntering towards her from a distance. This hefty individual must weigh over 500 pounds, yet his steps were surprisingly silent and light. Recognizing him, she laughed. "Big fat pig, what brings you to East Street?" The rotund figure acknowledged Yunwei with a respectful bow. "Leader Yun, I am here to seek someone." Yunwei retorted with a hint of anger. "I am no longer a leader, after a brief absence. My dear sister has taken my place. Now, I cannot even pass through the barrier." The big fat pig chuckled. "Do you need funds, senior? I can lend you some. Just return the original amount when the time comes." Yunwei abruptly regained her composure. Her cheeks flushed, and she coughed lightly. "Nonsense. I am a formidable cultivator. How could I possibly lack money? It's none of your concern." Realizing he had offended Yunwei, the big fat pig quickly amended his statement. "It has been years since I last traded with the Heavenly Sword sect. Is there any business to discuss? I can provide a deposit." Chapter 44. Summoning Souls. The big fat pig, a seasoned merchant traversing the 18 kingdoms, was quite generous in his dealings. Although Yunwei appreciated his offer and was tempted by the prospect of the payment, she ultimately declined the money. "Do you have any elixirs? Give me the soul-strengthening pills, the more, the better, as a deposit. When I return to the sect, we can discuss business. Do you trust me?" The big fat pig smiled. "What is there not to trust? As long as you are alive, I acknowledge you, not your sister. After all, a cultivator at the Tribulation stage was among the pinnacle of existence in the 18 kingdoms, wielding immense power. In contrast, Yunwei's sister, Yunqing, was merely at the Great Ascension stage, a considerable gap in strength. As he spoke, the big fat pig produced 10 soul-strengthening pills of commendable quality, worth approximately 50,000 spirit stones, a substantial sum for anyone. "These soul-strengthening pills are rather impressive," she praised. The big fat pig replied, "They are not the best." "What do you mean? I have encountered finer ones." "Soul-strengthening pills?" "No, blood chi pills. Yunwei scoffed. Blood chi pills? Those are the most inferior elixirs. The cheapest blood chi pill costs merely 1 spirit stone and is utterly useless for individuals like us. Countless blood chi pills are required to sustain a single day's consumption. It is far more convenient to absorb spiritual energy directly. The big fat pig countered, if you disdain the pill, you are gravely mistaken. Just 1 pill allows me to survive without food for 15 days. Yunwei was incredulous. The big fat pig was at the void refinement stage. Such a pill could no longer sustain him. A single blood chi pill enabling the big fat pig to survive for 15 days? Was there truly such an extraordinary pill? She was oblivious to the existence of the mountain treasure, as no one had ever seen it, nor did she know it was used for alchemy. She inquired, "Where did you acquire the blood chi pills? May I borrow one to study?" Among the myriad affairs managed by the large sects, the production of blood chi pills was surely included. Having never encountered a pill of such caliber, she was eager to analyze its composition. The big fat pig chuckled. "A friend gifted them to me, but it would be a bit inappropriate to disclose who." Yunwei understood and nodded, consuming one of the pills as she ventured inside, with the big fat pig following closely behind. Curious, Yunwei asked, "Who are you seeking?" The big fat pig shook his head. "I do not know. There is someone my leader instructed me to rescue." Yunwei cursed. "Your leader is truly no good. Why does he not come to save the person himself? Besides, who can survive in there? You can at most bring out a corpse." The big fat pig sighed. "Yet it is an order, and I must comply." He then inquired, "What of you, Leader Yun? Why do you wish to enter?" Yunwei expressed her frustration. "A friend of mine has been trapped inside. They have yet to return." "What sort of friend? How long have they been in there?" "Just a young one, not very advanced in cultivation. 3 months now." 3 months? Logically, someone of low cultivation would have perished by now. Yunwei replied earnestly, "Not necessarily. I saw him emerge, carrying the corpses from the street." The big fat pig noted this peculiarity. Indeed, he had not seen any corpses on East Street. It was only logical that the ground would be littered with bodies. Why had he not seen any? Had they truly been removed? "Are you certain your friend lacks cultivation? If so, how could he possess such remarkable abilities?" Not only did he survive, but he also emerged while carrying corpses. This is rather unusual. Absolutely. Both individuals felt a shared curiosity about the other's quest. Proceeding forward at a measured pace, Yunwei inquired, "Where do you intend to search?" "I am headed to number 32. Yunwei smiled. "What a coincidence. I am also going to number 32 East Street. Surely we are not searching for the same person?" The big fat pig began to doubt. Yunwei shook her head. "Definitely not the same individual. My friend does not know your leader, and he entered 3 months ago." Intrigued, the big fat pig accompanied Yunwei to number 32. However, they found the entrance firmly shut, blocking their view of the interior. "How am I supposed to find anyone here?" The big fat pig expressed his frustration. They had no clue if there were any living souls within. Yunwei then called out, "Suyun, Suyun, are you there? If so, respond." Her voice resonated powerfully, akin to a bell tolling, yet it was confined to East Street, failing to echo beyond. The big fat pig was taken aback. "Suyun? Is that the one you seek?" Yunwei spat. "Nonsense. I have never sought Suyun." Almost forgetting, she added, "It was your sister, Yunqing, causing trouble." The big fat pig, despite his words, remained puzzled, for he had long suspected that Yudong was indeed Suyun. What could this child possibly possess that warranted such high-quality elixirs and a relentless pursuit by so many? He had learned that it was not just the Heavenly Sword sect seeking Suyun. Across the entire 18 kingdoms, Suyun had become a taboo, with all striving to capture her. He could only wonder what grave offense this child had committed. Yunwei said little more to the big fat pig. When no one responded from within, she raised her voice even louder. "Suyun, are you there? Speak to me. Should I break in?" Inside the residence, Wang Hai's appetite had been growing increasingly voracious. Perhaps due to newfound strength, he no longer nibbled delicately on meat but instead bit into it directly, leaving himself smeared in blood. In an instant, he had transformed into a grotesque figure, a veritable harbinger of death. Today, he consumed the last 50 corpses with ravenous abandon. His eyes gleamed with insanity as he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "It is done! It is done! At last, I, the Immortal Master, possess strength." Subsequently, his 5 fingers wove together in a frenzied dance, releasing 5 strands that connected to the female corpse. This female cadaver appeared to be an equally terrifying entity. Manipulated by him as if she were a mere puppet, her hands incessantly forming incantations while inscribing cryptic symbols upon the ground. Soon, a magical formation began to take shape. Indeed, a talisman. In the realm of 100 celestial sects, There were no practitioners dedicated to formation techniques. Only those versed in talismanic arts existed. The moment the magical formation materialized, the voracious force that threatened to devour souls outside dissipated entirely. Thereafter, the corpse resumed its frantic scribbling, conjuring yet another talisman. Suyun felt as though his physical form was immobilized, and his soul was being gradually extracted. What on earth is happening? Suyun wished to call out, yet found himself unable to do so. At that moment, he experienced a sensation akin to being pinned down by an unseen force, as if his body were under some form of control. The mansion spoke. He intends to extract your soul, forging it into my guardian. In doing so, this abode shall belong to him, granting him the ability to open the door and step outside. Suyun was taken aback. Is it possible for anyone to concoct a gatekeeper? Aren't you a treasure? Do you possess so little integrity? The resident sighed, coincidentally. That woman is also my tenant, making her a sort of half-master. It is quite normal for her to possess such skills, which is precisely why Wang Hai seeks to manipulate her. Wang Hai has taken control of her, thus enabling her to wield such spells. What logic is at play here? That is the celestial art of the puppet cultivators. They can directly employ the abilities of the person they control. Everything was impeccably logical, leaving Suyun feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed that his fate was sealed. There was but one method to save himself: to find a living person outside to call out his name and summon his soul. Once this formation was activated, it would inevitably refine a person's soul, and when the time came, Wang Hai's soul would be transformed. Unfortunately, there was no one to respond to his call. Just as he resigned himself to his impending doom, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Suyun. Suyun. Are you there? If you are, please respond. The loud voice was unmistakably that of Yunwei. Suyun was momentarily stunned. The Cloud Tail? This was perplexing. How could the Cloud Tail still be here? What could she possibly be doing lingering in this place? Could it be that this ancient hag, having lived for centuries, had taken a fancy to this young lad? Regardless of the reason, someone had undoubtedly assisted in calling back his soul. In the next moment, his spirit swiftly returned, settling back into his body. In stark contrast, Wang Hai downstairs was engulfed in confusion, exclaiming in distress, "What is happening? What has occurred? No. My soul. My primordial spirit. Please, no." His primordial spirit had been forcibly drawn out, ensnared by the radiant array on the ground. In mere moments, the eyes of his primordial spirit became vacant and devoid of life. Suyun descended the stairs, gazing at Wang Hai's primordial spirit, feeling a twinge of fear. The spirit responded, "There is no need for trepidation. He has become a puppet, a living being stripped of his own will. From now on, he shall serve as your sentinel." "And what of me?" Suyun inquired. "Simply drop a single drop of blood into the soil outside, and I shall become your abode. This is likely the intent of that woman. She wishes to bestow me upon you, granting you a helping hand, of course." The spirit paused momentarily before continuing. "In the future, place the alchemical furnace here with me. It is not a benign artifact. It too is a treasure. To wield it, one must pay a price. If you wish to use the furnace, do so here, for I can conceal all celestial secrets." "Should I perhaps hide it?" Suyun asked, a glimmer of anticipation in her voice. The spirit replied, "You may do as you wish. After all, I am your abode, and no one can intrude." Suyun felt a sense of relief as she casually tossed the alchemical furnace aside. "How shall I utilize you from now on? Take this key. I shall accompany you. When you wish to enter the house, simply unlock the door with it." The residents presented her with a key, placing it gently in Suyun's hand. Suyun glanced at the key. It appeared quite ordinary, fashioned from wood. This key was essential for both opening and closing the door. Suyun felt a twinge of fear. What if this key fell into the hands of another? The mansion replied with a hint of exasperation. "Can you not safeguard it better? If it ends up in someone else's possession, then so be it. Isn't that a rather pointless statement? Others are not the masters. Even if they take it, they cannot utilize it." With this clarification, Suyun understood and felt utterly reassured. He used the key to unlock the door and stepped outside. In the next moment, the mansion vanished without a trace, leaving only the key firmly grasped in his hand. The two individuals outside, despite being formidable, were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Suddenly, Suyun appeared before them. Moreover, there had once been a mansion here, which had inexplicably vanished. Yunwei finally broke into a smile. "Indeed, you are alive. I witnessed a figure carrying other corpses, entering this mansion. Was that you?" Suyun neither denied nor affirmed, yet the Cloud's Tail was regarded as Suyun. Suyun glanced at the hefty pig and inquired, "Brother, what brings you here?" The hefty pig remained silent. He circled around the premises for quite some time, pondering whether the residents might be invisible, hence he reached out to touch it. Yet, he felt nothing. As he ventured inside, there was still no sense of anything amiss. Suyun inquired, "My dear brother, what brings you here?" The hefty pig finally spoke. "I am here in search of someone who resides within this estate." "Where is the residence?" "Seeking someone?" Suyun's heart skipped a beat. There were only 3 individuals present. One was Wang Hai, another was Wang Hai's elder sister, and the last was Lu Lao San. Who should be sought after? Lu Lao San was alive, but Wang Hai's sister? Could it possibly be Wang Hai? "Who were you looking for?" He inquired once more. "I just came out from inside." There was no one there. No one? The curious big fat pig took a considerable time before he spoke again. "I am unaware of the specific name, but our leader sent me to find someone who seems to be called the Sea God." The name Sea God undoubtedly referred to Wang Hai. He immediately replied, "There is not a single living soul inside. Perhaps the one you speak of as the Sea God exists, but he has already perished." The inquisitive big fat pig asked, "What about the residence?" "I too wish to take a look inside." "The residence?" Suyun cast a curious glance, pondering the sudden disappearance of the residence. Wang Hai, however, did not suspect Suyun. When the house had first materialized, Yunwei had resorted to brute force in an attempt to breach its defenses, seeking to dismantle it. Yet, astonishingly, such violence had left no trace whatsoever. He could ascertain that the house was undoubtedly a rare treasure, perhaps even an artifact of celestial origin. Such a level of treasure was certainly beyond the reach of someone like Suyun. With no other recourse, he could only abandon the matter. He chose not to elaborate further and simply turned to depart. Suyun cleared his throat and remarked, "Brother, you are aware of my identity, right?" The hefty pig nodded in acknowledgement. "You won't speak of it, will you?" The pig shook his head. "Rest assured, I am not the sort to be ungrateful. Though we are even now, I would not resort to such base tactics to harm you. Since the person I seek is not here, I must attend to my business." With that, he pressed his foot down and took off like a gust of wind, running with an extraordinary speed that resembled flight. This was the essence of food cultivation. Their physical forms were immensely powerful. When fully satiated, they could rival the prowess of body cultivators. The difference was akin to that between burly strongmen and muscular giants. Once he departed, Suyun turned to Yunwei and inquired, "Why haven't you left?" Yunwei pouted, "I have no home now. I will likely have to impose on you." "Impose on me? I am merely a lowly cultivator. With your considerable powers, won't you drain me dry?" Suyun can already envision the impoverished life that awaits her in the future. Chapter 45, The Black Shop. Although Suyun is not a great practitioner, he can still fathom the terrifying consumption of these formidable masters. Once entangled with such a powerful figure, he would be left with no resources whatsoever. Yunwei scoffed. "I am not asking you to support me, so what are you afraid of?" Suyun patted his chest, relieved that he was not being asked to provide for someone. Otherwise, he truly would not be able to afford it. He chuckled awkwardly and inquired, "What exactly is your intention?" "I find myself rather perplexed." Yunwei's gaze was icy as she replied, "At present, I shall not demand anything from you, and I may even lend you a hand. However, once you journey to the imperial capital, I expect you to take me with you to stir up some trouble. For instance, I am quite dissatisfied with the current sword sect. It is imperative that I go there and eliminate their leader." Suyun was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that, unwittingly, she had aided such a formidable cultivator. Merely due to dissatisfaction with the Heavenly Sword sect, this individual was prepared to assassinate its leader. Yet, this did not quite align with her understanding. Prior to this, he had persistently urged her not to become adversaries with the Heavenly Sword sect, leading her to believe he was merely a pawn of the sect. How could he suddenly be inclined to eliminate its leader? Yunwei cleared her throat, lowering her gaze. Feeling a bit embarrassed. "You mentioned that if you want my assistance, you must elucidate the entire situation." She looked on, surprisingly bashful, and added, "If I begin to speak, please do not direct your anger towards me." Suyun nodded and replied, "All right, speak. In truth, I am the master of the Heavenly Sword sect." "What?" Suyun promised not to lose her temper, yet she found herself unable to restrain her fury, delivering punch after punch upon Yunwei's form. Although Yunwei was a formidable cultivator in the Tribulation stage, her strength lay primarily in her talismanic arts. She had not trained her physical body, resulting in a lack of substantial durability. Thus, she did not possess significant strength. Consequently, Suyun's fist shattered her bones with each strike. Nevertheless, Yunwei endured the assault in silence, refraining from uttering a word. Suyun widened her eyes and exclaimed, "You are unworthy. You allowed my master to be slain. I have been orphaned since childhood. Lu Laosan was my father." Although the true Lu Laosan resided within the estate, Yun only acknowledged the Lu Laosan from Qingshan County. That Lu Laosan had already met his demise, his head severed by the sword of a messenger from the Tianjin sect. For Su Yun, it was nothing short of a nightmare. Even after all this time, closing her eyes would still conjure visions of that horrific scene, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. Yunwei finally stabilized her injuries. In the void, she inscribed several symbols, branding them onto her own body. Soon, her fractured bones healed once more, and a hint of color returned to her complexion as she calmly remarked, "Are you still angry? If you remain infuriated, then continue to strike." Upon hearing this, Yun found herself hesitating to act, remaining motionless for a prolonged moment. Yunwei sighed. "It has been over a decade since I left the Tianjin sect, wandering in search of a treasure, striving to attain immortality. I never anticipated that after so many years, the Tianjin sect would no longer be my Tianjin sect. Nor would Da Qi remain my Da Qi. Everything has changed. Now, I lack the privilege to even cross the barrier, devoid of funds. Unable to pass through a mere barrier, let alone command within the Tianjin sect. The one issuing orders now is my sister, Yin Qing." Su Yun lowered her head, contemplating for a moment, as if pondering the veracity of her words. After a brief pause, she finally regained her composure and replied, "You may take a boat. It is not expensive, merely a few dozen spirit stones will suffice." Yunwei raised an eyebrow. "Do you still not comprehend my sister's intentions? She seeks to capture me, to eliminate me. Is there truly such a heartless sister in this world? Or perhaps it is that you, as her elder sister, have treated her so poorly that she is now grown up, ready to exact her revenge upon you." Su Yun indulged in speculation, beginning to adopt a skeptical stance towards Yunwei's words. Having endured the previous events, Su Yun found himself doubting everything and dared not trust anyone. Yunwei shook his head. "No, I am aware of her intentions. She seeks not revenge against me, but rather a chance to seize an opportunity." He sighed. "You see, your celestial bone is exceedingly rare. I cannot fathom how you came to forge it, but since the days when those celestial beings ceased to create celestial bones, no one has been able to do so in this world. Do you understand the significance of this?" Su Yun shook his head, expressing his confusion. "I have never pursued immortality in my cultivation. Even if your intentions do not lean towards ascension, you are already entangled in this fate. Thus it is imperative for you to comprehend." Yunwei remarked, "Without celestial bones, one cannot attain immortality. If you wish to ascend, there exists but one shortcut." "What is it?" "Go to the White Jade capital and serve as a hound there. The White Jade capital is the abode of those immortals. If you cater to their whims, they may grant you an opportunity for ascension and assist in crafting your celestial form." Su Yun suddenly realized, "I understand now. You do not wish to serve by Yujing as a mere hound, yet such an opportunity is a rarity bestowed upon few. Perhaps only the managerial talents of each nation are deemed worthy." Yunwei nodded in agreement. "Precisely, that is my sentiment. Although I disdain the notion of servitude, she yearns for this chance. She desires to eliminate me, and once I am no more, she can devote herself to her cultivation until she reaches the tribulation stage, thereafter seizing the opportunity to ascend to Bai Yujing and attain immortality." As she spoke, Yunwei expressed a hint of melancholy. In truth, all beings in this world are alike. Without cultivation, one's lifespan is merely 70 to 80 years. However, upon embarking on the path of cultivation, one may extend their life to 150 years. Should one fail to attain immortality, after a century and a half, all shall return to dust, becoming nothing but a mound of yellow earth. Only by achieving immortality can one hope to enjoy a lifespan of 1,000 years, a millennium. With such an extensive existence, notions of honor and disgrace, as well as wealth, become insubstantial. To live long is to savor the joys of this world. Now, she has undoubtedly begun to call for my apprehension. I can no longer traverse the barriers nor embark upon any vessels. I am even unable to expose myself to the world at large. Thus, I can only rely on you. Once you have grown sufficiently powerful, we shall return together and reclaim our rightful place." Su Yun nodded, ultimately agreeing. "Where will you hide?" she inquired. "You need not concern yourself. I shall have my own sanctuary where no one can find me. Until your success, I will succumb to slumber. Should you succeed, simply crush this talisman." She produced a piece of talisman paper, saying, "This is the key to awaken me from my slumber. Only in sleep can I prevent the ebbing of life." Su Yun tucked away the talisman paper, feeling a twinge of reluctance as he observed Yunwei preparing to depart. Out in the world, he would wander alone, uncertain of where to commence his journey. The nearest locale to him now was a small county town, while the larger prefectural city felt rather distant. Once, East Street had been a part of the prefectural city, But alas, following the fierce clash between Wang Hai and his sister, who was also a talisman practitioner, she inscribed a soul-capturing talisman that rendered East Street somewhat sinister. Over the decades, the surrounding populace gradually vacated the area. Presently, within a 200-mile radius of East Street, only a handful of small county towns remain, while the prefectural city has once again receded into the distance. Suyun said, "Take me to the county town. I wish to seek a position there." However, Yue shook his head and replied, "Your cultivation is still insufficient. Venturing into the county town poses certain dangers. Its inhabitants are adept at deceit and trickery. You are too naive. It would be wiser to linger in the vicinity until your abilities are sufficiently developed before heading to the county town." With that, Yunwei stepped onto a talisman and departed. Suyun could only venture to that small county town, known as Qingshui County. The very name evokes a sense of simplicity and unpretentiousness, as if it stands apart from the mundane affairs of the world. After lingering in the residence for an extended period, Suyun, despite relying on qi blood pills to enhance his vitality and absorbing the spiritual energy from the void to sustain his life essence, found himself feeling somewhat famished after such a long time without sustenance. Upon entering the county town, he was soon captivated by an enticing aroma wafting from a nearby noodle shop. With a considerable amount of silver in his possession, indulging in a bowl of noodles posed no challenge for him. Thus, he stepped into the establishment and inquired, "What types of noodles do you offer?" The owner of the noodle shop, a man whose honesty was immediately apparent, was dressed in simple linen clothing suitable for the spring season, his face adorned with a warm and genuine smile. He replied to Suyun, "Esteemed guest, we have both hand-pulled noodles and flat noodles, with a variety of meat and vegetarian options. What would you like to have?" Suyun had not savored a warm bowl of noodle soup for quite some time, and now she yearned for some broth-laden noodles. She inquired, "What is the price for the meat-dipped noodle slices?" The proprietor chuckled and replied, 20 copper coins. "Very well. Serve it to me." Suyun nodded and ordered a bowl. After serving the noodles, the owner unexpectedly added a spoonful of meat for him. Suyun immediately declined. "Boss, I did not request any meat." The boss, with an even broader smile, replied, "It's complimentary. As you can see, we have no other patrons today. You are our very first guest. Allow me to offer you a spoonful of meat." Suyun was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated encountering so many kind-hearted individuals outside. It seemed that the teachings of Yunwei and Coach Lu had not been entirely accurate. After consuming a bowl of noodle slices, he felt unsatisfied and decided to indulge in another. The portions at this establishment were substantial, yet Suyun's appetite was even greater. 2 bowls still left him wanting, prompting him to request a third. The proprietress emerged, appearing to be a genuine and earnest person, carrying a bowl of rice. With a smile, she inquired, "Are you from outside?" Suyun nodded. "Where are you from?" "From Jiolin County. Those from Jiolin County who come here to make a living are all wanderers, enduring great hardships. Eat more." They regarded Suyun, this outsider, with considerable warmth, watching him devour bowl after bowl. At last, after consuming 8 bowls, Suyun was completely satiated. He stood up and inquired about the cost, asking for a reckoning. However, in the next moment, he suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed. The owner approached with a smile and remarked, "This fellow is quite impressive. He only collapsed after devouring 8 bowls." The owner's wife spat disdainfully. "He must be from out of town. Anyone who can come here has spent their spirit stones, all cultivators, undoubtedly formidable. But what does that matter? Here, they are merely morsels for us." The two shared a hearty laugh, calling out, "Eldest, second, come out." 2 young men emerged from within, their mouths stuffed with meat, mumbling, "Mother, what's the matter?" The woman scolded them, "Eat, eat, eat. All you do is feast. Are we still in business or not?" The 2 lowered their heads in shame, responding, "Of course, we will continue. Take this lad away and search him. See if he possesses anything of value." They lifted Suyun into the inner courtyard and began to search him. Unsurprisingly, they found nothing of worth. For Suyun had already secured a residence from his master as wife, a dwelling that far surpassed any storage bag. He had stowed all his belongings there, carrying only a seemingly ordinary wooden key. This key bore no unusual signs, leading the 2 to dismiss it and search elsewhere. After thoroughly inspecting him, they uncovered only a few scattered silver coins. "Is this it?" "Bah." The 2 erupted in anger, kicking Suyun fiercely. The elder exclaimed, "This paltry sum doesn't even cover the cost of 8 bowls of noodles." The younger shook his head. "You speak as if he has nothing of value. Yet his very flesh is a treasure. Imagine the noodles we could make from this body. It has been ages since we used human meat, which is far superior to pork. It would surely attract many customers. They had already gathered from their mother's inquiries that this man was from out of town. Such individuals were not listed in the local government's records. Even if they perished, no one would seek redress. Consequently, they typically refrained from harming locals, targeting outsiders instead. While they conversed, they heard incoming customers, accompanied by the enthusiastic calls of the owner and his wife. "Welcome, guests. 3 of you? What would you like to eat?" "A bowl of noodles." "Coming right up." The noodles for the 3 were soon served as the owner and his wife warmly engaged them, probing, "By your accent. Are you from out of town?" Local people can't be mistaken for outsiders. "I've traveled far," hence the mixed accent. Upon realizing they were locals, the owner's wife bid them enjoy their meal. Just then, an outsider interjected, "Hulaer, your meat noodles today lack flavor." The owner inquired, "What's wrong?" "The recipe has always been the same." The man replied, "This meat is subpar. It lacks the taste of human flesh, not sweet or aromatic at all." The owner fumed. "What do you mean by that? Are you implying my establishment is disreputable?" The man retorted, "If this isn't a shady place, why would I be here?" When Hulaer recognized the speaker, he panicked, saying, "Oh, it is Captain Zhu. I assure you, I run an honest establishment." However, Captain Zhu paid no heed and commanded the other 2, "Go inside. Search for any hidden individuals." The 2 entered the courtyard and indeed discovered Su Yun, fast asleep and oblivious. Captain Zhu fumed, "Hulaer, what is the meaning of this?" Hulao immediately fell to his knees, pleading, "I was momentarily blinded by greed. Please spare my life. If you wish to live, you must surrender all your riches to buy your life." Hulaer, not daring to hesitate, promptly handed over some spirit stones and gold. Only then did the 3 officers carry Su Yun away to a secluded spot, where Captain Zhu gently slapped Su Yun's face, saying, "Brother, wake up." Su Yun remained in slumber. He doused Su Yun's head with a basin of water, prompting him to awaken and gaze at the individuals before him. His eyes filled with confusion. Had I just dreamed that 3 constables came to my rescue? Why are you here instead? The trio before him were not constables, but rather 3 youths, a chubby boy and 2 young girls. The chubby boy chuckled, "We have long desired to employ illusions to rob this nefarious establishment, and fortuitously, we witnessed your entrance and seized the opportunity to rescue you." Chapter 46. Earning money. Su Yun truly did not anticipate that the world outside could be so perilous. He merely ventured out for a meal and encountered such distressing circumstances. Had it not been for the intervention of this individual, he might have genuinely perished within. The chubby boy helped Su Yun to his feet, prompting Su Yun to inquire, "What place is this?" "This is Qingshui County. Don't you know?" Su Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Of course I know, but I didn't expect to be taken advantage of upon my arrival." The chubby boy chuckled. "You must be from out of town. This place, Qingshui County, is notorious for its underhanded dealings. For those like you hoping to make a profit here, the challenge is considerable." "Make a profit?" Su Yun shook his head, insisting, "No, no, no. I'm not here to make money." The chubby fellow patted his shoulder and replied with a shake of his head, finding him somewhat hypocritical. Su Yun smiled awkwardly. "But I genuinely did not come here to seek wealth. If not for money, why would you venture to such a wretched place?" "I had no choice. I emerged from East Street, and this was the nearest location." "East Street? Not even those 2 young ladies believe you." They erupted into laughter. "Your claims grow increasingly absurd. East Street has not been entered by anyone for decades. It is common knowledge that those who step into East Street meet their demise. No one knows the reason. But once one enters that street, their soul is invariably drained. There are whispers of some treasure hidden within, prompting explorations. Yet, the outcomes of such quests only contribute to the growing number of the deceased within. Some have attempted to utilize soul-fortifying pills to brave the exploration. However, the cost of these pills is exorbitant. Even the lowest quality soul-fortifying pill fetches 5,000 to 6,000 spirit stones, equivalent to over 150,000 taels of silver. Some have purchased a single pill only to gain no benefits. Others of considerable stature have taken 10 pills inside. Yet they too found no trace of any treasure. Consequently, East Street has transformed into a forbidden zone. Inhabitants were compelled to relocate, the farther the better. The county city itself was moved over 100 miles away, all to prevent any curious child from wandering into East Street and becoming yet another victim. This fellow claims he has just emerged from East Street? That is undoubtedly the most ludicrous joke they have ever heard in their lives. Su Yun remarked, "This is hardly amusing. I indeed emerged from that place, which has long since transformed. If you wish to seek treasures, you may venture over there. However, I assure you, there will be nothing of value to be found. Not even a morsel of food remains, let alone any resources. Wang Hai, in his quest for survival and cultivation, has thoroughly depleted the entire East Street, leaving nothing behind. Should anyone entertain the notion that there might be something worthwhile, it would be tantamount to doubting the acumen of an immortal. If there were treasures, would an immortal not indulge in them at the earliest opportunity? The two young ladies exchanged uncertain glances and said, "Brother Chulu, let us go and take a look." The chubby boy cautioned, "Do take care of yourselves, after all. You lack the means for self-protection." "We understand. We will certainly be cautious," they replied, and with that, the two young ladies dashed off, skipping gleefully. Suyun then inquired, "What sect do they belong to? I have never heard of them." "Mengxiu?" The chubby boy chuckled. "Brother, asking about someone else's sect is a significant taboo." Suyun scratched his head, admitting that he had only recently begun his cultivation and was not well versed in these customs. The chubby boy continued, "As long as you refrain from speaking indiscriminately, there is nothing to worry about. The two of them belong to a rather unconventional sect. And it's likely that the sects in the merchant circle are quite rare. They are known as the Sensation sect." The Sensation sect? It is a sect that causes a disarray of the five senses, which, to put it plainly, is akin to illusionary arts. However, such illusions typically find their place solely within the realms of fictional novels, and it is certain that no one has encountered them in reality. Yet, they have the ability to wield them. Suyun was astonished, realizing that these two little girls were indeed treasures. "Well, now that you are awake, if you wish to earn money, you must quickly adjust your mindset, for the opportunity to make a profit lasts only 3 days." The chubby boy counted the silver coins in his possession and shook his head in dismay. After raiding that shady establishment, he found there were barely over 100 taels of silver, which amounted to less than the value of a single spirit stone. Suyun once again emphasized, "I am truly not here for the sake of profit. So, what is my purpose?" Suyun was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. What was the purpose of coming here if not to amass wealth? Was it in pursuit of love? Gathering his belongings, he rose to his feet, his gaze transforming into one of resolute determination. He followed the chubby individual and declared, "Then I shall come to earn money, to cultivate my skills. You mentioned there are 3 days of opportunities to profit here? I would like to partake as well." The chubby man chuckled. "This is not something just anyone can do. You seem like an ordinary person. I doubt you will succeed. Let me give it a try. I will do my utmost not to lag behind." The chubby man nodded. "Very well, I shall guide you. You do not appear to harbor ill intentions, yet I have a condition." "What is it?" "Speak, and as long as it is reasonable, I shall comply. If you earn money, you must share 10%. "For you?" "Not for me, but for my children." Suyun was somewhat taken aback, for the chubby boy did not appear to be the type who had already settled down. To think he even had children. The chubby boy chuckled and said, "I also have some younger siblings. Would you like to go and visit them? Let's go and see." Suyun followed the chubby boy and first went to Chishui County to purchase some food and drinks. To express his intentions, Suyun seized the opportunity to excuse himself under the pretext of a restroom visit. He entered the residence and retrieved a small amount of silver to acquire additional provisions. Among these delicacies were candied hawthorns, sugar figurines, and various other treats. Noticing that the chubby boy hesitated to buy them, Suyun decided to procure extra. These were the very delights he yearned for during his childhood, having lost his parents at a tender age and thus deprived of such pleasures. Now, as he indulged, he truly found them delightful. The chubby boy gazed at him in astonishment. "Do you still have money?" Suyun chuckled. "I have swallowed the money into my stomach. They failed to retrieve it. I shall take it out when the time comes." The stout boy, astonished, gave him a thumbs up. What a tough guy. As the two exited after their purchases, they heard the sounds of 3 officers entering the very black market they had previously impersonated. The seemingly honest shopkeeper hurried out, exclaiming, "Inspector Zhu, you have already visited us once. Why do you come again?" Inspector Zhu furrowed his brow. "What nonsense are you spouting? I have been here before. When did I ever come? My companions and I have yet to dine. Quickly prepare a bowl of noodles for me." "Never been here?" The honest-looking shopkeeper's wife began to stomp her feet in protest. "You took all our silver and now deny your visit? Are you not afraid of retribution for such lies?" Inspector Zhu, with an imposing presence, glared menacingly. "Are you two questioning the integrity of this inspector? When have I ever engaged in corrupt practices? You refuse to acknowledge your misdeeds?" The family, enraged, prepared to confront Inspector Zhu. However, he was a formidable swordsman, skilled in his craft, and without needing his signature blade, he struck with the back of his sword, effortlessly toppling the entire family to the ground. I suspect you have committed wrongful acts and seek to make amends at my expense, he declared. Xiaolu, Xiaowang, take them away. Amidst the cries of the black market family, the four were led off. Su Yun observed their actions with a hint of astonishment. Is this constable truly a cultivator? He inquired. The chubby fellow chuckled. Isn't that an obvious statement? What constable isn't a cultivator? Those in our nine-spirit county are not. That simply indicates that your nine-spirit county is rather backward. Here in the Nine Skies County, cultivators abound, and the demonic paths are plentiful. How could a constable suppress the demonic forces if he were not a cultivator? Su Yun cleared his throat and inquired, You too? The plump boy nodded in affirmation, Indeed. We both entered the Immortal sect through the peddler. As they conversed, they swiftly departed from Chishui County and arrived at a village named Lanyang Village. Within Lanyang Village resided numerous elderly individuals who were delighted to see the plump boy. Chulu, you have returned. How is the situation outside today? Still the same. Chaotic as ever, replied the plump boy, spitting in disdain as he led Su Yun back to his home. The residence was quite spacious, housing 8 or 9 children. Some addressed him as Brother Chulu, while others called him Grandfather Chulu, to which he responded to each in turn. Su Yun was astonished. All of this belongs to you? On the 6th day, he shook his head. None of it is mine. None of it is yours? What do you care about them? With a smile, the 6th day replied, The young people of Lanyang Village often venture up to Qingshui Mountain during these days in pursuit of profit, and many have perished. My parents are gone, and I was raised on the kindness of others. These children have lost their parents as well. I must take it upon myself to care for them. Su Yun suddenly realized that this chubby boy was remarkably reliable. He took out the food and drinks, distributing them among the children, and then said to Chu Lu, I will give you 20% of the earnings. Chu Lu chuckled and turned to the children, exclaiming, Did you hear that? This elder brother has offered to help me earn money, and he will share 20% of it with you. So, why not express your gratitude to him? The children erupted in cheers, eager to show their appreciation, yet unaware of Su Yun's name. I am called Yudong. Su Yun once again adopted a false identity. After all, the name Su Yun is widely recognized, and it is likely that many are aware of him as a fugitive. To utter his name would be tantamount to courting disaster. Grateful for the support of Brother Yudong, the children's faces radiated with joy. Chulu nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, I shall take you there to earn some money. As he spoke, 2 young girls returned, their spirits evidently dampened. Chu Lu inquired, Was it the same over there? The girls shook their heads, replying, No, indeed, Dong Street has improved. However, upon entering, we found not a single valuable item. Not even a corpse. Chu Lu expressed his bewilderment. That is indeed peculiar. He then turned to Su Yun and asked, Brother, you are not deceased, are you? Su Yun spat disdainfully, exclaiming, Nonsense. I'm telling you, I hail from Jiuling County, specifically from Qingshan Town. Chu Li, feeling a tad awkward, scratched his head and instructed the 2 young girls to keep an eye on the children while he prepared to venture out to earn some money in the mountains over the next few days. The 2 girls, a bit impatient, asked, Chuli Gu, aren't you taking us along? Chuli retorted with a scoff, What would you do there? Go to your doom? Be obedient and stay here. The 2 girls nodded in agreement, and then Chuli led Su Yun out the door. Su Yun appeared rather naive, trailing behind Chushi, utterly perplexed about the intricacies of earning a livelihood. Chushi explained, On the Clearwater Mountain, there lies a misty valley, abundant with a variety of elephant grass. At this time, the elephant grass is ripe for harvesting. If we venture there to gather it, we can sell the grass to the apothecaries and earn a substantial sum. Elephant grass? I have never heard of it, Su Yun replied, intrigued yet bewildered. Su Yun felt somewhat embarrassed, for he had never encountered such a herb before. Lulu chuckled. It is quite normal not to have heard of it. It is a specialty of our Jiushao County, specifically used for refining qi and blood pills. The reason it is called elephant grass is that when an elephant consumes even a single piece, it will have a swollen belly for half a month. One can only imagine the abundance of qi and blood contained within. Su Yun suddenly realized and said, Such a splendid item must not come at a modest price. Am I correct? Indeed, it is not inexpensive. A single large elephant grass fetches around 1 spirit stone at the Tianjin sect's medicinal shop. If even the prestigious Tianjin medicinal establishment can offer such a price, one can only imagine what others might charge. In the spirit of competition, they are compelled to continuously raise their prices. Otherwise, who would sell to them? Would you not agree? Su Yun nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. The large apothecary had its guarantees. The Tianjin sect would certainly not embezzle a single spirit stone. However, the situation was different for others. There was a possibility that the spirit stones could be pilfered, and if they did not offer a fair price, Who would be inclined to support a small apothecary? Yet, he remained perplexed as to why a single medicinal herb, not cultivated by oneself, could command such a high purchasing price. Lulu chuckled and replied, "The high price is justified, as I mentioned before. On Chishui Mountain, there exists a valley shrouded in mist. The fog there is a form of miasma. Not even ordinary mortals can endure it, let alone cultivators. Do you understand my point?" Suyun nodded, acknowledging the inherent dangers. Chulu guided Suyun to the county town of Chishui, where they sought out a general store brimming with an assortment of goods, ranging from weapons to various delectable provisions that could satiate hunger. It was evident that the plump Chulu was a connoisseur of food, and such items were precisely what he required. He procured 80 taels of silver worth of provisions and then addressed the shopkeeper. "I would like the finest knife you have." The shopkeeper, lean and astute, replied to the young man, "Sixth master, perhaps it would be wiser to choose a standard cleaver." Chulu scoffed, "Absolutely not. I demand the best. This is my first venture into the mountains. I need a broadsword to instill fear in those ruffians. Surely, you don't underestimate my capabilities." The shopkeeper shook his head. "Sixth master, wielding a broadsword is not as simple as you might think. You lack the strength to command it. Trust me, a regular cleaver will suffice." Suyun furrowed her brow, acknowledging the shopkeeper's wise counsel. "A cleaver will suffice. There is no need for a broadsword," she conceded. It was only then that the 6th day of the lunar month grasped the shopkeeper's intentions, realizing it was for her own benefit, which left her feeling somewhat awkward. She accepted a cleaver. The shopkeeper then turned to Suyun and inquired, "What would you like?" Suyun shook his head, stating, "I do not require it. I possess a knife." With that, he drew forth the blade that Lu Laosan had bestowed upon him. The shopkeeper glanced at it, somewhat astonished. "Where did this knife come from?" Chapter 47. Where is my brother? Suyun furrowed her brow, inquiring, "What is the matter with this knife? Have you seen it before?" "Boss." The boss shook his head, replying, "I have not encountered it, but this knife is exceptional." "Just how exceptional?" She pressed. "You likely won't need to replace it for the rest of your life." "Is it truly that remarkable?" she asked in disbelief. The boss chuckled, "Do you doubt my discernment?" Suyun nodded, expressing her skepticism regarding your discernment. "You must see clearly that this blade was gifted to me by an ordinary man. A mere failure on the path of seeking immortality. Even though he has recognized Lu Laosan's exceptional nature, he remains baffled as to why such a remarkable sword would be bestowed upon him. No, it should not be Lu Laosan who gave it to him. Rather, it was Lu Laosan's wife who presented it. Are they to keep their own swords for a lifetime without ever needing to replace them?" This thought left Suyun somewhat astonished. The proprietor chuckled and inquired, "May I ask your name?" "Yudong," came the reply. "Well, master you. You need not change your sword. Simply hold on to this one, for it shall suffice." Suyun nodded in appreciation to his employer and stepped outside with the chubby fellow. He observed that this establishment was rather distinct from others, unlike the surrounding shops that isolated this one, refusing to engage with its proprietor. It was evident that even the patrons traversing the area were forcibly diverted by the other establishments. He witnessed individuals resisting, yet they were still dragged away. Such coercive tactics seemed rather unethical. It was perplexing that a legitimate business was subjected to such isolation. Suyun pondered this anomaly. The chubby fellow chuckled, remarking that it was precisely because they conducted honest trade that they faced such ostracism, especially in a place like Clearwater City. "Why doesn't the owner relocate?" Suyun queried, noting the quality of goods on offer, believing that a different location would surely yield better fortunes. The chubby fellow responded, "This might be related to his celestial lineage, though I cannot say for certain." With that, he led Suyun to an inn to secure accommodations. "How much does it cost?" Suyun inquired. 3 or 2 taels of silver, the chubby fellow replied. 3 or 2 taels of silver. Suyun felt a surge of irritation. A mere handful of silver, why not just seize it? The shopkeeper chuckled, "What do you think I am doing?" The shopkeeper's infuriating demeanor made Suyun yearn to rush forward and deliver a punch. The stout boy grasped his arm and shook his head. "Tomorrow, the illusions atop Clearwater Mountain will begin to dissipate. The following 3 days will witness a peak in visitors, all of whom are cultivators with ample wealth. They rely on these 3 days for their profits. After 3 years of inactivity, they feast for 3 years." Suyun suddenly realized. He and the chubby boy each took a room and ascended the stairs. The room was quite small, resembling not a guest room but rather a coffin, allowing one to lie down within it. Suyun grew increasingly furious. Does this resemble a room befitting the mere trifles of a few coins? It would be far better to reside at Chuliu's home. Chuliu's residence, nestled in the countryside, is quite spacious, allowing the children to slumber on a large Kong, with the option to rest in the adjacent rooms. He yearned to return, but Chulu firmly declined, stating, "We cannot go back. Tomorrow we shall venture into the mountains. And there will undoubtedly be some individuals watching us. Why is that? Some people simply relish in taking what they have not earned. And they may emerge to seize our belongings." Suyin suddenly realized, if that is the case, returning is indeed impossible. Then, let us rest. Suyin bid farewell to Xiaopeng with a promise to meet again tomorrow before retreating to his cramped quarters, barely spacious enough for him to turn around. He could distinctly hear a conversation from the adjacent room, discussing plans for the morrow. Their words were crystal clear. "We shall depart at the break of dawn, without delay. Otherwise, we may draw unwanted attention. As mere newcomers, could we truly be observed? We must not place our trust in such individuals." Understood. Suyin also wished to inquire of the chubby boy when they would set off. However, the chubby boy had already fallen asleep, snoring soundly as he dozed. Suyin had an unsettling feeling about sleeping in this place, so he decisively unlocked the door with the key. This residence was indeed extraordinary, existing in the void. Upon inserting the key, the house's form became visible. Stepping inside, he discovered that the dwelling had been meticulously cleaned. The corpse of Lu Laosan remained, as did that of the woman. In contrast, the body of Wang Hai had inexplicably vanished, leaving behind only a diminutive primordial infant perched upon the rooftop, surveying its surroundings like a vigilant sentinel. Suyin was astonished. "Where is Wang Hai's body?" The residents replied, "It was consumed by the alchemical furnace." Consumed by the alchemical furnace? Suyin furrowed his brow, finding it somewhat hard to believe. Could the alchemical furnace actually consume this? He had thought it could only devour spiritual herbs. Zhai Zi remarked, "I have never informed you that the alchemical furnace is solely meant for refining spiritual herbs, have I?" Suyin pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "I have never mentioned it. As long as it is not alive, the alchemical furnace can refine it. Thus, it can naturally refine the corpses of the deceased." Suyin marveled at the wonder of this furnace. His innate talent was not particularly remarkable, thus to cultivate effectively. He required an abundance of elixirs. With these potions, he could absorb them freely, for his celestial bones could withstand the influx, which is the greatest advantage of possessing such celestial bones. Suyin hurried back to his room and took a glance. Indeed, within the alchemical furnace resided several elixirs. These elixirs were imbued with a significant amount of spiritual energy, but there were only 2 of them. In addition to the elixirs containing spiritual energy, there were also 2 that contained vital essence, rich in life force. Consuming these 2 types of elixirs could potentially save him several months of arduous cultivation. After ingesting the elixirs and activating his cultivation technique, he commenced his training. In the next moment, the speed of his technique's operation surged more than 100-fold. It resembled a gear spinning wildly. The cultivation technique serves as a method for converting spiritual energy, akin to the power mechanisms of grand vessels. When spiritual energy is scarce, the technique operates slowly. Now, with an abundance of spiritual energy, the technique spun at an astonishing pace. Merely through one night, the technique completed over 1,000 cycles. This velocity was truly extraordinary. Had anyone else been in his position, their physical body would likely have been overwhelmed. Even Suyun's celestial bones felt somewhat loosened, imparting the sensation that his hands were not his own, his feet alien, and even his mind felt as though it belonged to another, threatening to unravel. Pain, agony. He felt as if he were on the brink of death. Never before had he been so close to demise. Ultimately, he could no longer endure and coughed out a mouthful of blood, collapsing into unconsciousness. The colors on the celestial suppression diagram began to frantically fill in, and upon awakening, he discovered that the diagram had once again been entirely completed. His cultivation level experienced a remarkable leap, soaring directly to the 10th layer of Qi refinement. He was but a step away from foundation establishment. Moreover, both types of cultivation had advanced similarly. For the time being, his physical cultivation was evidently more formidable. Each layer of physical cultivation augmented his strength by 500 pounds, and now he possessed a total strength of 10,000 pounds. In contrast, his spiritual cultivation lagged significantly and could not yet serve as his primary combat strength. However, he certainly did not intend to engage in battle relying solely on physical cultivation. This more powerful method would serve as his trump card, to be concealed, while primarily employing his spiritual cultivation in combat, revealing his physical prowess only when his opponent believed him to be a spiritual cultivator, much like Yun Wei, whom others perceived as a fire cultivator. yet in reality was a talisman cultivator, granting her a considerable advantage in battle. In his case, others would assume he was a spiritual cultivator, while unbeknownst to them, he also practiced physical cultivation, which would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon, now that he had attained a new level of cultivation. Suyun needed to contemplate the issue of foundation establishment. His training relied heavily on self-exploration, leaving him quite perplexed, prompting him to consult the residents. How should I establish my foundation? He inquired. The residents replied, foundation establishment is no trivial matter. I can see that, although your foundation is solid. Your innate talent is rather poor, indeed, exceedingly so. To break through, you will require foundation establishment pills, and furthermore, the finest quality ones. Foundation establishment pills? This was relatively simple. After all, he possessed an alchemical furnace. The furnace's purpose was to concoct elixirs. As long as he had the materials, he could establish his foundation. Is there a list of materials? He asked. I shall find a way to procure those materials. Suddenly, a piece of paper floated before him, accompanied by a pen, inscribing a list of materials. They were not difficult to obtain. With spiritual stones in hand, he could acquire them. Approximately 300 spiritual stones worth of materials were required. Must I use so many spiritual stones? Suyun furrowed her brow, startled by the sheer quantity of spirit stones before her. Each spirit stone could be exchanged for 300 taels of silver, amounting to a staggering 90,000 taels. And this was merely for the foundational stage. Alas, your innate talent is exceedingly lacking. It necessitates such an abundance of materials to concoct a specialized foundational elixir for you. Were it anyone else, they would never be able to establish their foundation in this lifetime. Suyun smiled and inquired, are you implying that a person like me ought to be merely an ordinary mortal? Indeed, that is precisely the sentiment, came the reply. I am uncertain how you have attained your current accomplishments, yet individuals of your ilk are countless. They are destined to remain among the common folk. Yet, you have transcended this fate, having cultivated an ethereal essence, allowing you to soar to great heights with the aid of alchemical furnace. Suyun inquired, what if I lack the celestial bone? The master of the abode laughed heartily. What if you indeed lack the celestial bone? Then you would be deemed a worthless being. Even with an alchemical furnace, you would remain ineffectual. An alchemical furnace can elevate those with divine bones to godly heights, allowing them to operate independently of celestial beings. Yet it cannot transform a mere mortal into something more. Achieving the golden core is the utmost pinnacle. That is still commendable, Suyun replied. Suyun shrugged, placing the alchemy furnace down and picking up the list. 300 spirit stones were a considerable challenge for him to acquire, given that they represented a value of 90,000 taels of silver. Despite the difficulty, he was determined to find a way to earn them. He hoped that this time he could gather a greater quantity of elephant grass. Of course, the elephant grass itself held little monetary value. Suyun felt that the true treasure lay in the elixirs. He wondered how many elixirs could be produced from a single elephant grass. When the time came, he could simply sell them to that affable shopkeeper. However, at present, Suyun was unable to continue his cultivation, so he needed to find other pursuits. He could not allow the town of Immortals to languish. There were still 2 vacant slots in the town of Immortals, which required the acquisition of spells. After receiving the list, Suyun lifted his gaze and noticed a face upon the wall of the residence. He inquired, do you possess spells suitable for the Chi refinement stage? The visage nodded in affirmation. Indeed, what is your immortal sect? The sect remained unseen. Thus he refrained from disclosing it. Otherwise, it would not be discernible to others. Even though this residence was quite formidable, it remained oblivious to that fact. In any case, as it was his own abode, Suyun felt reassured and said, provide me with 2 spiritual cultivation spells. The residents yielded only one. Only one? One cannot overreach their grasp. Suyun pondered, listening attentively. This spell was a fundamental technique of spiritual cultivation. It allowed one to control and command all things, akin to the art of flying with a sword. While sword cultivators could only manipulate their swords, he had the ability to master everything. He had quickly grasped the technique from the diagram of immortal suppression. Subsequently, Suyun inquired, provide me with a body cultivation technique. Eh? The resident looked utterly astonished. You practice spiritual cultivation. How can you also pursue body cultivation? Why do you seek a body cultivation technique? Do not question me. Simply provide it, Suyun insisted. The resident, left with no choice, complied. Once all the items were in his possession, Suyun asked again, how much time has passed? I do not know. You may open the door and see for yourself, replied the resident. Suyun opened the door and glanced outside. To his astonishment, the day had already dawned brightly. He stepped out of his room and he heard the voice of a chubby lad, brandishing a knife, roaring, "You black shop! Hurry up and explain. Where is my brother?" The shopkeeper, equally enraged, retorted, "If your brother is missing, what do you want from me? Go find him yourself." "Nonsense. My brother spent the entire night in your establishment and has vanished without a trace. Surely it is you who have taken him. Perhaps you have already murdered him." "My brother is an outsider, timid by nature. It is precisely such vulnerable outsiders that you prey upon." The chubby lad, filled with indignation, had begun to hack at the countertop. Within Su Yun's heart, a warmth began to blossom. Upon reflection, he realized that fortune had indeed favored him. Despite his initial encounter with a nefarious establishment, he was ultimately rescued by the stout young lad. It was commendable that this chubby boy dared to confront such unscrupulous individuals for the sake of another. The audacity of these underhanded enterprises to operate openly in a place like Juxiao County suggested they possessed significant prowess. The chubby boy's bold actions were likely to invite serious repercussions. Thus, Su Yun swiftly opened the door and called out, "Sixth brother, I am here. Do not engage." Descending the stairs, he spotted the stout lad, who was indeed facing off against their adversaries, attempting to dismantle the counter to ascertain whether Su Yun was concealed within. Upon seeing Su Yun, the boy's expression brightened with surprise. However, the shopkeeper's body quivered, startled by the unfolding scene, while the chubby lad had descended in search of them. The truth was that they had thoroughly scoured the entire establishment without success in locating Su Yun. Su Yun found it impossible to escape through alternative means, for therein lacked windows, and every corner remained intact. Consequently, even they began to question whether Su Yun had perished within their establishment, with someone having already removed the body. Now, with Su Yun suddenly reappearing, even he began to harbor doubts. What, indeed, is he a mere mortal or a specter? Su Yun smiled apologetically and said, "I am sorry, something happened last night, and I had to step out for a while." The shopkeeper frowned and asked, "Are you certain you actually went out?" Su Yun nodded with certainty. The shopkeeper adamantly refuted, "Impossible. I was seated here all day yesterday. Since I opened this establishment, I naturally must take responsibility for the safety of all of you. You may call my shop a shady one, but you cannot accuse me of being blind. I have never seen you leave or return at any time." Su Yun chuckled. "It seems you are individuals of discernment. Take good care of your establishment, lest you encounter one of my fellow practitioners." The shopkeeper suddenly realized, "I understand now. You are a practitioner of the Thief's Gate?" Su Yun spoke earnestly. "This is the domain of thieves. A rogue is a rogue, and a thief is a thief." The shopkeeper nodded in agreement. "Indeed. A rogue is a rogue, and a thief is a thief. Thieves pilfer, while robbers seize. If you belong to the realm of rogues, it is to be expected." Chapter 48, The Fragrant Gate. Little Fatty gazed at Su Yun in astonishment, still somewhat taken aback. Is Su Yun truly referring to this so-called thief sect? The chubby man harbors doubts. He has never heard of any sect by the name of thief sect. How could such a diminutive sect exist? How could one be a thief and still gain entry to a celestial sect? It seems far less credible than a bandit's den. Even though the proprietor spoke with utmost conviction, making it sound utterly genuine to Su Yun, he remained skeptical. Before long, the two prepared to part ways, ready to pay for their exit. One produced 3 taels of silver, yet the proprietor waved his hand dismissively. "Not enough." "Not enough?" Su Yun furrowed his brow. "Is it still not enough? I thought it was just 3 taels of silver." The innkeeper chuckled. 3 taels of silver is per moment. You stayed for 6 hours, which amounts to 48 moments. With 2 people in 2 rooms, that totals 96 moments, amounting to 288 taels of silver. To make it simpler, let's say 300 taels. The portly fellow, Chu Lu, widened his eyes in disbelief. 300 taels? What the hell? He was on the verge of cursing, but managed to restrain his anger, suppressing his rage as he exclaimed, "How did it come to 300 taels? Do you believe I want to report you to the authorities and smash your black market establishment?" Previously, he had seen others leave after paying only 3 taels. Now, it had inexplicably escalated to 300 taels, which he simply could not tolerate. The innkeeper smirked. "Report me? Go ahead. I've had items worth over 1,000 taels go missing. Please, do inform the authorities." Chu Lu was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, he realized why there was no such thing as a thief store in this establishment, yet the innkeeper spoke so fervently to Su Yun. This was a trap laid out for them. The scoundrel was adamant that items worth 1,000 taels had vanished, and when the officials arrived, they would likely identify Su Yun as the thief without even looking into it. This was utterly absurd. Fuming, Chu Lu felt a pang of frustration but ultimately acquiesced, nodding. "All right, fine. 300 taels of silver it is. We'll pay. He then turned to Su Yun. As he truly did not possess 300 taels and needed to pool resources with him, Su Yun, unhurried and composed, took a seat before the counter and said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, I believe 300 taels is rather insufficient. Let us discuss a more generous sum." The shopkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment. Is there truly such a fortunate opportunity? Fearing that his extortionate demeanor might be exposed, he deliberately closed the door and chuckled softly. 500 taels of silver. Su Yun remained dissatisfied and remarked, 500 taels? That's still a bit lacking. As a thief cultivator, should I be apprehended by the authorities? I might have to compensate with dozens of spirit stones. Let us adjust the figure. 600 taels? Still insufficient. How about 800 taels? It cannot be more than that. 800 taels it is. Now that seems reasonable. Moments later, Su Yun emerged from the shop. Her storage pouch noticeably heavier with an addition of 800 taels of silver. The chubby boy trailing beside her stood in a daze, still struggling to comprehend the situation. What sect do you belong to? He inquired of Su Yun. Su Yun shrugged and said, haven't I already mentioned it? The thief sect. Does such a celestial gate truly exist? Indeed, it does. A hint of skepticism flickered in his eyes. Could the thief sect possess such immense power? The little chubby boy felt a twinge of trepidation, for Su Yun's strength was truly formidable. Grasping the throat of the shopkeeper, who was at the foundation establishment stage, he delivered several resounding slaps, transforming the shopkeeper's visage into that of a swollen pig. As a cultivator at the foundation establishment, the shopkeeper was undoubtedly powerful, boasting a strength exceeding 6,000 pounds. However, before Su Yun, he resembled a mere child confronting an adult, utterly devoid of the ability to resist. Subjected to a prolonged beating. Ultimately, under the duress of Su Yun's violent intimidation, the shopkeeper relented and handed over 800 taels of silver, thus bringing the matter to a close. Su Yun smiled as she explained, "This is where your understanding falls short. How can it be that I do not comprehend?" The chubby boy retorted, "I am a thief, after all. Do you think a cunning thief merely pilfers?" He paused for a moment and continued, "Consider this. What happens if a thief is caught? Should he just await his demise? No, one must possess a certain level of skill. If captured, it is better to fight back and make an escape." Su Yun smiled and nodded. "Isn't that the point? I am a thief cultivator, without certain skills. How could I steal?" However, the chubby boy remained puzzled. This doesn't add up. If a thief cultivator possesses such abilities, why would they continue as a thief? They could simply become a member of the rogue sect and seize whatever they desire. Su Yun smacked his lips and remarked, "Fool. This is precisely what you fail to comprehend. While a robber may amass wealth, their notoriety prevents them from altering their position. There are always those who would come to slay them. However, my approach as a thief is entirely different. I traverse the world, and should I be discovered, I simply invoke my magic and escape." The chubby boy was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that there truly exists a celestial sect known as the Thieves' Gate? Ultimately, he refrained from further inquiries. After all, questioning another celestial sect is a grave taboo among cultivators. Once they had distanced themselves, Su Yun produced 160 taels and handed them to the chubby boy. The boy accepted the silver, his emotions in disarray. "This is the money you acquired from a black market. There is no need to give it to me," he stated. Su Yun chuckled. "This is indeed a reward for your efforts. You should keep it safe, for you have stood up for me, and I cannot allow you to do so in vain." In all honesty, Su Yun felt a twinge of admiration. The chubby boy and he had only just met. Yet he was willing to confront a foundation-building cultivator on his behalf. Had it not been for Su Yun's timely intervention, one can only imagine the dire consequences that might have befallen the chubby boy. Certainly, he would have faced a severe beating, given the overwhelming disparity in their cultivation levels. Facing a body cultivator, no less, offered little hope for victory. The chubby boy, shedding his pretenses, accepted the silver and exclaimed with a grin, "Upon my return, I shall ensure those lads express their gratitude towards you. Should they eventually enter the realm of the Immortals, your contribution shall not go unrecognized." With that, he promptly led Su Yun to the foot of Clearwater Mountain. This mountain range comprised over 100 peaks, and they needed to traverse 3 of them to reach Misty Valley. It was said that Misty Valley was not merely a single gorge, but rather a collection of 3 or 4 valleys, all adorned with colossal elephant grass. Hence, caution was paramount to avoid losing their way. As noon approached, those eager to venture into the mountains had long since departed, leaving only Su Yun and the chubby boy standing at the base of the mountain, suddenly beset by a sense of trepidation. Su Yun remarked, "If one were to lose their way, is there any hope of escape?" The chubby boy shook his head and replied, "Those who stray are fundamentally doomed. Suyun rubbed his forehead in exasperation. If that's the case, we must follow the seasoned experts into the mountains. The chubby boy remained silent, refraining from any complaints. Ultimately, this predicament could be attributed to Suyun. Had it not been for his late rising, they would have already joined the main group and ventured into the mountains, rather than waiting until now. Suyun scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ultimately, he chose to trust the chubby boy and let him lead the way. The chubby boy rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "What do you mean by lead the way? Don't rush. Let's search a bit more. I refuse to believe that everyone is so eager. Surely, there are still some who have yet to enter the mountains." As they continued their search, they indeed encountered a young and beautiful girl. Her expressive eyes captivating and full of charm. She had not yet ventured into the mountains, wishing to wait for a few more people to join her. Upon seeing Suyun and Chu Lu, the girl smiled and asked, "Have you both arrived a little late as well?" Suyun nodded. "Have you also traveled from afar?" "I journeyed through the night, traversing the arduous mountain paths, and only arrived at this late hour, only to find that the seasoned ones have already ventured into the mountains." Suyun nodded again. The chubby boy had also become familiar with the girl and said with a smile, "Shall we go together? It's safer that way." The girl nodded, extending her hand to shake hands with the chubby boy. "Sure, my name is Tanhua." The chubby boy nodded. "I am Chu Lu." Then, Tanhua turned to Suyun and extended her hand, asking, "What is your name?" Suyun provided an alias, Yudong. The trio continued their search and soon encountered an elderly man. This old man carried a worn sickle on his back, along with a heavy bag. It was evident to any discerning observer that the bag was burdensome, for the impressions his feet left in the ground were significantly deeper than those of his companions. Even the rotund fellow weighing 170 pounds did not leave such profound footprints. The sixth, eager to engage, approached him and inquired, "Old man, are you an experienced hand? Could you guide us?" The elderly man nodded, replying, "Provide me with half the fare, and we shall proceed. Should your harvest be insufficient, you must at least offer me 100 taels of silver. I am not responsible for your safety. Should you perish on the mountain, do not hold me accountable." The sixth calculated the half fare and deemed it reasonable. Thus, they agreed on the terms. However, the old man added, "If you happen to meet your demise, I shall claim your possessions." Suyun furrowed his brow. He was uncertain whether everyone was so candid. Regardless, the moment those words escaped his lips, he sensed that the old man was not a person of good character. Perhaps it would be better to let it go. Suyun squinted and murmured, "What if he intends to kill us? If the opponent does not voluntarily reveal their cultivation level, they would remain oblivious to the elder's prowess and unaware of the rival celestial sect." Suyun dreaded encountering such a predicament. However, the nearby ephemeral flower shook her head, stating, "This is the rule. If you perish, those who guide you will take your belongings. Of course, they do not do so without compensation, as they will assist in retrieving your remains." Suyun secretly cursed, wondering if the customs of Qingshui County were truly this absurd. The chubby boy was naturally aware of such conventions. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "If I should perish, please deliver half of my belongings to my home. I have many younger siblings to support." "Do you not have parents?" "No, those children lack parents as well. They perished in the mountains." The old man nodded. "Very well. It's settled." A cheerful group followed the old man, and a middle-aged man approached, eager to join their company. Suyun had just encountered this middle-aged individual, but had refrained from engaging in conversation, perceiving him as rather feeble, resembling a man entirely drained from a life of debauchery. With a forced smile, he interjected, "Count me in. I possess some skills, and should any trouble arise, I shall step forward." Suyun felt a tinge of caution, however. The jovial nature of the little chubby fellow, who relished making friends, prompted him to nod in agreement. "All right, you can count as one." The five of them set off together, finally ascending the mountain. Within less than an hour, they had entered the realm of the mist. The fog here was laced with poison. Even though it had dispersed considerably, remnants still lingered. The quantity of elephant grass they could gather depended on their endurance in withstanding the conditions. Rarely could anyone withstand the trials for 3 days to harvest for that long before descending. After all, those with substantial cultivation levels would not venture into such a place merely for a handful of elephant grass. All who came here were generally at the Qi refinement stage, not yet having established their foundations. There were numerous paths through the Mist Valley, each traveler taking a different route. As they traversed their chosen path, before even entering the valley, they unexpectedly came across 8 clumps of elephant grass. Suyun cast a glance at the peculiar appearance of the elephant grass, resembling a living creature sprawled upon the ground. Each blade of grass exhibited a unique shape, Some resembled cats, others dogs. And there were even those that bore a likeness to elephants. The chubby boy, brimming with excitement, rushed forward, brandishing his knife, intent on cutting the elephant grass. Why not simply uproot it? Suyun inquired with curiosity. The boy nodded in response, explaining, "The elephant grass is a local specialty. We must avoid damaging the roots, for it will continue to grow in the future. If we were to uproot it all, what would the generations to come rely on for their cultivation?" Suyun suddenly realized that these mountain dwellers were rather cunning. The chubby boy had just severed a blade of grass when a sharp reprimand echoed through the mist. "Release it. That belongs to us. Who gave you permission to touch it?" As the words were spoken, a knife surged forth from the fog, narrowly missing the boy's hand. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, avoiding the lethal strike. He cautiously regarded the newcomers, 3 in total, each emanating a palpable aura of hostility. One belonged to the Blade sect, while the other 2 were from the Body sect. The chubby boy, being a spirited youth, could not possibly allow anyone to seize his belongings in such a manner. "Does your name appear on it?" he retorted. "The rules of herb gathering dictate that the first despotic claims it." With that, he glanced back at Suyun, adding, "Brother, we cannot let them take this." Suyun remained silent as he drew his blade, preparing for confrontation. He was indeed unwilling to relinquish the 8 stalks of grass, valued at 8 spirit stones, equivalent to 2,400 taels of silver. Even if they were to divide it among themselves, each person would still receive a substantial amount of silver. To forego such an opportunity would be a grave loss. Beside him, the flower of the night-blooming cereus also displayed loyalty, producing a blossom and gently blowing upon it. The fragrance wafted towards Suyun and the portly boy, invigorating them and enhancing their strength. The stout lad was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated that this young woman was a practitioner of the aroma sect. This particular sect was unique, utilizing various scents for both offense and defense. Naturally, as a sect, the aroma sect was not easily countered. It was not sufficient to merely block one's nose. The essence could permeate through one's skin. One could not simply strip oneself of flesh, leaving only bones behind. When confronting a practitioner of the aroma sect, there existed but one recourse: to meet force with force, to engage head-on against their myriad scents. Should one prove victorious, then they would prevail. If not, they would face annihilation. Practitioners of this sect were quite rare. While lower-tier aroma practitioners may not possess formidable combat prowess, they were highly coveted by all sects due to their potent supportive abilities. Just like now, both Suyun and the portly boy felt their strength had increased by a third. Chapter 49. Uncertainty and suspicion. Suyun's strength had reached astonishing heights, however. He remained vigilant, refraining from a direct assault. Instead, in a fleeting moment of contemplation, he established a connection with the great blade in his hand, preparing to confront his adversaries with a flurry of flying daggers. The individuals opposite him were momentarily taken aback. The Blade sect? Who would have thought he would encounter a fellow disciple? The burly, bearded cultivator erupted into hearty laughter. Suyun was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to be mistaken for a member of the Blade sect. Indeed, the Spirit sect bore some resemblance to various other celestial sections. The most crucial technique of the Spirit sect involved mastering all things during the Chi refinement stage, which undoubtedly lacked the potency of those practitioners who specialized in the Blade sect. Unless, of course, there was a night-blooming cereus nearby to assist. Though we share the same sect, I will not yield an inch regarding these 8 great elephant grasses. The burly man's gaze turned vicious as he swung his blade, aiming directly for Suyun's neck. However, Suyun intercepted the strike with his large sword, resulting in a flurry of clashing sounds as the blades met repeatedly in the blink of an eye. The burly man's sword bore a notch, while Suyun's blade remained pristine, radiating a chilling light. The chubby figure to the side was somewhat astonished. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. There was no such thing as an utterly nonsensical rogue sect in this world. This brother Yudong was most likely a practitioner of the Blade sect, remarkably young yet already possessing such formidable skills that he could contend with the main force across from him. It was worth noting that the burly man was at the pinnacle of the Chi refinement stage. Each of his strikes was brutally fierce, aimed at taking the opponent's head. Yet, he found himself suppressed by brother Yudong. The burly man, visibly astonished, inquired, "What technique have you employed to refine such a formidable divine blade?" Suyun remained silent, relentlessly wielding the blade to launch a frenzied assault against the burly man. The man struggled to fend off the attacks, casting a fierce glare at the 2 nearby physical cultivators. These twin cultivators charged towards Suyun but were thwarted by the chubby boy. Although the chubby boy was well-fed, his cultivation level was still somewhat lacking, merely at the 6th level of Chi refinement. In Qingshan County, Such a level would indeed be formidable, suitable for the role of a guardian. However, this was not Qingshan County. This was Jiushao Prefecture, situated beneath the Emperor's gaze, where cultivators were increasingly powerful. And the 6th level of Qi refinement was merely the lowest tier. Even though the 2 physical cultivators opposite him were not adept with blades, they could easily overpower the chubby boy. The chubby boy struggled to resist, desperately dodging, nearly losing a chunk of flesh. Behind them, the ephemeral flower cultivator appeared a bit anxious, producing another flower and blowing upon it. This flower was not intended to enhance the abilities of Su Yun and the chubby boy, but rather to diminish the strength of their opponents, reducing their power by 20%. With this change, the chubby boy found it somewhat easier to contend. Nevertheless, he still faced considerable difficulty. Despite the odds, Su Yun exhibited no intention of intervening. Instead, he glanced at the guide. The guide sneered, saying, "What are you looking at me for? I am merely responsible for leading the way. I have no use for these elephant grasses, so do not place the burden of responsibility upon me." Su Yun still sensed that there was something amiss with this old man. What does it mean to refrain from taking action? Is he in cahoots with these individuals? Or is this simply the nature of such guides? Su Yun was filled with uncertainty. If it truly came to it, he would have to take action himself. With a strength of 10,000 pounds, coupled with the intoxicating fragrance of the ephemerals, he could effortlessly subdue even a foundation establishment cultivator by surprise. He thought to himself, if it comes to that, then I shall strike. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the slender middle-aged man beside him unexpectedly made the first move. Su Yun was unaware of when he had stealthily approached the 2 physical cultivators from behind, wielding a heavy hammer in his grasp. With a resounding crack, he struck the back of one cultivator, seemingly shattering a bone. The cultivator was sent flying, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. The other cultivator, alarmed, exclaimed, "Brother Hao-Er, my companion has been ambushed." Hao-Er, the cultivator from the Blade sect, immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and cried out, "We must flee." Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated, vanishing into the swirling mist. Su Yun finally felt at ease. She sheathed her blade and turned her gaze towards the middle-aged man, smiling as she expressed her gratitude. The man shook his head, observing her frail form, which, in that moment, exuded an air of remarkable stature, and replied with a grin, "It's nothing. Since you brought me along, we are friends now. It is only natural for friends to assist one another." The chubby boy was particularly exhilarated, nearly embracing the middle-aged man in a fervent display of affection. Although Su Yun and Xiao Pang did not spend much time together, she had already discerned his character, recognizing his boisterous nature, to which she had grown accustomed. Xiao Pang soon made a decision. He would bestow upon her a plant of elephant grass. The middle-aged man, taken aback with surprise, nodded in acknowledgement, joyfully accepting the elephant grass. In total, there were 8 plants of elephant grass. Xiao Pang took 2 for himself, gifted 2 to Su Yun, 2 to Tanhua, and the final 1 to the elderly guide. "At least you possess a semblance of conscience." The old man said nothing, shouldered his scythe, and continued on his way. Su Yun followed closely behind, harboring considerable doubts about the old man. "I couldn't shake the feeling that accompanying this individual would lead to our downfall." The chubby boy chuckled. "Brother, you are overthinking it. He is merely an ordinary guide. Without him, we would surely become lost in the Misty Valley." "Are you certain he is just an ordinary guide?" Su Yun furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling aura emanating from the individual before him, reminiscent of the dark arts. Of course, he was not referring to himself, who had opened the celestial gate through a merchant, but to someone truly steeped in malevolence, engaging in sinister deeds. He even harbored suspicions that the 3 individuals encountered earlier were the minions of this old man. He contemplated voicing his concerns, yet the elder appeared utterly indifferent, continuing to lead the way. As they walked, he provided commentary on the surrounding terrain. Ahead lay the perilous 9-linked caves, a treacherous path fraught with numerous toxic barriers. "Exercise caution and strive to keep pace with me. I shall not slow down, for we have already squandered half a day gathering medicinal herbs." The old man stated with an impassive expression. Tanhua, with a bright smile, nodded in response, "I shall do my utmost." Nevertheless, she was merely a fragrance cultivator, serving as a supportive force within the celestial realm, her spiritual prowess trailing behind that of Su Yun, the plump fellow, and the middle-aged man. As they continued onward, her pace gradually faltered. Initially, she lagged a few steps behind, but after 10 breaths, she had fallen several paces behind the others. Before fully traversing the 9-linked caves, she would likely find herself trailing by 100 or more steps. completely ensnared in the fog. Yet, the elder showed no intention of pausing, as if he were deliberately toying with Tanhua. Suyun frowned. Can't you go a bit slower? The old man remained silent. The middle-aged man, displaying great kindness, turned to Tanhua and suggested, how about I carry you? Tanhua, with a radiant smile, graciously declined, no need. The chubby boy also turned around, offering, shall I carry you then? Tanhua continued to smile sweetly. It's unnecessary. This young lady had a captivating smile, delightful and sweet, her gaze consistently fixed on Suyun. Suyun felt a touch of embarrassment under her gaze and said, let me carry you. Tanhua giggled and replied, all right. She then climbed onto Suyun's back. Suyun possessed considerable strength, yet he deliberately maintained a distance of 5 steps behind several individuals. Simultaneously, he began to remain vigilant against the elusive flower on his back. Coach Lu was indeed correct. The world outside was perilously treacherous. Having just arrived, he had been schooled thrice in such a manner. Now, apart from the chubby boy, he trusted no one. However, the elusive flower drew closer to his ear, exhaling a fragrant whisper, Young Yudong, what troubles you? Why do you guard against me? Suyun felt a tightening in her heart. Is it so obvious? Indeed, your hand is wrapped around my thigh, persistently clutching the knife at your waist. One might mistakenly think you are attempting to take advantage of me. Suyun smiled awkwardly, admitting, I indeed took advantage of you, without being on guard. Tanhua pouted in slight dissatisfaction. Since you were not cautious with me, you ought not to conceal your sect. Which sect do you belong to? Previously, you claimed to be from the thief sect, yet just now, I perceived you as belonging to the spirit sect. When we faced each other, I felt you resembled the blade sect, for the spirit sect is somewhat disadvantaged in the early stages and cannot contend with the blade sect. So, which sect do you truly belong to? Suyun remained silent, yet his inner vigilance intensified. Inquiring about another celestial sect was, after all, a grave taboo. What was the purpose of this woman's thorough investigation? Had she observed the prowess of his blade and sought to guard against his techniques? Upon further reflection, such a possibility seemed highly plausible. Were those 3 individuals earlier, in fact, subordinates of this ephemeral maiden? His tension mounted, fingers gripping the hilt of his sword. At the slightest movement from the maiden, he would be poised to draw it, ready to cleave her in twain with a swift motion along her form. In the next moment, the maiden indeed stirred, taking Suyun's hand and gently placing it upon her thigh, her smile radiant as she said, Young Master Yudong, if you wish to touch, feel free to indulge, carry me a distance, and I shall consider it a kindness. This modest return is something I shall not begrudge. Suyun's hand recoiled as if struck by an electric shock, her face turning as crimson as a monkey's rear. To her surprise, Tanhua burst into laughter. Leaning closer to Suyun's ear and teasingly remarked, I see you're already around 15 or 16, not a child anymore. Surely, a woman has touched you before. Hasn't she? Suyun's face grew even warmer, rendering her speechless. Tanhua could not help but shake her head. This won't do. You must observe more, experience more. Once you grow accustomed to it, shyness will fade. If you encounter a wicked woman who employs such tactics against you, you should be able to handle it. Suyun remained silent, taking deliberate steps forward. Only Tanhua behind him spoke eloquently. Do not harbor excessive doubts about that old man. He is merely a guide. It is wise to speak little and act less, to preserve one's own safety. He is just a guide, not our friend. Tanhua was quite loquacious, while Suyun nodded absently, offering no reply. However, as they continued their journey, Suyun found a sense of calm washing over him, his hand slipping away from the hilt of his knife, while Tanhua continued to converse animatedly. Traversing the 9 linked ditches proved to be arduous, with winding paths and meandering hills that obstructed the miasma, preventing it from dispersing entirely. As the noxious air thickened and entered their bodies, the pace of the 3 in front slowed slightly. After a short while, they finally emerged from the 9 linked ditches and arrived at a valley. The old man chuckled. At last, we have made it. This is the Misty Valley, surrounded by elephant grass, which you may pick for yourselves. Remember, do not wander too far. And one more thing, do not overestimate your abilities. If you cannot endure, then descend the mountain. Although I am keen on claiming all your elephant grass, it is better to lose one less life. His words, indeed, were quite endearing. Suyun's wariness diminished slightly as she set the epiphyllum down, whether intentional or not. When the flower fell, it seemed to perch itself upon Suyun's palm. Her figure was extraordinarily voluptuous, particularly her hips, which were astonishingly ample, soft, and resilient. Leaving Suyun somewhat taken aback, her cheeks flushed once more as she murmured, I apologize. Young man, This truly cannot be. The young man, however, chuckled cheerfully, seemingly unfazed. As he wandered around, beginning to gather elephant grass. On the 6th day of the lunar month, their fortunes were rather poor, having arrived at the true Misty Valley. They found scarcely any elephant grass. After a day and a half of searching, they had only collected 13 stalks. 13 stalks amounted to merely 13 spirit stones. A paltry sum for practitioners of their dark arts. Nevertheless, Suyun sensed that the 6th day was somewhat out of sorts and said, "Sixth brother, that's enough. We should descend the mountain now, retracing our steps without a guide." The 6th brother shook his head. No, it was not easy to ascend the mountain this time. We must gather enough to break even. Suyun understood Chu Lu's feelings. He was merely an orphan, burdened with the responsibility of providing for numerous children. It was essential for him to accumulate sufficient funds to enable them to open their own immortal gates and embark on the path to immortality. In order to sustain his herb-gathering endeavors, Chu Lu took out all the provisions he had purchased, consuming them to his heart's content. Once he was satiated and regained his strength, he resumed his labor. Suyun glanced at Tan Hua, who had been fortunate enough to gather 28 medicinal herbs. However, Tan Hua, being a fragrant cultivator, could no longer endure the strain. With a pallid complexion, she said, "Brother Yudong, I must take my leave. You should also prepare to return. Do not linger here any longer. Do not risk your lives for a mere handful of spiritual herbs." Suyun nodded and turned to observe the elder who was leading the way. The elder was indeed capable, having already harvested 35 plants, and was still continuing his efforts. The middle-aged man, like the plump youth, had only gathered 13 plants. Seeing that Tan Hua had given up, his own resolve wavered slightly as he remarked, "I can no longer continue. I shall take my leave first." Suyun, after all, is quite resilient. He possesses dual gates and boasts an exceptionally robust constitution, akin to that of an immortal's bone. The strength of this immortal bone surpasses the expectations of the world, granting him a remarkable resistance to toxins and enabling a swift recovery from injuries. Yet, he still feels that lingering any longer is somewhat inappropriate. He does not wish to become a fugitive, nor does he want to abandon Chu Lu. Thus, he inquires, "Brother Lu, when shall we return?" "At this time tomorrow." Suyun nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he opened the door to the residence and stepped inside. Once within, he produced 48 stalks of elephant grass. It appeared that Wang Hai's primordial spirit still retained a flicker of consciousness as it gazed longingly at the elephant grass. Suyun spat disdainfully, "Get lost. This is not meant for you. You are merely a gatekeeper." He then returned to his chamber, casting the herbs into the alchemical furnace in pursuit of concocting elixirs. The abundant vitality contained within the elephant grass promised a plethora of potent pills. He was not content with merely the 48 stalks of elephant grass. He aspired for more, aiming to amass a total of 150 spirit stones. Otherwise, the risks he undertook would be in vain. At that moment, however, the mansion interjected. "This item seems somewhat familiar. From whence did it originate?" Chapter 50. An interception. Along the way, Suyun felt somewhat perplexed. It was merely a substance to replenish vitality and blood, yet the residents seemed to discern its significance. Suyun could only recount the recent events, questioning whether the Misty Valley was truly a place of significance. The mansion offered no response, instead inquiring about his descent from the mountain. "I shall descend tomorrow," he replied. "Once I leave, I shall not return, never to set foot here again." This mansion, remarkably reliable, could ensnare even an immortal like Wang Hai. Yet now it cautioned Suyun to steer clear of the Misty Valley. It appeared that within the valley lay something truly terrifying. Suyun nodded and said, "Today I shall rest, and tomorrow I will descend the mountain." Subsequently, he instructed the alchemy furnace to repeatedly extract the elixirs. He inquired of the residents, "You mentioned that every method comes with a cost. What is the cost of the alchemy furnace?" The residents candidly replied, "This device should be used sparingly, for it will consume your innate talent." "Consume my talent?" Suyun was not entirely comprehending. "The practice of spells and the absorption of spiritual energy are all gifts bestowed upon you. However, with each usage, your abilities diminish. Eventually, you may find yourself rendered foolish, losing not only your talents but also becoming mentally sluggish." Suyun furrowed his brow. This was not merely the consumption of talent, it was the obliteration of intellect. Even if he were to rely solely on the mystical chart of celestial suppression, forsaking his innate abilities entirely, he still feared the prospect of becoming a fool. The hermit remarked, "Thus, you should refrain from utilizing this artifact, for it is not it that drains your talents. There are others at play. I shall assist you in concealing it." With this assurance, Suyun felt utterly at ease and began to wield it with great enthusiasm. He soon discovered that the alchemical furnace was indeed formidable. A mere single stalk of great elephant grass yielded 10 chi blood pills. With 48 stalks of great elephant grass, it produced a staggering 480 pills. At present, Su-Yun has reached the pinnacle of chi refinement. And it is clear that he cannot continue to rely on blood chi pills for the time being. He must set them aside. Once he ventures out, he plans to sell these elixirs to the shopkeeper, from whom he can expect to acquire a substantial sum of spirit stones. With just 1 day remaining, Su-Yun prepares for slumber. Possessing an immortal bone grants him remarkable recuperative abilities, enabling him to purge all toxins from his body in a remarkably short span of time. This is a distinct advantage of the immortal bone, akin to the strengths possessed by the immortals themselves. The immortal body is often referred to as the indestructible form. For no matter how grievous the injuries sustained, recovery is always possible. Upon awakening, he casts a glance at the celestial suppression diagram, which continues to operate. He is reminded of his obligation to repay all debts, still standing at 3,000 instances. It is imperative that he continuously manifest spells. He cannot afford to wait until the heat of battle to do so, for if he were to delay, he would never be able to repay them in this lifetime. Thus, whenever he finds the opportunity, he diligently practices his spells just as he had before, although his spiritual energy and blood chi may be depleted. He skillfully circulates his cultivation techniques while casting spells, effortlessly replenishing his reserves. The residence is somewhat astonished. What sort of technique do you possess? Your rate of absorbing spiritual energy is remarkably swift, compensating for your innate deficiencies. As Su-Yun continued to cultivate, he responded, the body scripture and the spirit scripture. Is it possible for you to master both these techniques? That seems implausible. Your talent is woefully inadequate, indeed quite poor. Even if given 3 centuries, you would still struggle to comprehend these two arts. However, 3 centuries would allow Su-Yun to live 4 or 5 lifetimes. Combined, these two techniques would require approximately 600 years, necessitating Su-Yun to cultivate over 10 lifetimes. How could he possibly achieve what takes 10 lifetimes to accomplish in this singular existence? Su-Yun smiled and said, your discerning gaze is indeed sharp. These 2 scriptures are exceedingly difficult. Even with 500 years, I could scarcely master one. Yet you have managed to learn them both. You possess a treasure beyond measure, granting you an immense advantage. Su-Yun raised an eyebrow. It seems you know everything? Are these 2 scriptures truly so remarkable? The quiet dwelling responded. I have heard of them. It appears these are scriptures that must be mastered by the Immortals. Surely, the talents of the Immortals are quite exceptional? Su-Yun nodded, acknowledging the innate talent of Immortals. It is not merely the Immortals. Even among the formidable beings of the Tribulation phase in the mortal realm, their gifts are truly exceptional. The talents of the Immortals transcend those of mere mortals, and had they not destroyed the methods for forging celestial bones, few in the mortal world could rival the Immortals. Jai-Z remarked that these 2 scriptures are also referred to as the Immortal Scriptures. Upon attaining immortality, the Immortals of the Chi Blood Immortal Gate dedicate several decades to perfecting their physical scriptures, while those from the Spirit Power Minor Gates invest a similar span of time in mastering the spiritual scriptures. Su-Yun gasped in astonishment. The celestial beings possessed immense talent. Yet even for them, mastering these 2 scriptures proved to be an arduous task. It seemed she had underestimated their complexity. When Master Lu initially imparted the scriptures to her, he merely mentioned that he had once been a genius, thus acquiring these profound texts. Little did she realize the formidable nature of these scriptures. Surely, there must be some extraordinary treasure within her possession. She should guard it carefully and refrain from revealing it too readily. Su-Yun naturally intends to safeguard his treasured possessions. Yet, he grapples with the perplexity of why the residence exhibits such concern for him. Is it solely due to his status as its master? Or is there a more profound motive at play? The current Su-Yun is no longer the Navi novice he once was. His skepticism has deepened, prompting him to question everyone around him. The residence, choosing not to pry further or elaborate, allows Su-Yun to maintain his ignorance, and he immerses himself in silent cultivation. Before long, afternoon arrives. Little Fatty has undoubtedly prepared to return, prompting Su-Yun to ascend the mountain. Moments later, he encounters Little Fatty, who appears significantly slimmer. This transformation is a characteristic of his food-based cultivation. In order to combat toxins, he has begun to expend his own fat. The kind that is not merely ordinary but a substantial accumulation of vital energy. Despite his weight loss, Little Fatty does not exude vitality. Instead, he seems somewhat listless. With a smile directed at Su-Yun, he exclaims, "Brother, I finally found you. Let us hasten our preparations to descend the mountain. The old man guiding us has been waiting. Su-yun, composed and unhurried, inquired, how many elephant grasses have you gathered? Chu-lu sighed deeply, do not mention it. This time has been particularly unfortunate, as I only managed to collect 20 stalks. 20 stalks, sold to the medicinal shops of the Tianjin sect, would yield a mere 20 spirit stones. 20 spirit stones equate to 6,000 taels of silver. In truth, this amount would suffice to ensure that the entire family could live comfortably for a lifetime. Yet, the plump boy lamented, for he yearned to cultivate himself and wished for the children to also enter the path of immortality. Thus, the elephant grasses appeared rather inadequate. Nevertheless, he reminded the boy, "Sixth brother, consume an elephant grass. Do not collapse on the mountain." Chu-lu shook his head stubbornly. This is all money. Each stalk costs 300 taels of silver. Such a precious commodity is beyond my means. However, Su-yun remained somewhat concerned for his well-being. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a chi blood pill and presented it to the boy. The chubby lad's eyes widened in shock, and he grew even more reluctant to consume it. Hurry and take it back. This chi blood pill is worth a spirit stone, equating to 300 taels of silver. I absolutely cannot eat it. Upon returning, I could spend 7 or 8 taels to purchase a hefty pig and several dozen pounds of buns, which would satiate me completely. So Yusai said to him, as the old adage goes, it is easy to ascend the mountain but arduous to descend. Moreover, given our current condition, this elixir you hold should be regarded as the promise I once made to those children. How many plants did you manage to gather? I was fortunate enough to collect 30. Based on the valuation, I shall provide you with 6 elixirs. The chubby fellow accepted them with a grin and replied, brother, when I return, I will have them acknowledge you as their godfather. Su-yun rolled his eyes. He certainly had no time to tend to so many children. After all, he was acutely aware of his own identity, a mere fugitive. He could not afford to be captured and inadvertently implicate those innocent children. You two rascals, stop reminiscing and hurry down the mountain. The descent is perilous, and do not lag behind. If you happen to perish, I shall claim all your elephant grass. An old man called out from a distance as he moved ahead. Su-yun trailed behind the elderly man, walking at a leisurely pace. The chubby boy, despite his fatigue, exerted himself to keep up. He now weighed just over 100 pounds and would undoubtedly need to indulge in several meals upon their return. Before long, they found themselves once more at the winding paths of Jilian-quan. The rugged mountain trails proved challenging, and the boy, having endured the journey thus far, found his vision compromised by the toxic miasma, requiring Su-yun's support to continue onward. The sound of cracking echoed in the air. As Su-yun heard the old man consuming something, the rhythm of his footsteps remained unchanged. Thus, they were on the verge of exiting the nine. Suddenly, a knife shot forth from the void. Su-yun recognized this blade, its edge marred, the very one he had shattered. Were those individuals still present? The knife lunged fiercely towards the old man, but to everyone's astonishment, the sickle before him transformed into a diminutive shield, intercepting the flying blade. The weight of the knife caused the old man to retreat a few steps, his gaze turning icy as he regarded the 3 figures standing at the end of the 9. These 3 stood in a place where the poisonous barrier was weak, effectively trapping them within, intent on wearing them down. The body cultivator, previously incapacitated by the frail middle-aged man, had recovered, and the twin siblings brandished their knives, baring their teeth in a menacing grin. You wretches dare to trouble me? The old man fumed. It appears our heavenly sword sect has shown too much mercy, failing to uproot you nefarious ones. Su-yun was astonished, realizing that the old man was indeed a member of the heavenly sword sect. He wondered about the nature of the cultivation techniques practiced by the sect. Supporting the chubby boy, he witnessed the old man shake the bundle on his back, unleashing a cascade of gold that must have weighed nearly 1,000 pounds. However, within the realm of their 18 nations, gold held little value. The old man picked up a piece of gold, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. The remaining gold in his hands continuously morphed, transforming into dozens of flying daggers that clashed with the bearded man's blades. This man was a master of metal, a practitioner from the 5 Elements Immortal sect, capable of controlling metal. The chubby boy's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing that their guide to the mountain was, after all, a formidable expert. With the old man here, our descent will likely be safe, remarked the chubby boy. Indeed, the old man was powerful, effortlessly suppressing the blade practitioner. The other 2 physical cultivators charged forward, attempting to ambush the old man, but were intercepted by Su-yun and the chubby boy. Little did they expect that in the distance, the mist coalesced into an arrow, shooting directly towards the old man's head, piercing through with deadly precision. Siyun and the chubby boy were momentarily taken aback as they witnessed the mist coalesce into a hand, lifting the old man's bag filled with elephant grass. Remarkably, the old fellow had gathered over 70 stalks of this peculiar grass. It appears this old man possesses quite a remarkable skill. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Suyun watched as the bag floated into the hands of an individual. Suyun glanced over and was taken aback to see the emaciated middle-aged man, who was grinning ominously while holding a bag. The others gathered around, exclaiming with delight, "Brother, the others on the mountain have yet to descend. When they do, if we seize the opportunity, we could amass 700 or 800 spirit herbs, perhaps." The middle-aged man responded with a smile, "Indeed, it is only natural, this time. We are certain to reap a substantial fortune." Suyun gazed at the man, a chilling sensation enveloping him. He harbored suspicions towards everyone. Yet the man remained unscathed by his doubts. After all, when those individuals first appeared, it was this man who had intervened, driving off 3 bandits. "Did you not descend the mountain?" Suyun gritted his teeth. The man chuckled, "I await your arrival at the foot of the mountain, hoping to gather more spiritual herbs." The chubby boy erupted in indignation. "Given your evident prowess, why do you not gather them yourself?" The man laughed heartily. "It is a rare opportunity to ascend the mountain. I intend to dedicate myself to cultivation. Who has time for herb gathering?" "Cultivation?" The chubby boy suddenly realized. "You belong to the poison sect?" Practitioners of the poison sect thrive in the presence of toxins, akin to fish in water. It is no wonder that this man had abruptly appeared behind a physical cultivator, delivering a crushing blow. However, it is a misconception that poison cultivators are entirely immune to toxins. They merely possess heightened resistance. Consequently, in ordinary circumstances, few poison cultivators would dare to venture into the Misty Valley, fearing the peril of being poisoned. Only when the toxic barriers of the valley receded would they consider training here, where 3 days of cultivation equated to several months of arduous practice. Little did they anticipate that they would fall victim to the very toxins of a poison cultivator. "What of the night-blooming Sirius maiden? Have you slain her?" Suyun inquired. "The night-blooming Sirius? That woman? How could we ever bring ourselves to kill her?" The bearded man bellowed with laughter. "She is a treasure of the fragrance sect. Do you comprehend the value of the fragrance sect? Each member is a rare asset. We could take her back and train her to serve our purposes. And if she refuses, would she dare? We would subjugate her, subjecting her to daily torment. After enduring such trials, she would inevitably submit, either becoming our ally or our dog." Suyun let out a sigh, profoundly aware of the malevolence of such individuals. It is no wonder that the major sects regard these idle people as demonic cultivators. Unconstrained by any blood pact, they exhibit an alarming audacity. "First, place your spiritual herbs here, and then extend your heads for us to sever. Do not be ungrateful," chuckled the poison sect cultivator, wielding a poisoned arrow. The chubby boy glanced at the blood-replenishing pill in his possession, ready to consume it and fight to the bitter end. However, the poisoned arrow struck too swiftly, piercing through his palm and rendering it numb, making it impossible for him to hold onto the pill. Confronting a peak-chi refinement poison cultivator within a toxic barrier was exceedingly daunting. With a cry of anguish, the chubby boy despaired, "Brother, we cannot escape." Just then, another poisoned arrow soared towards Suyun, aimed at piercing his skull. Clang! The poisoned arrow struck his head as if it had hit iron, shattering upon impact. Suyun touched his forehead, where the skin had hardened to an almost weapon-like rigidity. This was the essence of his body enhancement technique: copper skin and iron bones. Chapter 51. Return with Vengeance. Suyun had concealed his celestial sect from beginning to end, fearing precisely this scenario. With skin as tough as bronze and bones as solid as iron, even ordinary metal weapons could not pierce him, let alone poison arrows forged from toxic mist. His display evidently astonished the man opposite him. "The body sect? Are you not from the blade sect?" Suyun remained silent, his speed reaching an apex as he propelled himself forward like a ferocious beast. In the blink of an eye, he traversed a distance of 30 feet. Arriving before the man, with a sweeping motion of his great sword, a soft thud echoed as the man's head fell to the ground. The 3 bandits in the distance were left in a state of shock. They had witnessed brutality before, but nothing could compare to this savagery. Even a body cultivator at the first level could only muster 500 pounds of strength. This power was terrifying, likely exceeding 10,000 pounds, rivaling that of a peak Foundation establishment cultivator. Could it be that he was a prodigious youth at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment? They could hardly believe it. After all, Cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage had no need to venture into such places for a mere handful of spirit stones. Fooling around would lead to their demise. The burly man commanded his life-bound flying knife to launch, yet Su Yun showed no mercy, raising his sword in a complete eruption of power. Crack! The knife was cleaved in two by a strike. Splatter! The burly man suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It was evident that the severed knife had inflicted harm upon himself as well. Su Yun cast aside the great blade in his hand, skillfully manipulating it with his own spiritual energy, and in a single sweep, he severed the head of the bearded man. The remaining two physical cultivators posed little challenge. They were merely at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, possessing some strength, yet insignificant in comparison to Su Yun. Moreover, they were mere mortals. What does it mean to be mortal? It signifies a corporeal existence, burdened with the weight of earthly impurities, heavy as a mountain. In contrast, Su Yun possessed celestial bones, which are light beyond all imagination. Like a swift swallow, he seized the great blade and, with a seamless motion, dispatched the heads of the two remaining foes. From start to finish, it transpired in the span of merely 2 breaths. In the blink of an eye, 4 lives were extinguished. The plump boy stood frozen, utterly astonished by the spectacle before him, struggling to catch his breath for what felt like an eternity. At last, he quietly uttered, "Are you from the body sect?" Su Yun chuckled, "Are you not aware? I belong to the thief sect. However, this seems rather peculiar. You possess both spiritual energy and vitality. The hallmark of the thief sect is precisely this, spiritual energy intertwined with a hint of vitality." The chubby boy appeared somewhat perplexed, for he was well aware of the rule that blood and spirit cannot coexist. He had never encountered a scenario where vitality and spiritual energy cohabited. Could it truly be that there exists a thief sect endowed with such characteristics? Yet, the sheer strength and abundant spiritual energy were beyond his comprehension. Perhaps it is indeed the thief sect. You have taken all their belongings. Clear the fog first, and I shall seek out the Night Bloom, Su Yun stated. After all, the Night Bloom had previously aided him, and if he could conveniently rescue her, he would do so. He plunged directly into the mist in search of her. The chubby boy inquired, "Are you certain she is within the fog?" Without a doubt, Su Yun affirmed. Once one enters the mist, all are preoccupied with fleeing, and no one will notice those concealed within. Su Yun articulated his thoughts with reason and evidence, soon becoming enveloped in the mist, attentively listening. Although his hearing was not particularly acute, it was far from inadequate. Before long, he discerned a violent gasping sound, reminiscent of impending demise. He followed the sound, searching diligently for quite a while, until he finally discovered the tied-up Tanhua, resembling a wrapped Zongzi, within a narrow drain. He hoisted Tanhua up and severed the ropes. She was utterly exhausted. Not being particularly adept in combat, her constitution was frail, and having lingered for an entire day without succumbing was nothing short of a miracle. "You taught me to be cautious," Tanhua murmured weakly, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "Yet in the end, it was you who saved me." Su Yun remained silent, carrying her away from the shroud of mist. Tanhua sighed. "Yudong, please set me down. In the distance lies that man's ambush. He is in league with those 3 brigands." Su Yun sighed, expressing her unease. "Both Chulu and I are rather unfamiliar with this path. And now that the old man has been slain, we require your guidance. Is that venerable elder truly deceased?" Tanhua inquired, a shadow of sorrow crossing her face. That old man was no ordinary figure. He was likely a metal manipulator, a formidable individual indeed. With his demise, what purpose does it serve to have rescued her? We might as well await our fate. Before long, Su Yun stealthily approached the plump boy, who had already interred the elder and claimed the prized elephant grass. Tanhua gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, astonished, rendered momentarily speechless. What has transpired here? Why are there headless corpses strewn about? The poison sect practitioner lay dead, alongside 3 robbers, as if calamity had unexpectedly befallen them. "Tanhua, you are still alive." The plump boy greeted her with a grin. Tanhua could hardly believe her eyes. "Did you do this?" The boy shook his head. It was Yudong. Tanhua's expression grew even more complex. Of the 3, Yudong appeared the youngest. Yet, who could have anticipated such fierce prowess from him? "How shall we divide the grass?" the plump boy inquired. Su Yun maintained a calm demeanor and remarked, "What is there to divide while we are still on the mountain? Let us descend first, and we shall discuss matters once we are thoroughly safe." The chubby boy nodded in agreement. The group retraced their steps along the original path. However, midway, they unexpectedly encountered another group of individuals who were, once again, intent on robbery. Su Yun showed no mercy, swiftly dispatching several individuals. Regrettably, these individuals bore no traces of the elusive elephant grass. It was highly probable that someone had already taken it away, for robbery is a perilous profession, easily subject to retaliation. The prevalence of such banditry in this area was perplexing, especially considering that all the perpetrators were peak chi refinement cultivators. Suyin found the situation bewildering. The chubby boy and Tianhua lamented the arduous journey from peak chi refinement to foundation establishment. In the realm of the 18 nations, cultivators were as numerous as grains of sand on the Ganges, with most remaining at the chi refinement stage. To ascend to the foundation establishment, one must acquire foundation establishment pills sold by major sects, and oftentimes, a single pill is insufficient. Several may be required. The price of a foundation establishment pill is 400 spirit stones, and many individuals find themselves in need of 3 or even more. Suyin understood. The stout man remarked, "Many have perished on their way back. Gathering herbs is one matter, but guarding them is another. It seems our return journey may not be a peaceful one." Suyin remained composed. Although his cultivation was not particularly formidable, his celestial essence provided him with an advantage. And after resting for a day within the residence, he was now fully rejuvenated. Regardless of the cultivators they might encounter, he held a significant edge. If they happened upon others along the way, they could simply relinquish their possessions if necessary. Both the stout man and Tianhua shared this sentiment, prioritizing Su Yun's safety above all. The stout man, in his straightforwardness, even suggested, "If it comes to it, you should abandon us and flee." Tianhua looked at the stout man in surprise. He was rather naive. Though she harbored no intentions of harm, she did not wish to be so easily forsaken. Suyin chuckled. "My brother, Chulu, is just like that. He has a few loose screws. Do not take it to heart. I shall not abandon you." Tianhua gritted her teeth and replied, "Yudong, should I survive this ordeal, I will share half of my gains with you." "You have gains? Haven't they been stolen?" Tianhua smiled. Asked Chulu how many elephant grass he has acquired. Chulu interjected, "Those are the ones they snatched from the old man. I have nothing else." This reminiscence prompted Su Yun to recall that group of people who seemed to carry nothing, likely hoarding their spoils elsewhere. At this realization, Su Yun suddenly understood and laughed. "They intend for you to be their accomplice, placing the goods in your possession." Tianhua nodded. "How many do you possess?" 232 stalks. Su Yun's heart trembled with excitement. "This is too much. If only I could acquire it, I could easily purchase medicine and make significant progress on the path of immortality. All right, I shall accept your half." Su Yun nodded. However, Qi Lu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The way Tianhua was handling it made it seem as though he lacked compassion. "Yudong, I shall also give you half." He surprisingly began to compare himself as well. Su Yun chuckled. "I still intend to give you 20%. I shall forego that 20% instead. I shall offer you half. Our bond is too profound to be jeopardized by a mere woman." The sixth day retorted, glaring, "What of a woman? I have 2 sisters at home. Choose one, and I shall arrange for her to wed you." So you nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Feeling that the rotund fellow was commendable in every aspect, except for his lack of intellect, he wondered from whence this fool derived the audacity to rob from the dark establishments. Perhaps it was the clever idea of those 2 young maidens. Tianhua merely chuckled quietly on Su Yun's back, refraining from uttering a word. After walking a bit further, they encountered another robbery, which Su Yun effortlessly resolved once again. Had those adversaries been in their prime, he might have found himself at a disadvantage. Alas, they had lingered in the mountains for 3 days, and despite their attempts to conceal themselves, they had inhaled a considerable amount of toxic miasma, reducing their strength by 50%. What once was peak cultivation at the chi refining stage was now diminished to merely the 5th level of the same. Confronted with an anomaly like Su Yun, they were at a distinct disadvantage, lacking any means of resistance. Along their journey, they had dispatched over 30 individuals before finally descending the mountain. The first order of business upon their descent was to procure a meal, some broth to alleviate the effects of the toxins. The insipid liquid, though insufficient to sate their hunger, was enriched with medicinal herbs beneficial to their health. After dining, they regained a modicum of strength and returned to the chubby fellow's village after purchasing some provisions. Back on the 6th, the village elders gazed at the rotund man in astonishment, noting, "This year, many have not returned from the mountains, and the children at home have been worried about you." The chubby fellow understood that this was due to the unusually high number of bandits this year. Upon entering the house, he distributed some food to the children and slept until the next day. When he awoke, both he and Tianhua had regained their vigor. "Ah, what relief!" he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. rolling over and declaring, "It is time to allocate our gains." Tanhua, having not slept a wink, appeared somewhat unaccustomed to such a large bed. However, being a fragrant cultivator, she possessed methods to invigorate herself, rendering her more spirited than before. She produced 232 strands of spiritual herbs and said, "As I mentioned, if you take me down the mountain, I shall give you half. This half is for you." To his surprise, she left herself with only 13 strands. What could this mean? Suyun pondered, somewhat perplexed. Tanhua smiled and remarked, "Ill-gotten gains are not something I dare to claim. You should take them. I will give you half of what I harvested for myself. It is but a small token of gratitude for the life-saving favor you have bestowed upon me." The chubby fellow pouted slightly, feeling a twinge of guilt for his own conduct. Suyun remained unperturbed and said, "What notions of righteousness and unrighteousness are there? In the eyes of the Heavenly Sword sect, we are all practitioners of the demonic path. We are inherently unjust beings. Let us do this. We shall take out the elephant grass, place it together, and divide it equally among the three of us. This would be the most equitable solution." However, the other two hesitated somewhat, for they felt it would be unjust to Suyun, as it was solely due to him that they had managed to survive until now. Suyun chuckled and said, "It is settled then. No need for further discussion. If fate allows us to meet again in the future, I shall have no regrets towards you all." Unexpectedly, Tanhua found herself shedding tears. Gritting her teeth as she nodded in agreement, "Brother Yudong, should you ever find yourself in need of my assistance, I will brave any perilous journey for you without hesitation." Suyun cast a glance at the voluptuous and charming figure of Tanhua. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. "Are you taken with your elder sister? Marrying a capable man like you would certainly not be a loss for me." She possessed an extraordinary purity, while not exceptionally beautiful. Her presence brought a sense of comfort and affection. When she spoke, there was no trace of seduction, yet her words effortlessly captivated the heart. However, Suyun discerned that this was merely jest. He nodded casually, "Very well, consider it a favor owed to me." The three of them divided the spiritual herbs, totaling 312, resulting in 104 herbs each. This amounted to 104 spirit stones. Converted to silver, it equated to over 30,000 taels. Tanhua and the chubby boy exclaimed in delight at their windfall. Nevertheless, Tanhua reminded the chubby boy, "How do we account for the guide's share?" Suyun furrowed his brows, questioning, "Are we still to account for the guide who has perished?" Both Tanhua and the chubby boy nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, it is the rule. The guide must be compensated, even in death. Otherwise, it is akin to taking the money of the deceased, leading to an ill fate. Any future ventures into the mountains will surely invite misfortune." The chubby boy added, "Let us sell first. After the sale, we will allocate half of the proceeds to his family and another half for funeral expenses, which amounts to over 30 spirit stones." "That seems fitting." Suyun nodded in acknowledgement. After the trio had their breakfast, the chubby boy promptly departed for Qingshui County. "Is it truly so urgent?" Suyun expressed his astonishment. The chubby boy replied, "These items have no shelf life. If not sold within 2 or 3 days, they will spoil. We must hurry." This was all new information for Suyun as he accompanied them to Qingshui City. This year, not many had descended from the mountains, as many had indeed perished. Those who made it down were primarily those with resilient lives. They all awaited the opening of the apothecary to sell their spirit herbs. When noon arrived, the apothecary opened its doors. Each apothecary was affiliated with various nations, leading to intense competition. In previous years, they would raise their prices to acquire herbs. However, this day was different. The Tianjin apothecary had opened with a sign declaring an elephant grass for 8 spirit stones. Upon seeing this price, a wave of anger swept through the crowd. In past years, the price had been 1 spirit stone per plant. Why had it suddenly risen to 8? This was the first time in decades that such a change had occurred. Chapter 52. Selling herbs. The crowd erupted in complaints upon seeing the exorbitant price of 8 spirit stones, perceiving it as an affront to their hard labor. They were well aware that harvesting elephant grass was perilous. Had they known the price would be so low, none would have risked their lives to gather it. For decades, the price had remained stable at 1 spirit stone. Why the sudden shift to 8? "You are belittling our lives," they cried. "Have you seen how many have died this year? The fruits of our perilous labor deserve more than 8 spirit stones. We refuse to sell." To their surprise, the Tianjin apothecary remained unfazed, the manager chuckling, "Not selling? That's perfectly fine. We are not in dire need of a mere few elephant grasses." The crowd was taken aback. In previous years, the Tianjin apothecary would even pay a premium to secure herbs. Why the sudden indifference? The crowd began to protest anew, demanding, "You must provide us with a reason. This humiliation is utterly excessive." The staff at the Tianjin apothecary laughed heartily, with one stating, "A reason? If you seek one, let us oblige." This year, the Shinong Valley has developed a groundbreaking technique for cultivating spirit herbs, having the production costs for blood and chi-related herbs. Thus, our need for your elephant grass is merely out of pity. If you refuse to sell, then be gone. We hardly desire it. The manager's laughter echoed, and the attendants joined in, reveling in the spectacle of those who had toiled for their herbs, viewing them as little more than refuse. They were acutely aware that many among them were of the demonic path, and the lives of such individuals mattered little to them. The crowd simmered with rage, asserting, "If you refuse our herbs, others will gladly accept. 18 other apothecaries will take them. If we shall not be accepted here, we shall seek elsewhere." Su Yun and the 3 others naturally followed in their wake. Although he possessed the ability to refine the elephant grass using an alchemical furnace, he refrained from doing so. After much contemplation, he resolved to sell the items instead. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion. As a fugitive wanted to cross 18 nations, he needed to exercise caution. However, upon visiting other apothecaries, they were met with the same prices. These 18 shops had already conspired, offering a mere 8 spirit stones for acquisition, equivalent to 240 taels of silver. This was quite frustrating. Some speculated that this was surely a ploy by the apothecaries, devoid of any innovative techniques. They aimed to coerce them into selling at a low price. It made sense. They could wait. If they delayed, the elephant grass would rot. And should the shops not restore their original prices, they would refuse to sell. Without the elephant grass, these apothecaries would surely incur significant losses. Indeed, they need not rush. Everyone sat by the roadside, unhurried, waiting for the shopkeepers to plead with them to sell. Time passed slowly. Some people's elephant grass began to show signs of decay. Yet, the apothecaries remained unfazed, showing no intention of purchasing. Some even displayed new signs, leading them to believe that prices had been restored. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the prices had been slashed once more, reduced to 5 spirit stones. These merciless scoundrels. They truly left no avenue for my parents. Some began to curse vehemently, while others wept bitterly. My brother perished in this endeavor. How can I explain this paltry sum to his wife and children? Damn them. Even if I lose everything, I shall not sell to you. The chorus of indignation rose to a fervent pitch. Yet, the apothecary representatives remained composed. Chuckling, "You may continue to withhold your goods, allowing them to rot in your possession. At 8 spirit stones, we offered you a chance. You declined. Now it's 5. And in half a day, it will be 3, then 1. Sell if you wish. We are not in one of your meager elephant grass." Silence fell over the crowd. Those who had initially rallied for collective resistance now found their voices stifled. They understood that when faced with the true powers that governed these lands, they held no sway. If they chose not to sell, the goods would indeed rot in their hands, yielding not a single spirit stone. Ultimately, some began to part with their goods. Once one individual relinquished their grip, others soon followed suit. The portly youth and the flower-like figure gritted their teeth, feeling a twinge of reluctance. They had anticipated that this time, they would survive and reap substantial rewards. Over 100 spirit stones would have sufficed for their cultivation for a considerable duration. Yet, who could have foreseen that they would now receive merely half the value? Their gains were minimal. However, thanks to Su Yun, their compensation would undoubtedly exceed what they initially deserved. "Let us sell," sighed Chu Lu. Yet, Su Yun observed the individuals at the entrance. Noting that some had yet to sell, a few, indeed, resolutely refused to part with their goods, even to the point of trampling them into the ground. As the number of non-sellers grew, Su Yun found newfound confidence. He smiled, declaring, "Let us not sell. We shall return." "Return? We won't obtain a single spirit stone." Su Yun maintained a serene expression, as tranquil as an ancient well, endeavoring to suppress the joy within. "Those who trust me may return, I assure you. I shall not bring you harm." Ultimately, the 2 individuals chose to go back, albeit not to the home of the chubby boy. Instead, they opted for a modest inn. With the departure of those who needed to leave, the inn had become rather desolate, yet the rates were reasonable, merely 3 coins for a night, equivalent to 300 copper pieces. Su Yun said, "Let us book 3 rooms." The plump fellow curled his lips and replied, "We are brothers. Isn't 1 room sufficient? It would be a waste of 3 coins. Let us just take 3 rooms." Su Yun felt a sense of helplessness. Saving money was undoubtedly a commendable endeavor. Yet with 2 grown men, there would be no intriguing tales to tell. However, he needed to enter his own abode. Once he stepped inside, he would vanish without a trace, leaving the rotund man startled and likely to cause a ruckus at the establishment. On the 6th day of the new year, he could only heed Su-yun's wishes. Thus, the 3 of them secured 3 guest rooms, and Su-yun took away their elephant grass, returning to his own residence. Upon seeing the abundant elephant grass, the house expressed a hint of surprise. Where could such a quantity have come from? Su-yun remarked. Did you take it from someone else? If that's the case, it's not so bad. I had thought you ventured at great risk to gather so much. Su-yun chuckled. Isn't it a good thing to have an abundance of resources? By refining a greater number of elixirs, I shall ensure that I possess ample spirit stones when the time comes. With that, he directed the alchemical furnace to extract essence from all 312 elephant grasses, culminating in the production of over 3,000 chi blood pills. Including those he already possessed, the total exceeded 3,500. If one were to calculate at the rate of 1 spirit stone per chi blood pill, that would amount to 3,500 spirit stones. What a significant profit. Now, how many elixirs should he distribute to those 2 individuals? Should he divide them equally? He feared that such a division might expose his assets, drawing unwanted attention from others. Thus, he decided to allocate 300 pills to each person, translating to 300 spirit stones each. With such a substantial number of spirit stones, it would certainly suffice for the chubby lad to facilitate the entrance of those children into the Immortal sect. As for what follows after entering the sect, once admitted, one's cultivation journey would depend on the individual, if assistance were still required. Perhaps it would be wiser to abandon the path of immortality and return home to be a dutiful child, cared for by his parents. Thus, it was settled, 300 pills for each person. Su-yun did not emerge immediately. Instead, he made his appearance the following day, inviting both the chubby boy and the night-blooming Sirius into his room. With an air of mystery surrounding him, they couldn't help but wonder, what was he up to? Both individuals gazed at Su-yun with keen curiosity. Su-yun remained silent, producing 2 pots of elixirs, each containing 300 pills, which he handed over to the 2 individuals. Here you go, these are yours. Take them. The pair stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Oh, are there really so many elixirs? Where did they come from? The chubby one suddenly expressed doubt. Yudong, are you a disciple of the alchemy sect? The alchemy sect is quite unique among the celestial sects. They possess no formidable combat prowess. Their greatest skill lies in refining elixirs. Their absorption of elixirs is superior to that of other sections. However, what good is that? Regardless of how powerful the alchemy sect may be, they are merely a group of alchemists. Upon hearing this, the nearby Tianhua shook her head in disagreement. It's impossible for him to be from the alchemy sect. His combat strength is extraordinary, and both of us owe our lives to him. Are you doubting his prowess? The chubby one was also puzzled. He simply could not comprehend what sect Su-yun belonged to, considering his multifaceted abilities and strengths. Could it be that Su-yun had affiliations with multiple sects? That seemed implausible. Not to mention, having ties to multiple sects would hinder cultivation, and there was also the issue of bloodlines not being able to coexist. Su-yun chuckled. Inquiring about another's immortal sect is a grave taboo. The chubby boy laughed in response. Indeed, I shall refrain from such questions. All I need to know is that you are my brother. Being able to save you was the finest deed I have ever accomplished. Tianhua also tucked away the elixir, brimming with joy. Yudong, my brother, I reiterate my words. This favor I owe you. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will brave mountains of blades and seas of flames for you. Su-yun chuckled and said, It is perhaps best not to draw premature conclusions. It is merely a matter of human sentiment, and it suffices for now to remain in debt. I would never allow you to undertake perilous tasks, such as traversing a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. He was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Mingling among these lower-tier cultivators generally posed little risk. However, should complications arise, the ramifications could be severe, potentially involving those in the tribulation stage of cultivation. Those cultivators in the tribulation stage, particularly the physical cultivators, possess strength exceeding 50,000 pounds, and when coupled with their bizarre techniques, their power could multiply, perhaps even by several times. Even the mountains would be leveled by their might. Such a terrifying prospect was beyond his capacity to withstand. And it would surely overwhelm Tianhua as well. I have taken what I needed. Should you require my assistance in the future, seek me in Tianhua County, where I reside. Pausing briefly, Tianhua added, Do not seek Tianhua, seek Qin Tan. Is that your true name? Indeed, it is my true name. So you nodded, agreeing to the arrangement. What about the 6th day? He inquired, eager to learn of their plans for that day. It was well known that although the chi blood pill was indeed precious, its value came with restrictions that could not simply trade it at will. Such elixirs were under the control of those transcendent powers, much like the scattered sects of Immortals. As practitioners of the demonic path, they certainly could not engage in the casual distribution of pills. The chubby boy chuckled, I have a brother who works for a gang. I'll ask him to assist me in offloading these pills. Suyun proposed, I believe the items at that grocery store are quite commendable. And the proprietor is amiable as well. We should simply approach him directly. The chubby boy felt somewhat awkward, replying, last time, he asked me to purchase a small knife. And I inadvertently spoke back to him. It would be rather embarrassing to go there again. You must have some means at your disposal. Why don't you go see him? Boss Yang is indeed easy to converse with. Thus, the three parted ways. Suyun brought a sample elixir and visited the Sunshine General Store, where he encountered Boss Yang. To Suyun's surprise, Boss Yang remembered him and greeted him with a smile, saying, Ah, young brother, you've returned. Have you managed to earn a bit while foraging for the grand elephant grass these past few days? Suyun raised an eyebrow. Do you still remember me? How could I possibly forget? That knife you carry on your back is simply too conspicuous for me to overlook. Oh, so it appears that this knife is indeed my true essence? You specifically recognize me by this blade? However, Suyun merely jested with the boss for a moment before swiftly shifting to the core of the matter. I have made quite a fortune this time, which is why I have come to seek your assistance today. Of course, it will not be a free favor. Rather, I propose a business arrangement. What kind of assistance do you require? Suyun remained silent as he produced a chi blood pill. The proprietor cast a fleeting glance, and his expression abruptly transformed. He swiftly closed the door and hung a closed sign, saying, It is not convenient to speak here. Let us converse in the courtyard at the back. Suyun followed closely behind, and finally, the boss spoke up. Young man, I must admit, I didn't realize you were a master of thievery. Suyun was momentarily taken aback. Is there truly a thief store? Indeed, there is. Are you not one yourself? Suyun smiled and inquired, What do you mean? The boss replied, Are you aware that elixirs are categorized into 10 grades? Even identical elixirs are divided into 10 distinct qualities, with each level surpassing the last in excellence and purity. However, the finest grade is not attainable by just anyone. Within a single furnace of elixirs, it is not guaranteed that even one will emerge. Once it does, it is swiftly claimed by the major sects and dispatched to the Jade Capital, destined for the celestial beings above. Suyun raised an eyebrow and said, Please, continue. The boss replied, The item you possess is of superior quality. Surpassing even the first-class goods, it is classified as a top-tier product. From 10 batches of elixirs, only one is produced. And it is said that only those from Baiyujing possess the capability to refine it. Why is this so? Because the ancient Immortals have severed this method, forbidding the cultivators of our 18 nations from acquiring such knowledge. Suyun suddenly realized, nodding with a smile, Boss Yang possesses an astute eye. This is indeed what I pilfered. I am but a petty thief. Boss Yang pondered deeply, weighing the pros and cons, and ultimately decided to return it to Suyun. Brother Yu, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but this matter is rather unsavory. I truly cannot help you dispose of it. If discovered, it would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. Suyun felt a slight headache and could only speak the truth. To be candid, I am from the Dan sect, and this elixir is of my own concoction. However, Boss Yang remained skeptical. How can I prove it? What would you have me do to substantiate my claim? I shall provide you with an herb. You assist me in refining it into an elixir. Chapter 53. The Singular Spell. This indeed serves as the most compelling method of proof. Hand me your spiritual herb, and I shall endeavor to try my hand at it. Suyun extended his hand to request, and Boss Yang graciously bestowed upon him a soul-capturing herb. This was indeed a remarkable treasure, initially. Within the Zhang family's courtyard of medicinal herbs, there existed only 3 soul-capturing herbs. Moreover, those 3 were not cultivated by the Zhang family themselves. They had received the seedlings of the soul-capturing herbs from the Heavenly Sword sect, who had entrusted them with the task of nurturing these precious plants. Suyun was uncertain about the true value of the soul-capturing herb. He chuckled and remarked, I intend to take the elixir with me. Are you not afraid I might abscond with it? Boss Yang maintained a serene demeanor, revealing no signs of agitation, and replied, Setting aside the question of whether the elixir is expensive or not, do you comprehend the essence of its rarity? If I were to present this item to the Heavenly Sword sect, they would undoubtedly pursue inquiries, eventually leading them to you. Suyun felt a tinge of embarrassment, You are indeed formidable. I concede defeat. Just wait for me. I shall refine some elixirs. There is no rush. If I succeed in concocting the elixirs, it would certainly be splendid, and I would gladly engage in this venture with you. However, if I fail to produce the elixirs, I must regrettably decline to accept your offerings. Of course. With a light-hearted laugh, Suyin bid farewell to Boss Yang and sought a secluded spot before entering his abode. He meticulously refined the soul-capturing herb, yielding 8 robust soul-strengthening pills. Unsure of how many to present to Boss Yang, he decided to initially offer 3. Should Boss Yang deem this quantity insufficient, he would be prepared to provide an additional 1 or 2. After all, it was only fair that he reap some benefits from this venture. Otherwise, the transaction would be excessively disadvantageous. Thus, Suyin returned to Boss Yang's establishment the following day. You're back? Boss Yang greeted him with a warm smile. Suyin nodded, remarking, I have returned. This night has utterly exhausted me. It feels as though my very essence has been drained. It is to be expected. For the art of alchemy is indeed laborious, demanding substantial tolls on the soul. Thus, the prominent sects have long ceased to employ manual labor for the concoction of elixirs, particularly for the rudimentary blood-boosting pills. Instead, they enlist practitioners from the instrumental sect who specialize in the development of alchemical apparatuses. Suyin was somewhat astonished. Could it be that they had also fabricated an alchemical furnace? Was this treasure not supposed to be one of a kind? However, Suyin could not inquire directly. He had to be circumspect. With such a treasure, wouldn't those alchemists become obsolete? Boss Yang laughed heartily. Not at all. That serves merely as an auxiliary for alchemy. With such an apparatus, a single alchemist can function as efficiently as 100. Thus, no matter how many low-tier cultivators there may be in the world, as long as they possess wealth, they can procure cheap blood pills. Suyin let out a sigh. So that's how it is. This revelation put his mind at ease. Suyin continued to inquire. How many elixirs can be refined from a single spiritual herb? I am not entirely certain, but it should not exceed 3. 3, you say? Suyin felt a sense of certainty within. 3 would suffice, and fortuitously, he had prepared exactly 3. He presented the 3 exquisite elixirs to Boss Yang. Upon a glance, Boss Yang confirmed their perfection. Indeed, there were precisely 3. Brother Yudong possesses remarkable skills. The price of soul-capturing grass is quite steep. Who would have thought you could concoct 3? It is said that most alchemists can only produce 1.5, requiring 2 soul-capturing grasses along with various supplementary materials to yield 3. Suyin touched his nose, feeling a hint of embarrassment. It turned out that the alchemical skills of those outside were so rudimentary. He had inadvertently overestimated their abilities. Perhaps, should Boss Yang exchange 2 back? He chuckled amiably. Boss Yang remained silent, hastily concealing the items. Once something has come into one's possession, how could it possibly be returned? What do you take me for? He then added. With such capabilities, Brother Yudong, I am akin to a spiritual mind. Suyin jested, while Boss Yang shook his head. No. You must exercise caution and avoid revealing your identity. After all, cultivators from the Dan sect are exceedingly rare. If you are discovered, you will undoubtedly lose your freedom, as those powerful sects will seize you and extract every ounce of your worth. Suyin nodded, signifying his comprehension. He had come to understand why so many formidable beings were vying for the alchemical furnace. It was because the furnace had surpassed the alchemical standards of all. With the possession of this furnace, immortality was surely within reach. Disguised as a practitioner of the Pill sect, he was bound to attract attention due to his remarkable capabilities. All right, how many spiritual herbs do you possess? Hand them over to me. I shall accept them, Boss Yang said with evident delight. Clearly, the exchange of a single soul-devouring herb for 3 soul-enhancing pills was a monumental gain for him. It was akin to striking gold. However, such exquisite pills were not something he would part with lightly, for the soul-enhancing pills were essential to all high-level practitioners, and utilizing them himself was far more advantageous than selling them. Suyin remained taciturn, presenting 2,000 pills in the courtyard. In his possession lay approximately another 1,000, which he intended to reserve for his future foundational cultivation. The dual cultivation path harbored such drawbacks, necessitating training in both vitality and spiritual energy. Yet, even with just these 2,000 pills, Boss Yang's brow furrowed in concern. Brother Yudong, what troubles you? It's nothing serious. I simply find it rather daunting. There's too much for me to handle. The exceptional quality of the pills left him at a loss regarding their valuation. However, one thing he could ascertain was that selling pills was illegal. If discovered by the pharmacies, he would surely face dire consequences. Thus, he needed to exercise caution and maintain a low profile while selling, ensuring his prices remained slightly below those of the major pharmacies. If he set the price too high, he would incur losses, but pricing it too low would seem unreasonable. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "How about this? I won't quote a price just yet. I will sell them first, and once sold, I will take a commission as my reward for the effort. What do you think?" Su-Yun pondered for a moment, finding the idea quite satisfactory. He nodded and inquired, "Shall we proceed with this plan? When can it be sold?" "It is difficult to say," came the reply. "But within half a month should suffice." "Very well, then I shall return in half a month." As Su-Yun stepped outside, he suddenly felt a wave of lightness enveloping him. Fortune smiled upon him as he had managed to acquire an abundance of spiritual herbs, enabling him to gather all the spiritual stones in a single endeavor. He had already devised a plan. Once he secured the spiritual stones, he would purchase the herbs listed on his inventory and subsequently refine them into foundation establishment pills. The remaining herbs would undoubtedly prove beneficial as well. He intended to procure some transformation grass, which could be utilized to concoct vitality pills, enhancing his cultivation prowess. Having witnessed the dire consequences of mismatched dual doors, he was determined to prevent his vital energy or spiritual force from overwhelming his physical form. It was imperative that he elevated them simultaneously. Upon re-entering his residence, he intended to resume his cultivation, only to discover a perplexing issue. The remaining soul-fortifying pills had vanished. "Where have my soul-fortifying pills gone?" Su-Yun roared, directing his gaze towards Wang Hai's nascent soul at the door. Wang Hai's nascent soul trembled with fear, pleading, "Do not regard me with such a gaze. I am but a mere doorkeeper at this moment. If you refuse to allow me sustenance, how could I possibly dare to partake? To defy your will would invite your wrath, and you could eliminate me at any moment." Su-Yun squinted. "Was it not you? Then enlighten me. Who consumed my Wang Hu and Dan?" "Here, only Wang Hai is the living entity of the nascent soul. If not Wang Hai, then who else could it be?" Wang Hai pointed to the corpse of Lu Laosan. "It was he who partook of it." Su-Yun erupted into laughter, rushing forward to deliver a resounding slap across Wang Hai's nascent soul. The nascent soul, already diminutive, was nearly sent flying by the force of the blow. Subsequently, Su-Yun seized a willow branch and proceeded to rain down a flurry of strikes upon Wang Hai. With only a nascent soul remaining, it lacked the resilience of a physical body. Each strike resonated painfully to the very depths of his soul. A cacophony of anguished cries escaped Wang Hai, akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig. Su-Yun scolded, "Will you not confess? You have already pilfered my elixir, yet you remain obstinately defiant. Have you not always yearned for the alchemical furnace? Now that you are devoid of a corporeal form and unable to procure the furnace, you delight in consuming the elixirs produced by it, do you not? Reaping benefits while feigning innocence, is it?" As she spoke, a series of resounding slaps echoed, the mere sound of which was enough to evoke pain. Wang Hai, overwhelmed by agony, began to weep uncontrollably. "I would not dare deceive you. It was truly the corpse of Lu Laosan that consumed your elixir. Please, do not strike me. Dare you still lie to me?" A fresh barrage of slaps ensued. "Will you confess or not? If I did not commit the act, how could I confess?" He cried, "Please, stop. Enough." The relentless blows had rendered even his primordial spirit somewhat faded, until at last, the resident spoke up. "He has not deceived you. Indeed, it was the corpse that indulged itself." Su-Yun gazed at the visage upon the wall, her expression one of astonishment. Could it truly be that a corpse had partaken in such an act? How could this be possible? The body, devoid of a soul, could not engage in such endeavors. Wang Hai, weeping, elucidated, "Lu Laosan's celestial gate is also a corporeal gateway, and his cultivation is exceptionally advanced. It is said that at his level, should there be a replenishment of soul energy after death, a brand new soul may emerge, enabling resurrection. I was once skeptical, but now I am utterly convinced." Su-Yun furrowed his brows, gazing at the distant faces. "Really? It seems there is indeed such a notion, yet I am uncertain of its exact nature. To be honest." When Su-Yun first encountered this news, he was profoundly shaken. Could it be that his master might one day be resurrected? He inquired of Wang Hai, who was on the ground. If one day his physical form were to harbor an entirely new soul, would he still be himself? Wang Hai shook his head. "I do not know. I have merely heard of such occurrences, but have never witnessed them firsthand. I am utterly in the dark." Su-Yun harbored a flicker of anticipation, hoping that Lu Laosan remained unchanged. He was not only his master, but also a father figure to him. Although he had begun to grasp fragments of the truth, realizing that it was not Lu Laosan who had once taught him, his heart still yearned for this man to be alive. Even a chance to redefine their relationship would suffice. with a sense of anticipation. Su-Yun approached to take a glance at the lifeless body lying on the ground. Having ascended to immortality long ago, Lu Laosan's corpse showed no signs of decay, and even emitted a faint fragrance. Yet, it remained enveloped in a heavy aura of death, devoid of any consciousness. Perhaps it was insufficient? Su-Yun inquired of the face upon the wall. Does he require an immense amount of soul energy to revive? The visage on the wall retorted, "Why do you ask me? I should be the one asking you. This is merely a legend, after all. Such tales abound in the world, none of which have been substantiated. In my opinion, you might as well treat it as a ghost story to enjoy." Su-Yun fell into silence, ultimately letting out a sigh, relinquishing all hope. The deceased remained irrevocably departed. After so many years, resurrection is but a fantasy. Had the nascent soul still been alive back then, it would possess a spirit, yet now, devoid of its essence, it has been utterly scattered. Alas, it is best to persist in one's cultivation. Su-Yun continued to diligently cultivate his two spells. Whether it be the copper skin iron bone or the other technique of object manipulation, both are fundamental spells of these two immortal sections. He must engage in extensive practice until he achieves complete mastery. When the time comes to employ them, the results will be significantly enhanced. As for the spells of other immortal sects, he harbors a desire to learn them as well. However, it is likely that once he achieves mastery in these two spells, he will have already established his foundation and may no longer be able to learn additional spells. He still needs to study the foundational techniques of these two sections. Would it not be prudent to familiarize himself with them in advance? He inquired of the entity, "What are the foundational techniques for body cultivation and spirit cultivation?" The entity replied, "There are no foundational techniques for body cultivation and spirit cultivation." Ah? Su-Yun was taken aback. No foundational techniques? What could that possibly mean? How could there be no foundational techniques? The absence of such techniques was indeed a reality. These two celestial sects were the genesis of all sects, forming the very foundation of the celestial arts. Only these two forms of sorcery held true significance, while all others were of little consequence. Su-Yun remained perplexed. The house spirit explained, "These two types of spells, when practiced diligently, will naturally increase in power as your cultivation progresses." To what extent can they grow? You could, from 100 miles away, sever your enemy's head with a long sword. This seems to be the prowess of a sword cultivator or other practitioners. And what of the copper skin and iron bones of the body sect? They can be continuously reinforced, to the point where even the weapons of celestial sects cannot pierce your skin, allowing you to push through anything with your bare fists. Su-Yun curled his lips, feeling a mix of anticipation and trepidation. The world of celestial paths is filled with myriad wonders and peculiarities. With only two spells at his disposal, how could he possibly contend with the multitude of celestial sects? Yet, in but a fleeting moment, he realized the absurdity of his thoughts. The fact that he possessed no other spells meant he was not bound to learn the techniques of these two sects, allowing him the freedom to explore the spells of countless other sections. This was indeed a fortunate circumstance for him. While others might face significant challenges tenfold in difficulty when attempting to traverse sects for knowledge, he was not like others. He was uniquely himself. Su-Yun's mastery of spells does not rely on his own comprehension, but rather on the celestial diagram. Once he acquires these two spells, he shall transcend the gates of immortality to learn further sorcery. He chuckled and asked, "Do you know, my dear friend, what the most formidable chi-refining and foundation-establishing spells are among the myriad paths of immortality?" His companion was momentarily taken aback. "What do you intend to do? You wish to learn? That is absurd." Chapter 54. A lesson in humility. At this moment, his companion was utterly astonished by Su-Yun's words. It believed that Su-Yun had gravely underestimated the chasms that exist between the immortal sects, naively thinking they could be so easily bridged. "You think you can simply learn? If it were that effortless to breach these barriers, why would there be so many sects? We could have merely two, one for spiritual cultivation and another for physical prowess, allowing everyone to freely study spells. How delightful that would be." Yet, Su-Yun's expression remained earnest as he replied, "I am not being absurd. I genuinely require these spells. Do you know what the most powerful spells are?" His companion fell silent, pondering deeply. It was puzzled, unable to fathom why Su-Yun was so recklessly ambitious. If this continued, Su-Yun might squander a significant amount of time in pursuit of spellcraft, which was not the outcome his companion desired. After all, its eagerness to assist Su-Yun stemmed from its own considerations. Su-Yun possesses celestial bones in A, ensuring that he can undoubtedly ascend to immortality in the future. Furthermore, he has the potential to reach even higher realms. However, Should this situation continue to linger, it would significantly hinder his aspirations. Nevertheless, Suyun reassured, "Rest assured, I will not squander time." The residents remained silent. Suyun was feeling quite annoyed with the house. To be honest, although the house enjoyed conversing with others, Wang Hai had remained lifeless and uncommunicative for several decades. However, when faced with a chatterbox like Suyun, who incessantly repeated the same few phrases, even the loquacious house found itself somewhat irritated. It stated, "Fine, once you have thoroughly mastered these two spells, I shall teach you new ones. However, but what? However, if you were to inquire which spell among the myriad of celestial paths is the most formidable, I must admit I am unable to provide a definitive answer. There are still many things unknown to you? I had presumed you possessed omniscience. It is impossible for anyone to know everything. The celestial paths are diverse and peculiar. There are certain sects I have yet to encounter myself." The house candidly acknowledged, "Even I cannot claim to have seen every celestial sect. And having seen them does not guarantee knowledge of all their spells, for if they do not utilize them, how would I come to know?" Suyun inquired with curiosity. "Is there truly no book that chronicles all the spells? How could such a book possibly exist? Are you merely dreaming?" Suyun sighed, resigning himself to such thoughts. He said helplessly, "I understand. Since not all spells are available, which one do you consider the most powerful among those you know?" The response came, "In truth, spells are not defined by strength but by the environment in which they are employed." The master of the residence continued, "Every spell possesses its own suitable context. However, I see you wield a blade, so I shall impart to you a technique from the blade gate of the Chi refinement stage." "You mean the blade control technique? I believe it does not surpass my object control." "Ah, but the reason for the division among these celestial gates lies in their unique modes of explosive power. While you may command objects, the ensuing force is comparable to that of your physical strength, both capped at around 5,000 pounds. Yet, with this technique, your cultivation will elevate you to a higher realm, effectively doubling your explosive power. For instance, if you are currently at the Chi refinement stage, you could potentially enhance your explosive force to 10,000 pounds. This, however, represents merely one method of manifestation, as each gate has two distinct paths to pursue. The two paths of the object gate are the routes of vital energy and spiritual cultivation. You must choose one for your advancement. Some individuals prefer to grip a blade in battle, allowing for seamless coordination, while others favor throwing knives, thus opting for the path of spiritual cultivation. Their spells may be identical, yet the nature of their explosive power remains consistent." Upon hearing this, Suyun felt even more elated. It seemed that he could harness both vital energy and spiritual energy, perhaps even amalgamate the two. After all, others could only possess one form of energy, either spiritual power or vital essence, within their bodies, yet he was endowed with both. He refrained from inquiring whether it was possible to utilize both energies concurrently, as he understood that the abode was likely unaware of such nuances. Indeed, no one had ever attempted the dual cultivation of physical and spiritual practices before him. It was a matter he had to explore for himself. "I shall diligently cultivate until I perfect my current two spells, and then I will request another spell from you," he declared. The abode chuckled. "Is it truly so simple to attain perfection? Your aptitude is rather lacking, as I am well aware. If it were merely a question of understanding, that would be one matter. The critical issue lies in your use of the alchemical furnace while outside. Such practice will invariably diminish your comprehension and innate talent. This has resulted in an even greater decline in your perceptiveness, a fact evident to me. Therefore, should you genuinely aspire to refine the copper skin iron bone and the object manipulation spells to a state of perfection, it may well require a year or two. The path of cultivation is thus, it demands not only talent but also comprehension. Beyond comprehension, it necessitates accumulation, which involves tempering the bones. Lacking any of these three elements will inevitably preclude one from achieving significant accomplishments." Suyun did not engage in much conversation within the confines of the residence. Instead, he immersed himself in quiet cultivation. The practice of spells necessitates the continuous application of incantations. The expenditure of spiritual energy and vitality during this process is exceedingly substantial. Although he possesses celestial bones that enable him to draw spiritual energy from the void, it remains insufficient for his cultivation needs. The sole recourse available to him is to consume medicinal pills. He still had a considerable supply of vitality pills at his disposal, yet regrettably, he lacked spiritual energy pills. This circumstance resulted in his progress in the technique of copper skin and iron bones advancing swiftly, while his mastery of the object control technique lagged behind. By the third day, he had executed the copper skin and iron bones technique a staggering 1,500 times. At last, The inscriptions upon the town of Immortals diagram underwent a transformation, with the copper skin and iron bones practiced 1,500 times. Your unyielding perseverance has led to the attainment of mastery. The perfected copper skin and iron bones technique is even more resilient than before, upon its execution. Suyun found his skin to be as impenetrable as bronze. As for the iron bones, that designation merely serves as a metaphor. Suyun possesses celestial bones, which are already comparable to formidable weapons. With the acquisition of this spell, his bones have grown even harder, now rivaling the magical tools of the Foundation establishment stage. With such resilience, even if he remains motionless, it would be impossible for Qi refining stage cultivators to slay him. The residence is enveloped in silence as Zhai observes his cultivation, eyes filled with incredulity. Wang Hai, too, is taken aback. How many days have passed? And you have already mastered a spell? This is inconceivable. Your comprehension is so lacking. Wang Hai roars. Suyun remains silent, merely raising his hand to use Wang Hai's primordial spirit as a training partner, delivering blows upon it with his fists. The sound of impact echoed like raindrops, each strike landing upon Wang Hai's essence. Previously, when Suyun had used willow branches from within the residence to strike Wang Hai, the reason for Wang Hai's agonized cries lay in the branches being part of the dwelling itself, hardened to an extreme degree, inflicting excruciating pain upon contact. However, Suyun was different. How resilient could the flesh of a minor cultivator truly be? After experiencing it once, he discerned the truth. It was astonishingly tough, comparable to a foundational-grade artifact. Each punch landed with bone-crushing force, eliciting cries from Wang Hai akin to those of a slaughtered pig. Why? Wang Hai lamented. Why is it that someone with such low insight can learn spells so swiftly after using a refining furnace? Why is this so? Suyun chuckled and said, You ask me what gives me the right? Allow me to enlighten you. It is simply because I exert myself to the utmost effort to these immortals. That concept is nothing more than a jest. As beings of celestial stature, their innate talents surpass those of mere mortals. Their comprehension exceeds that of the average being. Even their foundational abilities are unparalleled, each possessing a golden essence. To them, the notion of effort itself is a source of amusement. Just how laughable is it? Let me put it this way. With the slightest exertion, they can easily overshadow the mediocre. Those ordinary folks, in a desperate bid to stand on the same plane as them, are compelled to toil for what feels like an eternity, lamenting their hours, striving for 12 hours of practice a day. Yet, what good does it do? In comparison, they still remain leagues apart. If effort were truly effective, what need would there be for prodigies? Suyun could probably surmise his thoughts and chuckled. Look at me. I have been diligently cultivating these past few days. The residence claims I am incapable, and you too assert the same. Yet, with such earnestness and prolonged effort, I assure you, it is indeed possible. Wang Hai gritted his teeth and replied, I understand now. You are merely fortunate to have stumbled upon the correct path, while others may possess similar luck. It cannot be perpetually on your side. Mastering these incantations to a state of perfection requires an extensive duration. He recalled the time when he had devoted over half a month to learn the first spell of the puppetry art. It took him 13 years to refine that initial spell to a flawless state. Of course, the spells of the puppetry art are not numerous. And no matter how much time he invested, it was all worth it. Suyun, however, is an exception. The spells of physical cultivation possess a uniqueness that typically demands a lifetime of dedication to master. He is skeptical that Suyun could continue to progress so smoothly and fully comprehend this spell. Suyun replied coldly, I am no genius. Do you think you can suppress me? Ridiculous. Soon, I shall reveal the fruits of my labor. Wang Hai remained unfazed, reiterating his assertion, if hard work were sufficient, what need would there be for geniuses? If you possess the capability, perfect your spells within a year, and I shall grant you a spell. A puppet manipulation spell? Indeed. I shall provide you with a puppet manipulation spell. Suyun remained silent, gazing at the residence. The house let out a cold scoff. What are you staring at? Do you expect me to guide you? That is utterly impossible. I have neither hands nor feet and cannot teach you directly. Suyun chuckled and said, You misunderstand. I merely wish to inquire if you are familiar with those puppet manipulation spells. Of course I am, came the reply. Lu Laosan's wife is a puppet master. Upon uttering those words, Suyun suddenly recalled all that had transpired before. The peddler had once asked him, Do you truly know who your master is? He had thought he understood, only to discover he knew nothing at all. The real Lu Laosan had long since passed away. Then who was the Lu Laosan in Qishan County? Could it merely be a puppet controlled by his wife? Such a possibility was indeed quite plausible. He adjusted his thoughts, glanced at Wang Hai, and remarked, Do you see? The estate itself employs puppet manipulation spells and can directly impart them to me. Why should I need to prove anything to you in order to acquire your puppet manipulation spells? Wang Hai, somewhat irritated, replied, Fine, since you've put it that way. I shall grant you a water manipulation spell. Siyun cast another glance at the abode. Do you possess the ability to practice water-based spells? In truth, such knowledge was not essential, for the dwelling was merely a structure and not a sentient being. It sufficed to understand the principles, as imparting spells would be adequate. The abode replied, Indeed, I am well versed in the 9 realms of water cultivation. The first technique is known as drinking water, a means to enhance combat prowess. An abundance of water naturally fortifies them, and when engaged in battle by the water's edge, they attain their utmost potential. The second technique is water blade, which enables them to manipulate water with remarkable speed, akin to a blade of wind, forming a water blade that penetrates all defenses, inflicting harm imperceptibly. As the abode continued, it became increasingly animated, unveiling all 9 techniques of the water gate. Wang Hai, astounded, exclaimed, How do you possess such extensive knowledge? The abode picked up a willow branch and playfully struck Wang Hai, who cried out in pain, lamenting, If it weren't for your interference, I could have explored a grander world, encountered more individuals, and mastered a greater array of spells. Siyun chuckled, Is there truly no spell unknown to this abode? Wang Hai, with a cry of despair, finally spoke up, I am aware of a spell known as Fire Escape, which allows one to merge with flames without sustaining harm. However, this is not a technique accessible to those in the Qi refining or foundation establishment stages. It is an advanced spell beyond your current capabilities. Siyun said with a serious expression, I cannot study at this moment. Perhaps I may do so in the future. Come, since you wish to instruct me. Then control your sister and draw up a blood contract. We shall sign this pact, and should you fail to teach me, you shall face utter annihilation. Wang Hai hurriedly manipulated his sister's form to create the symbols. After the blood contract was drawn and signed, he sensed something amiss. This doesn't feel right. Were we not gambling? How did it transform into a one-sided coercion for instruction? Damn, when did I get led astray? Was it merely due to my own pride as an immortal? Nevertheless, he had already entered into the blood contract, leaving no room for regret. You are quite the enigma, he muttered under his breath, continuing to observe. He remained skeptical that Su Yun could master the spell so swiftly. As long as it remained imperfect, he would not be obliged to teach this spell. Siyun paid him no heed and continued his repetitive practice. The spell of material manipulation required spiritual energy. And lacking in that, he devoted himself entirely to the technique of copper skin and iron bones. He longed to perform it hundreds of times in a single day to achieve a peaceful slumber. However, the aspiration to execute it that many times proved unattainable, as it demanded excessive vitality. It was akin to farming. One could not gauge the efficiency of 12 hours of labor based on a mere 15 minutes. Humans require rest and sustenance to replenish their strength. Thus, he was only able to perform it 150 times a day, yet even that was substantial. Before long, 10 days had slipped away. Only a day and a half remained until he could venture out to procure funds. On this very day, the colors on the Jinxian 2 were finally filled to completion. Chapter 55. Nurturing the Blade. Congratulations. You have performed copper skin and iron bones 3,000 times. The spell is now perfected. With the perfection of copper skin and iron bones, one could withstand metal piercing, endure fiery burns, resist inundation, defy burial by earth, and thwart the growth of flora. As his cultivation advanced, the efficacy of this spell would only improve, ultimately rendering him impervious to all forms of harm. In that moment, Siyun finally grasped why physical cultivators possessed but a single spell. It seemed that physical cultivation was indeed the path of the brute, shattering all with sheer flesh and bone. He cast another glance at Wang Hai, breaking into a grin. Wang Hai felt an inexplicable chill run through him and exclaimed, Siyun, do not presume that I possess only the techniques of a puppet master. I have other spells as well. Do not approach me. Siyun smiled and said, I have come to see what spells you possess. In the next moment, Wang Hai's primordial spirit unexpectedly unleashed a burst of fire. However, having gone a long time without replenishment, this flame was, naturally, far from formidable, resembling that of a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Yet, when it struck Su Yun, the flame seemed to collide with ice, extinguishing instantaneously. Wang Hai's expression darkened in an instant as he realized the implication. Have you perfected your copper skin and iron bones? Once perfected, this technique is no longer referred to as copper skin and iron bones, but is elevated to the status of ice muscle and jade bone, impervious to all forms of attack. In the earlier stages, physical cultivators were often considered relatively weak within the sects, owing to the arduous nature of mastering copper skin and iron bones. Practitioners typically devoted their entire lives to refining their bodies through the relentless application of vital energy and blood. However, until this technique is truly perfected, the physical body remains vulnerable to magical artifacts. Without formidable defensive artifacts, a physical cultivator is merely a powerful but foolish brute, struggling to gain the upper hand if unable to engage in close combat. Once perfected, the situation transforms. Upon activation of the technique, it becomes exceedingly difficult for opponents of the same level to breach the defenses of the physical body. Nevertheless, this is generally achievable only by those in the tribulation stage or higher. Who could have anticipated that Su Yun, in just a few days, would achieve the perfection of the spell? Su Yun chuckled and remarked, "Who claims it is complete? It is far from perfection." With that, she charged at Wang Hai and unleashed a flurry of blows, leaving him reeling in agony. "Su Yun, I concede. I admit defeat. Please, stop hitting me. I acknowledge that I lost the bet. I can grant you that spell. Once your cultivation reaches the required level, I will bestow it upon you." Yet, Su Yun continued her assault. "I have already conceded, willing to offer you the spell. Why do you persist in striking me?" Su Yun exclaimed. "You just scorched me with fire. What gives you the right to strike me? Is it permissible for you to attack, yet not for me to retaliate?" He then resumed his relentless assault. After a moment, Wang Hai too let out a pain cry. "Stop, stop. I promise I shall never lay a hand on you again. Please cease your blows. You have already beaten me for quite some time. The flames of my wrath have been extinguished. Why do you persist?" Wang Hai felt utterly overwhelmed. This fellow was a physical cultivator, possessing extraordinary stamina, and showed no signs of relenting. Was he truly intent on beating him to death? Su Yundao exclaimed, "You have slain my master. Whom else should I strike?" After a relentless beating, Wang Hai finally ceased his struggle. Weeping, he said, "You merely wished to pummel me, did you not?" Su Yun nodded and said, "Indeed, I wish to strike you. Your presence is intolerable to me. Henceforth, each time I return, I shall deliver a blow to you." Wang Hai accepted his fate. Su Yun pushed Wang Hai aside and glanced at the house, saying, "Brother Zhai, please teach me a new spell quickly. I wish to learn that sword technique." "Learning this sword technique is possible, but you must first possess a divine blade of your own," Zhai replied. "How does one refine it? Should I conceal my sword within my body like others do?" Zhai couldn't help but chuckle. Why would one hide a sword within their body? I have never encountered such a person. Do they not fear the pain? Su Yun felt somewhat embarrassed, observing their peculiar practices. Zhai Zi burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What a ridiculous notion. It is evident that they are incapable of nurturing their own divine blade, resorting instead to infusing it with their own vitality, soaking it in their marrow and flesh to bestow upon the blade a semblance of spirit. This method does not resemble the study of magic. It is nothing short of self-mutilation. Are there alternative methods? Indeed, there are simpler approaches. You could simply draw blood from your fingertip each day, allowing it to drip onto the blade, nurturing it with your essence. However, to imbue the blade with a spirit is an entirely different challenge. One might capture a soul, strip it of its consciousness, and use it as the essence of the blade." Su Yun inquired, "What is the purpose of doing this?" Zhai Zi chuckled, "There is certainly a purpose. It enables you to wield the knife with greater finesse. For instance, if you strike with all your might and your opponent dodges, what then?" Su Yun contemplated for a moment and replied, "I am not one to draw my blade lightly. I generally await the most opportune moment. When the opportunity arises to strike, I will do so with certainty, ensuring that my target cannot evade my attack. There is no chance of escape." The atmosphere was somewhat stifling. This child. Why must he be so obstinate? He continued, "I mentioned, for instance. Do you comprehend what for instance means? However, I do not believe such a scenario will manifest. If it were to occur, I would refrain from striking, for once an attack is made and evaded, it cannot simply be retracted at will. Although the blade in my hand weighs merely a few dozen pounds when wielded, it moves with such swiftness that it feels as if it weighs several tons. How could it be easily withdrawn? Thus, faced with such a situation, one can only await their demise." The atmosphere lightened with a hint of amusement. "That is why I spoke of for instance. There are simply too many sects in this world, and an abundance of spells, over 100 sects and hundreds of spells, perhaps even thousands. There will always be spells you have never encountered, and perhaps one could indeed circumvent your blade." Wang Hai interjected, "Su Yun, you are far too arrogant. Are you aware that cultivators of water and fire, upon reaching a certain level of mastery, can undergo a qualitative transformation? They can directly transform their bodies into water or fire. When you strike and sever them, what then? They would still be capable of counterattacking. Su Yun pondered for a moment. If such a situation were to arise, he truly did not know how to respond. However, if your fated divine blade possessed a spirit, it could handle the circumstance, for a sentient blade would return on its own. Su Yun suddenly realized the significance of the spirit. It appears that the essence of the blade is indeed quite important. Thus, he must seek a superior blade spirit. Jai-Z remarked that once your sword is endowed with a spirit, it will become far easier to wield. With but a mere thought, the blade spirit will sense your intentions and adjust accordingly. Such phenomena sound utterly enchanting. After all, the reflexes of an ordinary individual often lag behind their thoughts. It is not always the case that the mind's desires translate seamlessly into action. One might yearn to grapple with beasts unarmed, but can the hands truly comply? Clearly, they cannot. The blade spirit will provide assistance. Given this, I shall learn this technique, declared Su Yun. Jai-Z chuckled and replied, I have already stated. You should first nurture your own innate divine blade. Use your blood to nourish it well, establishing a connection. Later, I will impart to you a method for blade cultivation. This is not a spell. There is no need for study. Simply follow my guidance, and you shall strengthen your innate divine blade. Very well, Su Yun nodded in agreement. For the next 2 days, he devoted himself to the blade. He placed it in a recess and continuously poured his own blood over it. As a body cultivator, he possessed an abundance of blood. Additionally, he bore an immortal bone, renowned for its indestructibility. His body healed rapidly from injuries due to the hollow nature of the bone and its abundant marrow, which possessed formidable hematopoietic capabilities. After nurturing the blade with his blood for 2 days, he finally sensed a slight connection. However, it remained insufficient and vague. Continue, urged Jai-Z. Once the connection is truly established, the blade will fall to the ground, and with a mere thought, it shall fly back into your hand. Su Yun chuckled. Isn't this the artifact of spiritual refinement? I can do it right now. As he spoke, the blade had already landed in his grasp. This was summoned back by you personally through your magic. It is different. Once a connection is established, it is akin to having raised a steed. You merely whistle, and the horse will come galloping to your side. Is it truly that marvelous? Why not give it a try and find out? Su Yun nodded and continued. Yet this form of perception could not be enhanced. Consequently, he felt a sense of frustration. The residents remarked, it seems you have encountered an obstacle. Let us take your heart's blood. Heart's blood? Su Yun felt a twinge of trepidation. Was it truly necessary to carve open his chest and extract a single drop of blood from his heart? Could such an act ensure his survival? His cultivation was still insufficient. He lacked the ability to manipulate his vital energy. Once he attained the capacity to harness his own life force, he would comprehend that within his heart resided a fragment of primordial blood, the essence of his existence. By extracting a drop and letting it fall upon the blade, a connection would be forged between them, and he could gradually restore it thereafter. There was a brief pause in the conversation, followed by a reassuring note. However, endowed with celestial bones, recovery would come swiftly. Su Yun nodded, concluding that this particular spell must be set aside for the time being. He resolved to revisit it once he reached the foundation establishment stage, at which point he would extract his vital essence to further study the sword technique. He glanced around, sensing that the time had come to retrieve his funds. The agreed period was half a month, with just 1 day remaining. However, he surmised that the transaction had likely been completed. He opened the door and first checked for any passersby. Should anyone be present? His sudden appearance from thin air might indeed startle them. Noting the absence of onlookers, he felt reassured and stepped outside to stroll about. Qingshui County remained unchanged, retaining its former essence. Apart from its pervasive corruption, Su Yun struggled to conjure a second descriptor. Everywhere he looked, unscrupulous merchants thrived, intent on achieving quick profits, often operating under a model of 3 years without business, then 3 years of gains. Even the local constables were equally corrupt, perpetually looting the very merchants they were supposed to monitor. Su Yun began to harbor doubts. The darkness surrounding both parties likely originated from the authorities. Qingshui County had no station guards, for such a place was teeming with cultivators, rendering the presence of enforcers unnecessary to vanquish the ferocious beasts. The only semblance of normalcy resided in Boss Yang's Sunshine Grocery. He felt justified in his suspicions regarding Boss Yang's true identity. How else could one thrive in such an environment? Was he perhaps a wanted criminal, opting for a life of honest trade to ensure his safety? These thoughts perplexed him. Lost in contemplation, he approached the vicinity of the grocery store. Peering inside, he noticed Boss Yang attending to customers. Upon entering, Boss Yang greeted him with a calm demeanor. Brother Yudong has arrived. I still have a bit of business to attend to. Please bear with me for a moment. Su-yun nodded and naturally continued to wait. After 2 or 3 hours, the sky gradually darkened. Boss Yang closed the shop door and led Su-yun to the backyard, where he produced a substantial pile of spirit stones. Su-yun counted and was astonished to find 2,000 pieces. Had they been sold at the regular price? Curiosity sparkled in Su-yun's eyes. Boss Yang shook his head. No, it was purchased by a prominent family, and each piece was sold for a mere fraction of a spirit stone. I took a small portion. The remainder is yours. Su-yun couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Could this elixir be so remarkably effective? Those prominent families are actually willing to pay a hefty price for it. Boss Yang chuckled, saying, the price is quite reasonable. After all, they would be unable to procure such high-quality elixirs elsewhere. Su-yun carefully tucked away the spiritual stones. Yet he felt that offering only 200 to Boss Yang was somewhat insufficient. Engaging in the illicit trade of such precious elixirs was undoubtedly a grave offense, if caught. The repercussions for Boss Yang would be substantial. Consequently, he produced an additional 300 spiritual stones and proposed, henceforth, I shall offer Boss Yang 20%. Once I refine more, I will return to seek your assistance in selling. Boss Yang, exhibiting an unassuming confidence, did not decline. It was evident he had a plan. Believing that future transactions would evade scrutiny. With a smile, he assured, that sounds perfectly agreeable. He then collected the spiritual stones with satisfaction. The two clasped hands, sealing their agreeable partnership. Shortly thereafter, Su-yun stepped outside, melding into the shadows of the night. Indeed, he vanished into the darkness. For he had sensed that he was being watched, prompting him to retreat into his residence. Upon entering, he was immediately drenched in sweat. What could be the cause of this? The house pondered. Su-yun let out a long sigh and said, I have encountered a bit of trouble. I sold some money and have drawn attention to myself, so I cannot go out for the time being. The residents appeared quite calm and replied, the elixirs produced by the alchemical furnace are of the highest quality, free from impurities. It is only natural that you have attracted attention. Just be more cautious in the future. Su-yun sighed, expressing a sense of caution, yet feeling helpless as they relentlessly pursued him in the dead of night. It seemed that Boss Yang, fearing the potential exposure of this matter, deliberately waited until everyone had departed before commencing his own reception. Nonetheless, he was still under surveillance. I shall wait until they leave before I venture out, Su-yun thought, as he lay on his bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. However, those outside were quite different. They were two pinnacle cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. They had waited for quite some time in front of the shop during the late hours. And upon finally spotting Su-yun, they followed him for less than 100 miles, only to witness his abrupt disappearance. Chapter 56. All villains. These two pinnacle cultivators hailed from a particular gang. While not as formidable as the entire Tianjin sect, they represented one of the most significant powers across various regions. More specifically, they were affiliated with the Tianjin sect, serving to exert its dominion over the entire nation. Thus, even the county guardians dared not cross paths with the gangs of various districts. They were the ones who had purchased those elixirs, each costing a mere piece of spirit stone, which was indeed a considerable bargain. After all, these were flawless elixirs, devoid of any impurities. Precisely what the young masters of their gang required. However, it was not solely the young masters who sought these elixirs. Other members of the gang also had their needs. Anyone cultivating their vital energy required such elixirs. To acquire more, they had intentionally followed in pursuit, hoping to locate the alchemist responsible for crafting these elixirs. Wouldn't capturing this alchemist mean an endless supply? To apprehend Su-yun, they had lingered outside Boss Yang's establishment for 3 days. During this time, Boss Yang had sold numerous goods, yet he had never entertained a single guest. Su-yun was treated separately, which naturally led them to suspect him. Who would have thought that as soon as Su-yun emerged, before they even had the chance to confront him, he suddenly vanished? What should we do? One inquired. The other shook his head. It seems there is no way. No way? Are we to return empty-handed? Third master would surely have our heads. Another person expressed his concerns. They were part of a gang, not the Heavenly Sword sect, and thus lacked stringent regulations. Nearly everyone among them was a person of the martial world, known for their temper. If they were to return empty-handed, their lives would be in jeopardy. Let us continue waiting. I refuse to believe that person will not appear. The two, albeit reluctantly, chose to wait. However, instead of Su-yun, they were met by Boss Yang. Boss Yang was tall and slender, his demeanor remarkably affable, perpetually sporting a smile, for he believed that kindness begets fortune. He appeared behind the two like a ghost, silent and sudden. Gentlemen, have you come to purchase something? Please, do not stand on ceremony. Come in, and we can discuss matters at leisure. The two responded coldly, get lost. We are here for a purpose. Yet Boss Yang remained cheerful, seemingly unperturbed, and continued, just a few days ago, you bought fine goods from me. Have you forgotten me already? In the next moment, the two felt an unsettling loss of control over their bodies, compelled to follow Boss Yang into his Sunshine Grocery. This situation was exceedingly bizarre. They wished to resist, but found themselves powerless. They observed fine threads materializing in Boss Yang's hands, reminiscent of spider silk. Yet, they could not sever them. Are you a puppet master? They questioned with apprehension. They were merely peak foundation stage cultivators and had never heard of anyone possessing the ability to control human bodies. In truth, the abilities of a puppet master extended far beyond mere physical control. At advanced levels, they could even manipulate thoughts. As they entered the shop, beads of cold sweat adorned their brows. They had presumed that Boss Yang, running a store, would not dare engage in illicit activities and was likely a minor cultivator, perhaps at the third or fourth level of Qi refinement. Yet now they found themselves utterly unable to resist. Who was this proprietor? What was his cultivation level? Could he be of the demonic path? Perhaps a wanted fugitive hiding in plain sight? Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to them. They recalled a significant purge by the Heavenly Sword sect that had unearthed a multitude of criminals. Boss Yang, let us speak amicably, they pleaded. Boss Yang chuckled. All who have visited my store are my esteemed guests. If something were to happen to them after leaving, how could I possibly maintain my reputation? How would I continue to sell my wares? The two, now in a panic, confessed, we understand our mistake. We merely wish to converse with that alchemist and perhaps learn to nurture our own alchemist. However, your methods are rather too severe. Boss Yang sighed. The two widened their eyes, attempting to discard the blades they held, only to find they could no longer do so. Instead, they raised the knives to their own necks. With a swift motion, they severed their own throats. In their dying moments, they opened their eyes, realizing they had not moved at all. They remained on the street, having taken their own lives. It was not the work of a puppet master, they finally understood. It was the doing of a dream master. They had been controlled within a dream, forced to commit suicide. They had never encountered such a spell before. Though they had met dream masters, their abilities were peculiar. They could induce hypnosis or implant dreams, but never to the extent of making one commit suicide. Yet here they were, bleeding out on the street. The thoroughfare remained eerily quiet, devoid of any commotion. The following day, Suyun stepped out of his residence, gazing in bewilderment at the two corpses in the distance. These two actually perished? Who was the perpetrator? He had no answers. As he observed the shops beginning to open, Boss Yang emerged, stretching and rinsing his mouth. Tui. He spat the water out and looked at Suyun. Brother Yudong, back again? Have you found more treasures? Suyun remained silent, merely gesturing towards the two corpses on the street. It was then that Boss Yang feigned astonishment, exclaiming, dead bodies. Dead bodies. Everyone, come quickly, there are dead bodies. People from the surrounding shops emerged, gazing at the lifeless forms on the ground, each one gasping in disbelief. Good heavens, they are members of the Black Robe Society. How could they have met their demise here? This is troublesome indeed. Is there anyone from the fire gate? Please, come forth. At that moment, a proprietor from a foot massage establishment stepped out, stretching lazily before unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the two figures. Shortly after, an elderly gentleman from a summer retreat appeared, inhaling deeply as he took in the morning air. With a powerful gust, the flames intensified, reducing the corpses to mere ashes in an instant, which were swiftly scattered by the wind. Then, a bystander sneezed, echoing like a clap of thunder. Beneath this thunderous sound, they seemed to hear a wretched scream, though it felt more like a figment of their imagination, the cry of a ghost. Ghosts symbolize extreme yin. Yet thunder embodies pure yang. Thus, spirits dread the sound of thunder. The very moment the thunder struck, it shattered the ghostly presence. The scene was left utterly desolate, devoid of even a trace of blood. Where are the dead bodies? Where are the dead bodies? Some onlookers chuckled, reveling in the commotion. Boss Yang laughed heartily. I must have been mistaken. Indeed, we reside in Chishui County, where the folk are simple and kind-hearted. How could anyone perish here? Laughter ensued among the crowd, with others chiming in, exactly. With a group of such benevolent souls, and our guests being equally virtuous, how could there be any deaths here? Young man, would you like to indulge? Our ladies possess exceptional skills, offering massages that can enhance your cultivation speed. The owner of the foot massage establishment approached Suyun with a friendly demeanor. Suyun felt a shiver run down his spine. Is this truly Chishui County? How can the local customs be so fierce? He was genuinely terrified, fearing for his life, and hastily decided to flee towards the apothecary street. The street was lined with shops selling a myriad of elixirs and an array of spiritual herbs. The spiritual herbs that Su Yun sought were not particularly rare, but rather somewhat expensive. In total, they amounted to 300 spirit stones. Moreover, only spirit stones would suffice, as many items outside the lower tiers could not be purchased with mere silver but required spirit stones instead. The apothecaries, after all, were established by the prominent sects of the 18 nations, and while their prices were slightly elevated, their legitimacy was unquestionable. The quality of service enjoyed by patrons was uniformly lacking, except when distinguished figures from the major sects graced the establishment, at which point they would receive the royal treatment. Additionally, there was a distinct advantage to procuring medicines from these apothecaries. They represented the major sects, thus instances of robbery were exceedingly rare. Before long, Su Yun emerged from within, bearing several herbs, including some transformation herbs and others necessary for concocting foundation establishment pills. His total expenditure amounted to 500 spirit stones. After locating a relatively secluded spot, he re-entered his residence, where Wang Hai awaited him with eager anticipation. His longing for those spiritual herbs was palpable. A few would significantly aid in the recovery of his nascent soul. Su Yun smiled sweetly at him and said, "Do you wish to be beaten?" Wang Hai's infant soul trembled. Su Yun scoffed, "Do not delude yourself into thinking I will grant you any favors. The fact that I have not taken your life is already your greatest fortune." Wang Haiyuan let out a sigh. At that moment, the residents interjected, "In truth, you might consider bestowing upon him a token of goodwill." "Why should I? He is the one who murdered my master." Su Yun's eyes were ablaze with fury. The residents replied calmly, "By offering him a token of goodwill, he may grow stronger and perhaps be able to unlock the door, using his newfound influence to subdue others." Su Yun was somewhat taken aback. Are there such benefits? Indeed, there are, but it requires a formidable nascent soul. If the nascent soul is not powerful enough, it cannot transmit its might beyond the confines of the residence. Although it may seem like a mere fragment of power, it holds great significance for Su Yun. After all, it is the authority of an immortal. As long as it can intimidate the opponent for even a fleeting moment, it could grant Su Yun the opportunity to strike. However, he harbored a lingering doubt, saying, "If I allow him to recover, will he not seek to eliminate me?" This is, after all, a nascent soul, an entity formed from the condensation of the spirit. Once restored, it would be as arduous for him to retaliate as a mayfly attempting to shake a great tree. The residents responded, "With me here, he cannot possibly lay a hand on you." Satisfied, Su Yun contemplated deeply and realized that it was indeed necessary to offer some benefit to Wang Hai. However, Wang Hai was, after all, an immortal, and restoring his primordial spirit was not something that could be accomplished at will. The requirements were exceedingly numerous, and he could hardly gather them all. He could only accumulate slowly and earn money gradually. Fortunately, with the presence of an alchemical furnace, the difficulty of generating income should not be insurmountable. As he pondered, the alchemical furnace had already produced a pill. A multitude of spiritual herbs had been placed inside, resulting in a mysterious yellow elixir, upon which a tower was inscribed. No. To be precise, it depicted a Dao platform, comprising 10 tiers in total. Atop this platform was a stage, although it was merely engraved on a small pill. Su Yun perceived it to be vast and expansive. This was the foundation establishment pill, capable of aiding one in forging a foundational essence. Was there truly only the single one? Su Yun felt a tinge of disappointment. The residents remarked, "The remaining medicinal potency has undoubtedly been consumed by the alchemical furnace. It cannot possibly convert all the potency into elixirs. It too requires sustenance, only releasing a mere residue." What? A mere residue? Su Yun was utterly astonished. Was this truly merely a trivial residue? When he placed a single elephant grass into the furnace, he retrieved no fewer than 10 elixirs. The same occurred when he utilized a soul-capturing herb. A plethora of elixirs emerged. Furthermore, these elixirs were of celestial grade, crafted exclusively within the confines of Baiyujing. Such exquisite elixirs, and they were deemed just a mere residue? What of the alchemists then? The elixirs they produced were inferior in both quantity and quality compared to those from the alchemical furnace. Were their creations not the dregs of dregs? He posed this inquiry to the residents, and the abode affirmed, "Indeed, you are not mistaken." Su Yun fell into a profound silence, and after a long while, he let out a deep sigh. He had finally come to comprehend the immense peril posed by this seemingly innocuous alchemical furnace. Should he dare to carry it away, it would undoubtedly bring about his own ruin. It was likely that those celestial beings would covet this furnace greatly. Thus, it must be concealed. It should remain hidden within this abode, never to be taken outside. Now, hasten to consume this elixir and prepare for foundation establishment. Remember, both celestial gates must be elevated. Suyun chuckled. What are you thinking, my dear? I am merely a practitioner of physical cultivation. How could there be two celestial sects? The residents let out a light snort. Do you still think you can deceive me? Suyun let out a sigh, realizing that the residence was indeed a dwelling spirit, possessing an astute perception. Contemplating this, he had already consumed the elixir. He then took out the remaining spirit herbs and placed them into the alchemical furnace, allowing it to gradually refine them. He settled into a meditative position, embarking on a breakthrough. The process of breaking through necessitates a multitude of considerations. It requires not only luck and innate talent, but also an assessment of one's foundational attributes. The foundational attributes essentially serve as the underlying essence, with his celestial bone. Suyun had no cause for concern, save for a slight deficiency in talent. Talent is predestined and cannot be compensated for. However, the two scriptures he practiced were remarkably extraordinary, proving somewhat beneficial. With the aid of these scriptures and the elixir, the spiritual energy and vitality within Suyun began to coalesce, gradually forging the first layer of his Tao foundation. Chapter 57. Sword Techniques. The establishment of the Tao foundation was particularly arduous, due to a significant lack of one of the most crucial talents for cultivating immortality. He struggled to solidify that initial layer. This presented a considerable test of his patience. Fortunately, his foundational skills were sufficiently robust, his methods commendable, and with the assistance of a transcendent foundation-building elixir crafted in the alchemical furnace, after enduring 30 failures, his Tao foundation finally began to manifest, little by little. Ultimately, after a span of 13 days, his Tao foundation was successfully established. Suyun rose to his feet, feeling a slight dizziness enveloping his mind. Suddenly entering the foundation establishment stage, he sensed a profound depletion within his very flesh, as though his body had been hollowed out. Not only that, but even the spiritual energy within him appeared to be gravely diminished. He had grown exceedingly emaciated, resembling a mere skeleton. He had only experienced a fraction of this during his previous body tempering, never anticipating that the reaction from foundation establishment would be so intense. At this moment, he was utterly drained of strength, collapsing into unconsciousness. Only his immortal bones continued to draw upon the surrounding spiritual energy, transforming it into vital essence and spiritual power to replenish his body. When darkness fell, he finally regained consciousness, feeling a modicum of strength return. I nearly starved to death. Suddenly, Suyun sprang up, his physical strength still somewhat depleted. He seized a chi blood pill and consumed it, feeling his flesh gradually swell with vitality. He then located the alchemical furnace, beside which lay over 600 spirit power pills. Only over 600? Suyun scoffed. Previously, a single elephant grass had yielded 10 pills, yet this time, having procured 200 stalks of transformation grass, he had only managed to produce 600 pills. The residents murmured, such inferior spiritual herbs cannot possibly compare to elephant grass. It had previously mentioned the elephant grass and seemed to harbor a certain fear of it. When Suyun probed further, it merely advised him to keep his distance from the Misty Valley and never venture there again. Clearly, the elephant grass was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps a unique entity resided there, one that cultivated the elephant grass itself. 600 pills it was, yet each spirit power pill, like the chi blood pill, required a single spirit stone. Thus, these pills demanded a total of 600 spirit stones. Doubling the yield, he should find satisfaction in that. He consumed several more spirit power pills to replenish his own spiritual energy, rose to his feet, and assessed his condition. His body brimmed with strength. As he threw a punch, the air whistled around him. Remarkably, he had gained an astonishing 5,000 gene of strength. Suyun was somewhat taken aback. Is the enhancement truly that remarkable? Jaizi replied, with each elevation in realm, the power fluctuations within one's body double. If that is the case, I should possess a strength of 20,000 gene. Suyun felt a surge of greed, sensing that his celestial bone did not seem to confer any advantage. This time, not only did Jaizi express his disdain, but even Wang Hai, who stood nearby, exclaimed, Suyun, why do you persist in dreaming? If the strength of the celestial bone is also counted, constantly doubling, then what need is there for other celestial sects? The body sect would be invincible. Suyun pondered for a moment, realizing that if it were truly the case, there would not be so many sects in existence. However, the caretaker raised a willow branch, striking Wang Hai repeatedly, accompanied by his anguished cries. Did I speak incorrectly? I merely spoke the unvarnished truth. I shared with him the methods of cultivation. So why must you punish me? Wang Hai felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Ever since he had become a guardian spirit, he had found himself worse off than before. In the past, he merely endured hunger without any additional consequences. Yet now, in addition to hunger, he had to endure beatings. What a wretched situation this was. The caretaker coldly replied, "Why speak with such sarcasm? He is but a child, with no guidance, relying solely on his own efforts to cultivate." Suyun felt a surge of emotion, perceiving the residents as akin to a venerable elder. The abode continued in a hushed tone, "I merely wish to strike him. His mere presence incites my ire." The profound emotions within Suyun dissipated entirely. However, he now possesses a significantly enhanced power, which naturally compels him to seek methods to cultivate even more formidable spells. He had not yet commenced his practice of the blade technique. He found himself hindered merely by the nurturing of the blade, feeling a persistent inadequacy in his vital energy, rendering him unable to summon it effortlessly. Furthermore, this was not a spell, and thus he could not utilize the immortal suppression diagram for cultivation, having to await the fortification of his vital energy. Now, with his vital energy indeed bolstered, he attentively attuned himself to perceive its flow. He discovered that he could only wield his vital energy when employing the technique of copper skin and iron bones, and he began to explore this sensation gradually. Despite his modest aptitude, he exhibited remarkable patience. After 3 days of diligent focus, he finally began to master his vital energy, channeling it into his heart and forcing forth a trickle of blood from his chest. The residents remarked, "Your innate talent is indeed lacking. Had it been another, they would have been able to control their vital energy during the foundation establishment stage without delay, yet you have taken 3 days." Suyun curled her lips. "You always remind me repeatedly. What is it that you wish to convey?" Jiazi chuckled. "You comprehend my meaning." Suyun pretended not to understand. "I do not comprehend your meaning." "You understand." Suyun comprehended the essence of the inquiry posed by the resident. The resident yearned to understand why, despite lacking any innate talent, he could effortlessly master those spells and even aspired to transcend the celestial threshold to learn the incantations of other celestial sections. The resident sought answers. However, Suyun feigned ignorance of the resident's intent. He chose to disregard the resident further and allowed his heart's blood to drip upon his blade. The bond between him and the sword had grown increasingly profound. He cast the blade into the distance, fervently repeating in his mind, "Return, return, come back to my hand." Whoosh! The sword had already soared back into his grasp. It was the first time Suyun discovered that a blade could return to his hand without the aid of spiritual practices. How wondrous, truly wondrous. This meant that the knife would never be lost, no matter where it might end up. With a mere thought, it could return. However, he soon realized that he had overestimated its capabilities. If the distance exceeded 10 zhang, it would not suffice. For greater distances, one would need to employ the spells of blade cultivation. The resident remarked, "If it could be summoned from anywhere, what need would there be for blade cultivation? What purpose would this celestial sect serve?" Wang Hai, somewhat irked, retorted, "Aren't you being sarcastic yourself?" He spat in disdain. The resident then picked up a willow branch and struck Wang Hai until he had vented enough of his frustration before calming down and continuing, "Suyun, listen well. Among the myriad celestial sects, each possesses its own unique attributes. This ties back to what I previously mentioned. Each sect has its own spells, hundreds upon thousands of them, rarely distinguished by strength. If combined effectively, it is possible for someone SG refining spells to surpass your golden core spells. Thus, do not inquire which spell is the best. Simply learn all the spells that suit you, and then integrate them to unleash their maximum potential, enabling you to surpass all." Suyun nodded. "So can I practice the sword now?" "Indeed, I shall impart this sword technique to you. The duration of your mastery depends solely on your own efforts." With that, a vast expanse of text materialized upon the ground. After observing the characters that had materialized on the town of Immortals map, Suyun found them perplexing and difficult to comprehend. Yet, comprehension was unnecessary. The town of Immortals map could encapsulate all forms of spells. The patterns upon the map became chaotic, and he beheld himself in the courtyard, tirelessly practicing his swordsmanship. Countless strikes had been executed, and years seemed to elapse unnoticed. At last, his sword technique reached a modest level of mastery. When he opened his eyes again, merely a moment had passed. He wielded the great sword in his hand, marveling at how every muscle in his body was summoned into action, from his feet to his legs, from his legs to his waist, from his waist to his torso, from his torso to his hands, culminating in the great sword, which now bore double the strength, delivering a blow equivalent to 30,000 pounds. He could also harness spiritual energy to propel the longsword, which shot forth with tremendous force and speed, akin to a shooting star, reaching several dozen yards away in an instant, only to return to his grasp just as swiftly. Was this the spell of the Sword Sect? How exquisite. If a practitioner of the Sword Sect were to employ it independently, their might would not be so formidable. For the Sword Sect's spiritual energy is not as profound as that of the Spirit Sect, nor are their meridians as extensive. Without the incantation, their driving force pales in comparison to that of the Spirit Sect. Likewise, the Sword Sect's vitality is not as vigorous as that of the Body Sect. And without the spell, they would lack the Body Sect's immense power. When they unleash this spell, they can barely surpass the Spirit and Body Sects of the same rank. With this spell at his disposal, even when confronting those at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, he could ensure his survival. Su-Yun sheathed his blade. Overwhelmed with joy, Wang Hai, on the side, stared blankly at Su-Yun, unable to fathom the reality before him. How could this individual so swiftly master the techniques of the Blade Sect? Are you of the Blade Sect? No, you belong to the Body Sect. Wait. Perhaps you are of the Spirit Sect. What exactly is your affiliation? Why is it that you can effortlessly grasp the arts of the Blade Sect? His heart raced with a mix of terror and astonishment. Su-Yun smiled and said, "There is no need for you to concern yourself. Simply prepare the spell you promised me, and when the time comes, deliver it to me." Su-Yun was filled with anticipation as he prepared to venture outside and observe the world beyond. He stepped out and once again strolled along the bustling commercial street of Qingshui County. He held a deep affection for this thoroughfare and resolved to linger here for the foreseeable future. Whenever he craved amusement, he would indulge in a foot bath. However, dining came first. Despite having consumed a qi and blood pill, which ensured his vitality remained robust and his body free from ailments, the necessity of nourishment remained. He sought out the most easterly restaurant, drawn to it by the throngs of patrons that constantly filled its tables. After a considerable wait, Su-Yun finally secured a seat and glanced at the menu prices. As she perused the offerings, she inquired, "Is this an authentic establishment?" The proprietress, a delicate and demure woman, cast a bashful glance at Su-Yun and replied, "What sort of unorthodox service do you desire? I am at your service. What do you think of me?" Su-Yun cleared his throat and inquired, "Is this establishment a den of iniquity? Might you serve me a dish laced with poison, only to chop me up and sell my remains?" The proprietress sighed, "I too harbor such thoughts. Young man, your physique is commendable and your looks are striking. Perhaps you would prefer to visit my private quarters, where I could employ alternative methods to drain your vitality." Su-Yun furrowed his brows. This woman was far too enchanting. How could she spend her days consumed by such thoughts, seemingly intent on leading herself astray? "Madam Boss," he said, addressing her seriously, "is the cost here exorbitant?" The menu indicated reasonable prices, yet he feared that the true charges might diverge from what was listed. The proprietress replied, "There is, of course, no fee for visiting my private quarters." Su-Yun felt utterly helpless. He even began to suspect that this woman was up to no good, intending to lure him into a private chamber to do him harm. Meanwhile, someone chuckled, "Young man, the proprietress simply has a crush on you. You mustn't fall for it." Su-Yun inquired of the young man beside her, "What will happen if we go? Will it adversely affect our health? Is it the kind of adverse effect that I am contemplating? What else could it be?" Su-Yun was perplexed. Is such a thing free of charge? Given the quality of the proprietress, it would be quite reasonable to ask for several tens or even hundreds of taels of silver. The elder brother beside him chuckled. "When you partake, what you expend is your vital essence, while what flourishes is the proprietress's cultivation. The moment she lays eyes on you, she can tell you are a robust young man. Am I right?" Su-Yun blushed, at merely 16 years of age. He was not yet the epitome of a robust young man, which raised some doubts. Thus, the proprietress did not inquire about any payment from him. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and the others turned their gaze towards the proprietress, their eyes ablaze with fervent interest. Su-Yun sensed something amiss and quietly remarked, "Brother, did you all come over for a meal solely for the sake of the proprietress?" "Of course," came the reply. Su-Yun was perplexed. Was this place a tavern or a brothel? The crowd glared at Su-Yun, their eyes filled with disdain, as if they wished to take a bite out of him. How could one speak so carelessly in such a fine establishment? Although the proprietress was not inherently seductive, she was indeed a master of charm. A master of charm? Su-Yun was captivated upon hearing about such an extraordinary celestial sect for the first time. It was indeed a realm of endless curiosities. One could only wonder what spells this sect possessed. Could it merely summon individuals for a battle? Someone spat disdainfully, remarking, "You are woefully ignorant. Do not underestimate the proprietress. A practitioner of her caliber possesses considerable prowess. Do you think she is only adept at the more intimate pursuits? You are mistaken. The spells of practitioners of her ilk are exceedingly peculiar, much like those of fragrance cultivators, elusive and hard to counter. What exactly do they entail? We are not practitioners ourselves. If you inquire of us, to whom shall we turn for answers? Suyun felt that his inquiry had been in vain. However, this was quite understandable, as inquiring about the Immortal sect and its spells was considered a grave taboo. With this thought in mind, he ordered an extravagant feast, filled with an array of meats, costing him several dozen taels of silver. The proprietress herself personally served the dishes, clad in a flowing azure gown. The satin clung elegantly to her figure, accentuating her ample beauty as she approached with graceful steps. "Young sir, do you not wish to visit the private chambers for a moment?" she inquired playfully. Without employing any magic, her enchanting gaze caused Su Yun's cheeks to flush, and he felt a peculiar pressure within him. This was the innate talent of a cultivator. With a chuckle, the proprietress observed his flustered demeanor and said, "I was merely teasing you." After setting the table, she floated away. Moments later, a dozen figures clad in black robes entered, each adorned with a golden dragon emblem. If you value your life, clear out quickly. The Black Robe Society means business. Chapter 58. Kill the Black Robe Society? Those wretched creatures have returned. They had likely been trailing him previously, intending to capture him for alchemical purposes, and now they had come back. The patrons dining in the establishment darkened their expressions at the sight of the Black Robe Society members, hastily vacating the premises, leaving their meals untouched. Though they abandoned their food, they left behind a considerable sum of silver on the table, likely no less than 10 taels, hoping to leave a favorable impression on the proprietress. Indeed, this cultivation practice was quite profitable. Yet, Suyun chose to remain, continuing his meal. Despite his disdain for the Immortal sect, believing its members overly indulgent in relationships, the arrival of the Black Robe Society was a consequence of his own actions, and he could not simply disregard it. Especially after witnessing the corpses, the proprietress had called upon everyone to assist in dealing with the two bodies. If Suyun were to flee now, it would be utterly lacking in honor. Thus, he persisted in his dining. 3 members of the Black Robe Society strode past, nonchalantly collecting the silver from the surrounding tables. Their actions were so effortless, as if they were merely partaking in a meal. Ultimately, they settled beside Suyun. Casting a glance in his direction, Suyun could perceive that these 3 individuals were at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. However, he did not falter. After all, he too was at the dual Foundation establishment level, with abundant spiritual energy and vitality coursing through his body. Moreover, he possessed the perfect defense of bronze skin and iron bones, making it exceedingly difficult for Foundation establishment cultivators to inflict harm upon him. The 3 members of the Black Robe Society glared at Suyun and said, "Did you not hear? The Black Robe Society is dealing with matters unrelated to outsiders. Leave at once." Suyun sighed. "Over 70 taels of silver for this meal, and you tell me to leave? For the next decade, I shall subsist on nothing but steamed buns." The shortest member of the group burst into laughter. 70 taels of silver for such a meager feast? Suyun felt that it was indeed worthwhile, for the meat he consumed was no ordinary fare. It invigorated him, akin to partaking in a vitality elixir. One individual remarked, "You two have come for the proprietress, haven't you? Being so easily swindled out of your silver, isn't this what you deserve?" Another shook his head in response. "Take a lesson from us. We have never parted with a single copper coin. Those who lack ambition squander what little they possess on women." Suyun was taken aback, perplexed as to why they refrained from taking action and instead chose to engage in such lengthy conversation with him. The proprietress chuckled sweetly, remarking, "You 3 have dined here before, consuming 10 spirit stones each, totaling over 30 spirit stones. Yet, I believe the value of my culinary offerings is merely equivalent to that amount." Suyun suddenly realized. No wonder these 3 were not in a hurry to drive her away. They must have been reminded of their own sorrows. The 3, with urgency in their eyes, exclaimed, "Enough. We have come to inquire about something." "What is it?" "Half a month ago, 2 of our associates from the Black Robe Society at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment met their demise. After a lengthy investigation, we discovered they perished near your commercial street." "Surely you must know something, madam. Share it with us." The proprietress shook her head. "I know nothing, absolutely nothing. You should inquire with other shopkeepers. There's a foot massage parlor nearby. They often have individuals go missing. You may find clues there." The 3 were infuriated. "You are all deflecting blame. It seems you conspired to kill them. Such formidable individuals could not have been slain without collusion." The proprietress sighed and, surprisingly, began to weep softly. "Look at me. Merely a frail woman, Timid as a mouse, how could I dare take a life? Exchanging glances, the three scoffed, we wish to believe you. Yet you must present some evidence. We shall search your room to see if any remnants remain. If you are innocent, we shall not trouble you. The proprietress remained silent, seated in her place. One of the men slammed his palm down, shattering the table in fury. Madam, do you not recognize the gravity of the situation? Still, she sat in silence. Conversely, other shopkeepers from outside gathered, including Mr. Young from the Sunshine Grocery. Mr. Young sighed and confessed, I admit it. I was the one who killed them. Spare Zhang from your scrutiny. The three laughed derisively, casting disdainful glances at Mr. Young. You? What are you even worth? They were well aware of Mr. Young's meager cultivation level, just a minor chi refinement practitioner. How could he possibly have slain two at the peak of Foundation establishment? It was absurd. Their intent to search the proprietress stemmed from her superior cultivation. She was the most powerful on the street, also at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. It would not be difficult for a cultivator employing unscrupulous methods to deal with two physically strong individuals. Thus, they concluded that the proprietress must be the one responsible for the deaths of those two men. Suyun sat motionless as the wind swept away the remnants of clouds, devouring the dishes on the table. To be frank, he could surmise who was responsible for the demise of the two individuals. Who else could it be but Boss Yang? Those two had evidently set their sights on him, and as his supplier, Boss Yang was compelled to safeguard his interests, hence the elimination of the two. He felt a twinge of guilt for having caused harm to the honest shopkeepers along this street due to his elixirs. After finishing his meal, he rose calmly and said, Gentlemen, you may consider me the one responsible for their deaths. Let this matter be settled. The trio stared at Suyun, bursting into laughter. You? A mere child? Do you even realize who those two were? They were two of our gang's junior stewards. Both were adept practitioners at the pinnacle of their foundation stage, possessing the strength of 15,000 pounds. Do you comprehend what that signifies? It means that to them, taking your life is as effortless as squashing an ant. One of them turned to the landlady and remarked, Madam, you truly possess remarkable skills, training such a fledgling to be so obedient. Willing to take the blame for you, and even lay down his life. Suyun chuckled, I did not deceive you. It was indeed I who committed the murder. And now that you have come here, I shall slay all three of you. For every person that approaches, I will take a life until you cease to return. The trio remained unimpressed. After all, they were peak Foundation establishment elders, specifically summoned for this task. To perish at the hands of a mere child would be utterly humiliating. Yet, in the next moment, Suyun had already made his move. The flying dagger in his hand suddenly shot forth. The speed at which the dagger flew was astonishing. In an instant, it was poised at one elder's throat. This elder, a practitioner of physical cultivation, attempted to block the strike with his hardened body. However, the blade was exceedingly sharp. Coupled with Suyun's spell work, which bore the foundation of spiritual cultivation, it was far more powerful than that wielded by an ordinary blade cultivator. In an instant, the elder's head was severed. The other two, finally reacting, swiftly retreated. One of them unleashed a spell that caused Suyun to feel a heaviness in his eyelids. Was it a dream cultivator? Indeed. It was the slumber spell of a dream cultivator. The other was a flesh cultivator, his corpulent form barreling towards Suyun like a cannonball. Suyun had encountered such a combination before, but those had merely been two minor guards at the chi refinement stage. They were no match for these peak Foundation establishment practitioners. Their coordination was impeccable, and without any prior preparation, Suyun felt himself succumbing to sleep, poised to be crushed by a devastating punch. Yet in the next moment, he miraculously awoke, feeling a surge of vitality within him, his spirit invigorated. This was not his own doing. It was merely a glance from the proprietress. Just that single look was enough to rouse his energy. Was this the magic of harmonious cultivation? The ability to summon one's vital essence was indeed astonishing. Revitalized. He hardened the skin across his body and met the flesh cultivator's punch head-on. Crack. Suyun's strength, after all, was somewhat lesser than that of the well-fed cultivator. When their fists collided, he was forced to retreat 3 steps. However, the cultivator's arm nearly folded in half, almost breaking completely. He was taken aback, exclaiming, Which sect do you belong to? What does it matter to you which sect I am from? You only need to know that I am here to end your life. Suyun gripped his long blade, steadying his stance, his body as agile as a soaring swallow. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, executing a single, decisive strike that cleaved the food cultivator in two. Only the dream cultivator remained, seething with rage. Zhang, how dare you betray me? He understood that his spells were undoubtedly influenced by the proprietress, rendering them ineffective. The dream cultivator's foremost desire was to lull his opponent into slumber. The carefully conjured spell was disrupted, and he was left utterly powerless as Su Yun surged forward, severing his head with a single stroke. In mere moments, 3 formidable adversaries had met their demise. Excellent. Well done. The onlookers erupted in cheers, laughter echoing in jubilant celebration. Yet, a few individuals stepped forward. In just the blink of an eye, they reduced the corpses to ashes, casting a breeze that scattered the remains, leaving nothing behind. After a few more breaths, the area fell into a profound silence, and there remained Silver. Su Yun was exasperated. With so many people's meal expenses still unpaid, how could you possibly reduce the corpse to ashes? The crowd erupted in laughter. The storage bag is still intact. Su Yun stepped forward and retrieved the silver coins. However, he soon realized that aside from the coins, there were only a few medicinal pills intended for daily use. It was to be expected. The rest of the wealth was surely concealed within the confines of their personal vaults. Why would they casually expose their riches to the world? Unlike Su Yun, who was devoid of family ties, these individuals each had their own households, making it perfectly reasonable for them to carry only a modest amount of possessions. Boss Yang, while making his way back, chuckled and said, "Brother Yudong, if you come across any other medicinal pills in the future, do come to me to sell them." "Absolutely. I shall." Su Yun was not one to indulge in pretentiousness. After bidding farewell to Boss Yang, he retrieved the recently acquired silver and presented it to the proprietress. "Madam, this is your silver." He dared not meet Boss Zhang's gaze, for her enchantments were indeed remarkable. A mere glance could grant her dominion over his vital energies, while the surge towards his heart and other areas was manageable. Stirring such energies below would likely compel him to engage in actions that would provoke the ire of both gods and men. The proprietress accepted the silver with a beaming smile and teased, "Young man, you truly know how to show affection. Why not come to my chamber and indulge your sister a little?" Su Yun blushed and fell silent. "I understood. You find your elder sister too filthy, do you not?" The proprietress sighed, reminiscing about the past. "Once, in a time of poverty and misfortune, we could only acquire a meager amount of the combined cultivation elixir from the sect. Who could have anticipated that the act of joint cultivation would be so despised? To pursue cultivation, one must engage in collaboration with others. When they labeled me as a harlot, claiming I was unclean, what recourse did I have?" Su Yun remarked with a serious expression, "Madam, given your cultivation, you must have exhausted several men by now, haven't you?" The proprietress shook her head, replying, "No, I merely keep a companion." Just then, a young and beautiful girl descended from upstairs, her figure voluptuous and alluring, a perfect blend of grace and charm, her neckline almost straining to contain her assets, captivating all eyes. The proprietress, though not significantly less attractive, possessed a beguiling allure, while the young woman radiated a more innocent charm. With a yawn, she said, "Jioer, prepare a bowl of noodles for me." "Coming right up. I will instruct the kitchen to prepare it." The proprietress nodded. "I simply crave the noodles you make." The girl playfully pouted, seemingly indulging in a moment of flirtation. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Particularly after the woman descended the stairs and audaciously squeezed the chest of the proprietress. This left Su Yun even more bewildered, uncertain of the nature of their relationship. The proprietress went off to prepare a meal, while the young lady casually seated herself at a table, instructing the staff to clear away the leftover food and offer it to the stray dogs and beggars outside. She reminded them not to mix the dishes, for beggars are also human beings deserving of respect. This girl exhibited remarkable kindness, advising the servers accordingly. Soon, all the dishes in the restaurant were cleared, with some wiping the tables and others stacking the stools. The young lady then requested a jug of wine to be brought to her. However, no one approached to pour her a drink. The young lady turned her gaze to Su Yun and beckoned with her finger, "Young man, would you be so kind as to pour me a cup of wine?" Su Yun found himself in a state of emotional turmoil, and he walked over to pour a bowl of wine for the young lady. After she drank, she leaned her chest upon the table, alleviating her fatigue. Only then did she say, "Young man, you have caused quite a stir. You have provoked the entire Black Robe Society." Su Yun was still lost in his thoughts when he suddenly jolted awake upon hearing her words. He furrowed his brow and questioned, "What is happening to me? Why do I feel as though I am being controlled by someone?" The young woman chuckled softly, "This is my magic. You have fallen under its spell, and thus, you are indeed being controlled." "What kind of magic is this? Are you a dream weaver?" Su Yun inquired, his brows still knitted in confusion. The young woman shook her head. "No, I am an enchantress of emotion. You cannot even resist my minor enchantments." Yet you dare to strike against the members of the Black Robe Society. How audacious of you. Su Yun inquired again, you and the proprietress. What is the nature of your relationship? I am her emotional cultivator, and she is my companion. Is there any issue with that? Then what about you both? Su Yun felt a flush of embarrassment, perplexed by how the two women had become companions. Grinding tofu? Chapter 59, Annihilate Them. Su Yun pondered over various thoughts. His curiosity piqued, yet he dared not inquire further. The girl, seemingly able to see through his mind, smiled and said, Indeed, it is exactly as you imagine. Su Yun lowered her head, her cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears. At last, the young lady ceased her banter and stated plainly, I, Lin Qiqian, have always been one to speak my mind, so I shall not beat around the bush any longer. This time, we have cleaned up after you. But it is not feasible for us to do so repeatedly. After all, I wish to keep my establishment running and cannot afford to offend the Black Robe Society for the sake of a stranger like you. What do you intend to do next? Su Yun pondered for a moment and said, I wish to annihilate them. Lin Qiqian responded with a hint of surprise. Do you have any idea what kind of power the Black Robe might possess? Su Yun shook his head. It was then conveyed to him that the Black Robe would be the ostensible ruler of our Jiuxiao County, supplanting the Heavenly Sword sect to govern the entirety of Jiuxiao County. Within the sect, there exists a president at the transformation stage, accompanied by 3 vice presidents at the Nascent Soul stage. Furthermore, there are 13 hall masters at the core formation stage, and the number of deacons at the foundation establishment stage is simply beyond counting. Su Yun meticulously noted the individuals around him, engaging in a silent analysis. The president at the transformation stage was beyond his capability to confront. The 3 vice presidents at the Nascent Soul stage were best avoided. Likewise, the 13 hall masters were to be circumvented. Thus, his only recourse lay in targeting the foundation-building deacons. If all else failed, should he seek the assistance of the corpulent pig? After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. It was futile. That individual had already declared that any future encounters would position them as foes. And he was undoubtedly aware of Su Yun's true identity as a wanted criminal across the 18 nations. The task of eliminating them would fall solely on his shoulders. After considerable reflection, he devised a plan to first eradicate their foundation-building deacons. By doing so, their lower ranks would be severed, leaving only the core of the Gene-In stage hall masters, the Nascent Soul stage vice presidents, and the transformation stage president, who would prove of little consequence. At that moment, Lin Qiqian, caught off guard, sputtered tea across the table. The proprietress, balancing a bowl of noodles, nearly dropped it in disbelief. Was this lad truly plotting something so audacious? She approached, placing the bowl down, while Lin Qiqian, reluctant to engage with the unreliable Su Yun, chose instead to eat in silence. The proprietress, seated beside him, gently advised, young brother, I believe it would be wise to deliberate further. Do not dwell on such matters. Perhaps it is best to retreat to another location, lest our business be disrupted. Lin Qiqian scoffed softly, fleeing elsewhere would lead to certain death. The proprietress, puzzled, inquired, Have you consumed gunpowder today? You seem rather fierce. Lin Qiqian retorted. You should ask him why he has drawn their attention. The proprietress glanced at Su Yun, who sat with his head bowed in silence, preoccupied with his murderous calculations. This time, only 3 had come, yet he had already felt the repercussions. Next time, it would surely be more than 3, perhaps 5 or 10. He simply could not contend with them. The proprietress posed a question. If I were to inquire why you've attracted such scrutiny, would you confide in me? Su Yun shook her head and replied, I shall not speak. Why not? Share your thoughts. Perhaps we may be of assistance to you. Su Yun rose and departed, expressing gratitude but opting for silence. He feared that speaking would transform these individuals from allies into captors, akin to the Black Robe Society, who would seek to ensnare him and confine him for the purpose of alchemical labor. Such a scenario was indeed plausible. Therefore, he resolved to find a more secluded place to contemplate his next move. There was no need to return home, as doing so would sever his ties with the outside world, leaving him oblivious to any developments and devoid of assistance in formulating a plan. It would be futile to go back. He approached the entrance of the footbath city, deciding to venture inside. The establishment was not merely for foot washing. The skilled practitioners within excelled at acupressure and meridian manipulation, greatly benefiting the circulation of vital energy and the utilization of spiritual power. It was not just Su Yun who appreciated such services. Even the most adept individuals relished the experience of a good massage. The proprietor of Footbath City bore a shifty demeanor, as if engaged in some illicit dealings. Hey there, what did the boss lady say to you? the owner inquired, his eyes glinting with avarice as he regarded Madame Zhang. Su-Yun nodded and said, "She told me to get lost." The boss, with a furrowed brow, sighed and lamented. "When will I ever have the chance to enjoy her favor? I have already spent several thousand taels of silver over there." Su-Yun perceived that the proprietor was somewhat befuddled, with an abundance of young women at this foot bath establishment. What was the need to seek companionship in such a disreputable locale? Had he chosen a more ordinary brothel, he would have refrained from comment. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the establishment he frequented was a respectable tavern. His disdain for the owner reached its zenith as he icily remarked, "Let us ascend. I shall first indulge in some relaxation." The seasoned veteran extended a hand, demanding payment up front. "How much?" inquired Su-Yun. "Refer to the prices," came the reply. Their establishment had previously displayed a wooden sign bearing the costs, ranging from 1 or 2 taels to 10 taels. 10 taels of silver was not considered exorbitant here. It merely classified as mid-range. The highest tier astonishingly soared to 3 spirit stones, equating to 900 taels of silver. This served as a testament to the nefarious nature of the street. A coffin room demanded 3 taels for a night's stay. Such coffin rooms could be constructed in their entirety for the price of a modest inn, easily accommodating thousands, to merely wash one's feet. The mid-range price demanded 10 taels of silver, nearly rivaling the costs incurred by affluent gentlemen frequenting brothels. Nevertheless, Su-Yun understood that the paramount service offered on this street was, in fact, security. He sensed that even a hardened criminal could evade capture here, as those from the Heavenly Sword sect would find it exceedingly difficult to apprehend him. With such a protective atmosphere, Su-Yun felt at ease to rest and discreetly gather intelligence. Thus, he exhaled a deep sigh and, after much deliberation, retrieved a spirit stone valued at 300 taels, placing it into the owner's palm. The proprietor's eyes gleamed with avarice. Su-Yun was amused by the absurdity of the situation. "Unable to open? Your words leave me somewhat incredulous. With such a sizable establishment, how could you possibly lack the necessary funds?" However, he soon grasped the implication behind the owner's words. A female warrior emerged from within. Strikingly attractive and clad in minimal attire, her face adorned with a smile, her hair tied high in a ponytail, revealing hints of delicate muscle definition, exuding a vibrant energy. With a cheerful demeanor, she beckoned, "Welcome, esteemed guest. Would you care for some additional services?" "What additional services?" he inquired, perplexed. "You know what I mean," she replied. "I genuinely do not, which is why I ask what these additional services entail." The young woman, slightly displeased, pouted and retorted, "Naturally, I refer to our legitimate massage services. Do you think we would offer you anything illicit?" Su-Yun understood that this service was certainly not reputable. "How much?" "Not a penny more or less. Just 1 spirit stone." Su-Yun couldn't help but marvel at the shopkeeper's acumen. They seemed intent on extracting every last bit of wealth from him with their massage services. How shameless. He scoffed. "I do not require any additional services. Save my remaining funds for my next visit." The woman, thoroughly dissatisfied, retorted, "I shall fetch someone else for you." With that, she departed, and shortly thereafter, a man approached him, guiding him upstairs. Compared to the previous attendant, this new individual certainly lacked much of the charm. However, as he passed by a guest room, he was taken aback to see a familiar figure. Was it not the chubby boy from the 6th day? He thought he must be mistaken, yet upon a second glance, it truly was the chubby boy from the 6th day. The boy knelt on the floor, visibly injured. Nearby, a man clad in extravagant attire sat, while a female warrior attempted to administer a foot massage, though he was quite restless, persistently trying to use his feet to engage with her. The warrior did not refuse, allowing a playful exchange. Sensing Su-Yun's gaze upon him, the man shot him a glare and barked, "What are you staring at? Never seen a massage before? Keep looking, and I shall have your eyes." Su-Yun remarked, "If you wish to avoid being observed, you ought to close the door. Do you think I require your guidance in my endeavors? Do you wish for death?" The man exuded an air of arrogance, glaring at Su-Yun, who chose to remain silent and walked away. The man then escorted him to an adjacent guest room, to which Su-Yun shook his head, requesting, "Take me to another guest room." "Why?" the man inquired. "I prefer tranquility, if I need to discuss matters with you. I wish to do so without the risk of being overheard." The warrior chuckled, assuring him, "You need not worry on that account. Since we operate an establishment, we honor our guests' privacy. Our guest rooms are constructed from soundproof wood, ensuring that no sounds from next door will be heard, unless both of you choose to open the door." At last, Su-Yun felt at ease and stepped inside, shutting the door behind him. The water for foot soaking here was infused with medicinal herbs, and as Su Yun submerged his feet, a wave of comfort enveloped him. Only then did he inquire, "Who is the guest next door?" The martial artist replied, "We cannot casually disclose the privacy of our guests." With that, he began to massage Su Yun. Su Yun took out a piece of spirit stone and placed it in his hand, saying, "You have done well. This is my reward for you." The martial artist immediately beamed with joy. This was indeed a spirit stone. Transformed into silver, it could propel him far along the path of body refinement. When the merchant next arrived, he might even have the opportunity to open the gates of immortality. He carefully stored the spirit stone and gently began to massage Su Yun, adding, "Next door resides the son of a prominent family in our county, whose father is the master of the Black Robe Society. And he himself serves as an officer within the society." An officer of the Black Robe Society? Was this not the very person that Su Yun intended to eliminate? After all, officers are considered middle management. If an officer were to vanish, only a multitude of low-level chi refinement practitioners would remain, rendering the threat of this faction virtually non-existent for him. Su Yun furrowed his brow. He is merely a steward. Yet he believes he can command others to kneel at will? Are you aware of the misdeeds of that little chubby fellow? The martial man, clearly acquainted with Chulu, sighed and replied, "Do not speak of it. That little chubby fellow has recently stirred up a tremendous disaster." A tremendous disaster? Su Yun and the chubby fellow were indeed old acquaintances, and this situation seemed quite fitting for his character. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied his mind as he daydreamed about chivalry and justice. Perhaps he had crossed paths with a certain nobleman's son and was now being pursued? Yet, it appeared he was overthinking the matter. The martial artist murmured softly, "He has pilfered from a wealthy household." Su Yun, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What was stolen?" "The precious elixir from a wealthy household. The chi blood pill. Moreover, an entire haul of several hundred was taken in one go." In an instant, Su Yun comprehended the situation. This was not merely a theft of several hundred pills, rather. It was evident that the plump lad had taken the elixirs to sell them, only to be targeted by a wealthy household. "Please, continue," Su Yun urged. The martial artist replied, "It would have been one thing if he had merely pilfered the pills for his own use. But his audacity in attempting to sell them has drawn the ire of the affluent family." Su Yun furrowed his brow. "Where are the elixirs?" "That young man has taken them away. 300 elixirs, all snatched away. This lad, his audacity is rather lacking. Why did he not approach Boss Yang directly to sell them? Instead, he chose to sell them himself. And now it seems he has attracted the attention of the Black Robe Society. Although I too am under their scrutiny, at least I have not yet been explicitly identified." The bond between Su Yun and the chubby boy was exceptionally strong, and at that moment, a fierce desire surged within him to rush over and eliminate that young master. However, they were in a foot massage parlor, surrounded by other patrons. It was indeed a public setting. If he acted recklessly, he risked being betrayed, leading to his own demise. He continued, "They have taken the elixirs. Isn't that the end of the matter? Why must the chubby boy remain kneeling here?" The martial artist, while providing him a massage, replied, "They believe that the chubby boy could not have stolen the elixirs by himself. Hence they wish for him to confess and reveal his accomplices." Su Yun let out a cold laugh. To betray his accomplices? This was evidently an attempt to locate the alchemist himself. The rotund boy remained tight-lipped, refusing to divulge anything, prompting the young master to shatter the boy's kneecap, compelling him to kneel in submission, awaiting the moment he would reveal the identity of his backer. With a sigh, the warrior remarked, "I must say, the boy is too loyal. His silence is tantamount to courting death. He has been kneeling for 6 days now, and if this continues, he is surely doomed." The food cultivators of this celestial sect could endure hunger remarkably well, capable of converting consumed sustenance into vast reserves of fat stored within their bodies. However, the expenditure of energy for food cultivators was considerable. Should all their fat be depleted without any intake, the speed of starvation would surpass that of other celestial sects. The rotund boy had already been coerced, enduring 6 days without food or water. If this persisted, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Su Yun chuckled. "Your massage technique is quite impressive. I feel that the flow of energy and blood within me has significantly improved. Consider that piece of spirit stone as my token of appreciation for your services. However, you are rather taciturn, not uttering a single word to me. Such demeanor makes business difficult." The martial artist understood Su Yun's implication. She wished to distance herself from him. He sighed and replied, "It is simply my nature. Please do not reproach me, dear guest." Su Yun nodded, reclining on the bed in bliss, and remarked, "Go and open the door." "What for?" "I wish to listen to the sounds from next door." Wu Fu complied and opened the door. allowing Su Yun to swiftly hear the voice of the young master next door. Brother Lu, I do not mean to criticize you, but after enduring so much suffering, it is time you reveal the identity of that accomplice, is it not? Lu spat a mouthful of blood. His strength had long been depleted. Having gone several days without sustenance, he was now gripped by a gnawing hunger that felt akin to divine retribution. You wretched creature. You had best hope you never fall into my grasp. Lu rasped, his voice hoarse. Su Yun contemplated. There would be no tomorrow, today. She must devise a means to eliminate this individual. Chapter 60, The Shadow Gate. Su Yun did not act immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes to relish the moment. Meanwhile, the chubby fellow next door was enduring his suffering. Suffering was a mere triviality, after all, as the rotund lad possessed no suspicion towards others. Su Yun felt it was essential to impart a lesson, so he could learn to be more discerning in the future. Such experiences would enlighten him about the treachery that lurks in the hearts of men. As Su Yun indulged in his enjoyment, he quietly inquired, "What is the surname and given name of this young master?" The footmaster replied, "His surname is Li, and his name is Li Ming. He resides in the western estate of the main city. What is the way back?" Su Yun continued his soft-spoken dialogue, akin to a whispered conversation, ensuring that only the footmaster could hear him. The burly man seemed to grasp his intentions, aware that Su Yun was contemplating action and seeking the most discreet location to execute his plan, thereby avoiding unwanted witnesses. Consequently, the burly man sketched a map, meticulously analyzing the route, and identified a secluded alley that the young Master Li would inevitably traverse on his way home. This alley was exceedingly obscure, likely frequented solely by Li Ming himself, with no other souls to be seen. Even if Li Ming ventured out to enjoy the lanterns or seek companionship, he would ultimately return through this very alley. Su Yun arrived early at the alley to await the arrival of young Master Li. Splendid, after half a day of silence. I have refrained from inquiring, Su Yun remarked with a smile. The martial artist nodded cheerfully, exhibiting a remarkable sense of understanding. Thus, Su Yun patiently waited until evening. The chubby individual still refrained from revealing his name, but his counterpart had begun to show signs of impatience, saying, Chulu, since your lips are so tightly sealed, I cannot be held responsible. What do you intend to do? Chulu asked, slightly alarmed. The young master chuckled. What could I possibly do? I am merely a leisurely young master of the Li family. I possess ample time to engage with you. Since you refuse to speak, I shall have you hung at the city gate. As long as you remain silent, I shall keep you there, even if you are a food cultivator. I estimate that within 3 days, you shall perish beneath the city gate. With that, he erupted into laughter. Xiao Chui, young master, I am here, a woman entered. This woman was also a cultivator at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, a servant of the Li family. Outside, cultivators at the Qi refinement stage were exceedingly numerous, and even those at the pinnacle were but specks of dust amid the tide of the era. Very well, the woman replied, lifting the chubby individual and following the young master of the Li family as they departed. Su Yun, having thoroughly enjoyed the experience, rose to his feet and took a moment to assess his body. He marveled, what remarkable technique. The flow of spiritual energy and vital essence within me has accelerated, allowing me to cast spells with greater swiftness. The massage practitioner chuckled, if you are satisfied, do come again. With that, he escorted Su Yun out. Su Yun was taken aback to see them heading towards the city gate, presumably to hang the chubby fellow. This provided him with the opportunity to purchase a new outfit from Boss Yang, complete with a wide-brimmed felt hat, before stealthily positioning himself in the alley. Now, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, he remained the sole figure cloaked in shadow, silent as the night. He waited patiently, yet young Master Li did not arrive. Time continued to pass, and still, there was no sign of him. Surely, he had gone in search of a woman. That scoundrel certainly knew how to indulge himself. It was not until the third watch of the night that the sound of footsteps approached, belonging to the young master of the Li family, accompanied by that little Chui. Young Master Li chuckled. Chui, you look quite lovely today. Chui, slightly bashful, replied, My lord, please do not mention today's events to the master. He has always looked down upon me for my humble origins, disdaining the idea of taking me as even a concubine. Young Master Li whistled in acknowledgement, indeed. With a lantern in hand, Chui walked ahead, illuminating the path for young Master Li. Suddenly, the lantern shattered, and with it, Chui's body was cleaved in two. A resounding crash echoed through the alley as her head fell away. Young Master Li, realizing the imminent danger, instinctively summoned a small shield. Fashioned from the bone of a certain beast, it was remarkably resilient, possessing veins that allowed the flow of spiritual energy. enabling even those who were not cultivators to wield it in battle. Clang! The blade struck the bone but failed to sever it. Suyun withdrew his large knife. And in the next moment, the person before him had vanished without a trace. What is happening? Suyun felt a surge of unease within. He could not comprehend the nature of the celestial sect he had encountered, as individuals had suddenly vanished from sight. In the next moment, he sensed an inexplicable force compelling him, rendering his movements involuntary. He grasped a knife, poised to sever his own neck. What manner of sorcery was this? This spell was undeniably potent, yet Suyun discerned that his adversary was rather feeble. Though he had attained the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, the strength exhibited was insufficient. After all, not all celestial sects boasted the same degree of physical enhancement. A mere increase of 300 pounds in strength was already quite remarkable. The peak of foundational cultivation amounted to no more than 10,000 pounds. Suyun, however, was distinct, having just begun his foundational journey. He possessed an astounding strength of 15,000 pounds, an anomaly in the realm of peak foundational cultivators. Even a physical cultivator would think twice before confronting him. Rather than hastily seeking to free himself, he found himself reflecting, the celestial sects in this world are numerous, and my understanding is woefully limited. It is disheartening to find myself at a disadvantage so early on. Then, a voice resonated beside his ear. Before I take your life, you must first tell me. Who are you? Suyun smiled and said, You seek me, yet I am curious to know who you are. Young Masterly, having comprehended Suyun's identity, exclaimed in astonishment, So it was you who concocted those elixirs? Indeed, it is I who crafted them, she affirmed. Suyun nodded, Since I am destined to perish. Why not enlighten me about your spell? What sect do you belong to? Young Masterly scoffed, I am of the Shadow sect. And this spell allows me to manipulate you through your very shadow. Suyun suddenly realized as he gazed at the lantern. It was no wonder that on a moonless night, one would carry a lantern. Perhaps it was due to the unfavorable moonlight that instilled a fear of retribution, leaving them defenseless. Even though the lantern now lay on the ground, its flame still flickered, casting a shadow. Your celestial sect is quite unique, yet I perceive some shortcomings. Suyun remarked. Young Masterly chuckled. You're on the brink of death, and yet you still seek to nitpick? This is not mere nitpicking. I am simply speaking the truth. If you doubt my words, I can demonstrate it to you right now. With that, Suyun abruptly broke free and stepped forward, crushing the lantern beneath his foot. Young Masterly stood utterly dumbfounded. Suyun remarked, Observe, now that the lantern is gone, the shadow has vanished. Without a shadow, you are unable to best me. Young Masterly felt a chill enveloping his body. This was not the moment to dwell on trivial matters. What he ought to ponder was, what had this individual done? How could he effortlessly break free from my restraints? It was indeed perplexing. No wonder there existed celestial factions that could restrain his shadow arts. Perhaps the shadow lacked sufficient density. After all, the lantern had fallen to the ground. With a flick of his hand, a radiant light erupted from his palm, suspended in the air like a diminutive sun, and Suyun's shadow re-emerged. This time, Suyun discerned that his opponent was treading upon a shadow, their limbs perfectly aligned with his own, allowing them to manipulate his shadow. Yet, the shadow and the corporeal body were inextricably linked. Thus, any manipulation of the shadow would inevitably reflect upon the physical form. This was a remarkable spell. He wondered if the mansion possessed such capabilities. If it did, he ought to swiftly master the art of object control and subsequently learn this technique. Remaining unhurried, he inquired, Do you possess any other spells? If not, I shall send you to the heavens at this very moment. Young Masterly frowned. You stand on the brink of death, and yet you still engage in banter with me? Suyun chuckled. So, you seek me out with the intention of ending my life? Young Masterly was taken aback for a moment. It seemed that was indeed the case. His arduous search for Suyun was never aimed at eliminating him. Rather, he desired to bring Suyun under his family's control to assist in alchemical endeavors. This predicament left him in a quandary. After a brief silence, he asserted, I can compel you to return to my home. My father is a master of the Golden Core stage. Terminating your existence would be a trivial matter. Suyun chuckled. But you are incapable of doing so. Go ahead, give it a try if you dare. How arrogant. Do you truly believe that upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, you can contend with those at the pinnacle of the same stage? Young Masterly barked an admonition, attempting to lift his leg, only to realize he was unable to do so. He sought to strike, yet discovered his hands were equally immobilized. Suyun remained utterly still, and thus his shadow mirrored his motionlessness. If young Masterly did not relinquish this spell, he would effectively be under Suyun's control. However, if he were to abandon this incantation, What other means would he have left? None. He gritted his teeth and demanded, "What sorcery have you employed?" Su Yun chuckled and remarked, "I have not employed any sorcery. It merely appears that your strength is somewhat lacking." Impossible. Our shadow sect is fundamentally a form of physical cultivation. At the first level, one gains 400 gene of strength, and upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, it amounts to 8,000 gene. Currently, with a single arm, I wield a force of 12,000 gene. You are merely a foundation establishment practitioner of the Pill sect, treading the path of spiritual cultivation, with a physique that lacks substantial strength, akin to that of an ordinary mortal. How can you claim my strength is diminished? Young Master Li was so amused by this that he could hardly contain himself, perplexed by where Su Yun found the audacity to assert that his strength was inferior. Su Yun chuckled, "Who told you I am a member of the Danmen? Yet, you have concocted such an abundance of elixirs." Su Yun leaned on his long blade, a serene smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze upon him. "So, does that mean I should belong to the dance sect?" Li Gongzi, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, replied, "If you are not of the dance sect, how could you possibly refine elixirs? Have you perhaps mastered the techniques of the dance sect? Yet, those are only accessible to the celestial sect subordinate to the spirit sect. And even they lack the necessary strength." Su Yun nodded, "That is both right and wrong. I am indeed of the spirit gate. Yet, it remains incorrect. How could your strength be so terrifying?" Su Yun smiled and said, "Therefore, I still belong to the realm of the corporeal." Young Master Li was taken aback and exclaimed, "This is impossible. The blood spirit cannot coexist." Su Yun remarked, "There are indeed ways to coexist. After all, I have already coexisted, have I not?" At this moment, young Master Li felt as though his head might explode. He attempted to apply all his lifelong knowledge to comprehend Su Yun's state, yet he found himself utterly incapable of grasping it, regardless of his efforts. Soon, he uncovered a flaw. Even if you are a body gate practitioner, having just entered the foundation establishment stage, you possess merely a strength of 10,000 pounds. You cannot surpass me. With that, he continued to exert himself in an effort to manipulate Su Yun's shadow. The spell he was casting resembled an arm wrestling match. Yet he remained unable to budge Su Yun in the slightest. Su Yun chuckled, "Foolish child, do you know of the celestial bones? They possess a strength of 5,000 pounds. How could you possibly contend with me in an arm wrestling match?" With that, he brandished his blade and advanced step by step. In young Master Li's eyes, there was nothing but terror, as if he were gazing upon a ferocious beast. "How can this be?" he stammered, unable to fathom the reality. Could there truly exist someone capable of forging celestial bones? This is impossible, utterly impossible. His fear was so overwhelming that he had forgotten to unravel the spell and flee. Su Yun turned his back to the small sun he had just pointed out and walked step by step towards him, ultimately severing his head beneath that terrifying shadow. Fearful of being discovered, he hastily fled. He made his way to the city gate, where he indeed found the portly figure suspended from the entrance. However, he was skeptical that only this individual was hanging there. After all, the chubby man was a cultivator. If he were the sole one bound, he would surely escape in no time. Thus, Su Yun began to search around, attuning himself to the presence of others. The number of people at the city gate was scant, and he quickly identified several suspicious figures and approached them with a greeting. Yet, upon uttering his salutation, he was met with a disdainful glare and was brusquely instructed to leave, as he was impeding official business. Su Yun sighed and, shrouded in darkness, delivered a swift strike. His blade moved with such speed that the adversary had no opportunity to utter a sound before their throat was severed, leaving them unable to cry out. And they sat quietly awaiting their demise. In total, 3 individuals met their end by his hand in this manner. Finally, he adjusted his felt hat and inquired, "What trouble have you gotten into, brother? How did you end up suspended here?" The stout fellow recognized Su Yun solely by his voice but gritted his teeth and urged, "Hurry and leave." Su Yun chuckled, "Is someone watching you?" "Yes. But what does it matter if they are? I merely came to inquire about your transgressions." The chubby boy's eyes brimmed with tears as he lamented, "Those scoundrels have the audacity to accuse me of stealing their elixirs. They even attempted to extract a confession from you. I kept silent, yet they shattered my kneecap, forcing me to kneel and leaving me to starve for several days. Have you suffered?" "Not particularly. Still feigning toughness. If you have indeed suffered, then perhaps it is well-deserved, a lesson to be learned to refrain from misjudging others." Su Yun let out a cold snort, gently placing the chubby boy down and feeding him a few medicinal pills, chi blood pills. While these pills do not possess the ability to heal wounds, they can certainly promote weight gain, with a bit of extra flesh. A cultivator could swiftly recover from their injuries. The chubby boy remarked, "There are 3 individuals observing me from the surroundings." Suyin nodded, "I understand. They will not obstruct us. Just follow me. Can you manage that?" The chubby boy remained silent and assumed an inverted position. After all, as a practitioner of food cultivation, he possessed great strength after a hearty meal, and performing a handstand was effortless for him. "I can manage." Chapter 61, The Lee Family Pursuit. Su Yun gazed at the sight of the plump boy in an upside-down position, struggling to suppress a laugh. Ultimately, he managed to hold back and said earnestly, "Let us return home and check on the children." The plump boy was never a solitary figure. He had several children at home. They were not afraid for their own safety, but rather concerned about the well-being of those children. The plump boy chuckled, "There is no need for concern. With the blood pact in place, those children are merely mortals and will remain still." However, the reality was quite the opposite. Su Yun remarked, "The notion that cultivators must not harm mortals is, in essence, merely a saying primarily directed at those cultivators of lesser status. I have witnessed cultivators taking the lives of mortals. I suspect that even if such acts were committed, they could easily seek assistance from their sects to mitigate the repercussions of the blood oath." The chubby boy scratched his head. "Is there really such a perspective? I suddenly feel as though my understanding has diminished. This is not a matter of understanding. It is based on my personal experience." Su Yun sighed. "My master was slain by a cultivator, one from the Heavenly Sword sect." The chubby boy fell silent as well. Su Yun pondered more deeply than Xiaopeng. He remarked, "Moreover, even if we assume that they do not kill mortals, there are still those 2 young girls. They are not mere mortals. They are practitioners of the sensory gate. The presence of 2 sensory gate practitioners will undoubtedly attract the attention of those individuals, who may capture them to interrogate and extract information regarding my whereabouts." Xiaopeng began to contemplate this, his expression suddenly growing exceedingly grave. Setting aside whether they would use the 2 young girls to draw out Su Yun, he feared that they might recognize their value and seize them for their own purposes. Practitioners of the sensory gate are exceedingly rare. Their ability to manipulate sensory perception enables them to create illusions. Troubles indeed abound. He followed Su Yun and hurried home. As he passed by, he noticed an individual who should have been watching him, sitting quietly in place, utterly still. Blood pooled on the ground nearby. It was as if he were resting on a stone, silent and unyielding. The other 2 individuals were similarly lifeless, having long since succumbed. Chulu sighed, saying, "I never imagined that within less than a month of our separation, you would grow so powerful, dispatching these individuals with such ease. However, we shall undoubtedly face further troubles ahead. That young Master Li hails from a family of considerable influence. If he seeks to trouble you or me, we may very well find ourselves in grave peril." Su Yun chuckled. "They could not possibly know that young Master Li has already met his end at my hands." "Killed?" Chu Li fell into a momentary silence before finally extending a thumb towards Su Yun. "Well done. You are indeed formidable. When we first met, you had just entered the Qi refinement stage, and look how much time has passed. You are now capable of slaying a peak foundation establishment cultivator." As he spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed his face, and he added, "It is all my fault. Were it not for my words, there would not have been so much trouble." Su Yun, remaining unhurried, calmly remarked, "Indeed, my elixirs have brought us considerable trouble, yet this was an unavoidable course of action. As the saying goes, a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without rice. No one can ascend to the realm of immortals without any resources. Su Yun aspires for promotion, and the sole avenue to achieve this lies in the utilization of the alchemical furnace. When employed adeptly, this apparatus can yield a continuous flow of wealth. Yet, over time, inherent risks are inevitable. After all, perfection in elixir crafting is an elusive feat, and mass distribution of such potions is bound to attract attention. Henceforth, it is imperative to devise strategies for further developing the alchemical furnace to produce elixirs of a lesser grade." With thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Yun, accompanied by the chubby boy, returned to the village under the cover of night. Lanyang village was enveloped in a profound silence, for it was the dead of night, and no soul ventured outside. Yet, one person awaited the chubby boy in his own courtyard. Upon seeing the boy's return, this individual stealthily emerged and addressed him, "Chulu, how dare you come back? The powerful officials in the city have set their sights on you and wish to take your life." Chulu furrowed his brow. This remark confirmed that those men had indeed come. He inquired, "What about my family?" "They were taken away by your 2 younger sisters. Upon learning of your capture, they hurriedly fled with the children. They are likely hiding in some remote location, waiting for you to emerge before they seek you out." I cannot say precisely where they are, the villager replied. The chubby boy felt a wave of relief wash over him and smiled. I understand. The villager, recognizing the challenges the chubby boy faced, grasped his hand firmly and implored, Chulu, you are the most promising one from our village. You must not perish. If you do, the children will have no one to care for them. Tears streamed down the elder's face as he recounted the hardships faced by the little ones. The chubby boy chuckled softly. I am well aware of that. No need to dwell on it. I must take my leave now. Do take care of yourselves. Without a trace of longing in his eyes, he turned and began to depart. Su-yun was somewhat taken aback. Aren't you going to say anything more? What is there to say? Replied the chubby boy. This is your hometown, and you are leaving just like that? Without even a farewell? He chuckled. Do you think they are truly benevolent? You are overestimating them. Why should those children want me to take care of them? It's simply because they do not wish to take on that responsibility themselves. Su-yun suddenly realized that although the chubby boy appeared somewhat simple-minded, he was willing to forsake many things for the sake of loyalty, yet he was by no means foolish. The chubby boy continued. The parents of those children are all herbal gatherers. Just think about it. Gathering herbs can be quite lucrative. Su-yun nodded in agreement. Indeed. Although we are cultivators and may not require the herbs we gather, for ordinary individuals, foraging for medicinal plants can be quite lucrative. A single herb can fetch 300 taels of silver. That's a staggering sum. 300 taels equates to 300,000 copper coins. With such wealth, a family could sustain themselves for a lifetime. In the hands of a child, it could ensure their happiness for all their days. Yet, why do these children live in such dire circumstances? Why must they rely on the little chubby one to support them? Su-yun was perplexed. The chubby boy chuckled and said, What is so difficult to understand? They were all devoured by desperation. It's as simple as that. Devoured by desperation? This was something Su-yun comprehended. It meant that once the male head of the household passed away, the remaining family members would liquidate all their possessions, indulging in extravagant feasts until not a single coin was left. This would inevitably drive the remaining women and children to the brink of despair. Was it truly so tragic for the children to suffer in such a manner after the death of their parents? Su-yun had indeed overestimated these individuals, initially believing them to possess good intentions. However, these people are nothing more than a herd of beasts. There is no need to concern ourselves with them. They may not be here to offer us a warning, but rather to keep watch over us. It is possible that some cultivators have already received word from them and are on their way to capture us. Therefore, we must make haste. The chubby boy swiftly moved by using his hands as if they were his feet. Su-yun finally grasped why the villager did not find anything amiss when he observed the chubby boy walking in such an unusual manner. It turned out that the boy's focus was not on his gait, but rather on reporting himself. The chubby boy had not erred in his assumptions. After their departure, the old man retrieved a piece of talisman paper, a creation of the talisman sect, specifically designed for transmitting sound. The essence of talisman paper is profoundly intricate, as it encapsulates all the spells that require spiritual energy manipulation within its confines, allowing even an ordinary mortal to utilize it. The old man tapped a character on the talisman, which symbolized information, and upon doing so, he could converse with the individual on the other end. He exclaimed excitedly, Immortal. They have returned. Has the chubby boy returned? No, there is another person. This individual is likely the one you have been seeking, the one who visited our village previously. Keep them occupied. I shall come at once. That is unfeasible. The sixth is somewhat capable. How could mere mortals like us hope to contend with him? They have gone to find those children, but I know not where. Useless. The voice on the other end seethed with anger. The old man chuckled softly, My lord, behold. I have delivered the news as promised. You had agreed to compensate us. As he spoke, the talisman in his hand detonated, obliterating the old man's head into fragments. In the Lee family, an elder crushed the talisman in his grasp, sneering, naive. These individuals genuinely believe we would pay them. He then produced another talisman, one not of his own crafting, but a reward bestowed by the Heavenly Sword sect. For the Heavenly Sword sect, the act of killing is trivial with a single talisman. They could rectify any transgressions. Of course, when the Blood Pact first emerged, they could not resolve it with talismans. However, in the years since, they have tirelessly sought a means to dissolve the Blood Pact. 300 years ago, a talisman sect practitioner finally developed the Dispelling Talisman, which is controlled solely by the great sects of the 18 nations. Those of wealth can naturally procure some for their reserves. A woman nearby smiled serenely, My lord. It is time to send someone to eliminate everyone in that village. Indeed, such an action is warranted. If they are not silenced, this matter is bound to be leaked. The alchemist must not be allowed to become known to others, only we must possess this knowledge. Thus, our family will have an unceasing supply of elixirs, swiftly elevating us to the strongest family in the entire Jioshu prefecture. The elder nodded. He was the patriarch of the Lin family and one of the 13 leaders of the Black Robe Society, having successfully cultivated to the Golden Core stage. As a Golden Core family, they naturally employed numerous martial artists, so the act of killing could be easily delegated to his subordinates. Fugue, he called out. Despite the late hour, a rugged man hurried over, his attire somewhat disheveled, indicating he had just been roused. My lord, what is your command? Take a few men and annihilate Lanyang village. Ah? The martial artist was momentarily perplexed, yet this was an order he could not disregard. After he departed with his men, the elder gathered a few others and hastily set out for Lanyang village, hoping to locate Su Yun and the chubby boy. However, en route, he stumbled upon a corpse. Though it was the dead of night and the moon was not particularly bright, the eyes of talisman sect practitioners had been tempered with talisman paper, allowing them to see clearly in the darkness. He immediately recognized the body. It was his own son. Not just any son, but his most exceptional child, Li Changming. Li Changming was a fine young man, passionate about cultivation and a practitioner of the Shadow Sect. At just 35, he had already reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, with the potential to advance to the Nascent Soul stage in the future. With the presence of this alchemist, even the transformation stage was not out of reach. A shadow cultivator at the transformation stage is not a foe to be taken lightly. Their sinister methods can strike unseen. But now his son lay dead. Who killed my son? He roared, cradling his son's lifeless form, tears streaming down his face. He turned to the other members of the Li family. What has my son been doing these past few days? After some deliberation, they replied, he was investigating that chubby boy, intending to starve him into submission. That boy is merely an ordinary chubby fellow, just a Refinement stage practitioner. He could never have slain my son. The elder's eyes blazed with fury. The others fell silent for a moment before one spoke. Father, we shall investigate now. Please, do not become agitated. My son is dead. How could I not be agitated? The elder bellowed, there is no need for an investigation. Why not? Another middle-aged man interjected. Brother, Changming was our family's most talented descendant. He has perished. We cannot leave this matter unresolved. The elder gritted his teeth. Is there truly a need to investigate? Think for yourselves. What allies could that chubby boy possibly have? Suddenly, realization dawned upon the group. Understood. It was that individual who appeared. Yes, the alchemist. We must hasten to find him. The assembly quickly dispersed in search of him. Aside from the elder, who was at the Golden Core stage, the other Li family members were all at the Foundation establishment stage, predominantly physical cultivators, enabling them to move with remarkable speed. They swiftly made their way to Lanyang village, following the trail left behind. Su Yun and the chubby boy ultimately moved too slowly. Upon entering a dense forest, Su Yun sensed the ominous presence pursuing them from behind. They were approaching with remarkable swiftness. The chubby boy furrowed his brow and exclaimed, we are likely doomed. If they capture you, they will undoubtedly imprison you, forcing you to concoct elixirs day and night. Su Yun chuckled and said, as long as we don't allow them to catch us, isn't that sufficient? What does it mean? The chubby boy did not understand. Su Yun directly took out a key, unlocked the door, and led the chubby boy inside. In the next moment, everything around them vanished, and the chubby boy found himself in a courtyard. He stood there, his eyes filled with astonishment. What was happening? He could no longer sense the pursuers from outside. Where had they arrived? The chubby boy furrowed his brow, perplexed and bewildered. Su Yun smiled and said, we have arrived home. Come inside and rest for a while. Let them search as they please. The chubby boy felt a twinge of anxiety, having waited for quite some time without those individuals pursuing him. It was only then that he ventured into the small building. Previously, a Nascent Soul was stationed to guard the premises. The chubby boy thought he must have been mistaken. Was it truly a Nascent Soul? Indeed, it was. Moreover, this Nascent Soul was exceptionally large, clearly not one belonging to a practitioner at the Nascent Soul stage. Judging by its size, it could very well be that of an Immortal. How could there possibly be an Immortal-S Nascent Soul here? Furthermore, if he was not mistaken, this Immortal-S Nascent Soul was actually watching over Su Yun. Chapter 62. Internal strife within the Black Robe Society and Immortal-S Nascent Soul as a guardian. What does this signify? The sixth had initially thought he was mistaken and stole another glance. Wang Hai reprimanded, what are you staring at? Have you never seen a deity before? The sixth nodded. Indeed, it is my first encounter. If you are a deity, you should be able to transform your nascent soul into a divine spirit. The cultivation above the Nascent Soul stage is referred to as the Divine Transformation stage. After the Divine Transformation, the Nascent Soul evolves into a Divine Spirit, its vitality becoming significantly more formidable. How could it come to be reduced to the role of a mere gatekeeper? Wang Hai sighed. The power within me has long been exhausted. I no longer possess the ability for divine transformation. He then whispered, Come, our meeting is fated. Allow me to teach you a spell. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Su Yun, who, rather impolitely, delivered a kick that sent Wang Hai's nascent soul flying, scolding. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You wish to scheme and have him remain here. Wang Hai cried out in distress. I merely thought this place suited my back. I wanted to impart some of my experiences to him. Why do you not believe me? Su Yun let out a cold laugh. Speak another word to him, and I shall take your life. Replace the guardian. Wang Hai Yuan's infant soul trembled slightly. Having lingered here for decades, he had long since lost all his power, merely existing in this desolate state. If Su Yun wished to end his life, he could undoubtedly do so. Moreover, there was this residence. The origins of this abode were shrouded in mystery. Yet one could easily infer that it was a treasure crafted by an extraordinarily powerful being. The reason the residence had not taken his life before was that he was the sole living soul within. The abode required a guardian, thus sparing him from death. Upon receiving such a threat from Su Yun, he instantly fell silent, standing beside the door, not daring to utter a single word. On the sixth day, he stood there with his mouth agape, unable to articulate a sound for a long while. Is this truly the primordial infant of an immortal? He inquired softly. Su Yun nodded. Indeed, it is a celestial being. Can you truly confine the primordial essence of an immortal? Initial 6 expressed profound astonishment. After all, that is a celestial being capable of transcending heaven and earth. The strength of such beings is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. It is said they possess the power to move mountains. Su Yun chuckled. You want me to come? Surely, I cannot. However, that immortal has long proclaimed that he possesses not a shred of power within him. Even the release of his primordial spirit would be futile. Thus, he remains here with me. It dawned upon him that this was indeed an immortal, and he must not be allowed to escape. Little Fatty wore a grave expression, understanding that should this immortal break free, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon them. Su Yun chuckled. Do not concern yourself. He cannot escape. As long as you do not heed his words, he remains trapped. The greatest fear is that you might listen to him. If he keeps you here, you will be unable to leave. What is the reasoning behind this? It is unknown. The rules of this house dictate that someone must remain to guard it. Once you are left behind, you become ensnared, unable to depart. Chu Lu found everything here to be remarkably novel, following Su Yun as she explored the surroundings. This small building was quite appealing, featuring 7 or 8 rooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, and even a space for bathing. Its facilities far superior to those of the affluent families in the city. Concealed in this place, how could anyone from the outside possibly discover their whereabouts? Let us rest. We shall venture out once we awaken. By then, those individuals will likely have departed. Su Yun suggested. Chu Lu lay in the adjacent room beside Su Yun, the door securely closed, wary of Wang Hai entering to wreak havoc. Outside, the head of the Li family, Li Qingchuan, had arrived at the location where Su Yun and her companion had vanished, accompanied by his son and brothers. However, as they surveyed the area, not a soul was in sight, only the lingering essence left behind by the two. Where are they? Li Qingchuan's eyes reddened with frustration. Su Yun has inexplicably vanished? How could this be possible? Surely, he must be somewhere. We must find him. They have taken my beloved son. I must locate him. Brother, you don't really intend to kill him, do you? A voice whispered. Li Qingchuan, with reddened eyes, replied, No, I shall not kill him. I will imprison him and compel him to concoct elixirs for our Li family day and night. He has slain my extraordinarily gifted son, and I demand that he produce 100 geniuses for us, or I shall not be satisfied. The others exhaled in relief. Such a mindset was indeed appropriate. This alchemist could not be allowed to perish. If he died, their efforts would have been in vain. They dispersed to search, attentively sensing the aura of the two individuals. Yet, nothing was detected. The group diligently searched, even scouring the entire mountain. However, despite their exhaustive efforts, they found no trace of the two. Where could they have gone? Everyone felt a throbbing headache. How could a living person simply vanish without a trace? They were utterly baffled. Even the clan leader, at the Foundation establishment stage, was unable to locate them. They could sense the lingering aura left behind. The traces had not yet dissipated, yet the two had suddenly disappeared. In truth, the Black Robe Society had encountered a similar situation before, But those two individuals had long since perished, leaving no account of their experiences. They only knew that those two had died on that commercial street. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let us go to the commercial street and interrogate them." Others responded. It is said that 3 individuals went there to investigate, but they have not returned. That is precisely why we must continue our search, Li Qingchuan insisted. The others exchanged glances and remarked, "There must be some significance to that street. Perhaps a powerful figure is stationed there, and we are simply unaware." Li Qingchuan pondered for a moment and asked, "Is it possible that the mysterious alchemist from the Danmen is on that street, and this is merely a trap set for us?" The others shook their heads in unison. "Impossible. The Danmen does not possess significant combat strength. They specialize in alchemy. Generally, Danmen practitioners cultivate alongside other sects, such as the Fire sect, to enhance their alchemical abilities. Could such a scenario exist?" The others contemplated this possibility. If such were the case, venturing there would be tantamount to seeking death. If this Danmen alchemist truly possessed such formidable power, capable of silently eliminating numerous experts, we must refrain from going, lest the Li family faces utter annihilation, Li Qingchuan's second son, Li Chaqing, warned. The others countered, "If we do not go, we may miss the singular opportunity for a complete resurgence." Li Qingchuan replied, "That is preferable to taking unnecessary risks. There must be other methods. We could summon the Black Robe Society. Although we would incur significant losses, the direct approach may yield even greater detriment." The others lowered their heads, calculating in silence. Ultimately, they sighed. Indeed, the prospect of success seemed bleak. Only by summoning the Black Robe Society would they have a sliver of hope. Li Qingchuan's second brother remarked, "What if they come and find nothing to consume? If that occurs, none will benefit." Several individuals reached a decision. Although Li Qingchuan felt somewhat reluctant, he dared not take risks and produced a piece of talisman paper, a 1,000-mile communication talisman. The talisman activated, and soon a voice resonated from the other end, their Black Robe Society leader's voice, a formidable figure at the transformation stage. A transformation stage expert possesses a yuaning that has transcended into the yuanshin, exhibiting remarkable vitality, even if their head were to fall from their neck. They could still survive. Their spells are numerous, their methods astonishing, and their combat prowess exceptionally formidable. The leader inquired, "Is there something amiss? Do not disturb me without reason. I am currently negotiating with the Tianjin sect for alchemists, as recent consumption has been rather substantial, and we are in dire need of elixirs." Requesting an alchemist in the dead of night indicates the urgency of the situation. They had likely made numerous requests during the day without success. Li Qingchuan forced a smile and said, "Leader, there is no need for that." The leader retorted angrily, "No need? You hall masters do not ask me for elixirs. And now I am to do without?" Li Qingchuan immediately clarified, "Leader, you have misunderstood. We have discovered a superlative alchemist from Qishui County, whose elixirs are unparalleled. A rarity in the world. The superlative elixir can only be concocted within the Baiyujing and is intended for the progeny of Immortals. Thus, it is also known as celestial grade or premium grade. It contains no impurities or toxins, only medicinal properties." The leader's ire intensified. "Li Qingchuan, do not take me for a fool. Who does not know how difficult it is to obtain a superlative grade elixir? Such things can only be concocted by Immortals. How could they possibly be within our reach?" Li Qingchuan insisted, "But there truly exists an alchemist who can produce such elixirs." The leader began to harbor doubts. Could such a miraculous being exist in this world? Generally, alchemists are not exceptionally powerful. If we could recruit such a talent, it would mean even the Tianjin sect could be supplanted. After all, the number of elixirs an alchemist can produce is vast. Qi and blood elixirs, spirit power elixirs, foundation establishment pills, and transformation pills. If we could secure an alchemist of this caliber, the Black Robe Society would thrive. Where is this individual? Bring them to me. The leader commanded. Li Qingchuan cursed inwardly. If I could bring them, would I need to contact you? He knew better than to voice such thoughts. He sighed. We are in pursuit. Several have perished. And we may require the vice leader's assistance. Such formidable individuals? The leader remained silent for a moment, sensing something amiss. Was this not a trap laid by Li Qingchuan? He coldly stated, Bring me a sample of the elixir. I wish to see it. They were not apprehensive about this. After all, they had embezzled 300 elixirs. So providing a few is no issue. Very well, I shall take some elixirs to you now. Li Qingchuan severed the communication, saying, I will bring some elixirs. You all wait here. Why must we remain here? The others inquired, curious. Li Qingchuan replied, This is merely our conjecture. The two individuals may have concealed themselves using some spell. You continue to wait. Should they emerge, seize them. Understood. The five nodded, while only Li Qingchuan departed. In the county city, at the headquarters of the Black Robe Society, a powerful force governing the entire region, with a multitude of formidable experts. The leader of the Black Robe Society, a transformation stage body cultivator, stood tall, rubbing his temples in the central hall. He appeared as a small mountain, robust and imposing. Beside him sat three vice presidents, each a cultivator of the Nascent Soul stage, specializing in sword, spirit, and fire cultivation respectively. He inquired of them. Li Qingchuan claims that someone can concoct top-grade elixirs. What is your opinion? The others chuckled in response, impossible. Even Immortals find it challenging to refine such elixirs. I too find it implausible, yet he insists he can present them to me. We shall await his arrival, the president stated. The spirit-cultivating vice president interjected. His pace is exceedingly slow. I shall go to meet him personally. The president nodded in agreement. Very well, go and see. As the vice president exited the grand hall, his demeanor shifted to one of chilling hostility. How has Li Qingchuan acquired such elixirs again? He pondered, feeling a surge of discontent. He had believed himself to be the first to procure those elixirs and had concealed this from the president, directing his family members to seek them out instead. It was imperative that the president remained oblivious. The only way to ensure this secrecy was to eliminate Li Qingchuan. He soared through the air on his blade, hastening toward the outskirts of the city, intent on preventing Li Qingchuan from entering. Simultaneously, he contacted Li Qingchuan, stating, Li Qingchuan, your pace is too sluggish. The president has sent me to escort you. Where are you located? Li Qingchuan relayed his position, and the vice president proceeded to meet him. Before long, they encountered one another. Li Qingchuan approached, smiling, Vice President, your speed is unparalleled. I, as merely a lowly body cultivator, cannot compete. The vice president chuckled, nodding. Where are your elixirs? Show them to me. Li Qingchuan produced 100 elixirs and handed them to the president. The president glanced at them and noted they were indeed comparable in quality to the 2,000 he had procured. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, where did you acquire these? I bought them from a little chubby man, but he is not an alchemist. Upon investigation, we discovered that the true alchemist resides in the commercial street of our Shui County. Intriguing. Take me to see him, the vice president replied with a grin. Li Qingchuan hesitated. Shall we not first meet with the president? The vice president replied, since I have already come this far, it suffices for us to proceed. Li Qingchuan nodded. Indeed, you are a grandmaster of the Nascent Soul stage. Your presence is sufficient. Just as he turned to lead the vice president back to Shui County, a blade sliced through the moonlight, decapitating him instantly, shattering even his golden core. Before he could react, he was rendered into pieces. The vice president scoffed, retrieving a handful of inferior elixirs. Li Qingchuan, how dare you? As the esteemed head of our Black Robe Society, attempt to deceive the president with such substandard elixirs? Your transgressions are unforgivable. Chapter 63. A group of ruthless individuals. The vice president returned to the headquarters of the Black Robe Society, where the president, noticing Li Qingchuan's absence, furrowed his brow. Where is he? The vice president erupted in fury. There are no top-tier alchemists. Li Qingchuan has deceived us. He brought someone to ambush us, and I eliminated him on the way. How audacious. We have provided the Li family with so many benefits, yet they conspired against us. And the elixirs? The president inquired. The vice president produced 100 elixirs of varying quality, stating, they are all here. The president examined them, sitting quietly in his chair, his hand clenching the armrest with such force that it nearly shattered. How despicable. I knew that scoundrel was deceiving us. It is inconceivable that anyone could refine such elixirs. Even immortals cannot achieve it. The impurities within these elixirs are utterly irredeemable. The president continued, the Li family has committed grave offenses and cannot be spared. Xiao. Gather your men and eradicate the Li family's incense hall. The vice president nodded in agreement. Very well. The Black Robe Society had 13 incense halls established in the most significant counties, enabling control over the entire Jiushao prefecture. It appeared that a new incense hall would need to be established. Vice President Zhao returned home that night, assembling a group of skilled individuals, including 2 golden core cultivators and 13 stewards, embarking on a mission to obliterate the now leaderless Li family. The Zhao family members were puzzled. Patriarch, since you have already slain Li Qingchuan, why mobilize everyone to annihilate the Li family? Is it merely to establish a new incense hall? Vice President Zhao chuckled. No. We must also capture that alchemist. He resides on the commercial street. We will seal off the entire street, and anyone who dares to leave shall face death. The alchemist has been located. Excitement rippled through the Zhao family members. They understood the significance of this alchemist. He was capable of crafting perfect elixirs, a treasure coveted even by the grand sects like the Tianjin sect. Should the Zhao family acquire him, the patriarch could achieve the transformation into a god and possibly attain the realm of ethereal refinement. At that level, the Black Robe Society would be theirs. They could strategize to cultivate and produce more elixirs. Even surpassing the Tianjin sect was no longer a distant dream. This could be a monumental fortune for their lineage. Elation spread among the group as they marched forward, brimming with ambition and vigor. Upon reaching Qingshui County, dawn had already broken. They made a brief visit to the Lin family, but found only minor cultivators of the Qi refinement stage remaining, as the Lin family's experts had departed. These minor cultivators were as insignificant as ants to them, easily dispatched. After eliminating the Lin family members, only a few martial practitioners remained, whom they decided to preserve for future assistance in dealing with mortals. After slaying all the Lin family, they sought to claim any additional elixirs. Indeed, they discovered another 200 elixirs, which Vice President Zhao seized. Having completed these tasks, he swiftly proceeded to the commercial street. As the shops opened for business, all thoroughfares were blocked. Only the two Golden Core cultivators and the Nascent Soul Vice President Zhao entered the street, searching one by one. They first approached Yang, the owner of the general store. Yang hastily emerged to greet them. "I am surprised by your visit, Master Zhao. What might you wish to purchase?" The Vice President replied coldly, "You should be aware of my purpose here." Yang shook his head. "I do not know. You must clarify for me to understand." The Vice President scoffed. "Our Zhao family acquired 2,000 elixirs from you, all of the highest quality, top-tier items reserved only for immortals. You must have more." Yang sighed. "Those celestial products were all smuggled. How could I have any left?" Furious, the Vice President retorted, "You are deceiving me. The Li family has obtained more in your county." Yang remained cheerfully unperturbed. "I am unaware of that. I only possess what I have." The Vice President, coldly snorting, glanced at his two companions and commanded, "Search the premises." The two individuals sought entry to search, but were halted by Boss Yang. "There is nothing here, and yet you insist on searching?" he protested. "My humble establishment holds no treasures for you." Finally, Boss Yang's smile faded. He often claimed that a pleasant demeanor fosters prosperity, which is why he typically wore a smile. Now, however, his expression bore a hint of hostility. Vice President Zhao coldly replied, "If there are no treasures, then we shall not seek them. We are here for a person, the alchemist. Step aside. Should you continue to obstruct us, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Boss Yang retorted, "Why resort to violence when civility breeds wealth?" Zhao's icy demeanor remained unyielding. "If that is the case, then step aside. Do not force our hands." With a sigh, Boss Yang remained motionless, merely offering a word of caution. "I do not impede you. I merely advise you not to squander this opportunity." Zhao scoffed at the notion. "Opportunity? You think that should a confrontation arise, you could possibly defeat us? Preposterous. Do you take us for fools? Ignore this pest and proceed with your search." The two formidable experts nodded and entered the shop. They conducted a thorough search, rummaging through every corner of the premises before moving to the courtyard. Their search was meticulous and slow, turning everything upside down and discarding items carelessly. Alas, they found no one. Moments later, they stumbled upon a chest, measuring 3 feet long, 2 feet wide, and 1 foot high, filled with treasures. Upon seeing the artifacts and the insignias adorning them, their expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment. The markings were unmistakably from the Heavenly Sword sect. Such treasures were exceedingly valuable. Possessing them would signify a formidable level of cultivation, perhaps even at the void refinement stage or the integration stage, or possibly even items belonging to a transcendence expert. "This chest holds a fortune," one whispered. "I have heard tales of a reaper who, dissatisfied with the Heavenly Sword sect's actions, eliminated their top 13 powerhouses and vanished." "Are you referring to our most wanted criminal, Yang Shuntian?" "Indeed, Yang Shuntian." As they spoke, their fear escalated, and they meticulously returned all items to their original state, tidying up the chaos they had created. Eventually, they retreated step by step, akin to thieves, back to their original position. Suddenly, they snapped back to reality, as if waking from a dream, only to hear the Vice President exclaim, "Do you think us fools, easily intimidated by mere words? Ignore this pest and continue your search." They nodded and resumed their search. After a prolonged period of rummaging, they left the area in disarray time and again, oscillating between moments of awareness and oblivion. Yet, they remained rooted in place. From a distance, the innkeeper approached, smacking her lips. "Old Yang, Why are they so intent on finding that child? Boss Yang replied, greed. The innkeeper, charming and alluring, countered, am I not more appealing than a mere child? Why do they seek him and not me? Boss Yang rolled his eyes. They desire ascendance. They aim to unify the entire Great Qi and usurp the Heavenly Sword sect. Once they achieve that, women like you will be plentiful. The innkeeper spat. Just yesterday, you said I was the most beautiful. The foot massage parlor owner chimed in, irritated. Yang, you mustn't speak of my Xiangxiang that way. Who is your Xiangxiang? The innkeeper scoffed, playfully kicking the foot massage parlor owner in the face, only for him to lick his lips and say, indeed, she is fragrant. Other owners gathered, expressing their discontent with Boss Yang. Why torment them? Just eliminate them. Boss Yang chuckled. You speak so confidently. I am but a humble shopkeeper. I possess no such capabilities. These individuals approached me unprovoked and have remained like statues since. The foot massage parlor owner laughed. We are all seasoned foxes. Why pretend otherwise? Everyone knows the truth. The truth? Pray tell, who am I? The foot massage parlor owner hesitated, then shook his head. I truly do not know. Exactly. I am merely a shopkeeper, selling odds and ends to make a living. And yet, what brings you here? This is hardly a lucrative business locale, others inquired. Boss Yang gazed toward the misty valley, chuckling softly, remaining silent. Amid their chatter, the three individuals finally regained consciousness, yet their eyes were clouded with confusion. Their expressions aged beyond their years. They surveyed the onlookers, feeling a surge of unease. Vice President Zhao shrieked, Who are you? We are but humble tradespeople. I am Yang Guang. Boss Yang responded with a smile. Yang Guang? No. You are. The two Golden Core experts attempted to utter Yang Guang's name, but felt as if they were awakening from a long dream, one that had lasted a millennium, leaving them with no recollection upon waking. This millennium had been excruciating. They repeatedly traversed the cycle, from the beginning, spiraling into a state of consciousness, yearning to escape this nightmare, only to find themselves trapped within its clutches for a millennium. They had long since broken down. Their mental states had become unstable. Upon waking, they realized that all had been but a dream. We must go. Quickly, let us flee. Zhao screamed, gathering his two companions to make their escape. However, they were obstructed by others. The innkeeper cast a seductive glance, merely surveying them. In the next instant, the three felt an explosion in their trousers, causing them to writhe in pain on the ground. Look, I merely stood here, and they suddenly developed lustful intentions toward me. This cannot be held against me. Can it? The innkeeper giggled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Vice President Zhao cried out, We understand our errors. Please, spare us. The foot massage parlor owner sighed. If we conceal ourselves here and allow you to depart, you will uncover our identities. We know nothing. We are utterly ignorant. Zhao wailed in despair. Utterly ignorant, you say? Then tell me, who am I? The innkeeper asked, a smile dancing on her lips. Zhao shook his head. I do not know. Truly, I do not know. As he spoke, realization dawned upon him, and his eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? You are from the Qin Kingdom. Before he could finish, the innkeeper interrupted. Grinning, see? You are not as oblivious as you claim. We cannot let you leave, can we? With that, the essence of their blood surged toward their hearts, colliding with the external world, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of limbs. This was the spell of joint cultivation. One can manipulate the life force of others. Although an individual's blood may be limited, its concentration in any given area can be lethal, particularly when it gathers in the head, threatening to explode. At this moment, Vice President Zhao could only lament his choices, crying out, We realize our mistakes. Why can't you spare us? We promise we won't say a word once we are free. The crowd sighed in response. This is merely a testament to our capabilities. Had we lacked such abilities today, do you think we would still be alive? Vice President Zhao wailed. How could we dare to act against you? We are honorable cultivators, never resorting to wanton slaughter. Yet such words were hardly credible. Just recently, Luyang village had been annihilated. The notorious Black Robe Society had already gained a fearsome reputation throughout the region. It was not solely the Black Robe Society's manner. All major powers across the 18 nations shared a similar disposition. Even if there existed a blood pact, what could it change? Employing a few martial artists allows the indiscriminate killing of common folk. It could be said that the efforts of those ancient immortals had ultimately been in vain. Since you are aware of our identities, you must also grasp what we have endured, Yang, the proprietor, remarked with a smile. Can you guess why we engaged in those actions? Was it out of malice, a desire to commit unjust slaughter? Vice President Zhao understood that, regardless of his words, he could not sway his adversaries. After all, these individuals were seasoned tricksters. In their presence, he and his ilk were as naive as infants. He had succumbed to utter despair, lying on the ground and saying, "I possess numerous treasures. Can we not return these items to the Zhao family?" The crowd erupted in laughter. "You are the ones who plundered the treasures of the entire region, are you not? Fear not. We shall utilize them for the benefit of the people." With that, the owner of the footbath establishment unleashed a torrent of flames, instantly reducing the three men to ashes. Another individual exhaled a gust of wind, scattering the ashes skyward, leaving no trace behind. The group of proprietors exchanged glances. And Yang remarked, "Brother Yudong has endured great misfortune. After making the arduous journey from Jioling County, he has fallen prey to such beasts." The female owner interjected, "That treasure should be in his possession." Yang cautioned, "Do not covet it, for it was delivered to him by certain individuals, not something we can touch." Lu Laosan, "Quite possible," came the reply. "In that case, it is best we refrain from involving ourselves further." The footbath owner nodded, stating, "Let us disperse." Yang, "In future transactions with him, choose trustworthy individuals. Do not sell to just anyone, lest we invite more trouble." Yang sighed, "Human greed knows no bounds. This was unforeseen." The female owner shot him a reproachful glance. "Now that trouble has arisen, the death of a nascent soul cultivator will surely attract more attention. What do you propose we do?" Yang felt the weight of her gaze, causing his scalp to prickle. "I shall handle it. Do not look at me, or your brutish partner will come to confront me. Ensure it is done properly. Leave no traces." She coldly retorted. Yang nodded. "Understood. It shall be executed flawlessly, with no evidence left behind." The novel can be downloaded through the open-source and free Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtained this novel file through a proxy download and the merchant did not provide the source code or open-source address, please seek an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyououtlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https, Me.FQ Tool Chapter 64, a group of lowly commoners, akin to chickens and ducks. After speaking, Yang returned to his general store, closed the door, and hung a sign that read "Closed for today." Curious customers began to arrive, wondering why the shop was shut. The owner of the footbath establishment grinned and said, "The boss has gone out today to meet friends in a distant county, hence the closure. You can come over here for a foot massage." The female owner added cheerfully, "Why not join us for a meal?" Others chimed in as well. Yang, not far off, could hear their voices, his frustration mounting. These shameless individuals were snatching away his business the moment he departed. It seemed he needed to act swiftly. Once everything was settled, he would return to continue his trade. He allowed himself to drift into slumber, and to his astonishment, he found himself soaring through the skies in his dreams. In just half an hour, he had traversed 300 miles to the county town. In his dream, he felt his body plummet suddenly. The next moment, he awoke on the ground, yawning and surveying the bustling streets around him. Truly, the county town was lively, with a population exceeding 500,000. Even early in the morning, the streets were teeming with people. However, those around him appeared to be asleep as they walked, seemingly lost in their dreams. He snapped his fingers, startling those nearby awake, who looked around in confusion. How did I just doze off? They wondered as fleeting memories of dreams slipped away. Young approached a tea stall and ordered a bowl of oil tea, asking, "Boss, has the Black Robe Society been causing much trouble lately? Are taxes burdensome?" The vendor immediately made a silencing gesture, his scalp prickling in fear. "Are you trying to get me killed?" Yang chuckled. "Speak freely. Those nearby won't hear you." The vendor was skeptical. Yang continued, "If you doubt me, go out into the street and strike someone. Observe their reactions." The vendor recoiled at the thought. Yang declared, "If you are too timid, allow me to demonstrate." With that, he tripped a passerby and unleashed a flurry of punches. Yet, the crowd neither screamed nor bled. The vendor was utterly astonished, feeling as though he had entered a surreal realm. Realizing it was merely a dream, he felt no further reservations and poured out his grievances to Yang. The Black Robe Society are monsters. They demand 6 silver coins as a head tax each year. Can you fathom how exorbitant that is? My family comprises 5 members, my wife, our son, and my elderly parents. And even they are taxed. That's 3 taels of silver in taxes annually. I earn merely 6 taels selling oil tea, and my wife contributes 1 or 2 taels to the household. We barely scrape by. Others suffer even more. Countless families go hungry. Do not be fooled by the apparent prosperity of Jioshu City. In truth, every household is impoverished. With a population of 500,000, They collect 150,000 taels in taxes annually. Those who fail to pay face dire consequences, having their homes and land seized. Recently, prices have skyrocketed. And we can barely afford charcoal in winter. Our meals consist only of thin porridge, and I have not purchased new fabric in 6 years. Boss Yang contemplated the matter. 1,500,000 taels of silver amounted to 5,000 spirit stones. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. The Black Robe Society, with its considerable influence, invariably controlled various essential industries, food, clothing, housing, and transportation, without exception. Coupled with other businesses, their annual revenue could easily exceed 20,000 spirit stones. Such a staggering sum, all derived from exploitation. Oh, the Black Robe Society, how detestable. Initially, he had no intention of taking lives, but he now felt compelled to shift his mindset. A purge was necessary. Once the Heavenly Sword sect dispatched a new ruler, he would assess the situation. If results were unsatisfactory, he would continue his campaign of elimination. Resolute in his decision, he rose, took 5 taels of silver from a Black Robe Society thug, and placed it in the boss's hand. The boss hurriedly refused, saying, "Sir, that's far too much. Just 2 copper coins are enough for a bowl of oil tea." Boss Yang replied with a smile. "This is what the Black Robe Society owes you. Take it." He left the coins on the counter and vanished into the crowd. Moments later, the oil tea vendor awoke with a yawn, feeling somewhat disoriented. Rising too early had taken its toll. He wondered if he had spoken in his sleep. He thought everything that had just transpired was merely a dream. Yet, when he touched his pocket, he discovered 5 taels of silver, and the bowl on the table, licked clean of oil tea. Could it be that everything was indeed real? This revelation left him in disbelief, even somewhat terrified. Boss Yang navigated through the throngs of people and soon arrived at the entrance of the Black Robe Society. Their headquarters, situated in the heart of Nine Sky City, spanned an impressive 1,500 acres, or roughly 2 miles square, adorned with palaces and entertainment venues, exuding elegance. Everywhere he looked, he saw indulgent cultivators spending the wealth of the populace, all wearing smiles, living lives of celestial ease. However, upon Boss Yang's arrival, over 1,000 members of the Black Robe Society were inexplicably drowsy. Even the president, a cultivator at the transformation stage, had succumbed to a deep slumber. They were all lost in different dreams. The president and 2 vice presidents at the Nascent Soul stage were in the main hall discussing the need for alchemists when they noticed a figure entering. The newcomer appeared exceedingly amiable, a perpetual smile gracing his face, rendering it impossible to discern any hostility. The president, filled with rage, demanded, "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the core hall of the Black Robe Society?" His anger stemmed not merely from the intrusion, but from the realization that someone had breached their sanctum without anyone noticing. He had nurtured a cadre of incompetents. How could he possibly feel pleased? Yet, he did not regard Boss Yang with any heightened esteem. After all, their 13 hall masters were stationed in other counties. And with only a couple of vice presidents present, they had merely a few insignificant stewards. The inability of the stewards to detect an intruder did not necessarily indicate strength. They were likely just a minor nascent soul cultivator. Thus, his fury did not translate into panic. Boss Yang smiled and said, "I am merely an ordinary businessman here to discuss a deal with you." "A deal?" The president frowned. "Is this how one conducts business? To storm into my abode without warning?" Boss Yang raised an eyebrow. "Your abode? How has this place become your home?" "By rights, this is a government office." "Indeed. As the head of the office, it is my home." "By what right?" "By my strength." Boss Yang's eyes widened in understanding. "So, strength allows for lawlessness?" The president chuckled. "Lawlessness? You are merely casting aspersions. I, Ling, have always operated with integrity. When have I ever acted unlawfully?" Boss Yang retorted. "You extract taxes amounting to 1,500,000 taels of silver annually, while the cost of essentials rise exorbitantly, leaving the populace in dire straits. All for your indulgence. Is this not lawlessness?" The president shook his head. "You are gravely mistaken." Boss Yang raised an eyebrow. "How so?" "Those wretched commoners are but ants. Mere livestock for us cultivators, here to nourish us. Their existence is a form of merit." Boss Yang furrowed his brow. Yet, the president remained unconcerned, urging, "What business do you propose? Speak. I offer to send your entire family on their journey to the afterlife. But I will ensure a descendant remains as a token of gratitude. In exchange, you provide me with funds to return to the people of Nine Sky City. What do you think of this deal?" Upon hearing this, the president lunged forward. He was no weakling but a transformation stage body cultivator, capable of unleashing tremendous force. A single strike aimed at Boss Yang, yet it passed right through him. The president was taken aback, momentarily stunned. The two vice presidents could no longer remain seated. One exhaled a plume of fire, igniting Boss Yang. Yet, he allowed the flames to engulf him, unwilling even to stand, no matter how fiercely the flames blazed. Boss Yang remained unscathed, seated calmly. The three stared in disbelief. A sword cultivator severed Boss Yang's neck, yet his head reformed almost instantaneously. The trio gasped, gritting their teeth. "Who on earth are you?" Boss Yang chuckled. "I told you, I am merely a businessman. You refused my offer. So I have no choice but to eliminate your entire family." At that moment, several individuals entered the hall, capturing the president's family without exception. They were all members of the Black Robe Society, armed with blades, poised to behead the president's relatives. The president, panicking, exclaimed, "Let us discuss this. I know not what sect you belong to, but I assure you, should you provoke the Black Robe Society, you shall reap no rewards. Let us sit and negotiate. I can concede and return some funds to those commoners." Boss Yang shook his head. "The deal has collapsed." Furious, the president retorted, "You refuse my goodwill?" Boss Yang replied, "This is not my issue, it is yours. You are the one refusing my goodwill. I offered you an opportunity, yet you squandered it. You challenged the entirety of the Black Robe Society. No, it is the Black Robe Society that challenges me, Yang Shantian." The moment the name escaped his lips, the president's heart seized violently. Yang Shantian. How familiar that name was. Once, powerful figures from the Heavenly Sword sect had plundered the people's wealth to enhance their strength, only for Yang Shantian to infiltrate the sect and slay 13 of its top cultivators. Since then, Yang Shantian had vanished without a trace. Now, Yang Shantian had come to confront him. In despair, the president collapsed to the ground, weeping, "I accept your proposal. Spare me a descendant, and I shall relinquish all the wealth the Black Robe Society has extorted for the benefit of the people." Yang Shantian shook his head. "I have already stated. Our business collaboration has concluded. You have lost your chance." With that, the president's eyes sprang open. But in that instant, he realized his head had been severed, taken by Yang Shantian's own hand. His primordial spirit had been shattered by Yang Shantian, leading to his demise. The two vice presidents in the primordial spirit stage, standing nearby, were equally horrified, suddenly realizing that they had already met their end, only comprehending their fatality in the final moments. Is this the terror of a top-tier dream cultivator? They possessed no capacity for retaliation whatsoever. The others, too, were dispatched by Yang Shantian in waves, sharing the same fate as these three. Moreover, after eliminating these individuals, he did not spare the martial artists either. The entire Black Robe Society was shrouded in dread. Within the span of a single morning, it had transformed into a desolate graveyard. On Su Yun's side, he and the chubby boy have finally awakened. Su Yun was not in a hurry to leave, for he had another question to pose to the residents. "Residents, do you possess the ability to wield the Shadow Gate technique?" "I do not," came the reply. "This celestial gate is rather obscure, with few practitioners. I have only encountered one, but he was forcefully slain." Su Yun expressed a sense of regret, saying, "I have encountered someone whose magical abilities seem perfectly harmonious with my own." "What sort of magic?" asked the other. "He has the ability to merge with my shadow, ensuring that the movements of my shadow and my physical form are in perfect synchrony. Thus, he can manipulate my body and compel me to bring about my own demise." The other chuckled and replied, "Encountering such a formidable adversary is akin to courting death." Su Yun nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. He has indeed passed away. However, I am the vessel of the body. Should I master such spells, their application on others would yield different outcomes. Jaizi concurred with this sentiment. Alas, such spells are not within our grasp. The world is replete with celestial sects, with the myriad paths of immortality merely a nebulous concept. Legends speak of the existence of over 100 distinct sects, with so many celestial clans and an abundance of spells. It is inconceivable for even Jaizi to have encountered them all, or to possess knowledge of each and every one. Su Yun remarked, "Perhaps we might uncover something within the Li family's residence, but alas, they harbor a core formation cultivator." The estate cautioned, "You have only just established your foundation. Facing a core formation expert would be rather daunting. It would be prudent not to provoke them." Su Yun smiled and said, "That is certainly the case. Do you think I lack discernment?" As he spoke, he took a bite of food and glanced over at Xiao Pang next door. Xiao Pang was currently contemplating how to make his escape. Su Yun remarked, "There is no need to rush. Only I possess the ability to open the door. I shall lead you out, but that moment has not yet arrived. For now, remain here while I venture outside to investigate." "Are you truly going out to take a look? What is there to see?" Naturally, I must ascertain whether those individuals have distanced themselves. What else could there possibly be to observe? Should they still linger nearby, waiting to ensnare us? Stepping outside would be akin to courting death. The stout boy dismissed the concern. They won't find us, and they have no reason to linger. Not necessarily. One must always exercise a modicum of caution. Suyun had suffered countless grievances, leading to a perspective that starkly contrasted with that of the plump boy. He cautiously opened the door, and before even peering outside, he sensed the presence of other cultivators. It was the members of the Lee family. Moreover, there were as many as 7 of them. All were peak experts in the Foundation establishment stage, posing an unequivocal and lethal threat to the plump boy. Fortunately, he had taken the precaution to glance outside. Had he recklessly ventured forth without this awareness, and if they had not returned to their dwelling in time, he might have perished in the mountains. While his own fate was uncertain, the plump boy would undoubtedly meet his demise. Suyun closed the door, enveloped in silence. Xiaopeng, his legs having improved somewhat, limped over and inquired, "What is the situation?" 7 individuals, all at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. It appears these individuals are indeed determined to have me. Xiaopeng shuddered in fear. To venture outside is to court death. Suyun shook his head, stating, "No, I will go out and find a solution." "You will resolve this? Do you intend to take on 7 by yourself?" "Not necessarily 7. They are dispersed. Only 2 are together while the others are nearby, likely searching for us. We can strike them one by one. It shouldn't be too difficult." He instructed the chubby boy to return and rest, while he crouched on the ground, assessing the aura of those individuals to determine their approximate positions. There were a total of 7, within less than a mile's distance from him. When he killed a Foundation building cultivator, it was impossible to do so without making a sound. The moment he took one down, the others would rush to assist. Once alert, the remaining 6 would unite, leaving him with no chance of escape. To prevent such a scenario, he had but one course of action. Before the other 6 could cast their spells, he must use his physical techniques to eliminate them one by one. The most effective method would be the flying knife. As a practitioner of the blade school, he could control a flying knife, amplifying its power to 1.5 times the normal blade school strength. As a practitioner of the physical school, he could throw a flying knife to slay 1 more. By employing the blade school technique, the power would exceed that of an ordinary blade school by 1.5 times, certainly allowing him to dispatch 2. However, this would leave 4 remaining. How would he deal with the last 4? Would he rely on speed once more? There was a profound strategy involved. Suyun had to meticulously calculate each move, ensuring no misstep. A single error could mean losing his chance of escape, ending in death outside the residence. At that moment, Wang Hai, in the Nascent Soul stage, spoke up, "Search thoroughly for any valuable items. If I can recover even a little, I too can assist you in dealing with some of them." Suyun gazed at Wang Hai for a moment. "Are you truly so benevolent?" he expressed with a hint of disbelief. This fellow, Wang Hai, had once orchestrated the demise of Lu Laosan and even murdered his own sister. How could he possibly offer assistance? "I suspect your true intention is to acquire power and extricate yourself from your predicament as soon as possible." Such speculation from Suyun is quite reasonable. Wang Hai chuckled, saying, "Indeed, that is precisely my intention. What can you do about it? Can you kill me? At most, you could give me a beating. But you still need to keep me here to guard the door for you. However, if you choose to disregard my assistance, you will undoubtedly meet your demise outside today." With his head bowed, Suyun remained silent for a considerable time, his mind engrossed in calculations. In his possession was the shield belonging to Li Changming, the young master of the Li family. The shield had yet to shatter. Even with his utmost effort combined with that sharp blade, it had withstood his strikes. It would certainly withstand the assaults of several adversaries. After enduring one wave of attacks, he could still eliminate 1 or 2 foes. With only 2 or 3 remaining, the threat would diminish significantly. Yes, this would be the plan. Having devised a comprehensive strategy, Suyun seized the chubby boy's knife and stealthily made his exit. He found himself amidst a thicket, where he lay in ambush, gradually inching closer. As he approached, he leapt forth with the ferocity of a thunderbolt, targeting a young man from the Li family. "You've appeared," the youth screamed, yet before he could react, Suyun had already severed his head. However, to Suyun's surprise, the individuals who responded to the youth's call were not 6, but merely 4. Why were there only 4? Were the other 2 deaf? Suyun had little time for contemplation as he charged towards the 4 adversaries. His movements were astonishingly swift, akin to that of a cheetah, covering an astonishing distance of 8 zhang in a single stride. This was not merely the result of Suyun's evasion technique. Rather, it stemmed from the ethereal lightness of his celestial bones combined with his remarkable strength, granting him unparalleled speed. Such rapidity. The others were clearly unaccustomed to such velocity. And in a fleeting moment of distraction, Su-Yun hurled a flying dagger, severing one man's head. With a deft flick, he propelled another blade which similarly struck down a second foe. At last, the remaining two managed to react and conjured their spells. They were indeed cultivators from the sword sect, and their flying swords surged towards him, only to be thwarted by Su-Yun's summoned small shield. It was the white-bone shield of Changming. You truly killed Changming. The two opponents' eyes blazed with fury, yet before they could formulate a response, Su-Yun advanced, catching the returning dagger and swiftly decapitating both assailants with two decisive strikes. Clean and efficient. Only two remained. However, these two stood together like fools, seemingly bereft of any intention to attack Su-Yun. Su-Yun was utterly bewildered by the situation. Were these two Peak Foundation establishment practitioners truly deaf? It soon dawned on him that they were not deaf. Rather, their senses had been compromised. Those two young girls had approached, distorting the sounds that reached the ears of the two men, leading them to believe that the noise was merely the clamor of some wild fowl. These two young girls were nothing short of divine allies. The extent to which they could influence Foundation establishment cultivators was considerable, and it was evident that they could not sustain this for long. Thus, Su-Yun hesitated no longer and swiftly advanced, delivering two decisive strikes that felled the two men. Brother Yudong. The two girls, terrified to the core, rushed towards Su-Yun, clinging to his arms as if he were their last hope. Do not cry. How did you come out? Su-Yun's demeanor relaxed slightly as she inquired about the two. What are we doing? We have so many mouths to feed. Yet we encounter trouble right away. Have you seen Brother Chulu? Chapter 65, A New Residence? The little chubby boy had not raised these two girls in vain. Even when faced with danger, he still thought of them. However, the names he had chosen for the girls lacked sophistication. One was called Daya in the other area. Su-Yun chuckled. He is perfectly fine, currently fast asleep. Asleep? How can he possibly find rest? We have all been led astray by him. He rushed off to sell medicine and ended up provoking the wrong individuals. The two young girls fumed. Hurry and bring him over. He must be taught a lesson today. Su-Yun chuckled. Let's buy some food to take home first, and then I will call him. Return home? How can we call him over then? You should go and summon him now. The two young girls appeared somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Su-Yun said, Trust me, you won't regret it. First, go buy some food, then return to your place and take a look. Su-Yun, accompanied by two young girls, procured an assortment of food and drink, carefully stowing them in his storage bag. However, he soon discerned that the atmosphere of the commercial street was rather unusual. Today, it seemed excessively lively. Boss Yang had returned, warmly greeting everyone. Something felt amiss, Su-Yun remarked. The two young girls, intrigued, inquired, What seems to be off? Su-Yun remarked, It is exceedingly tranquil. Tranquil? What is wrong with tranquility? The two young girls were increasingly perplexed, sensing that Su-Yun was merely nitpicking. Su-Yun furrowed his brow. Tranquility and naturalness are commendable virtues. Yet today should not be characterized by serenity. For last night, he had taken a life. No, not merely one, but four. All four were members of the Li family, including a young master of the clan. How could one possibly remain so composed after such a significant act? Would not the Li family seek retribution and trouble for everyone involved? He found himself in a state of perplexity and thus approached Boss Yang. Boss Yang. Has anyone from the Li family come looking for us today? Boss Yang chuckled. The Li family? Why would they come to us? We are conducting our business with utmost sincerity and integrity. The Li family is hardly so tyrannical. He maintained the same cordial demeanor as when they last met. Yet amidst the conversation, a guest whispered, The Li family? They no longer exist. Many of us went over today, inspected the premises, and looted a great deal of items to sell, which is why it is so lively today. At this revelation, not only Su-Yun, but even the two young girls were left bewildered. The Li family is gone. What could that possibly mean? The girls questioned their understanding of the statement. How could such a formidable lineage, with a formidable golden core cultivator at its helm, simply vanish? A passerby remarked, It's true, they are gone. All members of the Li family have been slain. You may go and see for yourselves. All members of the Li family have been killed? Su-Yun was utterly incredulous. How could this be possible? The Li family had a powerful golden core cultivator presiding over them, someone even he would avoid upon encountering. Suddenly, he recalled the scene when the shopkeepers on this street dealt with the bodies of the members of the Black Robe Society, leading him to contemplate a possibility. He glanced at Boss Yang, who was merely whistling nonchalantly, stepping outside to greet other guests. Su-Yun firmly believed that he was undoubtedly connected to these bosses. Suddenly, he found that this amiable owner appeared even more agreeable than before. However, he was reminded of certain dangers. The Li family had been annihilated, and those behind them were not to be trifled with. They were the Black Robe Society, a formidable power that controlled the entire Jiuxiao prefecture. Would the Black Robe Society take action in response to this incident? It seemed that to reap benefits, he needed to act swiftly. Otherwise, if the Black Robe Society intervened, his chances of obtaining any advantages would vanish. With these thoughts in mind, he hastily gathered the two young maidens and proceeded to the Li family estate. The Li residence was drenched in blood, strewn with corpses, and reeked of a foul odor. Judging by the freshness of the scene, the deaths had occurred not long ago. Likely the previous night. Let us search for something, Suyin instructed. The two maidens, trembling with fear and huddled together, hesitated before quietly asking, "What are we looking for?" "Anything related to spells. Any spells will do." Suyin yearned solely for magic. If only he could discover Li Changming's Shadow Gate technique, it would be nothing short of magnificent. The Shadow Gate spell possesses the ability to manipulate the shadows of others, which aligns perfectly with his physical cultivation. Once mastered, it would provide an invaluable safeguard while traversing the martial world. After all, he is not always afforded the opportunity to unlock the door to his abode. It requires the precise insertion of a key before one can step inside. This is not merely a matter of practice. The house exists in an alternate space, following him, and cannot be accessed at will. It necessitates several attempts to succeed. Thus, possessing sufficient magical prowess for self-preservation is imperative. The two young maidens felt a twinge of fear and hesitated to act. Su Yun reassured them. "Chulu did not bring back the money for you. I will personally cover your living expenses, as well as the costs for the children to open the Immortal Gate." "Really?" Upon hearing about the money, the trepidation of the two maidens evaporated entirely, and they immediately brightened, eagerly diving into the task at hand, sifting through the items with renewed enthusiasm. Su Yun was also searching, yet he remained vigilant, apprehensive that members of the Black Robe Society might approach. Should they arrive, he would promptly open the door and usher the two young maidens into hiding. However, to his surprise, he encountered no members of the Black Robe Society. This was indeed peculiar. Where were they? Why did they not intervene? Su Yun was perplexed, but he decided not to dwell on it and continued his search. During this time, some ordinary townsfolk arrived, rummaging through the Li family's possessions. However, the Li residents had already been stripped bare by the frenzied residents, leaving them with nothing to show for their efforts. Thus, the three of them continued their search until the afternoon. Finally, a young girl discovered a mechanism, and upon activating it, she uncovered a hidden chamber. Suyin entered and beheld a variety of martial arts manuals and spells, 7 or 8 books in total. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gathered these techniques and spells to depart. "Hurry. Let us hope we do not encounter any members of the Black Robe Society who might abduct us." Suyin urged the two young girls. They followed closely behind him, running along the street, fearful that falling behind even a step might lead to their capture by the nefarious members of the Black Robe Society. Upon leaving the county town, they showed no signs of stopping. The two girls led the way, with Su Yun trailing behind. After a considerable while, they arrived at Lanyang village. Today, the village was eerily quiet, evoking an unsettling feeling as if it were haunted. Upon entering, they were met with the grim reality. No living souls could be found. Only bloodstains strewn about. What on earth happened here? Su Yun was taken aback, a chill running down his spine. Who could have committed such atrocities? The entire village had been slaughtered. Even the infants in their cradles had been brutally murdered, their tiny bodies cleaved in two. Such cruelty was unimaginable. Yet, the two young girls exhibited no compassion. One even spat on the ground in contempt, completely devoid of the fear they had shown when they first entered the Li residence. Their expressions bore a semblance of satisfaction. The elder girl remarked, "These vile creatures are responsible for our family's demise. They caused my mother to take her own life by jumping from a cliff, leaving only my sister and me. Thankfully, Brother Chulu took us in, and we survived by deceiving others for sustenance." The younger girl added, "They got what they deserved. Were not the families of those children destroyed by these monsters? If they do not perish, it would be a grave injustice." As she spoke, the younger one could no longer contain her emotions and bowed her head, stifling a sob. "Brother Yudong, you must think we are heartless, don't you?" the younger girl inquired. Suyun shook her head and said, "No, like you, I am an orphan. I have no parents, only an elder sister who is at home. I ventured out alone, and once I have cultivated my abilities to a higher level, I shall return home to see my sister." Suyun shared a similar experience with them, allowing her to deeply empathize with their hardships. Observing the two little girls in tears, she produced two candies and placed them in their mouths. Instantly, the girls became much more obedient, humming a tune as they made their way outside. Eventually, they found themselves in the East Street of the county town. Once, East Street had been rendered a desolate wasteland by Wang Hai. Even though the danger had since dissipated, few ventured there. After all, East Street had long lost its allure, with even the corpses devoured by Wang Hai, leaving many who came only to return empty-handed. Despite its former vibrancy, the building still stood, and the facilities remained intact. Yet no one chose to relocate there, as an unsettling air lingered in the vicinity. Suyun did not anticipate that these two young girls would bring the children to this place. Furthermore, he was even more astonished to discover that the girls did not reside within any particular house, but rather beneath the 32nd dwelling. Indeed, beneath the estate lay a remarkable expanse of space. Previously, Suyun had not noticed, but now these two young girls have discovered it. The amenities in this space are remarkably comprehensive. They can enjoy everything they require here. There is even a chamber pot for their convenience. After using the restroom, just like in the house, the waste seems to vanish without a trace. Suyun found this phenomenon rather peculiar. If there were only a single cellar underground, he could comprehend it. However, how could this space resemble the characteristics of the residents so closely? He hurried outside to dig, but could not unearth this particular space, regardless of how deep he excavated. Yet, there was indeed something beneath. How strange. He could only venture inside with the two young girls. Upon seeing Suyun, the children rushed towards him, filled with joy. Yudong-gu, you are still alive. We heard that they are hunting for you outside. I have heard as well. They say you were sold for a considerable sum. Suyun felt a twinge of embarrassment and inquired, Do you intend to sell me? The children chuckled merrily, responding, What are you saying, Brother Yudong? Brother Chulu said we should repay your kindness with our lives. Though, it seems we need not go to such extremes. Suyun gently caressed the children's small heads, reflecting on their innocence, and presented them with some treats to enjoy. The two little girls inquired eagerly, Where is Brother Yudong and Brother Chulu? They should be out by now, shouldn't they? Their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yet they were also filled with a hint of fear, worried that Chulu might have perished. They dreaded the thought that Suyun was merely attending to Chulu's final wishes while caring for them. Suyun chuckled and remarked, What are you all thinking? Your brother on the 6th day is certainly here. Just wait a moment, and I shall bring him back. With that, he departed from this realm to seek a suitable place, entering the residence. It was not that he feared betrayal from these individuals. Rather, he was concerned that knowing too much might be detrimental to the children. Had the previous circumstances not been so uncontrollable, he would not have wished to involve even the chubby one. Upon entering the abode, he quickly spotted the chubby boy, recovering from his injuries within the house. He was healing remarkably well and could now walk normally. Upon seeing Suyun, he rushed over, exclaiming, Yudong, this primordial spirit is acting strangely, constantly trying to incite me to conspire against you. The primordial spirit of Wang Hai pointed at the chubby boy, trembling with rage. During the period of Suyun's absence, he believed he had developed a close camaraderie with the chubby fellow. Indeed, the jovial young man had chatted with him extensively, nearly revealing the color of his undergarments. Who could have anticipated that upon Suyun's return, the chubby lad would immediately betray him? Suyun, filled with fury, seized a willow branch and struck Wang Hai with it, the sound resonating like firecrackers during the New Year festivities. Wang Hai cried out in agony. Pleading for mercy, I realize my mistakes. I implore you, spare me. Suyun let out a cold laugh, abandoning Wang Hai and leading the chubby boy into the room. The chubby boy, still somewhat anxious, inquired, How is it? Have the enemies outside been dealt with? Suyun smiled and said, It was naturally resolved. And the Li family has been eradicated. The Li family has been eradicated? The chubby boy was somewhat astonished. Qinshui County is the county town of their Lanyang village, and the Li family is the ruler of Qinshui County. Can Suyun truly annihilate the Li family? Is she that powerful? It seems unlikely. Suyun smiled and asked, What are you pondering? It was not my doing. The chubby boy patted his chest and nodded. I assumed it was your handiwork. Turns out it was someone else. Did the Black Robe Society not arrive? Suyun shook his head, pondering the enigmatic actions of the figure in the black cloak. After expressing these thoughts, he continued, I have discovered 2 young girls. The chubby boy chuckled. So, how is it? We have hidden them quite well, haven't we? Suyun nodded and said, It is indeed well concealed. However, I am somewhat puzzled about how you managed to uncover that location. I am not entirely sure, came the reply. It was discovered by Deya and Arya. They possessed the unique ability to alter the senses of others while simultaneously enhancing their own, which ultimately led to their revelation. Suyun sighed, exclaiming how remarkably resourceful these two girls were. Yet, he found himself perplexed. Were there truly no restrictions on their learning of spells? Was it permissible for those in the Chi refinement stage to acquire such a multitude of incantations? The chubby boy shook his head in response, admitting his ignorance. Currently, each of them had mastered 3 spells. The first enabled the alteration of another's auditory perception, the second manipulated visual perception, and the third enhanced their own auditory faculties. They could discern sounds from miles away, which had allowed them to escape with the children ahead of time. The spatial anomaly had also been something they had overheard. Suyun was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. How could these two girls hear any commotion from dozens of miles away? It seemed implausible. A normal person, even when separated by just a few zhang, would find it difficult to discern what others were saying without raising their voice. At a distance of several tens of zhang, one would need to shout, and beyond 100 zhang, even shouting might not suffice. Yet these two young maidens could allegedly hear clearly from such a distance? That was utterly absurd. They truly were rare treasures. If discovered by other powerful factions, they would undoubtedly be fervently sought after. However, Suyun couldn't help but ponder the improbability of such extraordinary talents emerging from an ordinary village. One remarkable prodigy might be reasonable, but to have 2 born at once was rather implausible, far too coincidental. The chubby boy chuckled, saying, they weren't born to their parents, they were picked up from outside. It seems their father found them while foraging for herbs in the Misty Valley. Suyun suddenly realized it was plausible to claim they were merely picked up. The identities of the 2 young girls were likely not simple. Please take a seat for a moment. I will have a few words with the household. If Wang Hai continues to harass you, do not hesitate to strike him with a willow branch. Strike him fiercely. The effect of the willow branch here is quite remarkable. Even if he is an immortal in his primordial infant stage, being struck by the branch will cause him considerable pain, Suyun advised. The chubby man nodded, a smile spreading across his face as he regarded Wang Hai. Suyun returned to her residence and spoke to the house. I have discovered another realm akin to yours. Chapter 66. Everyone desires this space. The house paused for a moment. A mysterious space similar to mine? That shouldn't be the case. Why shouldn't it? The house responded, logically. I should be the only space capable of movement. Suyun suddenly realized and said, that makes perfect sense. That space cannot be moved. The residents chuckled. I knew it. How could there possibly be a space identical to mine? It is simply impossible. It then inquired, is that space vast? Suyun nodded, remarking that it was quite expansive. Approximately 3 zhang in length, with many individuals residing within. The amenities were remarkably comprehensive, much like yours, yet the whereabouts of the lavatory remained a mystery. Along with the water facilities, everything one might expect was present. The visage on the wall squinted, observing, it appears this space has been inhabited and subsequently altered. This is not a favorable location. You should depart. Suyun was astonished. Why must we leave? Because soon others will arrive to claim this space. And those individuals are formidable. Such spaces are exceedingly rare, as you can discern from your storage bag. Suyun glanced at his storage bag. Apart from a few trivial descriptors, he found it challenging to conjure additional adjectives. The storage bag was roughly the size of half a square, akin to a parcel. The residents remarked, the storage bag is limited to this size, and it can only contain inanimate objects, meaning it cannot accommodate living beings. Do you now comprehend the distinction between the storage bag and this type of space? Suyun nodded in understanding. Realizing why even the cloud tail carried so few valuable items, it turned out the space within the storage bag was quite limited. The residents remarked, do not speak of ordinary cultivation.